25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free. When you call now, we'll also upgrade your order to Rush Processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right. Call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 1-800-644-6718 or go to trycb1.com.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
He's absolutely flying right now.
Go! Keep going till your time's up. Don't fall, just climb up. Keep pushing because time waits for no one. Get it in while you can. Gotta execute the plan. Keep pushing because time waits for no one. Time waits for no one. Time waits for no one.
Exclusively on Racer Network and Racer Plus.
Because I'm thinking, Jar, you look at the Pikes Peak rulebook. You go to, the guys who are basically going for the overall win most of the time, the super unlimited. The rulebook there basically consists of just a couple of sentences. Basically, if it's safe...
Make sure you tell us what fuel the car has in it.
Exactly. And I'm just thinking that mindset, and the mindset on the Blackbird. I'm also thinking that other people seem to be sort of connecting with this as a philosophy a lot more. I mean, case in point, Anthony Hamilton, Lewis Hamilton's father, and the hybrid V10, where, by the way, the hybrid is for pit lane and safety cars only. Aside, this is sort of like, keep it simple, keep it spectacular. I mean, are you sort of seeing? You always said the Blackbird would be a success even if it just starts a debate. But are you seeing a lot more of that in terms of people sort of, back to basics? This is too constrained. This is too rarefied. The mindset seems to be growing. The pushback.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting. Obviously, since the last time we talked about this, call it 5 or 6 months ago, or whatever it was. When we first published. When I first published the work about Blackbird and did that along with you guys, that even at that point, it's funny because at that stage we didn't really know what the 2026 F1 regs were going to really manifest as. So at that point, like when I was talking about thinking that the F1 regs, I was like talking about the previous F1 regs, not even the current ones. I've had a lot of people reach out to me since the 2026 season has started, like, "Hey man, like you were right." I was like, well, I was actually I thought the old ones were too. Like yes, these are bad, but also they were always kind of bad. But it's been interesting to see just having nothing to do with anything that I've put out into the world that, what has occurred this year with F1 in particular, I think it's been so blatant in terms of how it's affected just the essence of qualifying specifically, right? Yeah. Like also the racing. But I think the signal through the noise here is how much it has screwed up the way that drivers approach qualifying and how much that is changing the experience for the drivers. And that, that's having this like significant trickle down just with everything, with the way that they're addressing the media, with the way that, they're changing the rules, all of this stuff, that it's drawn a lot of really direct attention to the fact that, hey, like, what are we doing here? Like, do we know what we're doing? Does anybody who's driving the bus here, like, are we pointed in any particular direction here, or are we just trying stuff, and so I think overall it would be my expectation that this just continues to happen until we do fundamentally get back to basics and actually right the ship, like, get the thing back on solid ground in terms of why it is whatever it is. And so yeah, it's been an interesting few months, just again having kind of nothing to do with what I've shoved out there. You've just seen this conversation existing anyway. You talk about Anthony Hamilton's thing. It's very much, I'm sure that has nothing whatsoever to do with anything that I put out. But it's just it's even more to the point. That means that there's other people in a completely different background and kind of stance on why they're coming from wherever they're coming, that are kind of arriving at the same basic conclusion. Like, hey, what if this was just more simple, more apparent, put the driver back in the center of it? Like, these things are not rocket science really when you zoom out a little bit. So it's definitely, and even of late, it's been interesting hearing a number of the F1 drivers talking about just the cost of going racing at the lower levels. I mean, this is something that, I've been talking about with the likes of, Joseph Newgarden and guys like that kind of on this side of the pond for a number of years as well. Those of us that came through like the Team USA scholarship thing, kind of just thinking about like, we've all been saying the same thing, even in the US, of like, if it had been expensive back when we were coming up through the ranks as it is now, a bunch of us would not have found a path beyond like Formula Ford 2000,
Well, Jar, you have teased upcoming moves specifically on the Blackbird 66 project. I'm going to take your mind back to Pikes Peak now, but for the moment, brilliant insight. So enthused when you talk to somebody who really gets it, who really connects with the mountain, and thanks so much for your time.
Of course, thanks for having me.
On Racer Network's Creative Drive, meet the creative minds driving car culture. From filmmakers to fabricators, collectors to commentators, obsession becomes art. Creative Drive, Mondays, only on Racer Network.
It's one of the world's great races, an international spectacle that draws teams, drivers, and fans from all over the world. It could be considered one of the most extreme automotive events, an ascent to 14,115 feet to the top of America's mountain on a serpentine cliffside road. This mountain tolerates no mistakes and demands respect for every inch of the 12-mile journey to the summit. On America's 250th birthday, in Colorado's 150th year, we race to the top of Pikes Peak. There is no lap 2. There are no second chances. This is a make-or-break race to the clouds. This is a Colorado legacy, the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. And a welcome to Colorado Springs, just outside of town. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Lonnie Unser this year. Tyler Pappas at the top of the mountain. Lonnie, it is an absolute pleasure to be joined by you this year. This is my 4th year of this event, the 104th running of this great race. And there's a lot of buzz around this event this year. The field is packed full of some of the craziest cars, the most talented drivers in this event's history. There's so much to look forward to this year.
Man, I know. What a great day to be a race fan. This is going to be incredible. The weather is beautiful. There's stories all throughout the field, and I just can't wait to get this started.
Yeah, a little bit of a different perspective for you this year. You were saying that you've driven this event a couple of times. You've run up the mountain yourself, and you're seeing sort of everyone's stories now instead of just focusing on your own program. So I'm sure it's a little hard to sit here and watch it this year, but I think you're going to have a whole new appreciation for this event, as I have gained the last couple of years. 72 competitors are taking the green.
Overcome today. I think you were exactly right there. you don't get to see the race until the full course until race day. And for the rookies, that's really intimidating. And even for our returning veterans, that's a lot to take on. Also, not to mention, there's no warm-up. You don't have any chances to kind of get into the groove of things. You have to take the green flag and go immediately. And I think that's the hardest thing about this race, because there's not many races out there like that. I mean, the last time these drivers were on the mountain was 2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago, and you can only run, again, a section at a time, as you were saying, in the practice and qualifying run. So if you're a rookie, the only real opportunity you have to drive the course in full is in sim racing. And I've been told that there's a handful of drivers that are sort of more old school that say, Jim Morris was like, it's nothing like, right? It's totally different. It's a huge challenge, and it changes every year, right? The course over time, the pavement wears out. There's bumps that form. There's a lot of geological activity that shifts the road. And this year, there's new pavement right at the top of the mountain as well.
Absolutely. All of those factors make this race so interesting. To kind of run you and the viewers through how testing works is throughout the month of June, you have different testing weekends, and you come up to those weekends and you run a third of the racetrack at a time. And you do a run-up, everybody does a run-up, and then you all turn around and come down together, and that's kind of the rhythm of it. But again, you only do it the bottom section, that's to about Glen Cove, and then you go to Glen Cove to Devil's Playground to the top. That's how it's broken up. And so there's sections of the road that you don't see until race day, and those sections aren't easy, and then it makes it interesting because you're coming into some corners with more speed than you generally would. So it's not easy. And like you said, you can run it on the simulator, and the simulator does a great job of giving you the nice rhythm for the road, but there's nothing like driving in real life. My mentor, Jeff Swart, who's racing today, he told me that the mountain is a living organism, and I could not think of anything closer to the truth. It can change in an instant up here, and so you really, really have to be on your toes and ready for anything.
Well, it is a spectacular venue. This mountain, again, it does not tolerate mistakes, like I said in the intro. Let's have a look at what makes the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb so special.
The famous Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
It's impossible to explain.
It's consistently ranked as one of the top motorsport events in the world.
You only have one try, and then if you fail, you have to wait another year.
It's the fresh air, it's the trees and the mountains, the wilderness. It's incredible.
This mountain told me 2 times, you don't play with me. You cannot play with me. I can win with you, but you cannot win with me.
What a special place, what a special race. Welcome back to the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We're just a couple minutes away from sending up our official pace car here this year. And then we've got a couple more moments to wait before we send up the first of our 72 competitors. The big storylines this year, though, 12 rookies on the year, which I think is a little less than last year, Lonnie. But for those rookies, this is a really intense moment because if you've run it last year, you've run it years past, you sort of have a general idea what you're going to see. But we talked about how if you're a rookie, you haven't seen the whole mountain. There's drivers returning from a 27-year hiatus. That's Akira Kamiyama. A whole bunch of past King of the Mountains returning. Simon Fagioli, Romain Dumas, David Donner, Robin Schut, Clint Voschholz are all here this weekend. And then the first Polish driver ever to compete here, that's Maciej Serafin, who's here in basically a Honda Civic TCR. So a couple of the storylines. We've got so much more to go over, but we're just a couple minutes away from beginning to send cars up that 12-mile trek to the summit.
Yeah, I'd like to really quickly point out the pace car driver. That's Keisha Love, and she is a bobsled pilot, and she's driving the Acura MDX Type S, and
Eibach Pro Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Featuring 2.5-inch coilovers, rear reservoir shocks, and equipped with our championship-winning race springs. Built for the most rugged and demanding conditions, the Stage 3R is developed to provide the highest level of off-road performance, maximum travel, and proven durability.
Life is a race, and there was a time in my life when I had no idea where I was headed. I used to believe all the lies that I was told when I was younger, that I was worthless and I had no future. I was angry, depressed, and hopeless. And like a lot of us, I tried to ignore it by chasing success, relationships. I even tried to drink it away, but nothing filled the emptiness. Then I discovered the truth. My identity isn't what I do or who the world says I am. It's in who Jesus says I am. Chosen, forgiven, righteous. I don't want to be defined by my accomplishments or even my failures. I want to be defined by how well I live my life for Jesus Christ. And I think a really good measure of that is how miserable am I making it for Satan? Life is a race. Where are you headed?
If your collector car insurance costs half as much, you probably would expect half the coverage, right? Not with Grundy Insurance. Our collector car insurance costs less than half as much as standard insurance, and you get a lot more. No depreciation, no deductible, and you're insured for 100% of the agreed value. The fact is, standard insurance companies don't understand collector cars, and that's our specialty.
Grundy Insurance, the gold standard for collector cars since 1947. Give us a call.
What does Skechers' new Aeroburst and Skechers race car have in common? Both cut through the wind with hypersonic speed and feature Goodyear rubber for incredible grip. However, one takes a whole team, and the other, you just step in and run. Go fast the easy way in new Skechers Aeroburst.
This place will devour the unprepared, leaving hopes and dreams in crumbling heaps at its feet. But once a year, the adrenaline star few reappear, ready for their feast.
Punch it, Megan! Oh, wow, here we go.
works to the transmission. And we can get down to time attack. These are modified and specialized production vehicles that you're going to be talking about, closed bodies, four-wheeled vehicles, and they have to retain their original configuration as far as their air and fuel delivery. Number of drive wheels and drivetrain location. So then we got the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama class, open wheel, and of course the exhibition cars that will open the show.
Kyle, one of the reasons I love this race so much is it feels very much like a car show to me, and you get to see things here that you would never see anywhere else. And you get to walk around the grid, and like you said the other day, you can't look at a car and take it for face value. You can't look at a Ford and guarantee that there's a Ford engine in there. You never know, and so if all of the spectators out here get a chance to talk to the drivers and get the stories of what's behind the hood, or under the hood rather, it's really cool.
You know, it's also a proving ground. You mentioned, for some of the categories like Pikes Peak Open, you can't really take them at face value. But for some of the OEMs, this is an opportunity to use this as a proving ground. Ford, Acura, Chevrolet, all bringing factory programs. Renault is here, bringing the first ever Renault, the RS01, to the mountain this year. So that's a really neat car, and we'll get to see that later. But it's a really unique race, and we touched on this earlier, that this is one of the last places on the planet where a factory program is able to run against a driver who builds a car in their garage. I think that's something that you don't see anywhere else. And for the drivers that are here that build their car in their garage, what a privilege to go up against Romain Dumas or Simon Fagioli. That's an incredible opportunity.
I absolutely agree. Just another reason to love Pikes Peak is you can see anything up here. And I heard that there were 95 applicants for the Pikes Peak Hill Climb from all sorts of backgrounds. And to me, that's so cool because it really shows that people want to come up here and they want to prove something, and they want to show the world what their build is capable of or what the manufacturer is capable of. Because in reality, this is the ultimate test. To go from 9,000 feet all the way to 14,000 feet between 9 minutes and 15 minutes, that's pretty incredible. It's an engineering challenge for the engineers. It's a driving challenge for the drivers. For the mechanics, it's such a big challenge. So for everybody involved, the reason I think so many people do it is because it is the ultimate challenge.
And for those drivers going up against Kings of the Mountain, the drivers that claim King of the Mountain since 2014, with one exception, are all here this year. So Romain Dumas, Robin Schut, Clint Voss-Schultz, they're here again running up against everybody. So if you're going to defeat those drivers, you have to bring a really strong piece of kit here. And you talk about, 9,000 feet to 14,115. That is a mile of elevation climb, right? We're talking about, when you're climbing up on your flight to get here. We're passing through flight levels now. So this is a crazy climb. And as you climb, the air density drops, and it gets harder and harder for engines to make power, which is why I think hybrids and EVs have sort of been a way to go in some of the higher, less limited categories. But if you are still running with an internal combustion engine, having a turbocharger is a great advantage, because, and that's why we've got our Pikes Peak Trophy class for GT4 cars split into two, is because if you've got forced induction and can jam more air into that engine, you're going to make more power, and that will help you at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the class breakdown here at the hill climb, and I want to kind of point to the unlimited class and say that the unlimited class is really the only restriction you have there is safety. So the officials want to make sure that the car is safe and that you have a good, nice, thick roll cage, but otherwise the world is your oyster. And for me, that's really cool. And then kind of in the Pikes Peak Open class, it's a very similar concept to that. It's like you can take a production car and the world is your oyster with what you do with that production car. So there's so many options of things you can bring, and it makes it super cool. And there's challenges to everything, just like you were saying. Turbos are better at the top, but there's some reasons in which you might want a naturally aspirated car, and EVs can be really strong, but there's also downsides to those. So there's an up and down to everything. You have to pick your battles, and you put your vehicle to the test in the best way you can.
it really is an engineer's sandbox. And, there are motorsports where, the driver is really put on display, and there are motorsports where the engineers and the OEMs are put on display, and then there's Pikes Peak, which is all of the above, right? You have to drive a perfect run. But, talking about the drivers that haven't seen the entire road before, at least at speed, there's always a little bit of margin. And I think for those that have been here before, every year they can reduce that margin to perfection just a little bit more. And, there's drivers that come here with all sorts of racing experience. Billy Johnson is here running a 2015 Porsche GT3 Turbo Cup. Billy Johnson has tons of racing experience across a wide variety of things, including sports cars and stock cars and basically everything in between. And then you've got folks that are here in the open wheel category, which is sort of one of the original categories here on the hill climb. Cody Voss-Schultz, Dan Novembri. Dan was really fast in qualifying and practice all week long in his 2013 Wolf GBO8S. So, there's such a wide variety of vehicles, and I don't know that there's a perfect choice or perfect solution, but that's what everyone's chasing every year. And some folks, again, when they're building their car, maybe they're a Subaru fan or a Chevrolet fan, and they're going to build that perfect car. And then there's others that will turn towards the prototype chassis and say, I want to go as fast as I possibly can with the dollars and budget I have allotted for this, and they will take it to the absolute limit. So it really is an impressive race. It feels very grassroots in a way, and even with the OEMs here with these factory efforts, it really it's organized very well, but it is a huge challenge. And obviously we're working through some things right now here. The mountain makes these things so hard. And that's what makes it so fun and so rewarding to get to the top, taste the donuts up at the summit, and then come back down in the parade.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You'll see folks who have built their cars in their garage, and then you'll see Ford and Acura and manufacturers who have spent a lot of time and effort to be here. Not that the folks in the garage haven't, but there's all different stories from where people come from, and it's really cool to watch and cool to see because it's such a melting pot of all backgrounds.
Well, we talked briefly about the Kings of the Mountain before that are returning here. Let's have a look at three of those Kings of the Mountain: Robin Shute, Simon Fagioli, and Romain Dumas.
There's like three guys that's out here challenging to be the king of the mountain.
I'm coordinating the operation for Fagioli team. Winning the race is a dream come true. We are back. We want to reach the peak of the summit, try to beat what is the actual record.
We were looking at his fast times versus like our times, and he's shaving, crazy amounts of time out. Just imagining how fast he's having to run, blocking out the consequences of it, and he's still able to push the car that far and that hard. It's pretty impressive.
Fagioli has really come here, dominated, been a real powerhouse here, and you can't deny he can really throw it down.
So Romain has been great to work with. I've worked with him for 3 years now. He is the quintessential best driver you could have on the grid. The ability to remember exact corners. He can say, in this corner at Apex, there was this feeling, and we can go in the data, and it's exactly where he says, exactly how it's feeling.
This year's really special because we got three guys up there. We got Dumas, Fagioli, and Shute going for the King of the Mountain. They're all very fast guys, but I think Robin's got this one.
He is the most capable driver I've ever worked with. He's the one who designed 99% of this car that he's running now. So he knows every single fastener on the car and every part. He knows how things are probably going to fail, and he knows how he can push it to the limit. And that translates to skills as a driver, because then he goes and finds that limit himself in the car. All three drivers are really experienced hill climbing racing.
One is completely manufacturer backed, and the other one is just like a privateer.
The times all the top guys are running now are unbelievable. Their pace and their confidence and their knowledge of every corner and being able, I'm lifting out of the corner and panicking going around it, and they're just flat-footed at 100 miles an hour.
It'll just come down to literally seconds this year.
This year's so stacked.
It's the closest I've seen between multiple competitors, so it's a bit wide open, and I'm really going to be fascinated to see how Sunday plays out.
It's all about putting it together on race day, though. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see who comes out on top.
And welcome back to the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser alongside me. Just a couple of minutes until we get our first runs of the day. 72 of them in the queue. First run versus last run, there's certainly the weather's cooler. Is there a moment, is there an opportunity, Lonnie, that you would prefer to be? They've all qualified for their positions. Is there a moment in time that you think is advantageous? Do you want to go first, or are you happy to wait a little while and watch everyone else take it on first?
I love that question because it's so important to how your day is going to go, because the road conditions can change pretty drastically. For me, I like to be maybe about 5th or 6th. The first couple of competitors, they may run into animals or things like that. I know that's something that we often deal with during testing, is the element of Mother Nature on the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So kind of letting a few drivers go and then being the 5th or 6th to me is kind of the sweet spot, because if you're 5th or 6th, that is generally kind of how the conditions would have been when you're testing. So generally that's how you've optimized your car setup.
I think that's a great point. You know, the first one up the mountain, they've obviously sent the pace car up first, so they kind of see the course, make sure that there's no debris or anything. We had high winds here last year, which is a huge challenge, ended up delaying the race and ultimately shortening the course. So far, so good from what I can tell. I just heard an engine fire up across the way, which to me sounds like Philip McGilton's Ultra 4 exhibition vehicle. So, you know, this paddock is very tight. There's not really a lot of space down here, so they jam them in real tight. And once we turn them loose, it's about every 3 minutes we send a car up the mountain, and we'll get to see them along the way as they progress. And the timing and scoring, again, will give us an update every sector or so as they pass through key points throughout the course. But again, the weather here, gorgeous. Again, I've been here 4 years. I've seen the wind be a challenge. Thankfully, I haven't seen rain be a huge challenge, but it can change in a heartbeat, and who really knows what the mountain has in store. And the other thing is reliability, right? This is such a strenuous activity for any vehicle to do. Even just driving the rental cars up here, you can feel how stressed out they are. So it's definitely a big deal, and a lot of challenges here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by Where Sport Meets Community, Colorado Springs Sports Corporation, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. Experience the museum that moves you. And by Mobil 1, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
We know what your classic car means to you. Because by any metric, we share the same passion, the same commitment to keeping it on the road. Nobody beats MPD's inventory, quality, speed, and service. We'll provide you with the best restoration parts to meet your goals, on time and on budget. So if there's any doubt that we know what your classic car means to you, ours mean the same to us. Order your free parts catalog online or call now. NPD, 50 years of passion, quality, and service.
When someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Have an answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Get ready to rodeo. The NFR Open at the Pikes Peak Bust Rodeo, presented by John Deere, is where the top professional rodeo cowboys and cowgirls in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico compete to be named PRCA Circuit Champions. There's bragging rights in play and mega prize money to win. You've got to be here to catch all the action. Come to Colorado Springs, Colorado, July 14 through 18. This is where you belong.
At Bare Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. Swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold. Try them today. Get 15% off your first order at barebottomclothing.com.
How to choose a wrongful injury firm? How about the firm with among the most big verdicts and settlements in America? How about the firm with the most doctor lawyers in the nation? Choose ability and experience. Choose compassion and results. Choose Klein and Spector.
Rod End Supply is involved with a variety of motorsports as well as industrial applications with many different types of products. Since 1989, Rod End Supply has provided superior products priced competitively. Whether you're racing at the circle track or drag strip, rock climbing, or going off-road, Rod End Supply has an assortment of rod ends, radius rods, and specialty products to keep your equipment moving. Rod End Supply's experienced staff is ready and willing to help you with your needs. Their promise is to continue to provide a superior product with superior service so you can stay in front of the field no matter what it is. To learn more, go to rodendsupply.com.
This is the moment. Oh yeah, it's golden. Bringing the closer, cause we taking over. On your feet, Pro 2s are coming at you. This is a big one. They brought in the big guns.
These are bad dudes behind the wheel, and I got a lot of respect for them.
Cause we do it big, huh? This when the show starts. This where the hope spots. What a risky move. This when we blow up. We taking over.
We'll be right back after this. And with the 104th running, again, last year we had a shortened course as well, so it's been 2 years since we've seen the course run in its entirety. So, you know, for drivers that were here last year, is it a rookie all over again, Lonnie?
In some ways, yes, and in some ways, no, being that all of those drivers have gotten a chance to run the full mountain through testing. It is required of rookies that they complete each section throughout race week. So in ways, yes, but in ways, no. I think the rookies those who were rookies last year will just be looking forward to this year and getting the chance to cross Glen Cove and go all the way up to the top, because it's a special and cool feeling. And you know, when we have weather issues, as we did last year, I always divert back to the thought that the mountain decides. And it is so true. I was drawn to this race in the first place because oftentimes to me, it doesn't feel like it's competitors against competitors. It feels like it's everybody and we're trying to challenge the mountain.
Yeah, there's a saying in racing that I bring up a lot. It's like, would you rather be lucky or good? And I think you have to be both here on the mountain to get a run complete and have everything go well. And I think even if you make it to the top of the mountain, often it's, okay, well, I blew off a boost coupler on the half the way up and I had to manage it. Or in the case of Rob Holland a couple of years ago, the car was overheating the entire way up. That car was at VIR a couple weeks later running in a GT4 race with the same motor. So the grit and determination for these competitors to just get there no matter what and to push through all the challenges as we're doing right now. This is, again, unique in the world of motorsport. But again, we're working off a monitor that's a very far way away at the moment while we get some things sorted out. So bear with us while we do that. But, we talked about the classes. We talked about some of the drivers and some of the records that we're looking at as well today. The other thing is there's a couple other manufacturers we should probably point out. Ligier is here with a vehicle that I haven't seen at this event before, so that's exciting. It's also Father's Day, so happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. My dad, Andrew, and to my girlfriend's dad, Paul. I'm not sure if he's watching, but it's a special day, and I wish I could be home, to say hi to them in person, but this is the second best place to be on a day like today. And for those, you mentioned the father-son duos and the family that is involved with putting on this show. I think everyone deserves a moment to thank the people that have brought them to this place.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy Father's Day to all of those out there, and to Clint and Cody and Trevor and Dan. How cool is that to be able to share Father's Day together, doing one of the most challenging races in the world. So happy Father's Day to everybody. We're going to have a great day of racing.
Yeah, what a great day it is with the weather being so perfect at the moment. I hear more engines firing up, drivers getting things tested and just heated up, getting the oil flowing through the systems. Well, what about nerves, Lonnie? You and I were talking right before the show. Every year I get a little bit of butterflies right before the broadcast starts, but for the competitors, how much does this weigh on you the night before? Do you ever sleep the night before? Are you able to relax enough before you take on this challenge?
You know, I don't know what all of the other drivers would say, but me personally, no sleep and terrible nerves before this race. And I think it's just because at the end of the day, we all care so much about this race. So much time and preparation goes into making this race what it is. And I think that we all get nervous because we care so much. And it is a big challenge, but man, it's cool once it's done.
I did see the number 447 Ultra 4 exhibition car rolling towards the start line. So we're just moments away from our first run of the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Philip McGilton, age 47, of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, representing the US of A, a 4,800-pound all-wheel drive off-road vehicle. This is fun to have the exhibition here this year in such a cool sort of Hot Wheels way. Again, a 7.2-liter Schofield Performance engine in this thing. And again, this is going to be something that we haven't really seen before. And once this screen drops, it's 12.42 miles and 156 turns for Philip McGilton. And big moment for Philip to be the first driver up to see the challenges firsthand. And green flag and our first run of the 2026 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is underway. McGilton under the gantry and into the lower section, climbing up through the gears here and navigating this lower section of the course. This is the highest speed section here, Lonnie, and again, the precision is going to increase as you start working your way up the mountain, but this is the fastest section of the course.
Absolutely, and this is where he's just getting in a rhythm. He's trying to figure out what's underneath him. It's, again, an unknown quantity because he hasn't run for 2 days. And so right now, he's really just kind of figuring out what the car is doing, how hard he can push it, what the road is giving him. And Philip actually has a really cool story because we got word that Philip blew his engine on Friday of last week. Him and his wife flew all the way to Pittsburgh, bought an engine, came back, and put it in to get here today for the green flag. Pretty incredible.
It's just an amazing story of grit and determination for a number of competitors and teams in this paddock. But McGilton navigating the lower section here and dropping a little bit of tires in the dirt there on the right. And again, really the first real big crucial corner, in my opinion here, having watched this, is Engineers Corner, which will be coming up here in just a minute or two. And then those halfway picnic grounds, you kind of storm through. There's a whole bunch of people that are behind the bike fence waiting for Phil McGilton to arrive. And the top speed of this car won't be as high as some of the cars we're going to see later, but a lot of really great suspension geometry that gives this car a ton of mechanical grip, which, as you climb up aero, starts to drop away in performance. You don't have as many air molecules flowing over wings and things. So, having a bunch of mechanical grip in soft suspension really is an advantage, I think.
Absolutely. These Ultra 4 trucks will shine in the top section where the air is thinner and where there are bumps. So I'm really excited to see these drivers start to make their way towards the top.
On the starting line is Casey Curry, a rookie in a 2025 Jeep Gladiator, a 6,500-pound vehicle, which is definitely up there in the weight. But again, these Ultra 4 vehicles, I saw an interview with, I believe it was Casey earlier in the week, talking about how this car has really never seen pavement except for the practice and qualifying runs so far. So not only has Casey Curry never completed the entire run up the mountain, Casey has also never really driven this car on pavement for an extended period of time. There was a period, put on the rose-tinted glasses back with the road was dirt in sections, but it's been paved now, and with that comes an additional challenge, Lonnie. It takes the corner speeds and the speeds in general even higher. So checking back in with Philip McGilton up working the way towards the middle section now. Waiting for our first section time, which will sort of lay the benchmark here for our entire day of action at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
And it looks like the first section came in at a 2-minute and 18-second. So he's set the benchmark. We know what we've got now. And man, I just keep looking at that Ultra 4 truck thinking it's so funny to see slick tires on it, but that's what you need for a road like this. And he's really putting them to the test here, and it's looking really awesome.
That's a great point. Yeah, the tires. I mean, tires are a big choice when you run on. You have a tire choice in a lot of different categories, right? Typically, these cars would run with, and some of them are running with very treaded tires that are designed for gaining grip in gravel or dirt or clay or rocks even. And a slick tire, or a racing tire, is designed not to have any tread at all. I mean, it has a tread in the form of sort of a flat surface, but it's to get as much surface area on the road as possible. And especially when you're working with that much weight, the more rubber touching road, the better. Now, if it were to be raining, that wouldn't be so fun. You don't want to have a hydroplaning situation, so those treads will give water a place to dissipate. But that's a great point to point out that Philip was on a different tire than Casey Curry is on.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what's funny about Casey Curry is he's a rookie here at Pikes Peak, but he is no rookie to driving. He is a Dakar champion himself, so he knows this vehicle incredibly well. And the reason I think he wanted to come up here so bad is because it's that bucket list race to do the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
So many people in their driver profiles, they were asked why Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And they just say because it is one of the greatest events in the world. Everybody wants to do Pikes Peak. It's a childhood dream. You and I actually had a conversation about that the other day, about how cool it is to be sitting here, to be witnessing this. And for people that have grown up with it, this is just part of their lives. But for others that see it on the outside in, they want to get in, they want to be a part of this and make it their legacy as well. So Casey Curry waiting for the green flag. Philip McGilton continues trekking up through section number 2 on the course at the moment. Still no section 2 time just yet. But Casey Curry, engine firing. And that's going to make a great sound when it pulls away from the line.
Oh, absolutely. 1,200 horsepower always makes for a good launch. So that's a fun thing to watch out today, is how all of our cars launch off the start line. It's always a good sight to see here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Yeah, and the timing begins at the gantry, not when they begin accelerating. So any speed you can gain on the run to that start gantry, that will help, at least on your first section time. But see Philip using all the road on the right. Not a lot of shoulder here. But I guess the one advantage of these Ultra 4 vehicles is they're no stranger to having their right side tires at a different elevation than the left, so you can sort of get away with it a little bit. And we should expect a section 2 time here shortly. There it is, a 3:09.273. If you're looking for live timing and scoring, livetiming.net/PPIHC. And Casey Curry is off and away, beginning their climb to the top of America's mountain, Lonnie.
Absolutely. And talking about the line again, you have to decide how you want to play it. If you want to do a big smoky burnout that gives the crowd a lot of excitement, you can do that, but it's maybe not going to be as fast as if you were to have just a nice slow release from the start line.
Yeah, the other thing to consider as well, when you talk about the start and getting tires heated up too. Let's talk about that. The challenges of getting temperature in your tires. If you're running a racing slick, those generally require quite a bit of temperature. So maybe you've got tire warmers, maybe you don't, but that lower section, you've got to get your tire temp built up so you've got grip. We're going to take a short break while Casey Curry is working through the lower section. We'll be right back after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by the Colorado Springs Airport, with daily nonstop flights, fast parking, and friendly service. Colorado Springs Airport, the official airport of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, makes travel easy. Go to flycos.com for more info. And by Mobil 1, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Born from family values and a passion for performance, Cometic Gasket keeps your engine sealed so you can focus on the checkered flag. Cometic is the standard for racers who demand uncompromised reliability under the most exacting conditions. Professionals and performance enthusiasts trust Cometic to deliver race-winning performance. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Colorado Springs is home to America's mountain, America's anthem, America's military,
Dismissed!
America's team, and so much more. You're invited to celebrate America's 250th and Colorado's 150th in Colorado Springs all year long. Join the fun at coloradosprings.gov. In Colorado Springs, we shoot for the moon. We train the defenders of air and space. We secure American freedom. We compete on the world stage. We launch balloons, rockets, careers. We conquer America's mountain and spend time in a garden fit for the gods. We power the future and protect the past. There is greatness within each of us and all around us. We are Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? The days of awful chairs are over. Meet the Viper Chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. Made right here in the USA, the Viper Chair glides over any surface with large industrial-grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. The sturdy metal base provides stability and prevents tipping. Trusted by the best, Viper chairs are designed for every job, automotive, detailing, or anything else you love to do in the garage. So stop wasting your money or buying cheap shop stools and get yourself a Viper chair. Handcrafted right here in America. Save up to $475 on packages, plus deals on all chairs, carts, creepers, and accessories. Shop viperindustrial.com, that's VYPER industrial.com, and get free site-wide shipping. Don't wait, this sale ends soon.
I wear these things anywhere. I don't care how fancy it is. I'm probably gonna be wearing this shirt. So this is embarrassing how many ponchos I have in my closet right now. 60 maybe? That's probably a lot.
And welcome back to the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser. Tyler Pappas is at the summit of the mountain, and we'll get to chat with him a little bit later today. The challenges of Pikes Peak, the broadcast, there's so much going on, so many people that make this happen. But, we were talking off air, Lonnie, about how there really isn't an analog to this. It's not like a normal circuit where you can just run fiber around it and connect everything, and it's all wireless point to point. Everyone's, on the side of a mountain that the weather can change, and there's trees everywhere, and there's, not a ton of infrastructure here outside of what is brought for the event. So it really is impressive how it comes together to even get this live. You think back to the way that this was presented decades ago. It was never live, and that the live element brings a huge, immense challenge that I'm amazed that is tackled in the way that it is. But again, for live timing and scoring today, you're going to visit livetiming.net/PPIHC, and we'll continue to show you what we can in stages throughout the mountain. We've only got a handful of cameras up the way. So just rest assured, if you're looking at us, there's not a camera seeing a car. Trust me, if I could choose to not be on, I would. So anyway, the 447 of Philip McGilton. Up in section 3, a 357.828 as Lauren Healy is on their way up. And Lauren, from out of Farmington, New Mexico, you were talking about the challenges that they were facing earlier in the week, but this is the third of our 4 Exhibition Ultra 4 cars.
Man, and it's so fun to watch, and it's so fun to look at their tire choices and to, see what works engine-wise, and it's really cool to see these cars run up here, these Ultra 4 trucks. So speaking about the live timing, a huge kudos to Racer Network for putting on this live stream. Again, it's not easy. The car of 444, Philip McGilton, came in Sector 3 at a 357. Meanwhile, Casey Curry, Sector 2, a 302 compared to Philip McGilton's 309. And then Lauren Healy is just kind of making his way to crossing that first sector.
So here's the interesting thing when you're talking about who's going to win this category. Philip McGilton's first section was a 218.2. Casey Curry's was a 222, so 4 seconds slower. However, in the second section, Curry was 7 seconds faster. So the delta's about 3 seconds going into that third section. And now everyone anxiously awaits to see what Casey Curry can do in Section 3, just to see where they stack up against each other. I think given the community of this Ultra 4 community, as the checkered flag flies, and here comes McGilton across the stripe in the final section, and it is a 3:52.313 in the last section, a total time of 13 minutes, 17 seconds, and then 7/10 and change on top of that. So that gives Curry something to chase, but again, as far as communications line, you probably don't have a lot, so you're kind of driving blind a little bit.
Absolutely. In normal road racing, you have communication with your team throughout the entire time you're racing. Here at Pikes Peak, you're alone. Once you take the green flag, you're out there, it's just you in the car, and you've got to figure it out. And it's always nice to have that comfort blanket of being in communication with your team. But again, just to speak about all of the challenges that Pikes Peak brings, that's one of many.
Yeah, one of our onboards on Lauren Healy's Ford Bronco at the moment. RTR vehicles represented on the hood of that as well. Making some of the most extreme Ford products that you've ever seen as far as race vehicles go. But Lauren Healy, again, these Ultra 4 cars don't have a crazy high top speed relative to what we're going to see later, but all the mechanical grip, you see the lateral slide there, kind of kicking the car into the corner and sliding with the rear end out. That's how those cars are comfortable steering. That's really how you make speed here. And while it looks like a crawl on the straights in the corners, they're definitely generating a lot of G, compared to how heavy they are.
For me, watching the in-car video is so cool, especially of Lauren Healy here, because you can see he is working the wheel. He is putting in work here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And to mention that, again, Lauren is also, I believe, he's been here a couple of times, but he is a Baja champion, so he really knows his car control. And he's putting it to use here on the lower section of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
That's an incredible thing to bring up, actually, car control in general and the different sort of disciplines of motorsport that you see in something like an off-road rally. The kind of car control that you gain over and on the limit, where you're sliding the car around, that gives you a comfort in discomfort, right? I think there's drivers that have more experience on asphalt circuits that might not be as comfortable with extreme slip angle, nor do they have cars that are comfortable out there. So not only are the cars different, the way they drive is different, and the way you have to drive them is also different. So it's fun to see these cars slipping and sliding around, because the prototype vehicles we're going to see later probably will not be so fun to see sideways at the speeds they're carrying.
Absolutely, and that's what I love about this Ultra 4 class, is it brings a whole new element to Pikes Peak, and it's really fun to watch. I am just having a blast watching, and I am just wishing I could ride along with them, because it looks like it's so much fun.
Yeah, so while Lauren Healy continues working up, a Section 3 time for Casey Curry at 3:58.7. That's 1 second slower than Phil McGilton did. So that delta is now just 2 seconds heading into that final section. So the battle for the top of Exhibition Ultra 4 is going to be really tight. I mean, less than 2 seconds over the course of 12 miles and 156 turns. That's unbelievably close already.
Absolutely. It's amazing how close these drivers are throughout the course of a 12-mile run. It's amazing. I'm really excited to see where Casey Curry comes in time-wise. And it looks like Lauren Healy is just right in there as well. He ran a 2:12 on the bottom section compared to Philip McGilton's 2:18 and Casey Curry's 2:22. But we're waiting for that second sector to come in of Lauren Healy.
Yeah, so Lauren continues to climb. That time, actually, the first section is a good bit quicker. You mentioned that 2:12. That's 6 seconds better than McGilton, who was the quickest of the cars in class so far. And as far as declared records, there isn't anything declared for this. But here is our fourth and final competitor in the Exhibition Ultra 4 class, Paul Wolf, in the number 101 2018 UFO 4400 out of Alton, Illinois. 5,500 pounds, Chevrolet-powered 7.5-liter motor, and thundering under the start gantry to begin his climb to the top of America's Mountain. Huge slip angle for Lauren Healy there, kicking the thing out sideways and continuing the climb. As you see now, getting past that tree line pretty soon when the landscape changes a lot and the vegetation falls away and is sort of replaced by stones and rocks and boulders. We're getting closer to that for Lauren Healy once you get past that second section.
Lauren Healy just passed the mark of Glen Cove and is now headed up into the middle section. So what I like to do when I'm racing Pikes Peak is really reset myself after each section. After you run the bottom section, you almost have to wipe it from your memory and focus completely forward on the new section, because each section up on Pikes Peak runs very different. You'll see here at Lauren Healy, it's straightaways followed by tight hairpins here in the middle section of Pikes Peak, and so it provides a whole different challenge. It's how do you get off the corners really well? That's kind of the key, and it is taxing to these motors here in the middle section because it's full throttle run up to hard braking zones, and this is where the road starts to look a little bit different. You lose your trees, you lose some of your frame of references, but this is where it's really fun. It's so cool to see these drivers making their way through the middle section.
There are turns on this course that there are really not great braking markers. Checkered flag here for the second of our runners, Casey Curry, across the stripe, completing his run up the mountain, and it is quicker than Philip McGilton. It is a total time of 12 minutes, 50.1 seconds. That last section at 3:47, so 5 seconds quicker than McGilton. And then we have a new leader in the Exhibition Ultra 4 class.
Man, so great to see Casey Curry crossing that finish line. We have 2 drivers down and 70 to go. So we've got a great day ahead of us. And look at that view, man. That's one of my favorite views here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, because that really shows you just how crazy this race really is.
Yeah, you get an appreciation, even driving at pedestrian speeds right up here as you start climbing farther and further up the mountain. It is just a cliff face down hundreds and hundreds of feet. And you know, for the drivers, how much of that, Lonnie, are you focusing on that? Are you just laser focused on the next apex? You don't really probably have time to even worry about the edge of that road.
You really don't. It's funny, my dad took me up here when I was younger, and he drove me in his streetcar, and I said, Dad, how did you ever do this? And he goes, Lonnie, you just focus on the road. And turns out I figured out a couple years later that he was right. You really just focus on the road. You have your job at hand, and you have your marks that you need to hit, and you go and you execute, and you don't think about the rest.
Lauren Healy continues climbing further and further on the Pikes Peak Hill Climb course. Big slide through the hairpins again. Just pointing the nose, stomping the throttle, letting the torque do the work, rotating these big, heavy Ultra 4 cars. Again, same thing here. Watch that rotation. But again, as you climb, again, you're going to start losing a little bit of power, so carrying some momentum through the corners is also key to having a solid time here. And across the timing loop there for Lauren Healy, I believe that was section 2, or was that 3 rather?
I believe it might have been section 3, but he just crossed the line into the upper section. The upper section to me is the most challenging part of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb because it's rough, it's rugged, it looks like the face of the moon, but it is so fun. And this is where these Ultra 4 trucks are going to shine because, oh man, look, that was awesome to watch. He got pretty sideways there in bottomless pit. There is a big bump there, so maybe his car reacted a little bit to that bump. But this is where it looks like the face of the moon, and it's really challenging. But these Ultra 4 trucks shine up here because they've got such amazing suspension to handle these bumps.
Yeah, some of the drivers were asked, what do you think about the bumps up at the top? And they said, what bumps?
Right.
These cars are designed for doing much more than the bumps that you're going to see on the course here today. Now, that is in a stark contrast to some of the lower prototype style machinery that you're going to see a bit later in the race. But past bottomless pit, that is the scariest corner name other than maybe Devil's Canyon. That's a pretty, Devil's Playground rather. That's a pretty terrifying name too. But there's a lot of iron ore here in the soils, which attracts a lot of lightning when it storms, and drew that name.
Absolutely. Devil's Playground, I believe, it's known as Devil's Playground because it gets the most lightning strikes in the entire United States, which is pretty wild. And here we are racing cars up where it gets the most lightning strikes in the entire United States. Looking at our timing and scoring, Paul Wolf has crossed the Sector 1, and he was very similar timing-wise to Lauren Healy. He came in at a 2:12. 2:12.9 versus Lauren Healy at a 2:12.1. So they're looking really close as well. And I got word that Paul Wolf took his Ultra 4 truck and is running it the exact same way that he would run it in the King of the Hammers or Baja. And so that's pretty cool. I think some of the other drivers made other adjustments to the car, but I love that Paul Wolf was like, nope, this is what it is. We're going to run it. And clearly we're going to run it fast.
Run what you brung, I suppose. That's such a cool story there. And we're going to ride on board with Lauren Healy until the end of this run. The last couple of corners approaching here. Boulder Park Olympic Cog Cut Summit is where we're going to see that checkered flag here in just a moment's time. And the Exhibition Ultra 4 category has been pretty entertaining so far with times that are really close. Just about 20 to 30 seconds between the first two.
I love this view into Cog Cut here. This, of course, is where the Cog Railway comes up the mountain for tourists to visit. And typically, this is where you see a lot of drivers struggling and having issues, is because it's very difficult. It's very bumpy on the run-up, so you have to take a different line than you normally would. Same thing here. Normally, you wouldn't be on the inside coming into this corner here. You would be all the way onto the outside, coming to the inside, into the outside again. So that's why you're seeing these untraditional driving lines, is because of the bumps. You have to alter the way you're driving ever so slightly in these cars for the bumps.
And there is Lauren Healy across the line at the summit. All three cars so far have made it. And for Lauren Healy to the top of the board with a 12:03.795 and puts Lauren Healy in the Bronco to the top of the exhibition class. And wow, what a drive that was. And there's still Paul Wolf left to go. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Paul Wolf's rest of his run right after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by Pikes Peak, America's mountain. Road trip to 14,115 feet above ordinary. And the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. Experience the museum that moves you. And by the Broadmoor, the most unique resort in the world.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
At Bare Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. Swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold. Try them today. Get 15% off your first order at barebottomclothing.com.
Get ready for Colorado's biggest aviation weekend. The Pikes Peak Regional Air Show returns September 19th and 20th. Experience breathtaking aerobatics, historic warbirds, modern military aircraft, and exciting ground displays the whole family will love. Explore interactive exhibits, meet pilots, and get an up-close look at aviation past and present. Gates open at 8:30 a.m. and the show begins at noon. Don't miss the thrills, the history, and the high-flying action. Tickets and event details at pprairshow.org.
At least SafeLight can come to you for free.
They can come to me for free?
That's right. SafeLight can come to you for free, so you can get your windshield fixed anywhere you want at no additional cost. For free mobile service, go to safelight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
You've got to try the softest sneaker ever. Hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins. Sneakers that are as soft and comfy as your favorite slippers. Just step in and go with no bending down or touching. Wrap your feet in hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Are you still using your hands when you put on your shoes? Step into the future like I did with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. I just slip in and they're on. The secret is slip-ins have an invisible built-in shoe horn so your foot slides into place without bending down or touching my shoes. Then the heel pillow technology helps keep my foot comfy and secure. So they're easy and comfy, and they come in all types of styles, with and without laces. Plus, they're machine washable. So quit being one of those hands people when you put on your shoes, and try Skechers slip-ins.
I have a sickness for competition, I think. Playing Mario Kart with my kids, my wife always gives me a hard time. She's like, why don't you let them win? I'm like, can't. I don't know how my soul would function still if it weren't for racing.
That was fun. What's up, man?
Yeah. Everyone wants to win. Winning fixes everything.
Grid Lives, the stories behind America's fastest growing motorsports festival, premieres Thursday at 9:30 p.m. on Racer Network.
And welcome back to America's Mountain and the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser, and we've got Tyler Pappas at the summit of the mountain that we'll hopefully hear from a little bit later today, celebrating the victories and the successes of the day. The 12.5-mile run to the top of Pikes Peak in its 104th year. We're just waiting for cars to get rolling now, and off and away our Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama entrants are now making their way up the mountain. We've had all 4 of our Exhibition Ultra 4 cars make their way up. I think Paul Wolf is still in Section 4. Lonnie, just waiting to see the time for Paul to see where he stacks up against Lauren Healy, Casey Curry, and Philip McGilton. And live timing available at livetiming.net/PPIHC.
So we just saw Clint Vascholtz take the green flag of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And to me, Clint Vascholtz and the Vascholtz name is synonymous with Pikes Peak. Him and his family have been up here for generations. So again, really cool Father's Day story there. He is a Colorado native.
And let's quickly take a look here at Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy as a category. Here's a look. And back live from America's Mountain, and a little bit of a look at the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama category. A handful of cars in this field. Tad Cusack and Clint Vascholtz are working their way up the mountain. We're joined now by one of our special guests today from the 10th Special Forces Group Commander, Nate Jocelyn. Nate, welcome, and thanks for being here.
Thanks so much, Kyle. It's great to be here. We're really, really happy to be part of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb for the 3rd year in a row. With 10 Special Forces Group. This is an awesome and exciting day.
Yeah, it's really cool to have you guys here. And this is it feels like a very patriotic year, the 250th year of the United States of America, 150th year of Colorado. Tell me a little bit about the 10th Special Forces Group and what they do.
So our mission at 10 Special Forces Group is really to train and prepare our Special Forces teams for deployment and missions all over the world. And so we're very fortunate. Lots of those missions, right, are things away from the public eye. But today, we got one of our teams got to go up the mountain, right, and take the American flag and the checkered flags for the race up to the top. And we're really proud to be part of that and the legacy of this incredible race. And like you said, on the year where we're celebrating America's 250th anniversary, it's just great to be here and be part of it.
Yeah, and certainly this event is a team event in many ways. We talk about the competitors and all the people that make this happen. I'm certain that you guys operate as a huge team, right? And there are certainly some teams that accomplish different tasks. But tell me about the culture and the teamwork that has to happen to accomplish your missions.
Absolutely, Kyle. I mean, right, at every level, a team, right, you need trust. You have to have accountability to each other, and you have to have ownership in what you're doing. And I think we see those same kind of attributes reflected in the teams out here, the crews and the drivers that have to bring it all together to ultimately, navigate that 12 miles and 156 turns up there. I think we see a lot of the shared attributes in culture, especially that team-based element.
What's been your experience so far this year? Every year, in my experience, it's gotten bigger and better, and the cars and the drivers. As a spectator experiencing this event, what are the feelings and the experiences and the senses that you get at this event?
So I think, anybody as they get up here has to be struck with a feeling of awe and excitement. Just the mountain itself, and what you look around and see, and then the vehicles are amazing, right? But the people, I think, are really what the people is really what gets you excited about being here. It's great to see so many folks out here. It's wonderful that we have a little bit better weather this year.
Yes.
But just the excitement is electric. And as you get up here and you talk to whether it's spectators, crews, drivers, everybody is full of excitement and ready to go, and it's great to be a part of that.
There's so many stories about the competitors as we continue to watch Clint Vaschultz and Ted Cusack climb. By the way, for those watching at home, Cusack sections 2 and 3, a 235.7 and a 308.5. Clint Vaschultz still working his way up towards section number 2. But so many stories about family lineage and the teams and people that make this all happen. For you, how did you find your way into the 10 Special Forces group, and where can other people learn about it?
That's actually a great story. We were just talking a little bit with some of the spectators out here. I signed up, right after 9/11, really, and after doing my first tour, I really wanted to be part of something that was. We talked about the team-based culture, and I remembered some of the Special Forces folks that I had worked with, actually when I was a college student. Their example and the kind of people they were really drew me to want to try out, and I did. And then here, some 16, 17 years later, I'm still doing it, and I feel very lucky to be able to do it, because just like we were talking about the race, it's a community, and it's about the people.
It certainly is, and we just saw Zach Lumsden take the green flag here. 29-year-old resident of Colorado, started road racing in SRO GT4 America in 2025 in a BMW M4 GT4, runs McLaren Trophy as well, but has also done things like the Baja 1000, Dakar Rally, Pikes, and now Pikes Peak. So this is another big day for Zach Lumsden running in this category. Has run Pikes Peak before, not in this card though, Lonnie. So this is going to be new here for him this year.
Absolutely, but he is very familiar with this car because it is an M4 GT4, which he races in SRO GT4 America, actually against me all season. So that car to him feels like a glove. It feels like an old friend. So that's the perfect car to take up Pikes Peak, is one that you're very familiar with.
Well, going back to the trust that Nate brought up earlier, Nate, trusting your equipment, trusting the team around you to bring a vehicle, or whether it's equipment to the mission. Tell me a little bit about all the effort that goes into prepping for a mission, the planning to execute something like we see here.
Gosh, when you think about it, Kyle, right, most of the time, most of the effort, most of the energy is really in that preparation. And it's the same for our teams as I talk to some of the crews and drivers, right? Hours, weeks, months of preparation. And it's really the focus and the discipline of getting the little things right that make that moment of execution, those 13 minutes that are out there as our drivers are navigating this incredible course. All of that goes into making that moment happen, and that's something we see very much in our profession as well.
Navigating the hairpins here on the way up the mountain. Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama competitors continue to climb. And I want to thank the 10 Special Forces Group Commander Nate Johnson for joining us. Nate, thank you so much, as always, for being here and being a part of this. And again, where can people find information and how to learn more or become a part?
Kyle, Lonnie, thank you so much for the opportunity, and thanks to everybody that came out today. Really looking forward to catching some more of the race. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Zach Lumsden continues the climb up towards the middle section. As far as course times for the runners at the moment, Tad Cusack has completed the run in the number 115 car, and that time was a 10:51.109. That is the benchmark now for our Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama cars. Again, livetiming.net/PPIHC to follow along with us here as we watch Lumsden in the M4 GT4 continue to climb.
I believe the in-car camera you were saying just a moment ago, was Zach Lumsden.
Yes.
So that's really fun for me to watch. It's so cool that we have that capability here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And looking at Zach Lumsden versus Clint Vaschholz, their times in the first sector were nearly identical at a 1:53. Clint came in at a 1:53.9, Zach at a 1:53.0. So that's going to be a really, really good battle to watch. Tad Cusack came in at a 1:56 in the first sector, so a couple seconds slower, but we'll see how the rest of the run shakes out.
Yeah, and remember that the BMW is in a different subcategory as well. You pointed out earlier that the BMW is in the turbocharged class division, whereas Clint Vaschholz and Cusack are in the naturally aspirated category. So technically different classes running for different class positions, but all sort of GT4 homologated cars. It's a great reference point to show you the differences in force induction versus natural aspiration here. But Zach Lumsden continuing to climb. It looked like that was a timing loop right there, so we should see Lumsden with another section time here in a moment. But you're right, 0.9 of a second between Vaschholz and Lumsden at that first section marker. We saw in qualifying how close the times were across the board. I think we're going to see much more of the same here as we continue up this 12-mile trek.
But yes, that was a very good point. They aren't directly competing against each other, but that is kind of a cool thing to point out, that in the lower section, you will see the naturally aspirated cars and the turbo cars perform at a very similar level because it's at the top where that turbocharger really, really helps come into play. It looks like Carlos de Quesada just took the green flag. I know he had he had some issues during testing, but he was able to get the car back up and running, and I'm really excited to see what he does up here. He's very experienced. He has brought Allegro Motorsports alongside several other cars and drivers here to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So really, really fun to watch this GT4 trophy by Yokohama shaping up.
Unbelievable sights from the helicopter here as the checkered flags are waving. And across the stripe there, I believe that is Clint Vaschholz that has come across the stripe and should go to the top of the board. 10:42.790, quickest time so far for Clint Vaschholz in the number 81 Porsche. As we jump back on board with Zach Lumsden in the number 413 BMW. Just unbelievable sights from that helicopter there, just showing the sheer cliffs, the drop-offs, the immense geological sensations that this place offers. It is such a cool sight to behold. And there's another look from top down here from one of our camera crew showing these hairpins here. And GT4 cars are very well suited for circuit racing. They can handle bumps and curbs and things like that. First gear hairpins, not a ton of those, at least in North America. Maybe if you're out at Sonoma, you've got maybe a second gear, but this is a really challenging course even for these GT4 cars.
And a steep one at that. You know, what makes the middle section super challenging is the fact of how steep it is, followed by such tight hairpins. That basically means that you can brake later than you would originally think you could if it was a flat road. So sometimes it's a little bit visually deceiving, and you really have to try to find markers to help you do that. And it's not easy because if you brake too late, it becomes a very big immediate issue. So you need to kind of find the happy medium of giving yourself enough room, but, you know, going quick.
And you saw that car on the brakes there. One of the things, a couple of the electronic aids that these cars do have, which is of great assistance, is traction control and anti-lock brakes. So, and they're very good, high-quality anti-lock braking systems. That, you know, some of the cars that are you know, using sort of their stock ABS systems, they won't have that level of performance on the binders. You know, I'm not sure that you're going to be pushing the braking zones crazy hard into these crazy hairpins at the top of the mountain here, but Lumsden picking up speed here. But watch these hairpins. It's a little awkward for these longer wheelbase cars. You hear the kind of the tires skipping there a little bit before he gets up through the gears again.
Absolutely. He just crossed the finish of the middle section. So again, he's trying to put that out of his mind, and now he's focusing forward to the top section. So again, when I do it, I really like to think of it in 3 sections and kind of have a short memory. What's really challenging about right where he's at now is that's the entrance to Devil's Playground. So oftentimes you get a lot of dirt and dust that gets kicked up right there. And so you really have to be on your toes when it comes to that, because that could really, really help you lose a lot of traction. But now headed into bottomless pit, there's a bump right here. He releases the brakes and tries to carry maximum speed through that compression, but that is not an easy corner to navigate because it's really quick, but it is really intimidating, that one.
This is what's so great about having you alongside me, Lonnie. Just, you said there's a bump here, and as soon as you said that, you saw the camera drop, and that's right in the braking zone. So as you come up over that bump, it unseats the car, and when we get towards some of the prototype machinery later in the day that use a lot of underbody aero, that car is going to unstick, and all of a sudden you're going to get a bunch of air underneath the car that you're not channeling in the same way. So, not only are you dealing with mechanical grip, but aero grip becomes a much bigger challenge when it's not dependable. When you have all these bumps and the changes in the pavement and the fresh pavement, the transitions to it, that creates its own trials and tribulations for these drivers. But Lumsden continues to climb through the upper sections here. Not getting section 2 and section 3 times reliably here, but we are getting the full time at the top of the course. But I would expect Lumsden to be very close, if not a little bit quicker than Clint Voschultz based on that section 1 time.
So what I would like to mention is currently Laura Hayes holds the overall record in the Porsche GT4 Trophy by Yokohama class, the turbo section of that at a 10:20.487. So I know that's the benchmark that drivers like Lumsden are looking at because of their turbo-powered cars. So certainly he is chasing that 10 minutes and 20-second run.
And Carlos de Quesada just crossed section 2, 230.25. And that was Catesby Jones, I believe, that has just launched off the start-finish line under the gantry. And then it will be Laura Hayes next after that. And so you mentioned Laura Hayes, that 10:20.487. Also a record declaration for the fastest woman on the Pikes Peak hill climb at that same time, a 10:20.487. There is a number of women that are going for that record today, including Laura Hayes. So we'll keep our eyes on that as well once she goes and brings her Toyota GR Supra up to the summit. And of course, just waiting for Zach Lumsden to get all the way to the summit. Then we'll take a break and pick up the rest of Carlos de Quesada's run and Catesby Jones when Catesby crosses that first timing loop. So this GT4 class is close, just looking at the section times. Here comes the checkers for Zach Lumsden in the number 413 BMW. Waiting, and there's the checkers. Zach Lumsden across the stripe. And for Lumsden in the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama class, the time is first in class, second overall so far, 10:45.131. We'll take a break. We'll be right back just after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by the City of Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA. Gran Turismo, the real driving simulator. Proud presenting sponsor of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And by Toyo Tires.
The Colorado Springs Sports Corp inspires and elevates the Pikes Peak region. From honoring traditions like Labor Day Liftoff to organizing Colorado's largest multi-sport festival, the Rocky Mountain State Games, and hosting world-class events like the Pikes Peak Regional Air Show. Sports Corp amplifies Colorado Springs and the Pikes Peak region through the power of sport, enriching people from all walks of life and building a stronger and more connected community.
Welcome to Cruising Altitude. Colorado Springs Airport is proud to be the official airport of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Get from terminal to track in no time when you fly COS. With daily nonstop flights, easy parking, friendly service, and speedy security. It's no wonder why people are choosing the Colorado Springs Airport. So fly COS and travel easy.
I'm in poncho all day and every day. And hey, for my family, if you happen to be listening to this, you can get me some more poncho.
Big down!
If ponchos can survive summers in the South, it can survive anything.
Meet the most insightful way to never scoop again. Litter Robot 5 Pro, the next generation of litter robot. Litter Robot 5 Pro from Whisker, the greatest invention since cats.
We've devoted our professional lives to righting wrongs.
We're a company
or a person has harmed another.
For decades, our firm's had the most doctor lawyers in the country.
And for decades, we've won some of the largest verdicts in American history.
We've gotten corporations and governments to reform.
So our community and our nation is safer.
Making people's lives better is a high honor and a great calling.
We couldn't find a supplement we actually trusted, so we started Cowboy. 100% first-day colostrum, packed with nutrients that support gut health and digestion, with visible improvements in hair and skin over time. From grass-fed U.S. cows, always surplus, always cowgirl owned. This is Cowboy colostrum.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? The days of awful chairs are over. Meet the Viper chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. Made right here in the USA, the Viper chair glides over any surface with large industrial-grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest, and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. The sturdy metal base provides stability and prevents tipping. Trusted by the best, Viper chairs are designed for every job, automotive, detailing, or anything else you love to do in the garage. So stop wasting your money or buying cheap shop stools and get yourself a Viper chair, handcrafted right here in America. This Father's Day, treat yourself to the shop chair of your dreams. Deals on everything you need with fast, free shipping. Shop ViperIndustrial.com. That's VYPER Industrial.com. But don't wait, this sale ends soon.
And we continue running up America's Mountain, the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Laura Hayes, the top qualifier in the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama category in her Toyota Supra GT4 Evo 2. She begins her run chasing Catesby Jones and Carlos de Quesada up the mountain. A handful of the GT4 cars have already completed. Kyle Heyer joined again by Lonnie Unser as we watch Laura climb up. This is going to be a lot of fun because she has the chance to break that record she's gunning for, which is the fastest woman on Pikes Peak.
Absolutely, and then to continue to break her previous record that she already set, which was overall in the GT4 Turbo class. So I think she's just wanting to push that harder and harder. And I heard that she was quicker even than in 2024 this year. So it's cool to see those times start to drop even more for her. And I think it goes to show that every year you come up here to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, you learn a little bit more and you get a little bit better and you refine your approach. And that's what makes this race so cool, is you can never perfect this mountain. There's always adjusting and tweaking and how do I get better in every single section. It's 156 corners, so it's a lot. There's a lot of places that you can always be improving. And Laura is supported by Mobil 1 and Yokohama Tire. Just to mention, Yokohama has the same tire on all of these GT4 cars, so they run the AO52 tire, and so that helps even the playing field yet even further in that GT4 category.
Yeah, great, and that's a great point that AO52 is a very, very strong tire. Should note also that Carlos de Quesada, we saw him cross the line just a moment ago, went to the top of the board. A 10:37.279 is the new fastest car of the run of the day so far, and leads in the turbo subdivision of the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama class. So that leaves Catesby Jones on course and Laura Hayes on course in the lower section at the moment. And after Laura will be David Donner, who will line up next in the 000 Time Attack 1 Porsche Turbo S. Plenty more on David that we'll talk about, one of the drivers with a ton of experience here. But with Laura Hayes working her way up the mountain, let's have a look at Time Attack 1, our next class on the mountain. Here's a look. That is your TA1 category here that we're going to see in just a little bit after the completion of the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama cars. Catesby Jones continues in the upper section. Laura Hayes, you're watching from high above at the moment, navigating as we continue working our way up towards ski. and then again past the first timing line for Laura in that Toyota GR Supra. Catesby Jones, should expect to see in just a few moments, because that Section 3 time was a 3:02. That was actually a little quicker than De Quesada did it.
Absolutely. Catesby is looking very strong. And for those of you watching at home, I would direct you to livetiming.net/PPIHC/ and that will bring you to our live timing page, and you'll be able to see these times come in real time and watch with us.
Wow. Watching Laura Hayes navigate that left-hander there, just the amount of speed she was able to carry through it. I think she's got a lot of confidence in this car. Again, a car that she races weekly almost. Not the exact same chassis as far as it's a different car, but the same type of vehicle. There's David Donner in that Time Attack 1 car. And David Donner, a good friend of yours, Lonnie, 3-time King of the Mountain, 60-year-old out of Colorado Springs. And won open wheel in 1991, 2002, and 2005, unlimited in 2012, and Time Attack in 2015, 2016, and 2020. So no stranger to going fast, no stranger to winning. Again, other racing experiences, run the 24 Hours of Daytona, Petit Le Mans, plenty of other things. A very experienced driver tackling the mountain today.
I would also like to point out that in 2014, he got the production record at a 10:26.896. And so I know he's looking to get close to that or beat that today. But he is one of the greats here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. He knows this road better than most people. So I'm excited to watch him run. And man, what a cool livery he has.
It's a great looking car, and it is every year, isn't it? And they bring some fantastic looking machines. Throttle up that flat six, and off and away goes David Donner in the Time Attack 1. 2022 Porsche Turbo S was inducted into the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb Hall of Fame in 2016 as well. So we talk about the history of this event. David Donner firmly in the history books here as well. Was also the pace car driver in 2019, so that's got to be cool to do every now and then.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. I want to point out that we saw his launch off the line, and that looked like a really good, really fast launch, and that comes with the all-wheel drive. He was able to get really nice traction from the start there, which I think bodes well kind of going underneath the start timing loop.
Catesby Jones just went sailing across the finish line there. We heard the tires chirping on the binders with a new time that tops the board, 10:24.719. Again, that's livetiming.net/PPIHC. Catesby Jones, the fastest driver so far. And the Section 3 time was 2 seconds quicker than De Quesada, and Section 4 was 7 seconds quicker. Gives us a time to chase for Laura Hayes when we start to get her times across the board. It doesn't look like Sector 1 picked up, at least for me, so we'll have to wait for her to get to another section line to see where she's stacking up.
Absolutely. What a mega run by Catesby Jones. That was really cool to watch. He has to have been proud of that run. Again, very comfortable with that M4 GT4. He drives that quite frequently in his everyday life and his everyday driving. So really, really great to see that. And we're going to start to see David Donner. He's going to come across the Sector 1 timing loop here pretty shortly. And Laura Hayes, we're not quite getting a time on her yet, but I know she is quick cooking.
Yeah, she's going to be really quick. Again, top qualifier of the category, so the seeding would suggest that she would be the fastest of the cars in the class so far. And David Donner working the way through the lower sections here. This car picking up in horsepower even further. And just such a pleasure to watch David navigate this course with so much knowledge. Again, every year the mountain changes. We talked about this in the intro. There's a lot of geologic activity. The pavement wears out, the pavement changes, sections get repaved. But when you've been around as long as David Donner has, you've seen so many different kinds of changes. You've seen sections that were dirt, right? So those changes are going to, you're going to factor them in, but you're going to know when changes happen. Here's how I tackle them. You're going to have a strategy for when there's a change on the mountain. I think that's something that you can't really replace experience on the mountain here.
You can't replace experience, and those who are experienced as David Donner know that the mountain changes in an instant, and you have to be on your toes and ready for anything. It's not like you're coming around the same racetrack, every minute or two, time and time and time again. It's the first time you're seeing some of these corners in 2 days. And so there could be things like debris that comes onto the racetrack. There could be an animal that's on the side of the course. It could be anything. So the further ahead that you can keep your eyes and the more on your toes you can be, the more ready you are for anything, because this mountain, it will throw things at you that you're not expecting.
You adaptability is, I think, a key term here this weekend. And every time we're here, Donner looking very fluid at the moment, continuing his climb up through ski, and watch those barriers on the left there. Drivers using as much racetrack as they can. Here's Laura Hayes up past the tree line now, working her way through the upper sections here in this Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo 2. And I love the straight line braking, using the entire width of the road. Keep those brakes and those tires in a straight line B. That way you can kind of maximize your braking performance. You're not forcing the ABS to figure out what you're trying to get done.
Yeah, you have to. And you see how she opened up that corner by getting to the left and then turning back to the right. Exit.
So David Donner continues. Again, this road, it widens, it gets narrower at certain points. There's a little bit of shoulder here and there, but even off the shoulder, there's, as you can see there, some drainage. And pretty tough spot.
You have to be really aware where all four corners of your car is at all times, because you need to get close to those ditches, but you don't want to be in them because that causes pretty immediate issues. I want to look down onto the timing sheet and look at Laura Hayes. She just came into Sector 3 at a 2-minute 58 seconds. So that's quicker than any of the GT4 cars, which was to be expected. She did qualify here on pole, if you will, at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. We're looking at Jeff Swart there at the start of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And Jeff is, I like to call him the artist of Pikes Peak, because he's been up here for 22 years, and I'm really excited to see him run.
Yeah, great to have Jeff with us once again. The finish line waiting for Laura Hayes, and across the stripe, Laura Hayes in the GR Supra GT4. Can she go to the top of the board? She does, with a 10:17.538, and I believe that is the new record for fastest woman on Pikes Peak.
Not only that, but is it the fastest record for a GT4 car up Pikes Peak? That was incredible, supported by Mobil 1 and Yokohama tires at a 10:17. She bettered her time by 3 seconds, which is amazing in a GT4 car. So I just couldn't be happier to see that. Laura, that was a fantastic run. Huge kudos to her. Hopefully we get an interview with her later on today.
Yeah, really impressive run there for Laura in that number 282, a historic run here. Job well done for Laura Hayes in the GT4 Supra. As we watch David Donner now above the tree line, continue to climb with all the experience and the years of running on this mountain, with all the challenges that come with it. And another look at one of our next runners. That's Wart in the number 11, and then we'll be expecting J.R. Hildebrand soon as well. Cool story on that car, but watching Zwart with that Time Attack 1 Porsche navigating that lower section.
For those of you who don't have the starting order up on your phones or anything like that, the way that this is working is that we ran the exhibition class with our Ultra 4 trucks first, slowest to fastest based off of qualifying, and then we ran the Yokohama GT4 Trophy by Yokohama, slowest to fastest based off of qualifying. Now we go into all of the other divisions, run the top 3 slowest to fastest. So David Donner was the 3rd quickest in qualifying, Jeff Zwart 2nd quickest in qualifying, and then we'll see J.R. Hildebrand here line up in a moment. He was the quickest in qualifying. So that's kind of the way the running order works here, if you are wondering what the rhyme and reason is. And ultimately it's because kind of right now when these drivers are running, this is the sweet spot. So this is a really great time of day. They're used to the course during this time of day because this is when they were testing last. So this is when the road conditions are going to be most optimal and most like what they are used to practicing on.
So while Jeff Zwart continues to climb, have a look at Jeff Zwart in this feature that was done before he began his climb up the mountain in 2026.
It's a big thing. It's 12 and a half miles. It's 156 turns. It all boils down to one day. It boils down to one moment. You don't have another lap to make things up. This is on it and all in the moment, and that's what makes it different.
And experience pays on the mountain. Jeff Zwart continues his climb, chasing David Donner up in Time Attack 1. And what a fun battle between those two, Lonnie, to have them going up against each other, trying to get that class win here this year. Really fun to watch these two drivers with so much experience. Again, we have 12 rookies this year, and you have to imagine that they're going to be talking to drivers like Zwart, like Donner, to figure out, learn whatever they can learn before they tackle the mountain. As J.R. Hildebrand takes the green flag now in the 2026 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1X. This is a crazy car, and I can't wait to see what lap time or what course time it does.
What I love about this moment right now is we have 3 of the most experienced drivers on the race course at the same time. David Donner, who's been here time and time again, who's won here time and time again. Jeff Zwart, who I believe this is his 22nd year, and he's won 9 times. And just such a wealth of knowledge. And then J.R. Hildebrand, who is an IndyCar driver. I mean, this is as good as it gets. I am so excited to see when these times start to come in, because you're watching some of the greats here.
Checkered flag now for David Donner in the 000. And we'll see what David Donner can do. And to the top of the board for David Donner with a 9:53.740. What a time, what a drive by one of the most experienced drivers in the paddock. Going back to J.R. Hildebrand.
With the ZR1X this year, you know, the standard of what I expect from the car, frankly, is quite high. I know that there's a lot of performance in the vehicle. It's so well suited to this exact environment and terrain. We're not just here to go fast. We're not just here to beat the other cars in Time Attack 1. We're here to be the fastest production car ever at Pikes Peak, and to do so as convincingly as we possibly can.
J.R. Hildebrand continuing his climb in the 2026 Corvette ZR1X. If you are a fan of cars, the ZR1X is going to be on your list to check out. I mean, the competitions amongst the manufacturers as of late to make the coolest, the craziest, the most powerful, it has been fun to watch, and the ZR1X is absolutely the pinnacle of that. And Chevrolet's brought a really good piece for JR. You mentioned his experience as an IndyCar driver. He's run in Indy Lights. He's run the 24 Hours of Daytona, the 12 Hours of Sebring. You know, he's done basically all there is to do in North American road racing. So it's really fun to watch him climb up this mountain. David Donner with that 9:53.740. Again, I think was chasing production record as well, wasn't he, Lonnie? So, and that was a 10:12.024, I believe. That was recorded previously. So we'll double check that for you as we continue to watch JR continue to climb up.
Yeah, we'll have to double check that, but that might have just been the production class record at a 9:53.7. But he has 2 drivers who are hot on his heels, including J.R. Hildebrand, who is going for the production class record, and he has been on a tear, throughout the entire month in what that Corvette ZR1X can do.
All right, we're going to step away for a brief moment. We'll be right back with more coverage of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb right after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by Pikes Peak, America's mountain. Road trip to 14,115 feet above ordinary. Where sport meets community, Colorado Springs Sports Corporation. And by Yokohama Tire. Make every drive a performance.
In this challenging market, you need to be innovative to navigate buying or selling a home. That's why who you work with matters.
HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program has been a game changer for our team.
One of our clients, a young couple, found an amazing home that was only available for a short period of time.
They were able to present a fast, non-contingent offer
Before even having to think about selling their existing home and win the home of their dreams.
Unleash your GM truck's roar and add 15 horsepower and 13 pound-feet of torque with Flowmaster. Choose an American Thunder, Flow FX, or Signature Series exhaust and retain the factory control valve. It's like having 2 exhaust kits in one. Shop now at flowmastermufflers.com.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high-performance hideout for cars that crave chaos. New brakes? Check. Roll cage? Check. A spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh, you bet. Every apex we nailed, every second we shaved, it's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride. Look like fun? It is. You in?
Eibach Pro Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Featuring 2.5-inch coilovers, rear reservoir shocks, and equipped with our championship-winning race springs. Built for the most rugged and demanding conditions, the Stage 3R is developed to provide the highest level of off-road performance, maximum travel, and proven durability.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
At the start of every single race, you have those butterflies. I mean, we're doing 140 miles an hour through the desert.
Things come by you very, very quickly. It only takes that one split second that can change the whole outcome of a race for you.
Never gonna stop, never gonna quit, never give up. When I'm at the top, you gon' see what I'm about. We can either go the easy route or we could do this the hard way.
That's Baja.
Back at the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo, the first ever Renault making the climb to the summit of Pikes Peak with Valentin Simonet behind the wheel. The 2,500-pound, 3.8-liter vehicle making its first ever run, a historic run for this brand. And through this lower section, this is one of the first cars that we've got that has more aerodynamics than the previous handful of cars. And again, these sort of the efficacy of those wings and splitters and things start to reduce at the higher altitudes when the air is thinner. But for Valentin, with so much experience behind the wheel of cars like this, I think well on his way to set the pace here for Pikes Peak Open on this opening run of the day for the class.
Absolutely. Again, really, really cool to see Valentin in that car. He did race the Dakar not too long ago, so I guarantee you if we had an in-car video of him behind the wheel, he would be definitely working the wheel. He's got to have good car control if you can complete the Dakar. So really cool to see him making his way up the bottom section. It looks like we just got a Sector 3 time from J.R. Hildebrand at a 2:44.395, which currently is going to be the fastest. So really excited to see what that time comes in because he is just about to get to the top. Also a Colorado native.
Yeah, this will be a big day for J.R. Hildebrand and Chevrolet to set the pace in this class early on in that 2026 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1X. And his best finish was in 2018. in class. So if a class win would really mean a lot for J.R. Hildebrand here. Was here last year, ran a shortened course as Simone navigates the hairpins here as he approaches the tree line. And here comes J.R. Hildebrand. This is through the last handful of corners. The tires are screeching. The Corvette 01X climbing the top of the Pikes Peak summit, 14,115 feet. Here comes J.R. Hildebrand in time attack 1. What lap or what course time will it run for J.R. Hildebrand? It is top of the board, 9:30.104, 15 seconds quicker than the next fastest car. That is unbelievable.
And ladies and gentlemen, you just watched the fastest production car up Pikes Peak in history. So J.R. Hildebrand crossing the finish line at a 9:30 in that ZR1X. That was impressive. He beat that record by a good margin. So that was really, really fun to see. And we knew he was fast all week, top of the board for time attack 1. It's going to be hard to see any more competitors challenge that time in the time attack 1 division, but man, what a run.
That's a really impressive time. I know the car's got a lot of power, but there are some trade-offs there. It is a little heavier, and the fact that JR was able to wrangle it to the top in a 9:30, that is a really stout lap time for time attack 1. As we watch Valentin Simone again continuing up through the higher sections on this course, the W's, the bottomless pit, the last couple of corners as well, it's all blind up there. You're just looking at horizon. There's not really a lot of reference points. Some of the corners all sort of look the same from the driver's perspective. So for Valentin, who is a rookie here, again, learning a lot, stitching this course together for the first time in anger. But this car, again, I mentioned it's about 2,500 pounds, and with the power it makes, it is quite a fast car. And with the experience he has across a bunch of different disciplines, I would really expect him to be setting a pretty stout time for the Pikes Peak Open class. Jimmy Ford will be up next, then Billy Johnson. So there is some great competition in this category, but I would not be surprised to see the Renault on podium in Pikes Peak Open later today.
Absolutely. He is making his way through the middle section right now. Again, this is the section where it's hardest on the engine, but technically speaking, it's easiest on the driver because it's a race between hairpins. See, he really high speed up until a really hard, heavy braking, followed by a really tight corner that you normally wouldn't see in normal road racing. Generally speaking, it's their first gear corners, and it's all you can do to get through them as quick as you can, but you really want to drive into them hard and drive out of them hard, and you're just kind of waiting in the middle for the car to get rotated and go. So it's really a fun part of the racetrack, and it's also visually just stunning up there. And that's where you see all of the iconic Pikes Peak photos is in the W's and in the middle section.
And what a statement it would be for Renault as well with their first entry to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb if they were able to not only complete it but also lead their class. We'll see how long it stands, but I think that'll be really impressive for any make to show up to a race like this with so many unknowns. Again, I know that in Europe and in France and in Italy, hill climbs are, arguably, as far as their motorsports niche, maybe a larger sport there than it is here in North America, so they kind of know how to do it. But this is one of the ultimate hill climbs globally, and to show up and have that success and even get the car here running for race day is a challenge in itself. So we'll continue to watch Valentin climb up to the summit, and then we'll be watching Jimmy Ford, Billy Johnson, and others take it to him, and Renault in that RS01. So what a cool car. And, the next couple of cars are also really neat. Jimmy Ford's sort of TA2 based 2017 Ford Mustang, and then Billy Johnson running a Porsche GT3 Turbo. See a lot of Porsches on the mountain as well. Those rear engine layouts seem to be very stable under acceleration too, so there are some mechanical advantages, I think, to that. So just really neat to watch all the diversity within this class. Pikes Peak Open is a fairly open category as far as the rules. They might look like they're stock on the outside, but again, they can modify a lot underneath. Engines, transmission, suspension. They have to be based on a model built by a recognized manufacturer, though, and the exterior body pieces must be identical in appearance to the original production car. That's sort of your limitation with Pikes Peak Open that keeps you from stepping up into the likes of Unlimited.
Absolutely. You're going to see these times start to come in a bit faster than the Time Attack 1, just based off of the category. So we saw Valentin Simone come into Sector 3 with a 2-minute, 50-second time, and that is the quickest so far of the day, I believe. So really starting to get into the super fast stuff. And honestly, I am really impressed that Valentin came here his rookie year in that big of a horsepower car. That's pretty impressive to watch. And we see him here just getting into the upper section. This is Boulder Park. This is where things start to get bumpy. Things start to get interesting. And here we are at the finish line. I said Boulder Park. It was not Boulder Park. That was Olympic. But he just crossed the finish line. We should see him. He's right at a 9:59 in Pikes Peak Open behind JR Hildebrand, Jeff Zwart, and David Donner.
Strong run, so for Renault, a 9:59.903 in the opening for the Pikes Peak Open category. And have a look at the mountain there. You can see the W's in the distance. What a beautiful venue and a beautiful day here at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by Ford Racing, America's race team since 1901. Gran Turismo, the real driving simulator, proud presenting sponsor of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And by Pikes Peak Region Attractions, more than just a mountain.
When someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Have an answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
This place will devour the unprepared, leaving hopes and dreams in crumpled heaps at its feet. But once a year, the adrenaline-starved few reappear, ready for their feast.
Hello and welcome to the Museum of American Speed in Lincoln, Nebraska. I think what really sets us apart is our museum tries to pay homage to the grassroots racer and hot rodder. And so we have all kinds of exhibits here that talk about that, but we also have one of the largest collections of pedal cars, art, sculpture, and a lot of other things that kind of tie into automotive culture. And I hope everyone out there watching this will come pay us a visit and just see what makes this museum so special.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? The days of awful chairs are over. Meet the Viper chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. Made right here in the USA, the Viper chair glides over any surface with large industrial grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. The sturdy metal base provides stability and prevents tipping. Trusted by the best, Viper chairs are designed for every job, automotive, detailing, or anything else you love to do in the garage. So stop wasting your money or buying cheap shop stools and get yourself a Viper chair. Handcrafted right here in America. Save up to $475 on packages, plus deals on all chairs, carts, creepers, and accessories. Shop ViperIndustrial.com, that's VYPER Industrial.com, and get free site-wide shipping. Don't wait, this sale ends soon.
Born from family values and a passion for performance, Cometic Gasket keeps your engine sealed so you can focus on the checkered flag. Cometic is the standard for racers who demand uncompromised reliability under the most exacting conditions. Professionals and performance enthusiasts trust Cometic to deliver race-winning performance. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
How does Klein Inspector get among the most big verdicts and settlements of any law firm in the country? Because Klein Inspector is an award-winning team with 5 doctor lawyers, the most of any firm in the United States. And that's why the New York Times calls Klein Inspector a powerhouse law firm. So if a defective product, motor vehicle accident, or medical malpractice caused a catastrophic injury, call Klein Inspector.
Pikes Peak Open, one of the unique categories here that the cars look very stock on the outside, but very modified all the way to the limit underneath. Waiting for Jimmy Ford to get his green flag, the 15th runner of 72 here today at the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Then Billy Johnson, and then we move to a couple open wheel cars. Cody Voschultz and Dan Novembri are the cars that will be coming up right after that. And then we move back into some unlimited cars that I know spectators at home are waiting for. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser. Again, it's been a challenging day from a technical side here. Again, the mountain does not make the broadcast side of this easy. We appreciate everyone's patience. If you're looking for live timing and scoring, livetiming.net/PPIHC. Jimmy Ford gets the green flag and begins his 12.5-mile trek up towards the summit, 14,115 feet.
Again, at this point, Jimmy is just getting an idea of the car underneath him. It's been 2 days since he's run this car on the mountain, so he's really feeling the tires under him. He's getting an idea of how much grip the road has and starting to kind of ease into it, but I say ease into it very lightly in the fact that you have to take the green and you have to go hard from the green flag. So there's not really any easing into it, but there is in the sense that you really have to kind of get used to the car under you.
Yeah, just noted at the start line there, they were investigating a little puddle of something, and that's a nerve-wracking moment. This happened to me a couple of weeks ago with my own car. I did my own oil change and didn't get it quite right, and there was a little bit of a drip. And you saw the crew member reach down just to sort of feel with his fingers, is that coolant, is it water, is it oil? And you hope, that car wasn't sitting there for all too long, but if it's dripping at that rate, maybe 10 minutes is fine, but beyond that, you see the oil dry going down now. So that is nerve-wracking, and you just hope it'll hold for this 12-mile climb up the mountain. But it's going to put a lot of stress and a lot of pressure on your oiling system, on your cooling system. As temperatures climb, and as you have less air to cool things, temperatures run hotter, oil gets thinner. If you have a leak, it's only going to get worse. So we'll hope, for Jimmy Ford's sake, that he can manage it all the way to the top. I don't envy that position right now.
No, and my guess is Jimmy is already aware of whatever is going on in his car. We have really sophisticated data systems in most of these cars that will tell you kind of what's going on at every moment. So he's probably right now managing that or trying, honestly, not to worry too much about it. I know that when I've run here in the past, it's like, if you get warnings, yes, pay attention to them, but you really, really still have to keep as much focus on the road as possible and run that car for as long as it will go. Because everybody here has spent months and months and months of preparation to get here, and you don't want it to end in a way of being worried about some coolant on the ground or things like that. So you gotta focus forward, but you gotta also kind of really pay attention to what's going on in your vehicle.
I think in some sense, you just have to just go with the flow, right? If it's a problem that you can solve tomorrow, solve it tomorrow, right? I think you're going to have to run it as is in some ways here. So while Jimmy Ford is working his way through the lower section, the next car on the line is Billy Johnson in the number 122 Porsche GT3 Turbo Cup, nicknamed Lucy. And I mentioned Billy Johnson's experience earlier. He's a driver coach. He's run in IMSA and Gran and SRO and all sorts of other categories. He's run in NASCAR before, in stock cars. And so he's seen a wide variety of disciplines and a wide variety of courses. So he's in a really great spot in Pikes Peak Open to go up against Valentin Simonet and Jimmy Ford, even though, like Valentin, he is a rookie to the mountain. So glad to have him here with us this year. His Porsche is the 3.8-liter Porsche engine, for those that are interested, as we up the mountain.
And you know what, Kyle? I'm really glad to see Jimmy Ford. Looks like there is nothing stopping him. He looks like he's right on pace, which is a very, very good sign after that concerning bit of fluid on the start line. So glad to see that. You can see him using every single inch of this road here at Pikes Peak. Jimmy has been quite fast here on the lower section throughout all of practice. You see him get a little bit sideways there. That means he's on the limit of grip, right? And that's how you have to be if you want to drive this race fast. If you want to get to the top fast, you have to be on the limit of what's possible and what's not possible, because he's got really strong competitors. So he knows today that he has to give it his all.
big slide for Jimmy Ford. That was a huge moment, taking it all the way out to the edge of the racetrack. Absolutely on the limit. That was fun to watch. Jimmy continuing to dig. And here's the saying I always have people tell me. It's like, if it's leaking oil, that means it has oil in it. And if it's got oil in it, you can run it. So Jimmy is leaving nothing out there at the moment as Billy Johnson pulls up to the start line here.
Absolutely. And Billy has been super fast all month. He's running for Allegro Motorsports, and that team has a wealth of knowledge throughout all of motorsports. They've run an IMSA in a bunch of different categories, and so they're gonna set him up for success here, and I'm excited to watch that run happen. I was lucky enough, I got to drive Lucy in 2024, and man, what a car. It's built by BBI, and one of the most fun times I've ever had in a car is in Lucy, so I'm excited to watch that run happen.
Billy Johnson waiting to go as Jimmy Ford works his way up past the tree line. There's the Porsche 911 to Billy Johnson, waiting nervously. Engines fired and off and away. Billy Johnson begins his run, his rookie run, up to the top of the Pikes Peak hill climb under the start gantry in a hurry with that flat six purring. One of the best sounds in motorsports is a flat six Porsche engine.
And you got to be in a hurry up here, that's for sure. And Billy Johnson, Jimmy Ford, they are both in a hurry because they have been wicked fast all month long. As you see Billy Johnson making his way through the lower section. He was really fast here. He qualified with a 3-minute 50-second lap time, if you will, on the lower section. And we'll see where he comes in timing-wise in the lower section, but he looks quick. This car doesn't have ABS, so that's something that you need to factor in as a driver. I don't believe Jimmy Ford's car has ABS either, so you can't really rely on those systems that you would, say, in a GT4 car. So that adds a different element, and it adds a little bit of a level of skill there as to how do you brake nice and hard but not locking up the tires.
Good old-fashioned threshold braking as well, right? I mean, just finding the limit without locking those front tires. And if you get a flat spot in a tire, there is no fixing it. You just have to run it. And if you were to get a flat spot, every time you hit the brakes again, the tire is going to continue to stop on that spot and make it worse and worse. So it requires a little bit of extra attention in the braking to not have that particular problem. But Billy Johnson looks really good at the moment. And this car looks super glued to the ground. Huge rear wing on the back of this car. And it's going to help a lot in the lower section with the high speeds that we're operating with. All the aero, the faster you go, the more it's going to work for you. As you climb and as you get up into the upper sections and the corners slow down, the aero is less and less important. It's all about mechanical grip and the balance of the car, the tires that you have. At this lower section. So Billy continues to climb, working towards that first section, and was 4/10 quicker than Jimmy Ford in section 1.
Man, that's a close race if I've ever seen one. Really excited to see the battle ensue between these two. Both cars, again, just phenomenal race cars, super fast, big aero, and the arrows in the bottom section, the arrow is where you're gonna find it work the best for you, especially since it's very high speed, very flowing. There are some hairpins, but that arrow works nicely for you. And then when you get to the middle, it's less about the arrow, more about getting off those hairpins really nicely. And on the top, to me, is about survival. It's how do I survive the bumps? How do I go as fast as I can without, risking your run? Because you've made it that far, you want to make it to the finish line.
That Porsche is fast. You can tell just by looking at it, the way it's blasting through the trees. What a phenomenal drive for Billy Johnson so far. Section 2 for Jimmy Ford, a 2:14.817. And we'll see if Billy Johnson can match it. They are competing in Pikes Peak Open, chasing Valentin Simonet in that Renault RS01. So all together in that Pikes Peak Open class. Now, after Billy Johnson runs, we've got some of our open wheel runners. We won't return to Pikes Peak Open cars until Andy Kingsley, which is the 34th runner. We are currently working number 16. So it'll be a little while until we see the next competitor for Pikes Peak Open.
Another thing to take in account for Pikes Peak is on race day, you have fans lining the side of the road, which you never do in testing. So it adds a whole nother element because you get some of your visual references taken away and everything starts to kind of look a little different on race day. So that's one of the things that the rookies handle well. And it's one of the things that, oh man, that was awesome. Jimmy is giving it 110% into Olympic and into the finish line. We will see where he lands. Man, that looked cool.
Jimmy Ford completes the run, goes to the top of the board, 9:23.882. What a drive by Jimmy Ford. And that was a good bit faster than his previous best, which was a 9:40.6. So that was impressive. What a drive. And Billy Johnson will have to chase that. Next runner is that's the number 31. I thought I saw it launch off the line there. We'll get another look at it here in a moment. But there's Billy Johnson in the Porsche. Watch that car from left to right, using every inch of the road, even the little bits of shoulder that are there. This is a fast car. Well, we're gonna get ready to step away for a brief break here in just a moment's time. The 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb will resume in just a moment. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by the Colorado Springs Airport with daily nonstop flights, fast parking, and friendly service. Colorado Springs Airport, the official airport of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, makes travel easy. Go to flycos.com for more info. And by Mobil 1, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
I wear these things anywhere. I don't care how fancy it is. I'm probably going to be wearing this shirt. This is embarrassing how many ponchos I have in my closet right now. 60, maybe? That's probably a lot.
Meet the next big little thing. Litter Robot Evo. Whether you're studio living or just looking for a discreet space to tuck your cat's bathroom, Evo can fit there. Oh, and also there. Litter Robot Evo. Big things in a little package.
Keep it cool under the hood and improve your performance with titanium exhaust wrap from DEI. Used by industry-leading builders and race teams, DEI titanium wrap is the ultimate solution to control searing exhaust heat. Titanium exhaust wrap from DEI. Available at these fine retailers.
No hill climb experience is complete without a visit to the Penrose Heritage Museum to see the official race car and memorabilia collection of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Get up close and personal with hill climb history through this immersive experience, including both vintage vehicles and modern feats of motorsport engineering. Witness the stories and memorabilia that make the race to the clouds come to life. With free admission and free parking, there's no reason to miss out on one of Colorado Springs' best attractions. Visit our website to learn more.
For 70 years, the Pikes Peak Marathon has tested the toughest. 26.2 grueling miles to the summit of Pikes Peak and back down, through the ache, the altitude, and every mile that dares you to turn around. The Pikes Peak ascent isn't just a race, it's a relentless climb into the sky. One step, one breath, one heartbeat at a time. Pikes Peak is known to be the ultimate challenge endurance racing, drawing athletes from around the world. From first-timers to seasoned legends, all who reach the top become part of something bigger, because when you conquer Pikes Peak, you earn your place in history.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're using the right tools for every job, and you can find them all at Summit Racing. Because built with Summit means you have thousands of tools from the most trusted names in the automotive industry. Everything from basic hand tools to advanced diagnostic and repair equipment, all with blazing fast shipping. So you're not waiting to finish the job. From plumbing and electrical to paint and body, build it with quality tools from summitracing.com.
This is the moment. Oh yeah, it's golden. Bringing the closer, cause we taking over. On your feet, Pro 2s are coming at you. This is a big one. The
brought in the big guns.
These are bad dudes behind the wheel, and I got a lot of respect for them.
Cause we do it big, huh? This when the show starts. This where the hope spots.
What a risky move!
This when we blow up. We taking over.
The noise, the color, the smell, everything about it captivated me so much. I told my dad there and then, I'm going to be a racing driver.
Unfiltered stories from the ones who took the risks.
I punctured my lung. I thought first that I can't race because I can't breathe. But I said, okay, I just bite my tongue and do it. Okay, there's my right leg. It's broken, I can see, but it's still there. Yeah. I get to my left arm and I cannot feel my left arm.
It would start to rain and you'd be the first guy to go to slicks. And I'd be like, he's freaking nuts. When it's just purity and you're on the dirt and you're sliding, like that is, I love it. You finish first and second.
Right, it sounds like a bit of an Irish joke, doesn't it?
Racers Unchained with Paul Tracy. Mondays, only on Racer Network.
Category. Pikes Peak International Hill Climb continues with open wheel on track now. In our Fast 15, we work our way up the mountain. Billy Johnson just went to the top of the board in Pikes Peak Open with a 9:12.723. And now Merle Swan on course. And Cody Vaschholz has also taken the green flag. Merle Swan's first two sections, 1:39.572 and 2:16.1. Times very similar to Billy Johnson at the top of the board. So this is going to be a good run here for Merle Swan if that pace continues.
Of course, they're not competing against each other, but it's always bragging rights, right? Who can finish the highest, right? You want to be the highest finishing position possible despite what class you're in. But man, Billy Johnson with a 9:12.7 is blistering fast. That was really cool. Cody Vaschholz had his father, Clint, just run in the Pikes Peak GT4 by Yokohama. Cody is a third generation up here on Pikes Peak, so that's pretty special. He started by driving bikes, and then he now has this car, which is the Vaschholz Family Special, and it is fast.
And yeah, Vaschholz had run that car in Time Attack at Grid Life at Laguna Seca in the past. It was a blast to see it on a circuit. Here comes Merle Swan through some of the hairpins in the middle section. And these open wheel cars sort of very true to the original cars that were here back in the early 1900s that started things off here. So in some ways things have changed, but not all that much. But is that Dan November? Yes, it is, on the starting line waiting for the green there. Dan was one of the fastest drivers in qualifying in the run-up to the week, felt very confident. In 2025 was a Fast 15 qualifier and ran a 3:57 on the shortened course. Had a DNF in 2024 running in the unlimited class, but is now back in open wheel as he was last year.
Dan November has the fastest time of a 9:27, so I think today, if anybody is going to, if they can beat it today, if Dan can beat it, he's going to beat that time today. But you look here at Cody Vaschholz, and that car is dancing. A lot of drivers like to think of this as a dance up the mountain. You're always trying to be on that limit of grip, and certainly we're seeing
and burning, and that left rear tire was smoking, spinning up the rear wheels. That means he's got power on tap, extra power that he can't quite put to the ground. It seemed like it was just the left side though, so maybe the differential, maybe spinning up that outside wheel. But it's fun to watch this car because it's so purpose-built for hill climbing. It's such a short wheelbase, it allows it to rotate on a dime like that. Where some of the longer cars struggle through the tight hairpins, this car does not. It's got a ton of aero, but it's short. The combination you don't really see outside of hill climb competitions. But Cody continues the climb while Dan November awaits the green flag for his open wheel entry. Cody's first two sections, a 138.1 and a 212.169. And Dan November, with sticker tires, is off and away and begins the climb to the summit of Pikes Peak.
Absolutely. Cody's car is going to shine here in the middle section just by seeing how well it rotates, that short wheelbase, that nice amount of aero. He's really going to start to get into his own here in the middle section.
and the speed that car carries as well on the straightaways. We just mentioned how much extra power it has, and because it's purpose-built car, it's also very light for what it is as well. So the balance of power and weight and getting power to the ground is also important. Here comes Merle Swan through the last few corners up to the summit, to the checkers. The first of the open wheel competitors to cross the finish line. Start line's 12 miles away at the bottom of the mountain. And Merle Swan will finish the race in 2026 with a 9:30.320, fourth overall, and now leading in open wheel, pending Cody Vaschultz and Dan Novembri. And watching Cody navigate these hairpins, this is where this car really starts to shine. You mentioned it in the middle section and the upper section as well. Huge aero, trying to just scoop the air, press the car to the ground, and then has a lot of mechanical grip as well. There's Novembri in this bottom section. That's where that Wolf is going to be most comfortable, but longer wheelbase, a lot of aero. It's going to stick to the road like glue down here.
I love that you mentioned Cody Vaschultz getting off the corners, because if I'm not mistaken, they just added a turbo. Deliver the power nicely there out of the tight hairpin corners, and that's probably why you saw some of the wheel spin.
Another note is that car runs E85, so mostly ethanol fuel, which you generally has a bit more power. You can ethanol convert your car at home. There are ethanol kits that do that. Why would you want to do that? Well, you can make more power with it, and the side effect is that ethanol burns cooler. So at the high elevations, when you can't cool your engine as effectively, running ethanol will actually help keep the engine temperatures down. That's critical for a purpose-built car like this. It is a little bit less energy dense than gasoline, though, so you end up using a little bit more. So carrying a little extra fuel in a trade-off for more power and a little bit cooler running temperature. So it's so fun to watch everyone, sort of pick and choose what fuel they run, what tires they run, and things of the sort. But Cody's on his way up to the top. You're looking at Cody Powelson in the Striker as he gets ready to go. And one of our first unlimited cars you're going to see here in a little bit. Let's have a quick look at our unlimited field here in 2026. Cole Powelson waiting at the start line for Unlimited, while Dan Novembri continues in the lower section in the open wheel category. I mentioned that 2025 Striker RXX, maybe it's RX20, but Cole, 40 years old, out of Cottonwood Heights, Utah. And this is his 10th year running Pikes Peak, so a very experienced driver. His rookie time, 12 minutes, not bad as a rookie to run that back in 2000. Best time, a 9:33, kind of right in line with what we've seen so far. And I think he's in a good spot with that Striker. He's run it a couple of years now. I think he'll be in a good spot. Here's Novembri now working his way towards that middle section now in the open wheel category. One of the fastest cars we'd seen in the Fast 15 in this class, so seating tells you he should be on top, but the mountain decides.
There's a good battle that's shaping up between Cody Vaschultz and Dan Novembri. It looks like Cody Vaschultz ran a 138.1 in the first sector, whereas Dan Novembri ran a 132.5. But then going on to the second sector, Cody was a little bit faster than Dan at a 212.1, whereas Dan was at a 215. So this is going to be interesting. I think both of their cars shine in different places. But Dan Novembri, he is certainly a veteran up here. This is his 18th year running the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. His debut was a Wells Coyote in 2019, and he's now racing in that open wheel beast. So I'm excited to see how this shakes out.
Checkered flag, and Cody Vaschultz completes the run to the summit in the open wheel category and goes to the top of the open wheel class, second overall so far with a 9:16.344. That is a really solid time for Cody. His best time ever was a 9:19, so that is 3 seconds quicker, a personal best for Cody Vaschholz. That's a great run.
I think you're going to see that a lot today. I think a lot of drivers are going to do their best time, and that's what makes today so great. I think coming off of last year when we had the course shortened from the wind, this is really cool to see the road running so fast, and this is what the Pikes Peak Hill Climb is all about, breaking records and going fast.
It just feels like the pace of the race is just fast today, right? I mean, the last couple of years, there was a couple slowdowns and things in the beginning of the day, but we are flying right now. 20 drivers have tripped the timing loop so far of the 72. So on pace for a very fast day. And now we've got 8 drivers below the 10-minute mark, which that was an unheard of time not that long ago. And here we are already with almost half of our competitors beneath that time as 10 November slips and slides in the upper section, pushing the limit of that wolf. What a drive so far for November.
Man, it's clear to see today that in order to be on the top, you've got to be right on the limit, and we see Dan November doing that. He is pushing that car to the absolute limit, you know, because he's trying to put the power down as soon as he can, and that's why you see the rear end do what it's doing. But man, it's fun to watch.
You know, we saw that with Billy Johnson as well and a couple other drivers absolutely slipping, sliding, pushing the limit. Cody Vaschholz as well. When you're comfortable in your car, you can push. And my buddy Greg Kramer always told me that comfort breeds confidence and confidence breeds speed. And we're seeing that right now. The drivers are confident in their cars. They're confident in the conditions. They're not having a whole lot thrown at them besides the mountain. So this is what they've tested for. This is what they've practiced for. And there's not a whole lot of other variables that are impacting things yet. A lot of time left to go as Tom Tang lines up in the number 178, the 2002 BMW E46 M3. Tom Tang out of Newark, California, age 37. And this is his third year running Pikes Peak. His best time, 2024, at a 10:31.372. So that's his benchmark. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by the City of Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA. Eibach, made in the USA and engineered to win. And by Visit COS. Discover Colorado Springs outdoor adventures and affordable family fun. Visit COS.com.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide step footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins with no bending down or touching your shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-ins.
If you don't want to leave your garage because you're not confident in your insurance, you need to call Grundy Insurance. We're car guys, taking care of car guys, and collector cars are our specialty. Imagine saving more than 50% on your insurance with no depreciation, no deductible.
Grundy Insurance, the gold standard for collector cars since 1947. Give us a call.
Forget the warm-up. DirecTV got hot. They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone. Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
How old are you?
11.
That was great. That's awesome.
Bare Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. Swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold. Try them today. Get 15% off your first order at barebottomclothing.com.
Basically, this around a lap is what you've got as far as time attack. We're going to take a break in a moment, and we'll be right back after we deal with the Bigfoot sighting over there. We'll be back in a moment. Well, maybe it's not Bigfoot, so we're all good. What is that, Lonnie? Help me out here. It's not Muffles the Marmot, I know that.
I don't know the name of this fellow specifically, but the mascot of Pikes Peak, if you will, saying hello to the kids. What's so exciting about this race is that people have their entire families come out here to watch the Pikes Peak hill climb, and it's something that families have been doing together for generations. So it's so special, and I know all of us drivers want to inspire the next generation of drivers.
Watching Cole Powelson continue his run. A little smoke out the back of that car. Doesn't seem like a concerning amount, but that striker definitely has something coming out from behind it. All the while, Tom Tang continues his run.
Cole Powelson did run this car last year, but he's made massive improvements in the offseason, so I think he's going to see some good times out of his run today. So I'm excited to see him get to the checkered flag.
And this car will feel very at home in the lower to middle section of this course. Some of the faster sweeping corners where it can use that arrow. This is a larger car. The E46 isn't small dimensionally, but it's such a popular choice because of its reliability in road racing, in intense environments. It's very happy at high RPM. It's a great handling race car, great balanced race car. So in time attack form, they are very competitive, and I think we're going to see that with Tom Tang, sort of setting the stage for production-based Unlimited. Now, we mentioned that Unlimited is split into 2 subcategories now: Unlimited Production and Super Unlimited. And one of the next cars that we'll expect to see is Romain Dumas in the number 125, the Ford Mustang Mach-E, which is also running in the same category as Tom Tang. So talk about going up against firepower. Ford and a multi-time Le Mans winner going right up against you in your E46. What a day that has to be for Tom Tang.
I know personally how Tom Tang is feeling, but I'm so excited to watch Romain do his run. Of course, he is the overall record setter at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb at a 7 minutes, 59 seconds, all the way back in 2018, and nobody has been able to beat it since. I maybe have a feeling today could possibly be the day. I know back in 2018, the top was a little bit smoother, so I know the road has lost a little bit of speed, so whether that's possible or not, I'm not sure, but I would love to see that record be broken.
For Ford Racing, this is a big day. It's a big day every year. This is a proving ground to show the world what Ford can do. That number 125 on the side representative of 125 years of Ford, and celebrating, again, a big milestone for them. It's the 150th year of Colorado, the 250th year of America, 125 years of Ford. A special day for a special driver. Romain Dumas, 5-time King of the Mountain, holds 5 different records, and off the line under the start gantry, the Ford Mustang Mach-E is on the way to the top of Pikes Peak.
Man, what a sight it is. This is some of the best driving you're going to see today, right here coming in the next few drivers. It's fast. They have to be so on their toes. They have to be ready in an instant to catch the car if it slides out. And they are really, really driving those cars to their limit. And the limit of those cars are very, very high. So watching it is cool.
Cole Powelson up at the finish. And for Cole, let's see where he landed. 11th overall, and obviously will lead Unlimited production based right now with a 10:18.356. That is the benchmark for production based Unlimited that Tom Tang is chasing now. So again, setting the benchmark, everyone else is going to be chasing that time. So for Tom Tang, just for reference, a 146.2 was section 1. Romain Dumas, we'd expect to see on the timing board pretty shortly if he's going to go faster than that, and I have a feeling that he will.
That Ford Mach-E super vehicle has so much, oh no, Tom Tang getting sideways. Hopefully he can get it back on the road. It looks like things might be okay. Of course, that's going to slow him down, but man, I'm so grateful that didn't end up worse. It looks like now we're watching Romain make his way up. I think everything should be okay with Tom Tang, but red flags are always something that you have to keep in mind, and that are a possibility up here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Of course, if you get a red flag, you get turned around and get a chance to take the start again.
That was a big moment for sure. And he's still running. I mean, this is, what a recovery. He was off the course, almost in the side of the mountain, but Tom Tang getting right back up on it and to the finish. That will be the ultimate goal. But Romain Dumas, first section, 127.913. That's 5 seconds faster than even Dan Novembre did it. So that Ford Super Mustang Mach-E is flying right now in the lower section. Look at that thing accelerate. Just unbelievable power from those electric motors here. What a cool car. And the driver, look at him dropping the tires in the dirt, using as much of the road as he can.
Man, again, you really see how he's on the limit. You see some wiggles in the car going into the brake zone. That means he's braking at the very last second. That means he knows his brake markers to a T. And he is so experienced at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. He knows this place. He knows every rock, every tree. He knows this place, I'd venture to say, better than anybody, considering the fact that he is the overall fastest man to ever go up Pikes Peak. And you can see why, because he is pushing that Mach-E to the very limit.
Five-time King of the Mountain, holds 5 different records, including unlimited. In 2018, that time was a 7:57.148. But this is an incredible drive so far for Romain Dumas. Someone that has so much experience, competed in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Nürburgring, the 24 Hours of Spa, Sebring, the Dakar Rally, WRC. I mean, this is a driver that has done everything there is to do under the sun in road racing, and paired with a manufacturer that has done everything there is to do in racing, period. I mean, this is such a stout combination. And every time you see this on the entry list, whatever Ford brings, it's a threat for the overall run. And again, Romain chasing a 6th King of the Mountain this year. That thing looks so planted, so glued. As the next driver on the line, that is Franco Caruso, a rookie on the mountain, taking the green flag in the 2018 Nova Proto NP01. And in the dirt right after the start there, a cloud of dust kicked up, but Dumas now carving his way through the upper section.
What I love about Pikes Peak so much is you encounter a surface that you wouldn't in any other form of racing, because it's normally open to the public, so it's going to be a little bit dirtier, a little bit less grip than you would typically find on a road course. There's also a pretty significant crown in the road, so that factors into the way you drive it. And again, because it's a little bit dirty, sometimes you see those big dust clouds behind cars, and to me that's really cool, because that also shows the downforce of the car and how much downforce that car does have. As Tom Tang is making his way into the finish, hopefully Tom Tang crosses that line and is pleased with the time. I'm excited to see him get to the finish line.
Well, I hope there's enough air at 14,000 feet for the sigh of relief that Tom Tang is going to breathe after that close moment in the middle section. And for Tom Tang, 10:06.413 now leads unlimited production based, but for how long? With Romain Dumas continuing to climb up to the W's here and on his way to the finish here. Tom Tang's best time before was at 10:31.372. So a big pickup for Tang here, and everyone that's in the paddock that sees these times knows the mountain is happy today. There is absolutely time to be had, but don't step over the limit. Look at Romain Dumas on the brakes, flying through with a 125 Super Mustang Mach-E.
Man, I love watching this section of the racetrack. This is really where an electric vehicle can shine because it gets it nice and slow down, but he's got weight on the tires that helps him get off the corners really, really well. And the power delivery in an EV is really great because it's very predictable. So if you get to the throttle, it gets to the throttle very smoothly. And that is going to be really beneficial to Romain Dumas in the middle section.
A driver that's chasing records. It's chasing to be the fastest driver once again. The time to beat to be the top seed is 9 minutes, 1.689 seconds. Based on the section time so far, it's going to be much faster than that. It'll be somewhere in the mid 8-minute range. It could be better than that even, depending on this last section. So everyone anxiously and nervously awaits to see what Ford and Romain Dumas can do. They put together a great combination of drivers and teams. And let's have a look at the Super Unlimited field here this year with this new division of the Unlimited class. So Unlimited into Super Unlimited, two different divisions of the Unlimited category. Welcome back to the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, waiting for Romain Dumas to come across the finish line in pursuit of a 6th King of the Mountain championship. Lonnie, this is going to be so much fun to watch when we see him carve through Olympic and make his way back around to the end. Everyone will be watching that timing screen. Expectations, I'd say, mid to low 8-minute mark. This will be fun.
Earlier in the week, we asked Romain what the Pikes Peak Hill Climb means to him, and he says it's a dream. And we're going to see his dream of the 2026 Pikes Peak Hill Climb running, taking the checkered flag. Where is he going to end up? I'm so excited to see.
Dumas across the finish line of the Ford Super Mustang Mach-E. Without a doubt, it will be the fastest time so far. Where will it land? Top of the board, 8:18.202. What an unbelievable time for the number 125 Ford Super Mustang Mach-E. That is crazy, 8:18.202. That's fast.
12 miles up the mountain to 14,000 feet in 8 minutes and 18 seconds. It's kind of hard to believe, but Romain Dumas did that Mach-E justice because, man, that was not only really fun to watch and watch him be at the limit, but it's cool to see the time. Man, what a good run. This is a good year. It's nice weather, beautiful day, and the drivers are doing fantastic.
So much fun so far, and there's still fast times to come. But you made a great point there that the weather is perfect for this. The drivers seem to be really in the zone. But for Romain Dumas, the challenge for him now is his work is done. And now you have to sit on the top of the mountain and watch that timing screen as Franco Caruso and the other Super Unlimited cars make their way up the mountain. And there's a lot of weight difference between that Super Mustang Mach-E and some of these NPO1 prototypes that are about to make their way up the mountain, and drivers that have a ton of experience in Italian hill climbs, including Simone Fagioli, who was last year's top runner. So there's a lot of anticipation for the times we're going to see up here shortly, but what a drive for Dumas. And I would just like to point out that that car is a much different vehicle than he took to that 757 in 2018. Not that different in time. I mean, 20 seconds, the difference in vehicle, that's incredibly impressive that he was able to muscle that car to the top in that amount of time.
Absolutely, and we've got some heavy hitters coming up that are going to be going really, really quick here today. I believe in the last 12 years, 9 times has either Romain Dumas or Robin Schut taken the King of the Mountain. So the battle between them is going to be so fierce. And then Simone Fagioli, he won last year up here. So he is no rookie to this either. He's a 19-time European hill climb champion. So we've got fast driver after fast driver, fast car after fast car, and it's just a treat to watch. We just got word that we're under a red flag condition right now. We will update you as we know, but chances are Franco could have gotten turned around. Something could have gone on. Again, we'll keep you updated as we get that information.
And for the moment, we're going to step away. We'll be right back with more Pikes Peak Hill Climb coverage right after this.
I need more energy.
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Pikes Peak, America's Mountain, road trip to 14,115 feet above ordinary, and by the Porsche Experience Center Atlanta and Los Angeles.
Poncho, made for it.
Life is a race. And there was a time in my life when I had no idea where I was headed. I used to believe all the lies that I was told when I was younger, that I was worthless and I had no future. I was angry, depressed, and hopeless. Then I discovered the truth. My identity isn't who the world says I am. It's in who Jesus says I am. Chosen, forgiven, righteous. Life is a race. Where are you headed?
More. We all want it. But in an uncertain world, the more we want is changing. We want more substance, more human connection, which is exactly the more Mazda delivers. It's the craft in our design, the intention in our engineering, connecting you to the road and to what matters most. It's value you can feel. This is the more that moves you.
So this is where I fell.
Yeah. How do you feel?
I feel ready to go on.
I'll always be right here with you.
It's the museum that brings home the gold, that raises the bar, that defies gravity. It's a gateway to the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, bringing history, innovation, and inspiration to life. Visit the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum in downtown Colorado Springs and experience the museum that moves you.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
This is the moment. Oh yeah, it's golden. Bringing the closer, cause we taking over. On your feet, Pro 2s are coming at you. This is a big one. They brought in the big guns.
These are bad dudes behind the wheel, and I got a lot of respect for them.
Cause we do it big, huh? This when the show stops. This where the hope spots. What a risky move. This when we blow up. We taking over.
Bring in Lori Carroll, the board president of the Pikes Peak Bust Rodeo. And we'll bring her in now. Well, we've got a moment. We might as well, right? It's Lori Carroll, right? Yes, so well, thanks for being here, and it was great to talk to Kaylee. Tell me a little bit about your what you do and a bit more about the Pikes Peak Bus Rodeo.
Sure. I'm the president of the Pikes Peak Bus Rodeo Board of Directors, all volunteer board. We have over 475 volunteers help put on the rodeo every year, and I'm charged with keeping us on mission and on target to execute the rodeo.
You know, we were talking with someone from the 10th Special Forces group earlier about the teamwork that's involved in the military, in events like this. Tell me about your team, and you know, you talked about all those people, the volunteers that help put this on. What are some of the big challenges that you face putting on a rodeo like this at this scale?
We start working on the rodeo as soon as when this one ends, we start working on the next one. So we have it timed down pretty well from a production standpoint, but there's, you know, we deal with sometimes weather factors and sponsors, and always encouraging attendees and getting those ticket sales up and making sure the fans and the community have a great time. Our sponsors are appreciated. And as Kaylee said, our mission is to get back to the military and promote Western heritage.
Yeah, it's great. She also mentioned it's been around since 1946, I believe.
1937, and then 46 is when we started giving all the proceeds back to the military. So shared heritage with the hill climb. Spencer Penrose founded both. It's a way to bring tourism into Colorado Springs. So we love the cross promotion and just the international sports competition that are shared between the rodeo and the hill climb.
I think there's probably a lot of parallels between the two, as you point out, between the competition, the international draw for an event like that. I asked Kaylee, but how did you get involved with this?
I'm retired military, so when I stopped working, I was looking for a good volunteer opportunity that matched my values of giving back to the community and especially supporting the military. So I don't have a rodeo background, but was looking for a good volunteer opportunity.
Well, thank you for your service, and thanks for being here and being a part of this. And it's great to see this event with so much cross-pollination, as you said. So what a privilege to be here and be alongside you and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. That was Lori Carroll, board president of Pikes Peak Bus Rodeo. It's just so much fun to have all these special guests here that make this all possible and put on a show like this. And well, we've got a red flag at the moment, and so I think we'll take a look at what caused our red flag here as Lonnie rejoins me here on the stage. This is just a moment ago, and this is actually just after the start gantry, I think, here, Lonnie. So when Franco Caruso left, we saw that cloud of dust, and I wonder if that was a bit more of an off than we had at first thought.
It's super hard to tell, but it looks like this was early on. Thankfully, I think he looks like he didn't go too far off the road. It's Franco Caruso, and this is his rookie year. So hopefully everything will be okay with him. But again, it doesn't look like he went too far off, which we can see him walking here. That is a great sign. It looks like he didn't go too far off the road. So we're very, very pleased to see that. Anytime any driver goes off Pikes Peak, it's always a serious moment. So glad to see him up and walking.
Yeah, tough moments, right? And the mountain decides. And, you know, we'd had a pretty smooth day so far. It was sort of bound to end at some point. Unfortunate, but again, as you said, great to see that Franco out of the car and is okay. Walking back under his own power. Again, it's always a heartbreaking scenario to not get to finish the run up the mountain, but there are so many challenges, and any one little thing goes wrong, even if it just the shift logic in the car. You know, there's a bit more dust on the track, fluid or debris, even the sight lines being different. It can all change in an instant. But have a look at the paddock here, Lonnie. This is an unbelievable density of vehicles, racecraft. It's so much fun to see how many people they jam into this paddock and make a part of this event. It's so cool. Every year it feels bigger and better. And what a privilege to be here. I know we're under a red right now, so we're going to wait for a little bit. But, you know, last year we had to wait 3 whole hours. But we're going to step away for a moment, and we'll be back with more coverage of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb just after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by made in the USA and engineered to win. And by Visit COS. Discover Colorado Springs outdoor adventures and affordable family fun.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Ooh, that's rough.
At least with Safelite, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Anywhere I want.
I can schedule a chip fix while I get my hair clipped?
Yep.
They can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants?
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at Safelite.com.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Colorado Springs is really special.
It's where we love to explore, so we take care of it.
We stay on the trails.
We check the weather and come prepared.
We watch animals from far away.
And we pack out what we bring in.
Because when we all help, this place stays special. Let's take care of the Pikes Peak region together.
This place will devour the unprepared, leaving hopes and dreams in crumbled heaps at its feet. But once a year, the adrenaline-starved few reappear, ready for their feast.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? The days of awful chairs are over. Meet the Viper chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. Made right here in the USA, the Viper chair glides over any surface with large industrial-grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. The sturdy metal base provides stability and prevents tipping. Trusted by the best, Viper chairs are designed for every job, automotive, detailing, or anything else you love to do in the garage. So stop wasting your money or buying cheap shop stools and get yourself a Viper chair, handcrafted right here in America. This Father's Day, treat yourself to the shop chair of your dreams. Deals on everything you need with fast, free shipping. Shop ViperIndustrial.com. That's VYPER Industrial.com. But don't wait, this sale ends soon.
We've devoted our professional lives to righting wrongs.
Where a company or a person has harmed another.
For decades, our firms had the most doctor lawyers in the country.
And for decades, we've won some of the largest verdicts in American history.
We've gotten corporations and governments to reform.
So our community and our nation is safer.
Making people's lives better is a high honor and a great calling.
I'm in poncho all day and every day. And hey, for my family, if you happen to be listening to this, you can get me some more poncho.
Big Tim!
If ponchos can survive summers in the South, it can survive anything.
Back at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, the 104th running. Robin Shute climbing up the mountain here in the lower section, his 7th year running. And a 4-time King of the Mountain. We just talked about him off air here. An 8:40.080 is the time that he's shooting for to beat his own PB. But it's been a tumultuous last 6 months. Brought his previous Sendy car out to Laguna Seca at a Grid Life event. Had a pretty gnarly accident there. Ended up having a minor injury. And then had to rebuild this car from basically nothing. And this is a brand new build for this year. 2.3-liter Synergy engine. Weighs 1,350 pounds. That's so light. It's like 6 times lighter than our Exhibition Ultra 4 cars earlier. But Robin is an unbelievable driver and has spent a long time, prepping for this event. And is a great steward of this event as well. I was watching his videos leading up to the week to help prep for this event. Really, lives the hill climb life, and I think it's really neat.
This has been 3 years in the making for Robin Shute. He came up with this idea that he wanted to build a wicked fast car to take up Pikes Peak with him and his friends. And so this is the moment it all comes together for him. And he sees this as a multi-year program, and there's been a lot that's gone into it. I know Yokohama Tire has developed a hill climb tire specifically for Robin Shute, and they've been working really hard together. So I'm excited to see how that tire does. We see a little bit of wiggle. Again, these drivers are at the point where they have to push to the absolute limit to fight for that King of the Mountain position, because Romain Dumas did an 8:18, which is wicked fast, and Robin really has to be on his game today to get down to that time. But again, I know this is a multi-year program for him, so this year he wants to take the Sendy car to the top and see what it can do. And of course, every driver always wants to win, but his goal in the inaugural year for his Sendy car is to make it to the top with a good, solid time.
Robin specializes in prototype and open wheel machinery as well. Here's the driver that a lot of people have circled as a potential King of the Mountain, Simone Fagioli, in the number 55 Super Unlimited 2026 Nova Prototype NPO1 AMT Bardal. A driver with so much experience in the Italian Hill Climb Championship, the FIA European Hill Climb Championship, and many, many others. Fastest driver here last year on the shortened course, but this year, this whole team has brought absolute weapons to the hill climb, and it's going to be so much fun to watch them go up against Robin Shute and Romain Dumas. But Fagioli waiting patiently for the green flag for the number 55.
We haven't heard of Fagioli as much here in the United States as we have the likes of Romain Dumas or Robin Shute, but during my research, I came across the fact that Simone Fagioli is widely considered one of the greatest hill climb drivers of all times. He has 19 hill climb championships in Europe, so he is here to contend with Romain Dumas and Robin Shute, and this is going to be the battle of the greats. These cars are incredibly fast. They have an incredible amount of aero. They're nice and light, and they require you to show up and bring your absolute best and nothing less in order to conquer Pikes Peak.
Robin Shute flying by spectators, looking absolutely solid at the moment. And here's the numbers I was looking for. Dumas' first section was 127.9. Robin Schute's first section was 125.2. His second section was half a second slower than Dumas. He is right there, neck and neck. Simone Fagioli gets the green flag, and the Italian Hill Climb Master gets the green at Pikes Peak, and up and under the gantry towards the lower section. The 55 is underway. This is going to be a blast to watch these unlimited cars, these super unlimited machines, tackle the 12 miles of Pikes Peak. Here's Robin Shute now entering the W's, climbing up towards that upper section.
The amount of time and preparation that has gone into every single one of these drivers is just immense. Robin Shute, like I said, 3 years in the making. But what's so cool about this is you see Robin Shute, who is largely doing this with his friends and with great partners in his garage, so to speak, going against Romain Dumas with a massive forward effort. It's so cool to see those two battle it out, and it really goes to show you can come from any background and challenge for the King of the Mountain here at Pikes Peak.
The big difference between Dumas and for Robin Shute, I mean, besides everything, is the power plant, right? Schute's got an internal combustion engine versus the electric motors in Dumas' machine. The electric motors will not lose power at altitude. They don't use air to do anything other than provide the aerodynamics. But as the battery runs down, you will lose a little bit of power towards the top. Now, for Robin Shute, the internal combustion engine, it is turbocharged. It will still make power at these upper altitudes, but it will drop in power as you climb. So he's going to have to fight against that. So I'm curious, in sections 3 and 4, if his deficit to Dumas is going to grow or if he can kind of match that performance. I'd be impressed if he can match Dumas' times in the upper sections as Fagioli works his way through the lower section in this Nova NPO1 prototype. They're so glued to the ground, and with so much experience tackling hill climbs all over the globe, I think this entire team between Fagioli and Diego De Gasperi and the rest, they're well suited to be at the top of the board here shortly.
What I love to see is the fact that Robin Shute and Romain Dumas are so close in sector times, but they're two totally different go-fast philosophies, if you will. Robin Shute is taking the philosophy of getting it as light as possible, as much, of course, both of them have a lot of aero, whereas Romain is using the EV philosophy and the maybe less power loss, but a little bit heavier. So they're both really, really quick cars. They just get to that speed in two very different ways.
Update on Shoot. Section 3 is a 229.435. That's 7 seconds slower than Dumas Section 3. Remember that they are technically competing for different class titles here this year because Dumas is in the production-based unlimited category, but we're talking about King of the Mountain, top of the board. That's what I'm worried about. It was quicker by 2 seconds in Section 1, slower by half a second in Section 2, and then 7 seconds slower in Section 3. So like I suggested, the deficit is growing in those upper sections, but who knows? Robin Shute could pull some magic out and make this a pretty close race. And then Fagioli, Section 1 was slower than Shute by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, Simone is right in there too. I bet you we're going to see his times come in very similar to Robin's and to Romain's. It's a tight battle between all of these drivers. Simone Fagioli is going kind of with that similar philosophy that Robin Shute is, of a little bit lighter rear wheel drive car. And so those cars are going to drive similarly in comparison to Romain, who's in a totally different beast, but a beast nonetheless.
Fagioli across the Section 2 marker, 2:05.896, slower than Shute. So this is going to be a fun race to the end. Here comes Robin Shute in the Sendy car to the top of the mountain, 14,115 feet at the finish line. And Robin Shute completes Pikes Peak. And we'll see what the time is. It is second overall. It is a time of 8:29.497 for Robin Shute. That is the benchmark in the Super Unlimited class. And for Shute, his previous best was an 8:40, so he went 11 seconds quicker in 2026.
I think it's going to be hard to see anybody challenge Robin Shute in that Super Unlimited class. He has to be so pleased with that time after all of the months and months and months of dedication that went into this. This is largely now his full-time job. He dedicates much of his life to Pikes Peak, so I was so happy to see that for Robin. And Simone also very similarly dedicates his life to hill climb racing, and you can see him racing through the W's here, getting nice jumps off of the hairpins, the tight corners, and then again it's just a race in between hairpins here. Straight line, hard brake, hairpin. That's the rhythm of the middle section.
Teammate to Simone Fagioli, Diego De Gaspari, I believe, has also jumped off the line. This is his first year racing Pikes Peak on the full course. Obviously last year was a shortened course. They are teammates. And these cars, to my knowledge, are prepped very similarly, if not identically. So we should expect to see times be similar there as well. So waiting for Section 3 for Fagioli. But again, Robin Shute really put up a solid time, second overall, right behind Dumas. But this group of teammates is going to be stout. So Fagioli, De Gaspari, and then we'll be back into some open wheel competitors, and we'll be kind of mixing and matching classes for the rest of the run. Here comes that 55 into the hairpins, throttling up. Nice short gearbox to click through those before the hairpins.
Again, this section of the racetrack is really difficult because he will not have run this at speed right until today. So it's kind of dusty right there where you just saw him cross, and now he's arriving at this right-hander, again with much more speed. It's largely a pretty fast corner followed by another pretty fast corner. The top is very, very fast. In my opinion, it's the most challenging part of the Pikes Peak hill climb because it's fast, but it's also super bumpy. You're seeing here in the bottomless pit, there's a big bump and a big compression followed by big speed down the straightaway here. And it's fun to watch how much speed he can carry in that hill climb car.
Between Fagioli and Shute, it will be neck and neck. Section 3, 3-second delta advantage Shute. So it's going to be tight for Super Unlimited at the top of the board. De Gaspari's first section, a little bit slower than Fagioli, a 133.8. But with so much ebb and flow, again, I'd expect this to kind of shift and shuffle as they continue their climb. But what a spectacular view we have from the air here. Just giving you a perspective of how Mars-like this surface is.
Absolutely. They call this section of the racetrack Boulder Park for a good reason. You see all of those boulders, and that's how it got its name. You may see Fagioli take a little bit different of a traditional line through here because of the bumps, but again, that repave has largely helped solve most of those weird line issues that people have on the top section. He's coming into a really fast left-hand corner that looks slower than it, looks faster than it is. You can carry quite a bit of speed through here, which brings you up into Cog Cut, which is notoriously bumpy and difficult to drive on. That's why he's a little bit more on the inside. There's more bumps on the outside, getting it nice and slowed down for that tight hairpin corner. Now he's only got a couple corners left to go before the finish line.
Simone Fagioli climbing up to the top of Pikes Peak, the last few corners in sight. Big wiggle and a bump onto the new pavement. A tense moment as the car settles back down. The last few corners, trying to go to the top of the super unlimited category. Fagioli across the stripe completes the 104th running of the Pikes Peak hill climb. And anxiously awaiting the time, it will be second in class, third overall, 8:32.997. 3 seconds behind Robin Shute. 12 miles and 3 seconds between them.
That is not a very big difference for how long this course is. That's really cool to see how tight those times are between the two. And if I'm to guess, Diego De Gasperi is going to come in at a very similar time as well.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right about that. I believe this is Yuri Kuznetsov. The number 69, Apex is set, and green flag for Yuri. Third year racing Pikes Peak. And this is going to be his best time. Okay, last couple of corners here for Diego De Gasperi. We're climbing up through the middle section here, climbing to the top. But on Yuri, this is a really interesting car. It weighs just 1,800 pounds. And 38-year-old out of Manville, Texas. And his run all sorts of different things, an Evo, a Skyline, and now this Apex is set.
If you're familiar with that Evo, we heard his story yesterday. Believe it or not, he was in the famous Evo crash as a co-driver, and we heard his story, and man, it's crazy. And to think that that didn't faze him one bit, and he's back here challenging for a record here at Pikes Peak is just so cool to see. And I think that goes to show just how special of a race the Pikes Peak hill climb is that despite all of the challenges, that's what almost brings people back year in and year out.
Yeah, incredible stories. And that is, one of the most spectacular clips, for better or for worse, of the mountain and how quickly it can bite. Diego De Gasperi in the number 47 NP01. Moving up into the upper section now. And another driver that has so much hill climb experience is going to feel right at home here. Another Italian driver. But that team bringing some really stout cars to an event like this. International competitors. We're talking with the rodeo folks about how international competition just drives innovation, right? And as the rest of the cars roll by, I think it's Henry Hill rolling by us now. It's so cool to see this event have the international attention and draw crowds, competitors, manufacturers like Renault making their first attempt at it. It's just such an international event. And here in North America, I feel like the appreciation for it continues to grow as people say, man, this is real old school racing in the best of ways.
To me, the Pikes Peak hill climb is the truest form of racing that you can get. It's you, a road, and your machine. And to me, that's so cool because it's a challenge for the engineer, for the driver, for every single person involved. It's a challenge. And to me, that's just what racing should be at its truest form. So it's just so cool to see race day here at the 2026 Pikes Peak hill climb go just so well.
And watching Yuri Kuznetsov's first section time, a 147.4, trending not far off from the times that we saw that were sub 10 minutes, but we're going to step away and watch the rest of Yuri's run and the rest of the field right after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Pikes Peak, America's mountain, road trip to 14,115 feet above ordinary, and by the Porsche Experience Center Atlanta and Los Angeles.
Life is a race. And there was a time in my life when I had no idea where I was headed. I used to believe all the lies that I was told when I was younger, that I was worthless and I had no future. I was angry, depressed, and hopeless. Then I discovered the truth. My identity isn't who the world says I am. It's in who Jesus says I am. Chosen, forgiven, righteous. Life is a race. Where are you headed?
Eibach Pro Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Featuring 2.5-inch coilovers, rear reservoir shocks, and equipped with our championship-winning race springs. Built for the most rugged and demanding conditions, the Stage 3R is developed to provide the highest level of off-road performance, maximum travel, and proven durability.
We know what your classic car means to you. Because by any metric, we share the same passion, the same commitment to keeping it on the road. Nobody beats MPD's inventory, quality, speed, and service. We'll provide you with the best restoration parts to meet your goals, on time and on budget. So if there's any doubt that we know what your classic car means to you, ours mean the same to us. Order your free parts catalog online or call now. NPD, 50 years of passion, quality, and service.
Welcome to All of the Above. Everyone's a winner in Colorado Springs. All right, do either of you consider yourselves a Colorado Springs expert?
Definitely not.
Goodness, no.
No. Definitely not.
I would not.
Not yet.
Well, we'll see about that. First question, what kind of entertainment can you find in Colorado Springs? Is it A, arts, B, music, C, sports, or D, all of the above?
All of the above.
All of the above.
All of the above.
What do you think?
This one product has 6 benefits.
Cowboy Colostrum is my ride or die. There are so many benefits I've noticed, including gut health,
Muscle recovery,
digestion, and makes you feel less bloated around meals.
There's no artificial flavors or fillers, just real ingredients.
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Where do you find the best in international and national sports car racing? Only on the new Racer Plus app. Stream Racer Network live without a cable package. Anytime, anywhere, on any device. Featuring exclusive live racing and next-day replays. Racer Plus delivers the ultimate racing fan experience. Racer Plus. Watch it, feel it, live it. Sign up now.
And you've got a lot more people, a lot more scrutiny on the top of the mountain here, and the work that we do with everyone. So it's a huge change from what it's been to what it is now, what it's going to be later on.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you here. Teller County Sheriff Jason Mikesell. Jason, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for everything that you and your team do. So thanks a lot.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Again, Teller County Sheriff Jason Mikesell. And fans here waving checkers. Lonnie Unser is going to join me again because Amelia Hartford's about to take the green flag as Henry Hill is on his way up the mountain. For Amelia Hartford, she ran the shortened course last year, full-time, putting the full course together in a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette. Cool story having Amelia here once again.
Absolutely. Amelia has been doing amazing during practice. I was lucky enough to be her teammate last year, a phenomenal person to work with. And so I'm really excited to see her take the green flag today. And how about that ZR1? That's a really beautiful car right there. It's got a lot of power, and it's a good tool for this race.
The C8 generation Chevrolet Corvette, we'll talk about this a little bit. The Corvette Actually, what we should do, I think, is we're going to show you a little bit more about Amelia Hartford's car, and then we'll tell you more about the Corvette. Let's have a look at Amelia Hartford and her efforts in 2026.
The build-up to race day mentally is tough because there's nothing like it that you can really prepare for. And there's a reason they say the mountain decides.
Amelia Hartford beginning her run up to the top of the mountain, 12.5 miles and 156 turns, the Corvette ZR1. The C8 generation Corvette moving that engine, whoa, big wiggle there. This is what I was going to talk about here, Lonnie, is moving that engine to the middle. It changes the dynamics of what was that classic front engine rear drive combination. It definitely increases the performance potential of the car, but they can be a little tricky, just mid-engine cars in general, over the limit. But Amelia handled that well, but that's definitely a gut check moment.
Absolutely, and Amelia is pretty familiar with the mid-engine format because she was in the Porsche GT4 RS last year. So this is going to feel similar-ish. Of course, it's a lot more horsepower, so it's a bit more car to deal with, but it seems like she's handling it well. That was a great catch for her there, and it just goes to show she's on the limit. She wants this bad. She wants to get to the top. Last year was her first year on Pikes Peak, and of course that was a shortened course, so she hasn't been able to see the run all the way through yet. So she's really, really pushing to get a nice first official time to the top.
Henry Hill, a little bit of smoke out the rear of that car. Section 2, a 226.6. As we get views of Amelia Hartford once again. And the other thing we should point out is these modern Corvettes, the ZR1 in particular, the performance potential is so high that if you see that car skipping and sliding around on the surface, it is at the limit. The limit is so high that you can really, really push them hard. And there's electronics on board that help you kind of corral all the power. This is an incredibly fast car. I love that. Manufacturers like, talk about Porsche and Ford and Chevrolet and GM. The fact that you can go to a dealership and put one of these on order is unbelievable to me. The amount of potential that you can have at your fingertips is just crazy. So it's really fun to watch them run up the mountain in relatively stock form. But her first sector, a 148.816 in time attack 1. So really not far off the other TA1 runners at the moment. And we'll continue to watch her climb up the mountain. Henry Hill, Section 3, a 256.1. So that should drop him in P4 in class at the moment. But so far, so good for Amelia Hartford.
Absolutely. I think you bring up a great point about the production vehicles, is because they're production vehicles, they weigh a little bit more than you would see in a race car because they have all the creature comforts that street cars have. They haven't been stripped out, so they're a bit heavier and you can get them to the limit a bit quicker, and that's why you see Amelia dancing around a little bit. But again, she's just handling it beautiful here through Rookie's corner. This is a great corner on the hill climb.
I have a little bit of a fun story to talk about the C8 Corvette in particular. Is I work with a grassroots racing organization, and there are some people that will trailer their C8s to the racetrack. And our motorsports director always asks, why do you guys even bother towing these things? They have heated seats and cooled seats and better cruise control than your trucks have. You should just drive them to the event. I mean, it's crazy how much creature comfort you can get in a car with this performance level these days. It's not a compromise anymore, where it used to be if you wanted a crazy performance car, you were giving up air conditioning, God forbid, heated seats or heated steering wheel or cruise control or any of these things. You can have it all with cars like this, which I think is so cool. Certainly, watching Amelia Hartford pilot up the mountain should be a testament of what is possible with modern cars.
Absolutely, and that's why I like this time attack division so much here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, because you can take cars that you see every day and you can see their potential, and guess what? Their potential is really high. We're watching Henry Hill here come into Olympic Corner, just about to cross the finish line for Henry Hill.
In the number 33 Super Limited car, it should plop him into fourth place. Should plop him into about fourth place in Super Unlimited. Henry Hill in the number 33. And it's 14th overall, fourth in class, 10:06.352. As we get another look at Amelia Hartford in the Corvette, continuing her climb in that Corvette ZR1. What a drive, what a car, what a mountain, what a day. The weather continues to be gorgeous. Definitely warming up though, and as the track temperature heats up, it will slick up a little bit, and maybe that's why we're seeing that car look a little bit more skittish leaving the corners.
Absolutely, and this is a part of the road that Amelia hasn't driven on race day yet, because again, due to the shortened course last year, that was her rookie year, so she only ran a third of the way up. So this is in some ways uncharted territory for her, because she's running sections of the road that she has never run, and those sections, by the way, aren't necessarily easy. It means that you arrive to corners with more speed, so on and so forth. But again, as a driver, I very much like to think of racing this road in sections. So once I cross the lower section, I check it out of my head, I forget about it, and I focus on the middle section, which she's in now, those switchbacks. This is where you see the iconic photos from Pikes Peak. This is quintessential Pikes Peak, but technically speaking, from a driver's perspective, this is the easiest section of the racetrack because it's a race between switchbacks.
Well, I'm glad that you have that perspective, because I looked at the helicopter shot there and my palms are sweaty now. This is a crazy section of the course to look at for sure. It's definitely spectacular. While Amelia Hartford continues her run, section 2 at 2:30.434, Bruce Giuani is also taking the green flag, and Catherine Mead is lined up at the start line as well. So other cars continuing their runs here. If you want to follow live timing and scoring, it would be livetiming.net/PPIHC. So Amelia Hartford and the ZR1, I mean, look, the guardrail stops before the corner. I mean, this is one of the most visceral viewing points, I think, of the mountain, when you see just the drops and how absolutely insane this event is. You guys are nuts.
I think that's a good point. The guardrails here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb are very largely for tourists coming down the mountain, not for us racing up the mountain. So they're not necessarily in optimal places. There's a few guardrails that could help you out a little bit if you got yourself into trouble, but by and large, they're not there to help you.
Just such a cool sight there. Fans that are on the mountain, that were here as dedicated as everyone else, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, getting ready to go up. And what a sight they have. So while Bruce Giuani is on his way up, and Catherine Mead is also on her way up, we'll have a look at Maciej Serafin, who's coming up in just a couple of runs. He's the first ever Polish driver here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Here's a look at Maciej Serafin.
I am 2 times champion of Europe in high climbing and 4 times champion of Poland in high climbing. I'm 30 years doing motorsport. In 2015 I had a big accident. Then I had 2 years without racing. Or motorcycle for the race, or car for the race, because you are not the same person who married me. I'm dreamer. I like impossible things to do, you know? So what is impossible to do? Pikes Peak. This is impossible to do. I know that it's very difficult to be here in the Pikes Peak list. I received the email yes, you are in the list, Pikes Peak. I said, oh, impossible. My wife was crying. I was crying. It's impossible. First Polish driver comes to America to do it. It's very famous race for all the world. We started prepared everything, and we must move the car and all equipment, the 20 wheels, another engine, another gearbox. The technical inspection here is very, very hard to pass. We made new engine, we made new gearbox, new suspension. We made everything special for this race. We have a lot of plans. We are dreamers. I told you, we are dreamers. We've done a lot of trainings and the qualification. Now I know this is not normal race. This is not race like in Poland or in Europe. This is I thought, wow, this is not joke, this mountain. 2 times this mountain told me, you cannot play with me. I can win with you, but you cannot win with me. Everybody must come here and see it in real, how it looks. It's impossible to explain how is this mountain. It's incredible. It's beautiful. I love her. Most important thing what I do in my life. I'm very happy that the Pikes Peak organization took me the possibility to be here, because I know it's very difficult to be in the list. And I must show to the organization of Pikes Peak that they can believe in me.
The mountain is no joke. The 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. So far, about 30 cars have made their runs of the 72 that we expect. We are under red flag at the moment for Bruce Giuliani, who here is off the course. We'll get more updates for you as we get them, but we're going to be in a bit of a hold here for the time being. Bruce was driving the 2026 Ligier JS2R. Bruce, a past winner of the Bathurst 12-hour, has lots of experience in sports cars and has finished 8th in the Le Mans 24. But unfortunately, his run is going to end a little early here, Lonnie. So we'll wait for some information, but in a holding pattern for now.
Absolutely. It just shows how challenging Pikes Peak is, because Bruce is incredibly experienced. He was the winner of the Bathurst 12 hours, so he knows how to race, and this mountain can really sneak up on you, and we just hope that Bruce is okay. We'll wait for word, but in the meantime, Amelia Hartford became the fastest woman up Pikes Peak, just barely edging out Laura Hayes, both really competitive times. Amelia Hartford did that run in 10 minutes and 11 seconds. So really, she should be so proud of herself and so pleased, both drivers, Amelia and Laura. It's great to see that tough competition.
Incredible drive, and as you mentioned, 10:11.018 for Amelia Hartford and a 10:17.538 for Laura Hayes. What a battle, what a competition. And then there's Catherine Mead, who's up on the starting line waiting to go. That could also throw her hand into this mix as well. So we're going to take a break. We'll be right back in just a moment's time. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, the City of Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA, and Mobil 1, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
I wear these things anywhere. I don't care how fancy it is. I'm probably going to be wearing this shirt. This is embarrassing how many ponchos I have in my closet right now. 60, maybe? That's probably a lot.
How to choose a wrongful injury firm? How about the firm with among the most big verdicts and settlements in America? How about the firm with the most doctor lawyers in the nation? Choose ability and experience. Choose compassion and results. Choose Klein & Spector.
ATAC from Design Engineering makes interiors cool, quiet, and comfortable. Spray, roll, or brush on heat and sound control coating to eliminate vibrations, squeaks, and rattles, eliminating hot floors and interiors. Get it at designengineering.com.
1977 Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a formula we plan on repeating. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. And Ford, the most awarded brand for initial quality among trucks by J.D. Power. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough.
We're here for those who build America. Those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. Who will drive America forward for 250 years to come. If that's who you are, you should pay what we pay.
Now get employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Employee pricing. You pay what we pay. Only from your local Ford dealer.
750 collector vehicles will cross the auction block at GAA Classic Cars in Greensboro, North Carolina.
This place is just for selling classic cars.
3 exciting days, July 23rd through the 25th. All vehicles are on display in our 8-acre climate-controlled facility. General admission is just $20. Check out the full inventory at GAAClassicCars.com. That's GAAClassicCars.com.
We couldn't find a supplement we actually trusted, so we started Cowboy. 100% first-aid colostrum, packed with nutrients that support gut health and digestion, with visible improvements in hair and skin over time. From grass-fed U.S. cows, always surplus, always cowgirl owned. This is Cowboy Colostrum.
It is so easy. We're 12 gates, we have major airlines, and we may only have a limited number of places we fly nonstop to, which is about 16 year-round. But we also connect to all of the major hubs, so you can get anywhere in the entire world. I personally have flown out of there for almost a decade of working there, and it's one of the best. It's near and dear to my heart.
Amazing. And before we let you go, this race, this event, is your second year here, you said. The weather's great today. Tell me about, seeing all the smiling faces, all the fans, all the drivers, an international event in your hometown, effectively. What's it like to be a part of something like this?
That's what I absolutely love. Every single morning I wake up and I see Pikes Peak right in front of me. And today we're able to welcome people from all over the world and be able to be in this event together, see the racers, see a magnitude of different languages being spoken. So it's putting Colorado Springs in the center of the map, not only here locally, but for the entire world.
Where can people find out more? FlyCOS.com, I believe?
Yes, FlyCOS.com, and we mapped it the other day. It's only 2 turns in order to get to the start of the mountain from our airport. So if you didn't fly through Colorado Springs this year, next year I hope you fly COS and travel easy.
Well, don't make my mistake and fly to COS next year. Aiden, thanks so much for being here, and thanks for being a partner with us.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Aiden Ryan from the Colorado Springs Airport, still under red flag here at the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Again, under red flag for Bruce Giuani, who has gone off before the first sector line, as far as I can tell from timing and scoring. Lonnie Unser joins me again, and the anxious waiting moments here while we wait to see when we can resume and hopefully see Bruce coming back to the paddock. Again, unfortunate end to his run here in 2026.
Yeah, again, it just goes to show it doesn't matter how much experience you have. This place can bite you really fast. My dad always told me that this is a thinking person's game. You have to be on your toes at every moment when you're here racing the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And somebody like Bruce, who has so much experience, this stuff happens. And I know firsthand because this has happened to many of my family members, including myself, and it's not a fun thing to go through, and we're just anxiously awaiting to hear that he is okay, but in holding pattern for now.
And these are the moments that are not so fun. Just waiting, waiting to see what happens next. But should be Catherine Mead next on the scoring. As we're going to keep working the red flag here for a moment. Safety trucks look like they might be clearing the way here, though. So we'll see if we give it a minute and get next car underway.
Right above it is a ladder.
And the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo under red flag at the moment for Bruce Giuliani off course. One of our, about our 30th driver of about 72. But the course is clear and Catherine Mead takes the green flag and begins her run up to the top of the mountain. And Lonnie, again, going for that women's record, which has been reset twice today. So we'll see what Catherine Mead has in the tank.
Catherine Mead is one of 5 women out here in the field of 72 competitors, and she has been up here for quite a few years now. She started in a Porsche GT4, came in as a part of that Yokohama Trophy class, and then she's moved up. She's now in a Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport, which is a really great tool to take up Pikes Peak, and I'm excited to see what she does because she is also a veteran up here at Pikes Peak. She knows this mountain very well.
Catherine driving the number 50. Her best time set in 2024 at 10 minutes, 37.01 seconds. And her best finish in class was that same year in position number 2. Here's a car that is lining up at the start. This is Dai Yoshihara in the Acura touring car. This is a car I believe you had a chance to drive behind the wheel. So Dai, time attack competitor, former drifter as well. So while Dai gets set up to go, we've got 2 guests joining us from Renault, I believe. We've got, is it Stéphane Kraft? Am I saying that correctly?
Oui, c'est ça, Stéphane Kraft, enchanté, on vient de France.
Gotcha, well, welcome. And then Guillaume?
Guillaume Fouquier, yes, I'm an engineer.
Engineer for the Renault team. Earlier we saw Valentine Simonet take the first Renault up to the top of Pikes Peak. It seemed like a very good run. Are you happy with the time?
Yes, it's a very big pleasure for us to hear. And we are very happy because we prepared the car just 3 months ago. And it looks very, not perfect, but very good to begin for the first time.
What were some of the challenges in getting this car prepped for this mountain with having no real experience on this particular road?
Oui, donc Valentin a été très très bon dans la gestion du meeting. À savoir qu'il a fait 2 courses de côte dans sa vie, donc la course de côte de Saint-Gueno en France et Pikes Peak. Donc on peut lui tirer un grand coup de chapeau pour cette performance en moins de 10 minutes à Pikes Peak.
Yes, Stefan said we are very happy for Valentin because he has just done one time a high climb in France, but it's completely different from Pikes Peak. And to be there today with a time below 10 minutes, it's so crazy, yeah.
It's very cool to see manufacturers involved with this race. Are there learnings already from having the car here this week? Are there things that you're already looking to change for maybe a run next year?
Évidemment, oui, on va revenir, mais avec une voiture un peu plus affûtée. Maintenant qu'on a vu notre premier Pikes Peak, on sait exactement la ligne à suivre pour préparer la voiture pour l'année prochaine.
Yes, we hope to be there next year with another car with more performance because now we know exactly what to do to be very fast here. And for sure, if we can, with Renault, do something else with them, would be very appreciated. Yeah.
Awesome. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. It's great to see you. Great job on the mountain.
Voilà, je voudrais juste dire un petit mot à toute l'équipe qui a fait un travail formidable et un grand bonjour à tous ceux qui sont restés en France qui nous ont suivis sur le live.
Big thanks for the team, all the team here, and also the other guys in France to follow us.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Merci. Wow. Great to have those guys here. And what a run by Valentine Simonet as Catherine Mead continues the lower section. And I believe should have tripped our timing and scoring once. Yes, she has, a 153.722. Lonnie joins me again. The Renault team very excited about their run, already planning for next year. Really cool to have them here. And Catherine on her way up, and Dai Yoshihara, we didn't get a chance to talk about that car a whole lot. The Acura Integra Type S, waiting to go. Such a cool car, this thing.
I have a special place in my heart for this car and this group of people. I was fortunate enough to fill in for Dai testing about 2 weeks ago. Dai was racing in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge with MMG and actually won the race. So it was a good reason for him to miss testing, and he hit the ground running. He's been going so fast all week, and it's been fun to see because they're going after the front wheel drive record, and that's no small feat. But based off of all the sector times that they've been putting down in practice, I think it's more than likely there. They've got really good sticky Yokohama tires under them, and Dai is a phenomenal driver and also a phenomenal person, so I'm excited to see Dai make his run.
An experienced drifter, racer, time attacker. You mentioned the event at Mid-Ohio a couple of weeks ago that he won. The next week he was at a little track called Gingerman Raceway in South Haven, Michigan at a Grid Life, and was on the podium there in a time attack car, completely different. So it's just cool to see him really embracing the different disciplines of motorsport and performing at such a high level. Just watching him in the time attack car over there from our event at Road Atlanta to Gingerman, the amount of progress he made learning the car. And when you're jumping into something like this, learning the car and the course kind of all in one, there's a lot to take in here. But Catherine Mead continues her ascent in the Time Attack 1 Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport. And GT2 RS, what a model within the Porsche lineup. Such high performance on tap. And her second section, 230.796. That puts her right in the mix with Amelia Hartford here. So this record that Amelia Hartford and Laura Hayes kept resetting this morning, I think is in danger again.
One of the reasons I love the Pikes Peak Hill Climb so much is you'll find races within the race, and it's so cool to see. And we're seeing two of those stories play out right now. Dai, of course, is going for that front-wheel drive record. Catherine Mead is probably looking to be the fastest woman on Pikes Peak, which she was for a while until Laura Hayes beat her in 2024. So there's always amazing stories here, and it's so fun to follow. Dai has got a great team behind him. They're an amazing group of people to work with. It's been fun to get to know that whole program. And again, Dai, just a wheelman.
2011 Formula Drift champion as well. He lists that as his biggest accomplishment so far. I bet you that a class or division championship here this weekend would probably rank high on that list as well. Here's Catherine Mead carving between the rocks and the boulders in the Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport. First ran in 2022. And she's a retired astrophysicist, which is not a detail I knew previously, which is really neat. And started auto racing at the age of 51. She's 65 now. It goes to show you, never too old to start, right? Obviously, in motorsport, it tends to be a lot of really young kids working their way up through karting and things, but it's never too late to be interested in cars, to build a car, to go run a time attack, to go run an autocross. It's never too late to start, and Catherine Mead's showing that now. Dai Yoshihara through the first section, a little bit quicker than Catherine, a 152.7 in that Acura Integra Type S. Very similar to the car that you would see at an SRO weekend running in the TC America Championship.
Absolutely, and Catherine Legge was in this car for the last 2 years, helping them develop it and get to what it is today. I know they've made some upgrades from last year based off of Catherine's experience, and of course, last year she was on track to break the front-wheel drive record, but we had the shortened course, and this year I think is going to be a great opportunity for Dai to get that front-wheel drive record.
Up the mountain in that front-wheel drivetrain. And having driven both now, Lonnie, I'm curious about your thoughts on the front versus rear drive layout. There are some all-wheel drive vehicles here as well. I think there's advantages to both. I think front drive, you certainly have a lot of packaging going on. The front tires are doing most of everything, the accelerating, the braking, and the turning. But I think from a manufacturer perspective and from a weight and balance perspective, having the weight on the nose in some of these hairpins probably isn't such a bad thing.
Absolutely. I think this car is really, really well balanced. It drives really, really nicely. And also to mention, it's got really good brakes. It stops on a dime, so that allows Dai to drive it in nice and deep. So in racing terms, nice and deep means late into the corner. As Machi takes the green flag, he is also going after the front wheel drive record. So again, race within a race within a race. I love Pikes Peak.
And Maciej Serafin, we saw it earlier, the first Polish driver to ever take on Pikes Peak in a 2019 Honda Civic TCR. It's one of the Yas Motorsport cars. I believe they're built in Italy, actually, those TCR cars. So it was sort of interesting. You see them obviously in IMSA competition, previously years ago in SRO competition, but also globally. And there are parts that are shared with the normal Honda Civics that you see from the showroom floor, but there's a lot of race car bits on that car. And it's a homologated chassis. Weighs about 2,700 pounds, 2-liter turbocharged engine. So that turbo will help at the higher altitudes, but really neat cars to see around. And Maciej Serafin, his goal, just get to the top and be that first Polish driver to ever attempt and complete a run to the top of America's mountain.
I really hope that Maciej paves the way for other Polish drivers to come here to the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, because we see so many people from so many different backgrounds. As Catherine Mead is coming to the finish line, taking the checkered flag. Let's see where she lands.
Catherine Mead, 12.4 miles later and 156 turns more. It'll be position 6 in class, 10:38.163. So about 20 seconds off Amelia Hartford earlier in time attack 1. Dai Yoshihara chasing her up in section 2 was a little slower. So this is going to be fun for that P5 battle as Maciej Serafin blasts by the halfway picnic grounds, probably over 100 miles an hour in that TCR.
Dai Yoshihara is looking to better a time of 10:48.094. That is currently the front wheel drive record held by Nick Robinson. He did that in 2018. And we know that the course was really fast in 2018. So that's Dai's main benchmark, is to get that time. And now we see Maciej chasing after him. And I know, because it's Maciej's first year on the hill climb, he wants to have a clean run to the top. But I spoke to him in testing. I know he's very competitive, so he's also looking at that front wheel drive record.
And he seems like he likes to have a lot of fun as well, which is at the end of the day, Lonnie, isn't this about having fun too? So I think that's important to keep in mind. As Dai Yoshihara, a little bit of a chatter on the turn in there, had it straight, cornered in, a little understeer on entry, but he got it cornered very, very nicely. And his looking for his section 3 time now as he navigates around as Serafin works the end of section number 2 here in just a moment.
It looks like Dai and Maciej are running pretty close time-wise. Sector 1, Dai ran a 152.7 and Maciej ran a 152.8. So that's as close as it gets. Dai has now completed 2 more sectors, and we're waiting for Maciej to finish his second. So we'll see where that lands, but it's going to be a tight battle. And of course, I want to remind you that this is a difficult time of day because we're at 11 o'clock, so the road is starting to heat up, and this is going to be different conditions than these drivers have experienced during any of testing. So they really have to be able to adapt super quickly to what the car is giving them.
It's interesting to note that, both of these cars, while very different in the classes that they run in homologated series, from a power level, the Integra makes like mid 300s thereabouts in this trim, and the TCR is on the low 300 spectrum, but has a lot more aero. So in that lower section, you'd expect the TCR maybe to be a little quicker, but that advantage is going to fade at the higher altitudes.
Yeah, again, you're going to see strengths of these different cars play out in different portions of the road, and it makes for great racing here at Pikes Peak because people develop their cars to be strong in certain sections. Of course, they want it to be strong throughout the entire road, but it's cool to see how people go about finding speed in different areas.
Andy Kingsley, another Pikes Peak Open competitor, the number 96, the 2002 Porsche 911 GTR, takes the green flag. This car, 3.6-liter Porsche engine, 3,100 pounds. And this is his 9th year racing in Pikes Peak. His best finish in 2020 was 4th in class in time attack 1. His best time was a 10:38.061. Let's take a break for a moment. We'll be right back with more coverage of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb right after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by the Porsche Experience Center, Atlanta and Los Angeles. Yokohama Tire, make every drive a performance. And by Eibach, made in the USA and engineered to win.
More. We all want it. But in an uncertain world, the more we want is changing. We want more substance, more human connection, which is exactly the more Mazda delivers. It's the craft in our design, the intention in our engineering, connecting you to the road and to what matters most. It's value you can feel. This is the more that moves you.
If your collector car insurance costs half as much, you probably would expect half the coverage, right? Not with Grundy Insurance. Our collector car insurance costs less than half as much as standard insurance, and you get a lot more. No depreciation, no deductible, and you're insured for 100% of the agreed value. The fact is, standard insurance companies don't understand collector cars, and that's our specialty.
Grundy Insurance, the gold standard for collector cars since 1947. Give us a call.
Runners will do anything to cut through the wind. Why? When you can go fast the easy way. Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. High-performance running shoes designed to cut through the wind with unbelievable speed. Plus, they're lightweight and feature Goodyear rubber. Go fast in Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with Safe Light, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Anywhere I want.
I can schedule a chip fix while I get my hair clipped?
Yep.
They can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants?
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com. Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Whenever someone asks, how was your weekend? Or, what have you been up to? Or just, what's new? Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
The world's fastest production-based motorcycle. The FIM World Superbike Championship.
Niccolo Bulliger goes from third to first.
Precision, nerve, commitment at over 180 miles an hour.
Bulliger turns across his path and there's nothing that Lecuona can do.
The battle for every point continues.
P1 is always fantastic.
Don't miss the UK round from Donington Park, with women's circuit racing starting at 8 a.m. Live on Racer Network and Racer Plus.
You're watching the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Fans have lined the 12 miles of this historic and famous course to the top of Pikes Peak, 14,115 feet. 34 competitors have taken the green flag so far. We're about halfway through the day's activities. There's a look at Andy Kingsley in the Porsche, the number 96, 150.7 in that first section. Live timing and scoring available at livetiming.net/PPIHC.
Absolutely. Go take a look at that. It's going to give you a lot of really good information of where our drivers are standing, and it's good to have pulled up. And Machi is about to come to the finish line as Jim Morris takes the start and gets smoke off the front tires. I don't know if that's necessarily fast, but man, I love to see that. That's a really good sight. We love a good little burnout here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
I think Jim's kind of an old school guy. He was one of the ones I talked about as far as, have you done sim racing? He goes, it's nothing like. And he's definitely, prefers the analog method of learning and improving. And I think, we talk about tire warmers. It's like, well, you can warm the tires just by spinning them. And I think it's going to work just fine for him as Andy Kingsley comes through the second section at a 2:33.605. Serafine had just completed section 3. We should expect to see him complete the course shortly. And the next car is Patrick Culligan in the Nighthawk Pikes Peak Special, which is, I think, the coolest name for a car, period.
Coolest name for the car, but also coolest helmet. Check out those donuts on the helmet as Machi Serafin gets into Olympic and is about to take the checkered flag. We'll see where this lands him. This will complete his rookie year, and he's ought to be quite proud of that. Looking at the times, Kyle, what do you see?
Well, Machi Serafin in the number 88. 10:36.507. It will not be the front-wheel drive record, but it's right there with Dai Yoshihara. And hey, that is a successful first run and a historic first run, the first Polish driver ever to start and now complete the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. So what a run there as Andy Kingsley works his way through section 3.
Man, that's a great run for Machi Serafin to be that fast on his rookie year, competing against some of the best drivers out there. So we hope to see more Polish drivers in the future, continuing to expand our global reach here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
It's so fantastic to see representation, obviously here from the U.S., but also from France and Italy and Japan and all the drivers that have flown in from all over the world to be a part of this event here today. So historic day for the first Polish driver. Cars are rolling out here in the paddock. If you hear the cheering in the background, it's Jeremy Lauder that is rolling out of the pits. There it is. Now you heard that, I'm sure. So I think that car splits atoms in the engine bay. But watching times, Andy Kingsley continuing to work up well past the tree line now, carving through the hairpins in that Porsche 911. And looking pretty strong at the moment. Nice, clean, tidy run, and that's all you can ask for.
Andy Kingsley is a Colorado native, so we love to see that. He's from Buena Vista, and his best time is a 10:38, and he's run quite a number of years here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, so he knows this race well, and it looks like he's having a strong run today, so I'm excited to see where it lands him.
Jim Morris, his first section, 153.9. which puts him kind of right in the middle of the P20 to 25 overall positions. We'll update you when he comes through section number 2, all the while keeping our eyes out for Andy Kingsley for that last run to the stripe.
Looks like Jim Morris is only a second off of Dai and Machi's time, coming in at a 153.9. So I think that's pretty good. I think he's going to be able to compete with those two as well, and they may end up just finishing right next to each other. So that just shows how good of competition there is here. Everybody running nice and tight, everybody challenging each other. I think what's cool about the Pikes Peak Hill Climb is it very much feels like a race against the mountain and less against your competitors, because I know all of those drivers want each other to make it to the top safely and have a good run.
That's a great point. And, there is competition within the categories, right? But everybody celebrates everybody at the top of that mountain and shares in the heartbreak when they can't get there. And certainly for people that have really good friends in the paddock, you're waiting, and if they don't make it, it's a tough day, right? It's a close-knit community. In the Gran world of motorsports, having 70 some odd competitors each year isn't really all that much. So you grow that community year after year. Jim Morris working through the bottom sections at the moment in his Volkswagen Golf. Again, a lot of custom work done to this car. And he's worked a lot with some very talented individuals that have built all sorts of really neat cars. But the Volkswagen Golf, front-wheel drive, fantastic car. A lot of performance potential, and he made a point to me that this is not the TCR, it's not a BTCC car because they never built one, but he built the car that he wanted to drive, and BTCC never had that, so he wanted to build it himself. As there goes Culligan in the Nighthawk Pikes Peak Special, which I think he's only run once before on the mountain, and it was in a Radical last year. It's the first time with this car. And he's a Bonneville Salt Flats land speed racing guy, so this will be fun to watch on the lower section for sure.
If I'm not mistaken, Patrick has also run Baja on a dirt bike, which is pretty crazy. I know that he loves a challenge. I've had the pleasure to speak to him quite a number of times, and he loves it up here. This is his bread and butter. He just has a blast anytime I talk to him. And that car was run by Paul Gerard in years past. Patrick has now taken on the car, and I know they had some trouble in testing. I'm not sure where kind of they landed with it here in race day, but they were having some trouble with boost. But I think he'll do a really good job up here. As we're watching Andy Kingsley take the checkered flag, Kyle, we'll see where he finishes.
Andy Kingsley in the Pikes Peak Open category completes his run to the top of America's Mountain, and it is fourth in class, a 10:45.092. And for Kingsley, it's not quite his best time, but it's only 7 seconds off. So a nice strong run in 2026 as we get scenes of Jim Morris again climbing up in the Gulf. All that aero doing work. The diffuser on the back of this car is absolutely enormous, and he demonstrated that to me by sitting on it yesterday, which, again, race car aero is generally fairly strong, but I stopped short of sitting on rear diffusers, but he sat on it like it was no big deal and gave it a little bounce, too. It was not going anywhere. That is a very well-built car, and it's doing very, very well at the moment.
You know that somebody's confident with their car build when they say, hey, stand on it. I know Batim Barisha has done that with Lucy. I've stood on rear wings and front splitters and all of the things, and it just goes to show the strength of the build and how much effort that these car builders put into these vehicles. So it's cool to see that watching Jim Morris fly through the W's is pretty cool.
Second section, a 2:29.141. That's a pretty solid lap for Jim Morris. Patrick Culligan's first section, a 1:48.909 for the Unlimited, Super Unlimited division car. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back right after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Toyo Tires, the City of Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA, Ford Racing, America's race team since 1901, and by the Broadmoor, the most unique resort in the world.
Born from family values and a passion for performance, Cometic Gasket keeps your engine sealed so you can focus on the checkered flag. Cometic is the standard for racers who demand uncompromised reliability under the most exacting conditions. Professionals and performance enthusiasts trust Cometic to deliver race-winning performance. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
At Bare Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. With swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. Whether you're headed to a workout, a night out, or just a good time. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold, Our clothes are adventure ready and made to be worn on repeat. Try them today and get 15% off your first order at barebottomclothing.com.
How does Klein Inspector get among the most big verdicts and settlements of any law firm in the country? Because Klein Inspector is an award-winning team with 5 doctor lawyers, the most of any firm in the United States. And that's why the New York Times calls Klein Inspector a powerhouse law firm. So if a defective product, motor vehicle accident, or medical malpractice caused a catastrophic injury, call Klein Inspector.
My jaw is on the floor for that one because they were only separated by 0.7 of a second. And Kyle, it's a 12.4 mile course. That is incredible how tight they were. He just took the front wheel drive record from Dai Yoshihara. Wow, what a day.
Yeah, 7/100ths. The time for Dai Yoshihara was a 10:33.174, and Jim Morris a 10:33.104. That is crazy close for a record in 2026, with 3 completely different cars between Serafin, Yoshihara, and Morris. So much cool stuff happening on the mountain here today, and so much left to go. So Jeremy Lauder has launched, Patrick Culligan's on his way to the summit, and Jim Morris just claimed a record, and Scott Crouch is next on the line here as we watch Culligan in the 720 make his way towards the top.
Culligan is just finishing the middle section here, climbing into the upper section of Pikes Peak. Again, that set of corners that he just went through can be really tricky because a lot of the spectators going into Devil's Playground can bring a lot of dirt onto the track, so you have to be on your toes there. And you're also approaching that section of the racetrack faster than you ever have before because you're carrying more speed than you do in testing.
Yeah, Culligan, the 36th runner. We've got about 73, 74 drivers on the list of drivers here today. So working our way through. got some very passionate people here in the paddock again. So yeah, it's great to see Sterling out here again, not running the course this year. Just had a baby 2 weeks ago, Sterling did. So wife let him come to the mountain. Here just as a fan this year, though.
I know, every year it's such a pleasure to see Sterling. He brings the energy, he brings the excitement, and that's why I love this place. Again, it feels like a family, all the way from spectators to competitors to mechanics to engineers. It really feels like a family up here, and that's why I was drawn to this race in the first place.
So runs continue for several drivers on course. At the moment, it's Patrick Culligan and Jeremy Lauder. Scott Crouch is waiting for a launch. As we get a look at Lauder in the Camaro. Up the hill now. All the torque you could want. E85 power, so that's for Patrick Culligan in the E85 fuel. Gasoline for Jeremy Lauder in that car. And again, what a character. Has a partnership with HP Tuners that he's super excited about, racing for ALS on the car as well. But he left Denver in 1983 and said it was a childhood fantasy to be running on the mountain. So here he is. Took his breath away, probably literally and figuratively, I imagine.
I think that's a great point. Here on Pikes Peak, you'll see a lot of drivers run oxygen, and they run it through oxygen tubes through their nose. Some of them choose to. I think that it's a good thing to do if you don't feel as confident at altitude, is to run that oxygen. It helps you keep your mind fresh, and it keeps your reactions a little bit sharper. But you wouldn't see everybody running it. It's a personal choice whether or not you want to have oxygen on board. But in every one of these race cars here, if it's running oxygen, you will see an O2 sticker on the side of the race car. So kind of a fun little fact there, and something that's there to aid the drivers.
Yeah, for reference, the summit of the mountain is 14,115 feet. When you fly in an airliner, generally, and I'm generalizing here because it depends on the plane, they're pressurizing that to like the equivalent of 8,000 feet. So, even when you're flying in an airplane, you're breathing air that is at a lower altitude than you are up here. So it is tough when you're exerting yourself at the summit or near the summit as the air density drops to get enough air to fill your lungs. And when you're behind the wheel of a car, it depends on how relaxed you are, I'm sure, but when you're trying to intake all the oxygen, you can't get it. It can be kind of scary. So having oxygen just as a backup isn't a bad idea. A lot of our camera crew, the broadcast crew, has it up there as well. And it's just a good supplement just in case when things get tough up there. So I'd probably be running if I was driving because I don't want any more variables that I have to deal with, right? I want to be comfortable in the car. I want to be focused on the task at hand. I don't want to think about anything other than driving.
Absolutely, and it's hard for the drivers to deal with this altitude, but it's also really hard for the cars. Naturally aspirated cars will lose up to 40% power by the top, which is staggering if you think about it. And, where else in the world do you see race cars running at 14,000 feet of elevation? It's pretty staggering when you take a second to look back at it, right?
When they turn the seatbelt sign off in the airplane, you're lower than the summit. That's how high we're talking about here. So Scott Crouch off the line in his number 429 Subaru WRX, age 62, out of Boulder, Colorado. This car he's run a couple of years. This is his 13th year racing Pikes Peak. His best time set back in 2024 at 10:46.133. In that year, he was 4th in Time Attack 1. So he'd love a podium and would love to beat that 10:46 mark.
It's funny that you say it's his 13th year, but we spoke to him earlier this week and said, if you could describe Pikes Peak in 3 words, what would it be? And he said chaotic and nerve-wracking. And it just goes to show that no matter how many years you've been up here on Pikes Peak, it always brings the nerves, it always brings the intensity. But honestly, I think that's why so many of us keep coming back time and time and time again, because it's such a big challenge and it really keeps you on your toes. And as my dad always used to say, it's a thinking person's game. Whoever can outthink will outrun.
Since 2012, he has not missed a year. And he's also not had, I don't want to jinx him, never mind. I'm not going to do that to him. He ran in 2004 and 2005 as a co-driver to Tanner Faust as well. So that's how his career here started. Looks like there is some safety vehicles on the way, heading down the mountain at the moment. So potential red flag here. Yep, just getting the confirmation now. So, and this is pretty close to the top of the mountain here. And I think the car that we're missing would be Patrick Culligan, I think, just based off the timing and scoring. So we'll update you when we can.
Absolutely, that's never a sign that you want to see, and the top section is oftentimes the toughest section for drivers. So we're just hoping that Patrick Culligan and everybody on the course is okay.
Well, we're going to step away for a brief moment. We'll be right back with more coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by Where Sport Meets Community, Colorado Springs Sports Corporation, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. Experience the museum that moves you. And by Mobil 1, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Poncho, made for it.
Meet the most insightful way to never scoop again. Litter Robot 5 Pro, the next generation of litter robot. Litter Robot 5 Pro from Whisker, the greatest invention since cats.
Life is a race. There was a time in my life when I had no idea where I was headed. I used to believe all the lies that I was told when I was younger, that I was worthless and I had no future. I was angry, depressed, and hopeless. Then I discovered the truth. My identity isn't who the world says I am. It's in who Jesus says I am. Chosen, forgiven, righteous. Life is a race. Where are you headed?
When you're cruising 400 or 500 miles on the road all day long, best thing you can do for your hot rod, man, whether it's wrapping the exhaust, wrapping your plug wires, insulating your trans tunnel. When you're really using these things, we got to load them up with DEI products, and it just does wonders for the build.
This place will devour the unprepared, leaving hopes and dreams in crumbling heaps at its feet. But once a year, the adrenaline-star few reappear, ready for their feast.
Well, I'm looking good. Thank you. Just became a real ID. What's the plan? Impromptu road trip? Actually, the plan is to fly to New York for today's product launch, and then visit the family in California and cap it off with a girls' weekend in New Orleans. You really can just do all that. Sure, I'm a real ID, so I'm good to board any domestic flight. Speaking of which, gotta fly. Nice. Enjoy. I'll be here.
Be your Real ID self today. To learn how, visit tsa.gov/realid or your local DMV.
I have a sickness for competition, I think. Playing Mario Kart with my kids, my wife always gives me a hard time. She's like, why don't you let them win? I'm like, can't. I don't know how my soul would function still if it weren't for racing.
That was fun.
What's up, man?
Yeah.
Everyone wants to win. Winning fixes everything.
Grid Lives, the stories behind America's fastest growing motorsports festival, premieres Thursday at 9:30 p.m. on Racer Network.
Wheel racing and time attack. This event fascinates me because my background in time attack is with Grid Life and in things like global time attack, for example. It's all about building cars to achieve a lap time goal, right? Wheel-to-wheel racing is a completely different thing, but you still have a builder sport that you sort of have to understand the nuances of the different cars and things. So when I first got asked to do this, I jumped at the opportunity because it feels like just a time attack on the side of a mountain, right? Cars being built to a set of rules, however you want to get there. And I think it makes such a unique group of cars and group of drivers. And then on top of that, you have all the manufacturers bringing their support in. This, to me, is one of the most unique events in the motorsport world. And when you can't really compare it to a Le Mans or a Daytona or a Spa or any of these other things. There are challenges that are similar, but it is its own beast, and it's beautiful in a way. And it's a pleasure to be here again. Every year I learn a little bit more, and for those that were here a couple of years ago, they're like, man, who is this guy? It's a little rough. I'm getting a little better year after year, and then having someone like you alongside me has been a huge help. So thanks for being here this year, and having someone with your knowledge, and it just has the relationships in the paddock. It helps get me up to speed. So hugely appreciative of that. And then Tyler Pappas on the top of the mountain. Again, the mountain's been fickle today with our tech, so we haven't heard from Tyler just yet, but Tyler's also a past competitor here at Pikes Peak and at Grid Life. That's where I met him. So, it really is a community here.
Absolutely. I'm, again, just so grateful to be here to get all of these stories and to hear what's going on with every different driver, because you're so right. This event isn't like anything else. You may look at a car and you may think a certain engine is in it, but a completely different engine and suspension setup could be in that car, so you just never know. And to be honest, that's what drew me to the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb in the first place. Is I came out as a spectator in 2021, and I fell in love with the atmosphere of Pikes Peak. I fell in love with the fact that it's a car show, and it's just so unique, Kyle.
There's so many unique things here, and one of the drivers that always brings something unique is Scott Birdsall, Chuckles Garage. He's got a really unique car this year. Let's have a look at Scott Birdsall's diesel Camaro. Let's have a look.
It's very disadvantageous to run a diesel at Pikes Peak. The elevation is really tough on diesels. One of the problems we're having with this high with a performance diesel when you go up in altitude. When the EGTs get high, you start melting pistons and rings and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's a battle to figure out the perfect combination to get the motor to stay alive. Hey, I'm Scott Birdsall. This is my 8th year at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and in 2020 I set the Pikes Peak diesel record in Old Smoky F1. The attraction to diesel for me is the challenge. It's hard to keep a diesel alive on the mountain. This is a Trans Am TA2 car. It's a Camaro. It's got 18 by 12s in the back, 18 by 12s in the front, and then we got a big APR wing on the back, big duckbill splitter in the front for more downforce. And it's been repowered with a 3-liter VM Motori turbo diesel. It's supercharged and turbocharged in this car, but we have to fabricate everything from scratch. Everything's bespoke. It's just a bigger challenge, I guess. I started racing Pikes Peak in 2018, and the diesel record was held by factory Mercedes-Benz at that time. When I first started Pikes Peak, it wasn't really on my radar. Like, I just wanted to race my fun diesel truck up a mountain and have a good time. But as we got the truck there and saw how it performed, I saw that it was attainable, so that became my goal. And then in 2020, we finally set that. That was pretty epic. It was the perfect conditions you could have thought of, and we set the record that year. Held it until 2023, where unfortunately I took Old Smoky and launched it right off Lightning Corner, and a mistake I made. Any mistakes you make as a driver, you've got the mountain itself, which changes everything from elevation to surface to temperature to rain to sleet to hail. Like, the mountain itself is your competitor. Pikes Peak is no joke. You have to respect it. You can't go up there thinking that you're going to win every single time, because you've got multiple things going against you.
Never brings anything boring, does he? What a cool car that he has brought once again. And my favorite detail on that car is the coal trickle, C-O-A-L, running the diesel. So obviously just a great little throwback there. And you don't see as much diesel these days in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and I think it's interesting to watch him bring this, because it's a great power plant for altitude, a little bit better than gasoline engines, maybe not quite as good as electric propulsion as far as power at altitude, but always brings something interesting. Scott Burrell does, and we'll see him in just a little bit. He's run number 45. We're currently sitting at 37 while we wait for the red flag to clear.
Kyle, it's funny. Although Scott has only been running since 2018. For me, in many ways, his name seems synonymous with the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, because he always brings the coolest stuff with the funniest names and the best stories. And so to have Scott Birdsall up here is always such a pleasure, and I'm really excited to see what he can do in his run, named Coal Trickle, C-O-A-L. I love it.
It's very clever, and good to have him back as always. And yeah, I don't know what his shop looks like, but I bet you it's got some really wild things in it, only because he's got this TA2 Camaro. He has all sorts of crazy trucks and things. And then at Grid Life last year at Laguna Seca, he brought out effectively a Legends car, but it was Legends. There was all sorts of modifications to it, and he ran that in our Super Unlimited class to give you an idea of how crazy that thing was. So he doesn't bring boring, for sure. And that's kind of isn't that a little bit of the heartbeat of this, is to bring something unique and see what is the next boundary we can push.
I think that's the fun part, although in many ways it's a very serious race. I think guys like Scott Birdsall make it so fun in that you just don't know what he's going to show up in, and people have fun with what they bring, and that's again why I love this race so much. It's because it's like a car show, and if you can walk up to any drivers or crew members and say, hey, tell me about your car, and I guarantee you there's an interesting story behind what's under the bonnet.
There are very few cars here that are as they seem, and we've talked about that a couple of times. In the case of the exhibition runs or some of the production car records, maybe the cars tend to be a little bit more normal, so to speak. But it is really like a Hot Wheels competition out here. It's like everyone's bringing all sorts of crazy stuff, which is an absolute blast. For those of you that are just joining us, we're waiting under a red flag here for the one of our competitors to hopefully be cleared off course. That's Patrick Culligan. That didn't quite make it to the top. So we're going to wait and see what happens and wait for the next car to run. I think they've turned Jeremy Lauder back around. I haven't gotten confirmation of that, but I would expect that to be the case, Lonnie, as you pointed out.
Yeah, and again, it's not easy to be turned around on race day to make it part of the way up and then, get a red flag. But that's how they run this course, and that's the way that they're able to do it most efficiently, and it makes sense. But it's not always easy on the drivers, but you never know. Maybe some of the drivers, when they get turned around, may be thinking, second chance at this. So, because there may be things that they want to adjust. Maybe there's something that they didn't do in their car that they want to try, things like that. And then it also helps them know the course a little bit better, so it helps them get an idea of what the course condition is and how to drive to that car.
And we're going to take a quick moment. We'll step away and head to break. We'll be right back with more coverage of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb right after this short break.
Qu'est-ce que je peux te nommer?
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by Springs Airport, the official airport of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Makes travel easy. Go to flycos.com for more info. And by Mobile One, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
What did Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby do in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers? He made history. Get championship-level performance in Skechers basketball.
With SafeLight, you can get that fixed now and pay later.
Fix now, pay later?
SafeLight offers flexible payment options and anywhere mobile service, so you can get it fixed here, or here, and pay later. Go to SafeLight.com today.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Punch it, Megan! Oh, wow, here we go.
Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. The 104th running is under red flag for an incident, we believe, with Patrick Culligan. We'll update you when we have more information. If you'd like to follow along, live timing and scoring is available at livetiming.net/PPIHC. You can see the 36 or so times that have been run so far, and we've got another 35 or so that have yet to run. So that's where we are today. We're about halfway through, 11:27 local time at the moment. Or is it 10:27? No, it's 11:27. I was looking at your laptop, Lonnie. But so far, today we've had some really impressive runs, sub 10-minute lap time or circuit times for everyone from Valentin Simonet on up. So the top 13 cars sub 10 minutes, and the top 4 cars sub 9 minutes. Some really impressive runs here this year. But right now, Romain Dumas looking like he could potentially be a 6-time King of the Mountain with how things are playing out so far.
I think that's more than likely, Kyle. And again, just to see those times and see the level of competition that's here this year at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb is pretty incredible. I think this is one of the more competitive years. I was speaking to Melissa Eickhoff, CEO of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and she said that there were 95 applicants this year, and they had to make some hard choices. But to me, that's so cool because that shows that people want to get involved, people are interested, and trying to figure out how to come here and race it for themselves.
Yeah, incredible amount of entrants this year for a very competitive field. We see Scott Crouch. Looks like he's getting sent. Are we at the gantry right now, or are we getting turned back around? Yeah, so we will see him turn back around as well. You talked about how close it was. The front-wheel drive record we saw fall earlier today, and the difference between the two drivers that were fighting for it is 7/100ths of a second. So have this fun experiment at home. Find yourself one of those reaction time tester apps and tap it as fast as you can. I bet that most of you at home can't do it faster than 0.2 of a second. So 7/100ths of a second is the difference for the front-wheel drive record. Over 12 miles of course. That is crazy close and unbelievable that we have that level of competition. And that's just one of many battles that is happening in the field here today.
Faster than a blink of an eye. It's so cool to see. You know, of course, Dai Yoshihara wanted to go after that front wheel drive record, and he was super fast. But it's crazy to see that over 12 miles that it can come down to less than a blink of an eye. But again, that's what I love about this race is it's so unpredictable, it's so challenging, and you can never take anything for granted up here.
No, you can't. And just in case you're wondering, the blink of an eye is somewhere between 1/10 and 4/10 of a second, depending on how slow you're blinking. So yeah, 0.07, not 0.1. So it is quicker than the blink of an eye. So I love talking about how close things are, and it really giving people an understanding of the kinds of gaps that we're talking about, on the order of, feet or inches over 12 miles. Scott Crouch has returned to the paddock to sort of probably get a reset here. I'd expect to see the same for Jeremy Lauder as well, but he has not returned to the paddock spot just yet. So still working that red flag. You're not missing anything on the course at the moment, so bear with us here while the safety teams and the course crew go to work. They do a great job, Lonnie. It takes a huge amount of people and a lot of coordination and cooperation for this event to even happen in the first place, let alone when you sort of get derailed like this.
We just saw Scott Crouch cross us here in the paddock, and he has a couple minutes here to get his car reset, make sure everything's good to go, and then he can go take the green flag when he's ready within a certain time frame. So his team is making sure the car is fueled, making sure that they get those tire blankets back on the tires. Now those tire blankets are really great here at Pikes Peak because you have to go hard right from the green flag. You have no opportunity to warm up your tires like you would in normal road racing. In normal road racing, before you take the green flag, you get an entire lap, which would be several miles, to get heat into the brakes and into the tires, and you just don't have that opportunity here at Pikes Peak. So a lot of teams utilize tire blankets. They also utilize tire ovens too. The benefit of tire ovens is it heats the wheel and the tire together, so it helps get heat into the car much quicker, but tire blankets work really well as well, and it helps you go from the line with hot tires. And hot tires are really important because as soon as a slick tire heats up, that's when it gets sticky. It's very, very slippery before the tire heats up, and that's why you wouldn't want to take the green flag with cold sticker tires.
It's always fascinating to me to see different tire compounds and how they feel to the touch when you have a true race compound tire. And then once you heat them up, that you can literally stick your shoe and pull your foot out of it because they're so sticky. It's unbelievable. There's been a lot of challenging stories this week. Cars being replaced, engines being rebuilt, parts being flown from all over the country, driving all the way across the country. One of the drivers that had such a story is Cash Singh in his Ford Mustang. Things were running well, but had a little bit of dramas in the week leading up to this event. Let's have a look at Cash Singh's last week, getting his engine put back in place and replaced this week.
First run, car felt good, but I noticed a little bit of smoke. On that second run, took off and didn't make it that far. Probably got about a mile from the start line, and as soon as we got out, looked, there was fluid coming out from underneath the engine, so we knew we had heard it. Got towed off the mountain afterwards, arrived at Peterson Auto, where we're at here, and started diag.
So if we plug this in, you'll have to key on it.
We lost the motor. The Gen 2 Coyote motor. It's not the cleanest of motors, so we spent some time trying to clean it, get the old gunk off, whoever owned it prior, didn't do oil changes or whatever it was, so there was a lot of gumming. Yeah, so this is what's left of our old motor. We've stripped it and scavenged for enough parts to put on the kind of the junkyard F-150 motor we found. One of the things that they've hopefully ruled out, it's not a PCM, because to try to locate a PCM now would just end the week for us. The one thing about Pikes Peak is the fans and community people have offered up parts of their car. I've got other folks that are willing to give me some race engines just to get, back on the road. Even other competitors, because at the end of the day, we as competitors don't want to see another competitor miss out because, of an incident. This is my Sweet 16, my 16th year on the mountain. The car's changed over the years. I've had about 3 different cars up here. I don't know when the car's going to get together. We're hoping to make practice tonight and hopefully Friday. The positive of Pikes Peak is people are here to help, and we're hoping to get to the start line on Sunday.
The 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is still under red flag, a delay here for an incident near the top of the mountain. Still waiting for the next car to run, so hanging tight with us here. You're not missing anything on the course at the moment. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser. Tyler Pappas is hanging out there, getting us information up at the top of the mountain at the summit, 14,000 feet. Lonnie, we had really great momentum earlier in the day, but it doesn't take a lot to sort of derail that. And as we wait, we can feel the wind's picking up. It's heating up outside as well. So that track temperature is going to rise a little bit, but it changes over the course, doesn't it? Different pavements, different pavement age, and it's going to absorb temperature at different rates. Is that anything? Do you sense the pavement changing grip on the different sections of the mountain, or is it pretty much the same?
That's a great question. You know, on race day, it's hard for me to really say. It's been a couple of years since I've made it to the top, but certainly in a race car, especially at a place like Pikes Peak, you have to be on your toes and you have to be feeling what's going on underneath you at every single moment. Really being able to adapt, because it changes in an instant. And that's why ultimately you see a lot of the really, really fast drivers go earlier in the day. They qualified a little bit better, so that means they get to start earlier when the road condition is more like it was during testing. And now as we get into around noon here, a lot of these drivers it's been a couple years, maybe a year, since they've driven the road in these conditions. It's very different from testing, and it's very, very hard to predict what it's going to do, and typically teams will make setup changes to help account for that, but ultimately it's kind of a guess because it's an unknown quantity of how the road is going to behave. And wind also affects things. We're seeing the wind pick up here in the lower section. I could imagine it's probably even windier up at top, but that means that rocks could get blown into the middle of the road, or small pieces of debris. So that's something you also have to take into account. You know, going around a blind corner, you really have to pick your eyes up to make sure that there's nothing in the middle of the road. I'm glad that we got to see Cash sing and his short there. He told me a really cool story. Well, it was cool for me to hear. I don't think he loved experiencing it, but one of his runs a couple years ago, he saw two bighorn sheep headbutt each other as he was on his race run. And he's like, that's so distracting. I don't want to see that. Like, it's cool. Like, it was a total National Geographic moment for him. So it's just, you just never know. You never know with wildlife. You never know with debris. The course is constantly changing.
Certainly is changing. And we've got a moment because the track is still quiet. If you'd like to follow along with what I'm about to run through, head over to livetiming.net/PPIHC for the live timing run order. Let's go down kind of the running order and just sort of recap what we've seen so far. At the very top of the order, perhaps to little surprise, is Romain Dumas in the unlimited production-based category with that Ford Super Mustang Mach-E. That was an 8:18.202, one of the fastest times we've seen here in recent years. In second overall, leading the Super Unlimited division of Unlimited, is Robin Schut with an 8:29.497. He leads Simone Fagioli and Diego De Gaspari for the Italian hill climb drivers in second and third in class. Fifth overall and first in open wheel is Dan Novembri, a rock-solid time of 9:01.689. His personal best, Lonnie. And then it's back and forth between Pikes Peak Open and open wheel the next couple of spots. Billy Johnson, Cody Vaschultz, Jimmy Ford, and then J.R. Hildebrand leading in Time Attack 1 with a 9:30.1 in that Corvette ZR1X.
And that time by J.R. Hildebrand broke the production class record on race day and on the official production program that they have, the official, record. They have an official record program here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb where you can set a record time outside of race day, and JR still beat that time as well. So he is the greatest so far at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb in a production car. And then Jeff Swart with a 9:44 in Time Attack. Great run to see from Jeff. Again, I think the world of Jeff Swart. He has been such a mentor to me, and I call him the artist of the mountain because he knows every rock, bush, branch, anything on Pikes Peak. He is the master. So really great to see him. Also followed by David Donner in the Porsche Turbo S. David Donner is also a rookie and a total veteran here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So it's fun to look down the list here and see all of the different stories and all of the different drivers. We saw earlier today Laura Hayes and Amelia Hartford battling for the fastest female driver on Pikes Peak. Amelia took that just by a couple seconds at a 10 minutes and 11 second run, and Laura Hayes was just behind her at a 10:17. And then we saw that great battle with the front wheel drive drivers. Jim Morris winning out by only 0.7 of a second, followed by Dai Yoshihara and then Machi. And then down the line, we have some other really great stories, and I'm excited to see how the rest of the day shapes up, Kyle.
Yeah, tons of great battles. Let's take a quick moment. We'll step away. We'll be right back after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by Pikes Peak, America's mountain. Road trip to 14,115 feet above ordinary. And the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. Experience the museum that moves you. And by the Broadmoor, the most unique resort in the world.
The founder of Arai Helmet was the man who created the first motorcycle helmet in Japan to protect his own head. And as a result, launched the Japanese motorcycle helmet industry. Arai focuses on glancing off performance, accumulating small differences decade after decade to further rider protection.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. Or glide step wide fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. With Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
When performance matters, trust the parts built to deliver it. Summit Racing brand parts are engineered for power, precision, and reliability. From engines to transmissions, cylinder heads to camshafts, restoration parts to paint, LS swap kits to exhaust. These are the parts you can rely on. For the street, the strip, and everywhere in between. Summit Racing brand parts, all backed by our handshake guarantee and amazing customer service. Built to perform, proven to win.
Get ready to rodeo. The NFR Open at the Pikes Peak Bost Rodeo, presented by John Deere, is where the top professional rodeo cowboys and cowgirls in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico compete to be named PRCA Circuit Champions. There's bragging rights in play and mega prize money to win. You've got to be here to catch all the action. Come to Colorado Springs, Colorado, July 14 through 18. This is where you belong.
Well, I'm looking good. Thank you. Just became a real ID. What's the plan? Impromptu road trip? Actually, the plan is to fly to New York for today's product launch, and then visit the family in California and cap it off with a girls' weekend in New Orleans. You really can just do all that. Sure, I'm a real ID, so I'm good to board any domestic flight. Speaking of which, gotta fly. Nice. Enjoy. I'll be here.
Be your Real ID self today. To learn how, visit tsa.gov/realid or your local DMV.
On Racer Network's Creative Drive, meet the creative minds driving car culture.
To do a feature film, you gotta wake up like delusional every day and just believe you can do it.
From filmmakers to fabricators.
Figure out how to do it and don't be scared.
Collectors to commentators.
1996 Honda Civic CX. That was the gateway drug for all of this.
Obsession becomes art. Creative Drive. Tomorrow, only on Racer Network.
Returning to live coverage of the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. If you're just joining us now, it's been a little while since we've seen cars running. We've been under red flag for some time for an incident near the top of the mountain. Still waiting more information on it to pass along, but when there's an incident, everything stops. We wait for the track to be cleared. The safety personnel need to be able to get up and down the mountain. There's one road up, one road down. There are no other routes, so everything has to stop, and that's what we're waiting on right now. You haven't missed anything in the last half hour or so, Lonnie, but we're still waiting to see Jeremy Lauder, Scott Crouch, Nono Satano, and the rest of the field make their runs up this 12-mile course, 156 turns. The weather has been gorgeous this year. We've been blessed with it, but the wind has been picking up. We've been talking about it the last little bit. It is definitely, the energy is picking up a little bit, and you have to wonder how much that's affecting things higher up the hill.
Absolutely. And, you know, for the drivers who still haven't made their run, they've been hanging out all day. They've been anticipating and thinking about it. But that also gives them time to get ready and feel even more confident. I always like to run the laps, I guess. They're not laps, but run the run in my head before I actually take the green flag. And that really helps calm me down and prepare me. And my guess is other drivers do that as well. It's pretty amazing what visualization techniques can do because I can time it on my phone in my head and then run the exact same time in real life. So I'm sure that a lot of drivers here in the paddock right now are taking advantage of that mental technique.
So have you ever seen, watching the socials of other motorsport organizations where they get out the whiteboard and they have the drivers draw the track? Do you feel like you could do a reasonable representation of the Pikes Peak course from memory?
I feel like it would be okay if I drew it. Maybe not the best, but I could walk you through corner by corner verbally what's coming up next, what that corner's like, maybe what marks I'm looking for. I could certainly do that. Drawing would be a little bit weird to translate, I think, but hey, I think some drivers can probably do that well.
How much time do you think it takes to fully memorize everything? And again, I'm always curious if there are drivers that are driving more to their vision and don't have it memorized. Is this a phenomenon that we might see in the paddock, or drivers that are reacting to it like they're, like they haven't stitched it together in the case of a rookie, right? So some of this it can't be muscle memory to some extent.
In my opinion, the more muscle memory that it can be and the more that you can anticipate what's coming up, the better it's going to be for you. I think we're at a day and age where the speeds are high enough that it's paramount to learn the course. Now, I have seen incidents happen because there's a lot of corners up here on Pikes Peak that look very similar. Engineers, for example, is one that comes to mind. It looks very similar to a corner that's just before it, and Engineers is a very slow, typically second or first gear corner, but there's again one before it that is much quicker that you could carry a lot more speed through. So I've seen instances where drivers will think they're in that fast sweeping corner but really be in Engineers, and then they run into problems really quick. It's the same in the middle section. Evo corner is very well known for that as well. It looks a lot like the corner prior, but the corner prior has a guardrail to tell you where it is, but you don't see that guardrail till the very last second. So there's a lot of nuances in the corners here, and the better you can know those little tricks, the better off you're going to be, and the harder ultimately that you can drive the car. I think maybe in the dirt days that was a little bit different because the speeds were a little bit lower in the dirt days, that you could drive more based off of feel and based off of your vision. Now, in my opinion, there's no option but to come here and be as prepared as possible.
I'm sure it's different for everyone, but for you, how long did it take to go from, and again, you were here as a kid, I'm sure, but from seeing it for the first time to really knowing it without having to reference any video materials or anything like that? Are we talking a week, a month, 3 years? What's the timeline for you in your case anyway?
Well, I will tell you that I still reference video. Although I could walk you through the course right now verbally, that would take way too long, so I'm not going to do that. But while I could do that, I still reference videos. To me, going back to previous years and finding new marks, I think that's why you see drivers with the likes of Jeff Swart and David Donner and Robin Shute, Romain Dumas do so well, is because they've learned this mountain to the degree that they know shapes of rocks up here, and they use those rocks or those trees as references to them, and it only helps. So I knew that coming here my first year that I had to learn this course as best as I possibly could to avoid having any incidents. And I took it very seriously. I was living in Boulder, Colorado at the time, and I came up here and drove the road a lot, which really helped me get a good idea for the contours of the road. It really helped me pick out some other references. And then also, in addition to that, I watched a lot of video and then spent a lot of time on the sim. And different drivers have different approaches. Like our friend Jim Morris, I know he's like, no, the sim feels nothing like it. But for me, the sim gives you a very good idea for the rhythm of the road, but you can't really take the visual references verbatim. That's why you have to reference something like videos. So I know that the guys who are really quick up here, they know this road by every rock.
Well, I can tell you I have an update for you, at least on one of the two competitors that we hadn't seen in a bit. Jeremy Lauder is back pulling into his paddock spot right in front of us here. So he was the driver that was interrupted on his run. So they're going to give him a chance to reset. It's been a while since we saw this car, though, so I'm not sure where it was being held. But again, the car that we believe the incident was for Patrick Culligan, the number 720. And again, when an incident happens, there's only one way to get from point A to point B. So again, it's absolutely critical that we keep the course open for any safety vehicles, any officials, that sort of thing. Let's bring in a guest. It's Ryan Cheek, driving for ALS. She's got a new car this week. And so she's got a different car than was planned on being here. And Ryan, I talked to you earlier. You were going to drive a Ford Mustang. An issue happened with the engine, and then the craziest thing happened. So take me through your week and where you ended up now with this Ford FR500.
Yes, Kyle, it has been a crazy week. We started out with tire testing a couple weeks ago. Things were going well until they weren't, and I had a mechanical with my engine. That was a real big bummer. At that moment, I thought I was out of the race. The two choices were, let's try to do a motor swap or maybe find a new car. And motor swap was getting more hectic just because of my current build. And then we ended up finding an angel, and Jeff Jacobucci from Jacobucci Arabians offered me his 2008 FR500S, which is another Mustang, same chassis, little lower on power, little bit different suspension, but it's a tried and true car that has been up the mountain, not this particular one, but many like it. So I've just been getting used to that over the race week.
And I was told that this car is very fresh. It's not a new car. It's a model year 2008 FR500S, but it has very low miles. Tell me about that.
Yes, so 2008 is the first year of the FR500S, and it was raced only 1 year. It didn't have a fuel cell, so we had to do that. This car has a little over 1,800 miles on it. Wonderful. Thank you so much for asking. Racing for ALS is a 100% nonprofit. We raise funds for research, development, and patients assistance funds through our racing activities and just showing our passion for racing and our understanding for ALS. I personally lost my father to ALS in 2020, and that kind of helped me get into my racing and pursue it a little bit harder.
Yeah, so it's certainly a personal partnership there, and in your team that makes this all happen. Who are the partners and people beyond that also assist this program in moving forward? Obviously, the last couple of weeks have been very busy, and I'm sure it takes a lot.
It sure has. Like I said, the car didn't have a fuel cell, so we reached out to some of our fellow competitors. Shout out to the O'Malleys. They helped build a cage. We moved the fuel cell from my car. We needed a few parts, and Radium sent us some stuff. I've been on site with Fuel Tech, and they've actually added a FT700, which is helping me get some driver development and feedback. We had to update the fire suppression, so Lifeline, and we just saw Jim Morris reset the front wheel drive record, so shout out to Jim. So many other people have helped me along the way. Forschlag Motorsports, MCS, the list is amazing, and of course my amazing team, my friends, and my family.
Let's kind of pivot to your background in motorsport. I see that you've done, SCCA, NASA. You've done the Appalachian Hill Climb as well, so some hill climb experience. But this year, this car that you're running is very different from the cars that you've had here in the past. So tell me about your background and sort of why the Ford Mustang was the right fit for you this time around.
So my first very cool car that I loved was a BMW, and I really loved them, but I couldn't quite afford all the fast ones, and the Ford Mustang, a 2017, came on the lot. I wanted one, so I got into a Mustang, and then I kind of decided, well, I probably should figure out how to tame this beast. So I started doing autocross, and I kind of just went onto that HPDEs, and then I really liked driving on track, and I said, well, I don't want to wreck my daily. So I went and found an older Mustang and started building it for wheel-to-wheel racing, and that was during COVID, and all the racetracks shut down. So that's actually how I got into hill climb, and I've been hill climbing that car since 2020. I've been here with an open wheel car, but this year I decided I wanted to bring my Mustang.
Yeah, well, what a cool story, and it's a pleasure to have you back here again. A little bit of a delay for now, but Ryan, thanks so much for joining us here. We're going to step away to break for just a moment, but good luck to you later today.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ryan. Good luck.
Thank you. We'll be right back. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by the City of Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA. Gran Turismo, the real driving simulator, proud presenting sponsor of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And by Toyo Tires.
Eibach Pro Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Featuring 2.5-inch coilovers, rear reservoir shocks, and equipped with our championship-winning race springs. Built for the most rugged and demanding conditions, the Stage 3R is developed to provide the highest level of off-road performance, maximum travel, and proven durability.
Colorado Springs is home to America's mountain, America's anthem, America's military,
dismissed,
America's team, and so much more. You're invited to celebrate America's 250th and Colorado's 150th in Colorado Springs all year long. Join the fun at coloradosprings.gov. In Colorado Springs, we shoot for the moon. We train the defenders of air and space. We secure American freedom. We compete on the world stage. We launch balloons, rockets, careers. We conquer America's mountain and spend time in a garden fit for the gods. We power the future and protect the past. There is greatness within each of us and all around us. We are Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA.
Welcome back to coverage of the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Under red flag, it looks like we might be getting closer to the end of the red flag period for a car off course. Jeremy Lauder and Scott Crouch have returned to their paddock to get reset for a new run. But it looks like the safety vehicles are sort of restaging at their holding positions, which, again, gives us an indication we might be getting closer to going back racing.
Absolutely, and as we go back to racing, I want to point you in the direction of livetiming.net/PPIHC. That's where you'll be able to find the current information for times that drivers are running. Of course, we're in a holding pattern right now until the red flag gets sorted out. But as soon as we get drivers back on course, that's going to be where you're going to find the most up-to-date timing information.
Yeah, and so far on the top of the board, it is Romain Dumas with the number 125 Ford Super Mustang Mach-E, 8:18.202, the fastest time of the day. And great competition in the other categories as well between Open Wheel, Time Attack 1, and Pikes Peak Open. And then, of course, we were treated early on to the Battle of the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama category, both the turbo and non-turbo subdivisions. And had a great little fight between Laura Hayes and Catesby Jones. And it will be a class victory for Laura Hayes, given that there are no other Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama cars. But that women's record was beat a couple of times today. So impressive drive by all of them to push that limit further along.
I just want to point out that Laura Hayes also broke her previous set record in 2024 at a 10:17.532, I believe. So that sets the record for the fastest GT4 turbo car up Pikes Peak. So kudos to Laura. What an amazing result for her. And then Amelia getting the fastest woman on Pikes Peak is also great to see. She came in at a 10:11.018. And I'm just so happy for those two ladies. And, you know, every single year it's great to see women on Pikes Peak. Of course, I'm a huge proponent of that. So we want to see more and more of years to come. And we were chatting about this a little bit earlier, but the cool thing about racing in general and racing up here at Pikes Peak is the car doesn't know the difference of who's behind the wheel. So it doesn't matter if you're a woman, if you're from Poland for the first time. It doesn't matter your background. You can be up here racing too, and you can be older in age as well. We've seen some drivers start their racing career in their 50s. So it really doesn't matter who's behind the wheel. We can all wheel it just the same.
Well, while we're under a delay here, we'll bring in Jackie, I believe it's Lutz? Jackie Lutz from the Auto Care Association. So hop on and grab that microphone, Jackie. Pleasure to have you here. And tell me a little bit about the Auto Care Association.
Yeah, so we're one of the only associations that actually covers the entire span of the automotive aftermarket. So that includes the performance industry, it includes all motorsports. But we really support our members on the Hill with things like right to repair, which should be very important to everybody here who wants to get their hands on vehicles. But also with networking, connecting them to each other, connecting parts suppliers with distributors, making sure shops have access that they need, and also just tools and information. We do a lot of news. We have a podcast, which is what I'm representing on my shirt, Auto Care on Air. We've done a couple episodes while we're here, so always looking forward to talking to people about becoming members. If you want to learn more about it, I'm here at the Hella Mila location. So
awesome. Tell me more about when it started and how this sort of came to be and how it came to support this particular race.
Yeah, the Auto Care Association, this is our second time being here. We were invited by Hella last year and again this year. But really, a lot of our members are already here. A lot of the parts suppliers and distributors that are here. So really, we're reaching out to the performance industry. We're a little underrepresented here. A lot of people don't know about us. A lot of people are more familiar with maybe PRI or SEMA. But the Auto Care Association really supports it all. So we are a big old umbrella over the automotive aftermarket.
Gotcha. I'm throwing this question at you because this is a fun one. I got into motorsports in a very roundabout way through sim racing, and I think everyone has a different story. How did you end up at Auto Care Association?
I actually worked for Schrader TPMS, who is also here. I worked for them for 10 years. And then moved over to the Auto Care Association just 2 years ago. I was a very active member of theirs. I chaired a lot of their communities, was at a lot of their events. I loved their, the people that worked there. And so when it came time for me to make a change, they were one of the first phone calls that came my way, asking me to do some content. I am their content director. So being there has been really fun. I've been there for 2 years. First thing I did was start this podcast. Doing some long-form content and just trying to keep our members connected, make sure that they get all the information that they need to be successful.
This race in this place and the kind of modification that drivers are doing, they're taking cars to the extreme. Mm-hmm. What unique challenges have you seen some of your members face as part of this hill climb?
It's 100% right to repair. So as the vehicles get, the newer vehicles, as they get smarter, they're getting more like computers on wheels, right? Making those repairs and making those modifications to vehicles is getting harder and harder. Technicians don't have the data that they need in order to make certain modifications to vehicles, and they're being kind of forced to go through a dealership or go through other ways to try to get the data they need to make both repairs and modifications. So that's really priority one of the Auto Care Association, is we're really rallying for the right to repair so that all consumers can choose where to get their vehicles maintained, but also for things like this to still exist with newer vehicles as well. that's something that I would love as a call to action for everybody listening. Is repairact.com is a great way to get involved there. There's a really easy way to send an automated letter to your legislators letting them know that you want to maintain your right to repair vehicles, that you want access and to be able to get your hands on things that you already own.
That's great. Talk about this event from a networking perspective. With the members, trying to get new members. This feels like a paddock full of people that are very interested in what you do.
Yeah.
So what's the experience like every year? I mean, this is year 2 for you, but seeing it grow every year, 95 competitors vying for 75 spots. This has to be a paddock that is just ripe with opportunity for things like auto care.
It is. It's amazing. Every time, this is my second year here, and I just see more opportunity each year. There's so many people here that are just now learning about the Auto Care Association, but there's so much that we can do to help the people here as well. And we really do span the entire automotive aftermarket, to the smallest shop to all the way up to some of the biggest distributors, and the suppliers like Hella and Mila here. So yeah, it's been a really great experience, and I have to say, Pikes Peak is such an amazing place to be. This race feels more like family. It's so fun to see the competition there, but there's a whole lot of love and a whole lot of respect around here, and it's just really fun to witness. It's almost like you got to see it to believe it.
It is the most intimate and the most close-knit international event I've ever seen. It is really cool. Jackie, thanks so much for joining me here, and enjoy the rest of the event. The weather's gorgeous. We've definitely gotten blessed with that today, so thanks for being here. And where can people go to learn more?
Thank you so much. Autocare.org to learn more about the Auto Care Association. Also, our YouTube channel, if you want to check out our podcast. We're available anywhere you get your podcast, but if you go to Auto Care Association's YouTube, you can see us in full video.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jackie.
Thank
Enjoy the rest
you.
of the day. Jackie Lutz from the Auto Care Association joining us here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Again, you're not missing much right now. Still under red flag as we await the resumption of the course after an incident towards the top of the mountain. We'll wait for more information and pass it along when we have it. For now, we're just in a holding pattern, and we'll hopefully chat with some more folks in this time. Again, the weather continues to be gorgeous, and I don't think there's anything really on the way. So other than maybe a little bit more breeze than we had, this should be a pretty nice afternoon. If this race goes very smooth, typically 2:30, 3 o'clock, you can see it kind of wrapping up. But with this long delay, we're still only about halfway through our event here. So still a little ways to go as far as the drivers that are on deck and waiting to roll here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Jeremy Lauder and Scott Crouch will be next up in the Chevrolet Camaro and the Subaru WRX next in line. So, while we're waiting, I think Lonnie Unser is going to be back with me in a moment, but we're going to go over some highlights here of the race so far. Have a look at Pikes Peak 2026 so far today. I think we're going to have Nuno Zitano. So far today, record set in a couple of categories. That was a big moment for Tom Tang in the E46 BMW. He gathered it up and kept it rolling all the way to the top of the mountain. And a stoppage earlier for one of the competitors that never really got to go all the way to the top. Issues for Franco Caruso. It was the first driver off course today. Took a little while to clean that up, but Franco was okay, climbed out of the car under his own power. And when we resumed, we carried on with drivers like Robin Schut and Simone Fagioli. But earlier in the day, it was obviously Romain Dumas that went to the top of the board with an 8:18, an unbelievable lap time of this course. I also can tell you while we're watching these highlights, there's Robin Schut leaving the line earlier. That Jeremy Lauder is also rolling back towards the start line, which is good news for us. But Robin Schut took the green. And here's Romain Dumas in that Ford Super Mustang Mach-E, carving its way towards the top of the mountain. And it is currently still the top-seeded car at an 8:18.202. And it's the best time by about 11 seconds, Lonnie, as we continue to watch these highlights here. It's been a really fun race so far with what we've seen.
Again, it's a great day to be a race fan here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We've seen some amazing stories, and I think here in a minute we're going to get to talk to Nuno. So he's going to come into the booth and we'll have a chat.
All right. Well, I'll let you do this one if you want to chat with him. And you won't have anything in here, so you'll have to pop the mic on.
We have to go?
Oh, they're going. All right, never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead. Good luck to you. All right, well, in real time, this is how fast things happen here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. There are cars rolling to the start line. We were going to chat with Nuno Citano. Never mind, Lonnie, so this is how fast things change here. Jeremy Lauder's on the start line, and they are going to be rolling in just a moment. So that's good news for us, but that is as fun as it gets. About to sit down for an interview, then get called to your car, and Lauder is off and away. Finally, his second attempt. He goes green.
Absolutely unpredictable as always here at Pikes Peak, but that's the reason why we love it so much. Jeremy Lauder off and on his way. He certainly had plenty of time to get that car reset and refueled, tire blankets back on, and away he goes. I'm curious, maybe we'll hear at some stage whether or not he was grateful to get turned around or whether or not he was on a good run.
Well, what I can tell you is that Jeremy Lauder's first section last time was a 154.593. I'll bet you that how he feels about his run will determine if the two sections are quicker or slower than the last time he ran them. But 154.593 is his time to beat. He's in the unlimited production-based category, which means the next car that he's chasing was Jim Morris's 1033. That's going to be a hard time to catch, I think, with Jeremy's build, but we'll see what he can do in those lower sections.
Absolutely. We'll find out real quick how he is adapted to his second chance at it. Of course, the conditions change a lot from race day, especially when you're running this time of day compared to testing. The road is hotter. There may be a little bit more dust and debris on the road than you would typically see in testing, especially after a red flag. That gives some time for the wind maybe to blow some more dust on the road. But he also now has a known quantity. He knows what his car feels like underneath him, and he can drive to that feeling right off the green flag, as opposed to taking a couple corners to get used to the vehicle he has underneath him.
It's a great point. Not often. I said in the intro that you don't really get second chances. It's not entirely true. You can sometimes get a second chance at a section if you get turned around. Usually it's due to someone else's misfortune, though, so you're never really looking for that. But for Lauder, in that lower section, once again, as soon as we get eyes on the car again at the next camera location, we'll send you that way. Nothing to see on course at the moment. That's why you're hanging out in the booth with us. Live timing and scoring, livetiming.net/PPIHC to follow along in real time. But Jeremy Lauder and Scott Crouch are the next two to run to the top of the mountain. They have both gone to the start line. And then after Scott Crouch, we're going to be moving on to Nuno Citano, who was going to be our guest here just a moment ago. And he had to run, so I think they're feeling the pressure, and it's go time.
Yeah, but Nuno looked so calm and collected, and he has been up here a few times. This is going to be his third year racing the hill climb, so he's experienced, and he looked calm and ready to go, so that's always a good sign. It's always interesting to chat to different drivers and see who gets nervous and who doesn't, but to my eyes, Nuno didn't look nervous at all.
No, he seemed very calm until the crew members were like, let's go, and then it was game time, go time, let's go climb in the car. So Scott Crouch is waiting on the start line in that 2014 Subaru WRX. We talked about him earlier. Age 62 out of Boulder, Colorado. His first two runs here were as a co-driver for Tanner Faust. Then from 2012 to now, he's run that car every single year, iterating, improving, and making that car even better. So very cool story to have Scott with us again with all the experience on the mountain.
Again, it's just so cool to see who is drawn to what manufacturers, and Scott Crouch is very clearly drawn to Subarus and has a love for Subarus, and that's really cool to see, because once you start driving a similar manufacturer time and time again, you really get to know the way that that type of car drives, and it makes it almost easier to iterate and develop that car.
Well, Jeremy Lauder, I think, has trip timing in the bottom section. It was roughly the same as before, I believe, if I'm not being deceived. So that should be pretty much what he was running within a second or so. But Jeremy Lauder working his way up the mountain in that lower section and carving his way up in that Chevrolet Camaro.
Absolutely. We never want to see turnarounds. It's something that we try to avoid at all costs here at Pikes Peak, but Jeremy Lauder looks like he's handling it like a professional. He's right back at it, doesn't look like he skipped a beat, and he's flying through the bottom here, crossing the yellow line, and I think he's about to reach, just the maybe just the end of the lower section. So we'll see where he comes in time-wise there.
So I do have an update on Patrick Culligan for those that were waiting for an update on Patrick. Patrick Culligan is awake and alert and in stable condition and being evacuated to UC Health Memorial Central. So awake, alert, and stable for Patrick Culligan. So that's good news there.
That's always good news to hear the awake and alert. That's the number one thing that the safety team is looking for. So very good sign. Best wishes to Patrick. He's a phenomenal person and a phenomenal competitor. So, and I know he'll be back in years to come, certainly.
So as Jeremy Lauder continues his climb up the mountain, we're going to bring on another one of our guests here in just a moment's time, and that is going to be Cash Singh, who has had his own crazy week. So we'll bring him in here in just a second, and we'll give him a chat. But we'll bring him in. And Cash, it's been a tough week, but everything looks good now. How are you feeling going into Pikes Peak this year?
It was a very tough week, but feeling kind of good going in, trying to stay kind of in my head. Calm, cool, kind of chill until it's time to strap into the car. But love to get some sleep at some point.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't we all? But this challenge, this mountain, every year it's a little different. The field gets stronger every year. The challenge that you had with your engine, we saw the feature on that earlier. Again, sort of recap the week for us and what's in there now and how comfortable are you with what your team has put together?
So first, shout out to the crew that put us together. First day of practice, second run, motor let go. We weren't sure exactly what happened, but there was a lot of smoke. Some people called fire, and I was like, well, I'm not on fire, but okay. Got out. We got it down to Peterson Automotive, or basically Peterson Auto Care at this point, and Brad there, the team, they started tearing down to get into it and see what it was. 10 o'clock in the morning. And at the same time, I had, as I mentioned on the show, other racers, other fans, friends, everybody's trying to figure out a solution for me with the motor. Looked at Ford didn't have one. It was back ordered. I had one sitting in Vegas. A friend, Cody Loveland, fellow racer, actually drove that motor to us. At the same time, Jonathan Meyer came through for us. He had a junkyard F-150 motor waiting for me, the Gen 2. And then another sponsor of mine, Jeff, he had a Gen 1 Coyote sitting in his car in Denver, drove that down. We're still trying to figure out a solution. So I had 3 engines coming. And we picked the junkyard motor because it was the quickest and what would be the least amount of work. And so it's a sludged out motor. It's lived a hard life in a truck, and we swapped parts out of the Mustang to make it work, cams and timing chains. And so we coined it Baby Frankenstein. It's a hybrid. It's a hybrid F-150 and a hybrid Mustang.
Wow, well, what a story. And again, this is sort of the grassroots nature and the kind of the doer motivation to get it done, to not have to back out and to go run the mountain. So for you, is just finishing this year, is that the goal, or are you still setting your sights high?
Well, I've got a personal best number I'd like to hit. Oddly enough, this motor, which is just a loose junkyard motor, actually has been working better in the little soft practice sessions. So maybe this is my year to hopefully come up, but getting to the top, that's after what we've had for the team and the sponsors. Would love to just be on top with fellow racers.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we'll give you a moment to thank the partners and people that make it happen for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Peterson Auto Care, Brad Peterson there, Jeff Jacoby. Once again, shout out to Jonathan Meyer for getting a motor. My whole crew. And then I've got some sponsors in the pits here. Terminex came out. Pirelli, Tire Rack, they supported with tires. Billy's Tequila, who's always helped me pay for gas money. Just a lot of people that have come out, and all the fans, fellow racers that came out to support and offered help when I needed it.
Well, best of luck to you, Cash. Good luck out there. Have fun, too.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Thanks so much. Yeah. Cash Singh driving the Ford Mustang with the transplant heart from a Ford F-150, a used-up F-150 engine that had a whole lot of sludge in it. Just such a cool story. We get shots of Scott Crouch navigating the course at the moment. First section in Time Attack 1, a 1:53.596. So well on his way up the 4 different timing sections. Once again, livetiming.net/PPIHC is where we're watching the live timing. But Jeremy Lauder is in section 4 at the moment. Section 3 was a 3:05.436, and well on his way to completing the mountain.
I'd like to mention, Kyle, that Scott Crouch is currently right in there with some of the top time attack competitors. So I am excited to see where that lands him. Of course, he qualified a little bit further behind them, but his sector times are coming in, and they're looking right on the mark of where I betcha he wants to be.
Nuno Satano, we were just about to talk to him a few minutes ago, but it's time to go green for the number 77 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, representing Portugal. 2,900-pound, 3.8-liter Porsche engine. This is his third year racing Pikes Peak. Previously had run in the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama in the naturally aspirated category. This car this year is running in Pikes Peak Open, so stepping up, allowing some more modification here, but he's off and away in that Porsche Club Sport.
Absolutely. In 2023, he finished second in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. So I think this year he wanted to come with a little bit more power, and he's certainly doing that. He's a very talented competitor, so I'm excited to see where he lands in that 2020 Porsche Cayman GT4.
Oh, Jeremy Lauder just feet from the finish line, coming to a stop right at the top, one corner away. And he's got the brake lights on, so if he can just do the old Control-Alt-Delete and reboot whatever needs to be booted.
You know, sometimes you can cycle the main power. I think the officials are going to give him a second, and there he goes. That's great. So sometimes all it takes is just to cycle the power on those vehicles, and that gets him running, and he doesn't need to get very much further, but that keeps the race green, which we always love to see, and kudos to the officials for giving him a second to get that car refired and going.
11:09.497 for Jeremy Lauder, and I think that is still his fastest time ever. So despite the little stoppage there, a very strong run. I think he'll have liked it to have been powered all the way to the top there, but got it across the finish line with a little bit of the tongue out, Lightning McQueen style there. But he'll be relieved, and he's completed the run.
But you know what? Honestly, the nice thing about that is he knows that there's at least a couple more seconds in his time, and with that stoppage, so he knows it's there. He will have that confidence within himself when he comes back, hopefully in years to come.
Scott Crouch is the next driver that we'll expect to see across the timing and scoring loops at the end of the course, running in Time Attack 1. His sections so far have been a 153 and a 232. We're expecting him in Section 3 here shortly. That's right in the mix with everybody else in this class. So I think Scott Crouch is going to be mighty competitive in the last couple of sections here. Colorado native, he's been here a whole bunch of times, iterating on this the Subaru WRX, this 2014 model year car, and it looks really good right now, doesn't it, Lonnie?
It does look really good. Those Subarus look like they handle the switchbacks in the middle section really nicely. You can see his car looks very balanced, which is a very good sign. He's just coming to the end of the middle section. Again, he's getting to the point of the racetrack where dirt is often typically drug out onto the road, and you got to be on your toes because this is a section of the racetrack you haven't run yet. Of course, Scott Crouch has run it in previous years, but he has not run it during testing so far.
So Scott Crouch continues Section 3 at 3:05, kind of right in the mix with the times that Serafine and Yoshihara were running. So all's good there. And while Scott works on his last section here, we will bring in one of our next guests, which is going to be the director of the Colorado Springs Parks, Skylar Rohrbach, and he'll be here in just a moment's time. So while we pick up Nuno Satano again in the Porsche, he's going to work his way up. We've got two cars on course at the moment, and we're going to chat with, introduce yourself so I can get your name right for me. Grab that mic for me. Director of Colorado Springs Parks.
Skylar Rohrbach.
Rohrbach, awesome. Well, thanks for being here. This area of the country is just immensely beautiful. Tell me about what your role is and what you do.
Yeah, so for the last 4 years, I served as the manager of Pikes Peak, America's Mountain, just recently promoted to the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services for the City of Colorado Springs. So we manage the highway operations here and help get everything prepared for the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. So everything starts months in advance. It's year-round planning with the hill climb staff and their administration. It's just a great partnership.
There is so many logistics that I wish we could convey to people at home watching that have never been here to this event. Can you shed a little light on some of the challenges that are involved with coordinating not only the road on a normal day, but also this size and scale of event with so many people.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of different logistics. And the one thing that remains constant in all the logistics is we always talk about how the mountain always wins, right? The mountain always wins with the weather, the unpredictable winds, whatever those environmental type conditions might be. But it's a lot of just setup of moving so many different aspects in. This whole area just gets transformed into just a mini motor city throughout the end of May and the month of June. Just a lot of coordination of on-site mobilization of, you name it, bathrooms, fencing, tents, event type materials continually being moved in. And then we took about an entire week this year to do some asphalt patchbacks to try to prep the course, especially in those top 2 miles, for safe racing conditions. So it's all those things in coordination with their team, understanding what are the lines that the racers are wanting, making sure that we prepare the course well, and then at the same time, making sure that we're open to the public through our partnership with the United States Forest Service and Pikes Peak, America's Mountain.
It's an incredible race as Scott Crouch comes up to the top of the hill, and Time Attack 1, Scott Crouch finishes the 2026 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. It is a time of 10 minutes, 42 seconds, and 22 thousandths will tack on top of that as well. And for Scott, it is 10 minutes 42, is that what I said? That would be his best time ever in his career. So a job well done there. Nuno Satano on his way up. Dominic Tapia has also taken the green flag. But while we watch all this, Skylar, I think it's really cool that there's this international event happening here in Colorado Springs, or very close by. And what does it feel like to be a part of something of this scale that's drawing eyeballs from all over the world?
Yeah, it's really just amazing. I don't think our region really understands the impact, the international draw, just the visitation that we receive. And it starts from testing week that's at the end of May, first part of June, and then the entire practice week, all this different international exposure on Pikes Peak, America's Mountain. It's just a wonderful opportunity to just talk about the amazing resource that we have here in Pikes Peak and our region, the amount of tourism impact that we receive from this race, and then just the amazing history of the locals here as well. You have these long family traditions that have been here over decades, years, almost centuries, right? 104 years of this race occurring on here. Just an amazing tradition, and we're just very fortunate to have something like this here.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And what can people do that are here or plan to come here? What's the best thing they can do to help you out and keep this place and this race as great as it is?
Yeah, I think just stewarding the mountain, right? So we have leave no trace principles. We want people to respect the environment when they're here. We want them to pick up after themselves. Leave it the way that you visited it. And just support the racers, support the staff. There's so many volunteers that come together to put this just race in place. And we have just a wonderful Pikes Peak America's Mountain staff that put in a lot of long days, long hours, early mornings, just saying thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Skylar Rohrbaugh from the Colorado Springs Parks. It's a pleasure, as always, to be here, and to spend my Sunday afternoon in this environment is fantastic. So thank you so much for being here. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks for what you do. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Cars continue to climb up the mountain as we watch Dominic Tapia in his Mitsubishi Evo continue to climb up. Danny Aitken is waiting at the start line in his 2001 Reynard Indy car. Aitken has run this once before in 2025 on a shortened course, and taking a car with a lot of history up the mountain. As there's Tapia, Lonnie Unser joins me once again. Nuno Satano is almost to the finish. Dominic Tapia on the way up in that 03 Evo, the 2.2 liter engine in it, E85 fuel, and climbing up through those bottom sections, Lonnie.
You know what? I keep saying I love Pikes Peak for so many reasons, but I do. One of the reasons as well is you see older generation cars. This is a 2003 Mitsubishi Evolution. So that's an older car, and nowadays in road racing you see a lot of newer stuff. So it's cool that you can come to Pikes Peak and compete with new stuff, old stuff, everything. Just as we see, who was that taking the start line? That was Aiken, yeah. Danny Aiken. Definitely one to follow on social media. He had quite the moment during testing. Definitely a video to go watch. So go to Danny Aiken's Instagram, and you'll see something pretty interesting there. But he's in an older Indy car, and I'm excited to watch him run. That car does not look easy to drive.
No, in a 2001 Reynard Indy car, these cars are beasts, and they are absolute weapons to drive. They're so powerful, extremely lightweight, 2,200 pounds. I'm not sure the crank horsepower of that car, but it is a lot. And it's got aero, but again, aero's come a long way in the last 25 years. So it'll be a bit of a fun watch up in the top side of the mountain. As Dominic Tapia, this car looks a lot different than it has the last couple of years. So some significant improvements to the car for this season as Nuno Citano comes back around Olympic in the last few corners in this number 77 Pikes Peak Open car.
Oh, look at Nuno dipping a wheel in the dirt, but that just tells you that he's on a good run. I'm excited to see where his time lands. Kyle, what do you see?
Well, Nuno Citano crosses the stripe in the 77, and the time for that Porsche is going to land him in fourth in class, 10:33.339. And for Nuno, that is significantly quicker than he's run before. 22nd pickup from last year, or 3 years ago.
That's great. I think for a lot of drivers, it's very much them against the mountain. So coming here and getting your personal record, that's the goal of a lot of folks up here on the mountain, because again, it's the mountain decides, and it very much, this race feels like it's a race against the mountain, less so a race against your competitors.
Yeah, and every year, when you make a 22nd pickup, how much does that increase your expectations for next year already? Because that much time is available. Maybe you feel like you got all that you could out of the car, but given the nature of this race with limited practice and qualifying, I would expect that most drivers would complete this run and feel like there's always something on the table. And when you beat your previous record by 15, 20 seconds, I think you got to think there's plenty more to have.
I think that's such a good point. This place is addicting. Ask me how I know. It's always about, wow, I could have done that slightly different or this slightly different. But there's 156 corners, so there's always something. And it looks like Dominic Tapia is having a little bit of an engine issue. If he can get that car safely to Devil's Playground, we may not have too much of a stoppage time. It looks like he was still moving, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, definitely some smoke popping out of that I wouldn't anticipate being normal. And unfortunately, it has stopped now. Dominic Tapia, that car has definitely lost drive. And unfortunately, this is going to end his run, I believe, unless the smoke is blue. I don't think this is going to be a finishing run this year, unfortunately for him. What a shame.
I don't think so. Hopefully he's right at near Devil's Playground, so hopefully they can get to him quickly and get that car pulled into Devil's Playground to a place where, honestly, if you break down, you want to break down near Devil's Playground because you get to hang out with all the amazing fans up here, and it's a great crowd up there. So hopefully they get to him quick. It's not too long of a red flag, and we can get back to racing.
Yeah, and we'll hopefully Danny Aitken can continue his run. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back right after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by Pikes Peak, America's mountain. Road trip to 14,115 feet above ordinary. Where sport meets community, Colorado Springs Sports Corporation. And by Yokohama Tire. Make every drive a performance.
The founder of Arai Helmet was the man who created the first motorcycle helmet in Japan to protect his own head. And as a result, launched the Japanese motorcycle helmet industry. Arai focuses on glancing off performance, accumulating small differences decade after decade to further rider protection.
Built with Summit means your truck is getting transformed for work or play. Built with Summit means no waiting on parts and less job site downtime. It also means you're getting the best prices too. Summit Racing Equipment. SummitRacing.com.
Get ready for Colorado's biggest aviation weekend. The Pikes Peak Regional Air Show returns September 19th and 20th. Experience breathtaking aerobatics, historic warbirds, modern military aircraft, and exciting ground displays the whole family will love. Explore interactive exhibits, meet pilots, and get an up-close look at aviation past and present. Gates open at 8:30 a.m. and the show begins at noon. Don't miss the thrills, the history, and the high-flying action. Tickets and event details at pprairshow.org.
The Colorado Springs Sports Corp inspires and elevates the Pikes Peak region. From honoring traditions like Labor Day Liftoff to organizing Colorado's largest multi-sport festival, the Rocky Mountain State Games, and hosting world-class events like the Pikes Peak Regional Air Show. Sports Corp amplifies Colorado Springs and the Pikes Peak region through the power of sport, enriching people from all walks of life and building a stronger and more connected community.
Welcome to Cruising Altitude. Colorado Springs Airport is proud to be the official airport of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Get from terminal to track in no time when you fly COS. With daily nonstop flights, easy parking, friendly service, and speedy security, it's no wonder why people are choosing the Colorado Springs Airport. So fly COS and travel easy.
Well, I'm looking good. Thank you. Just became a real ID. What's the plan? Impromptu road trip? Actually, the plan is to fly to New York for today's product launch, and then visit the family in California and cap it off with a girls' weekend in New Orleans. You really can just do all that. Sure, I'm a real ID, so I'm good to board any domestic flight. Speaking of which, gotta fly. Nice. Enjoy. I'll be here.
Be your Real ID self today. To learn how, visit tsa.gov/realid or your local DMV.
I have a sickness for competition, I think. Playing Mario Kart with my kids, my wife folks gives me a hard time. She's like, why don't you let them win? I'm like, can't. I don't know how my soul would function still if it weren't for racing.
That was fun.
What's up, man?
Yeah.
Everyone wants to win. Winning fixes everything.
Grid Lives, the stories behind America's fastest growing motorsports festival, premieres Thursday at 9:30 p.m. on Racer Network.
Here, the weather's been quite nice. And we're back with coverage of the 104th running, the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Back live with guest Rob Holland. Rob, we were just chatting about the weather and how nice it is this year. It has been a little treacherous in the later half of the day so far for a couple of competitors, but it's been amazing to watch the speed so far. What's been your big takeaway this year as far as the competitors? We were talking about how it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Do we feel like the international presence is picking up? Renault's here, a couple of Italian drivers bringing their hill climb cars and all their experience. Is it getting bigger and better every single season?
Well, the thing about Pikes Peak that always amazed me was that over in Europe, I was more well known for Pikes Peak than anything else I had done. I'd done World Touring Car, British Touring Car, all the stuff at the Nürburgring, and everybody always wanted to talk about Pikes Peak. So I think it's not that it's more well known. I think it's becoming more accessible. I think there's more opportunities for drivers to drive. I think if you look at the GT4 class and look at all the competitors that we've had come through that are like, we want to dip a toe in the water before we come out and build a car or bring a car to be able to see what Pikes Peak is like. And you also look at the factory teams that are here. You look at the fact that you have Romain Dumas on a factory Ford, but look who's right behind him. Robin Shute in the Sendy car. And you got to love that dichotomy of Pikes Peak where it's like multi-million-dollar factory effort versus Robin Shute and a bunch of his friends. And so that's the thing I love about Pikes Peak is that it's not just like, hey, the manufacturers come in and dominate. Because the rule set allows us to build whatever we want to build, you can get guys like Robin being creative. And that to me is just a blast.
The logistics behind this event, you already talked about the safety crews, right? Communication, the broadcast, all of it is so much more challenging than I think people at home realize. If you could sort of transplant a viewer here today, what would be the part of this event that would surprise them the most to learn?
Everything. I mean, I do a lot of rookie coaching, and I think Lonnie can attest to this. Is when you come here the first time, you've seen the videos, you read the books, you have family history here, and you show up and you're like, this is nothing like what I thought it was going to be. And I came here the same way. I'd been racing for that point over a decade and a half. And I came here, yep, I know this, I'm going to go take a car, I'm going to break the front wheel drive record, and we're going to do this thing. I mean, we broke the record, but it kicked my butt all the way. And I think, you look at all the things the mountain throws at you, and it's not just the rookies, it's not just the inexperienced. Like, even guys that are super experienced here and have done, massive things. You look at Jeff Swart a couple of years ago crashing. Jeff never crashes. He's the safest pair of hands on the planet. There are so many things this mountain throws at you, and that's, I think, the biggest thing is that it's everything. There's so many things here that are so difficult, and that's what makes it such a great challenge, and that's why I'll be back year after year.
Yeah, incredible. And Rob, again, we want to see you in a race car today, but next best thing is to have you hanging out with us. So enjoy the rest of the day. It's gorgeous.
I get to hang out with all the sponsors, all the Hella guys, the Mila guys, Schrader. They're all hanging out here in the trailer, and so it's a good fun. It's a bit of a party. Yeah, I'm frustrated, but at least if I can't be up the top of the hill, I get to hang out with you guys and get chat with all the fans.
Yeah, it's great, Rob. As always, huge thanks for being here and being a part of this. And enjoy the rest of the day. It's gorgeous, and the action's still coming. We still got about 30 cars to go, so lots still to come.
Kyle, Lonnie, thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob Holland, always a pleasure to talk to, as Dominic Tapia's car is getting loaded on the rollback at the moment. And for those that were wondering, again, earlier we had an incident with Patrick Culligan in the number 720 car, passing along once again that Patrick Culligan is awake and alert and stable and being transported to a local hospital. So just all good there, all good news so far. But Lonnie, this is a challenging event, and it's dangerous. And these are the moments that remind you of that. And Rob brought up, the safety crew was to him earlier in the week in less than 90 seconds. This is a 12-mile course, and it's amazing to me that they can respond so quickly in times of need like that.
The safety team here is just one of the best, in my opinion, in the world, and what they are able to do and how quickly they're able to get to drivers is so impressive. And I know when I was racing myself, it was always something that I kept on my shoulders saying, I know these guys are looking after me, they've got me, and that's a really good confidence boost to have as a driver, to know that you've got some of the best in the world looking after you.
Yeah, they certainly are fantastic, and we're super grateful for them. Well, we haven't heard from our buddy Tyler Pappas a lot today. He's up at the summit, and he caught up with Jeremy Lauder after his run that almost didn't finish. Tyler, what you got with Jeremy, bud?
I'm here with Jeremy Lauder, who just finished up his run up the full run of Pikes Peak. Jeremy's been here twice before. Last year we got a half run out of it. The year before you did an 11:31. You just bested your time pretty considerably. I know it's not what you wanted, but how did you feel about it?
I was looking for at least another minute 15.
Okay. You see an issue down below?
Yeah, it started cutting out about 3 turns down. All through hog cut, I was losing power.
No kidding. So you ran good all the way up till then?
Yes. The fuel system was just cutting out. I don't know what happened. There's plenty of fuel on the vehicle. That's Pikes Peak.
Yeah, man, that is Pikes Peak.
Stalled on the last switchback. I was worried I wouldn't get it started a couple times.
Oh, wow. You have to pull
Oh, yeah. No, it was off. The
engine motor
was off.
Oh, wow. So you had to make a complete start.
Yes, I had a complete start. I had to get it. I started it 3 times before it restarted.
Oh, geez. Well, that being said, I mean, honestly, really not that bad.
Well,
all things
no,
considered.
I was looking for more than a minute.
Yeah. Well, that's, how the mountain works. That means you have to come back again next year.
Oh, listen.
How did you
going to
guys
shoot for a sub 10?
How did you guys do this week in practice leading up to race day today?
The car did fantastic.
Yeah, no issues during the week?
No, not really.
Of course, and they come up today.
No, I mean, we were ready to run.
Oh,
we were ready
man.
to go.
Sorry to hear that.
We
for
were
you,
red
brother.
flagged here before.
I know.
The car was still hot. Tires were kind of slick coming up, but we still kept running.
Yeah. How did you feel about the repaves this year and the new pavement?
Well, I wasn't here before the repave.
Oh, okay.
I was here last year, obviously, but pretty bumpy.
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty bumpy.
Yeah, and then
I think the car was off the ground in qualifying.
Yeah,
so.
I see you got this thing running up pretty high, actually. Yeah, man.
Yeah, so.
Who you got to thank?
Thank everybody.
Look at this guy. He's got a lot of sponsors. He's got a lot of people to thank, I'm sure.
I thank
Are you here with your family today?
I am.
Yeah, awesome, man. Well, congratulations. Happy Father's Day. I'm happy to
Thank you.
happy to welcome you all the way at the top.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we'll see you next year.
Yes, sir.
Always the biggest smile on Jeremy's face. Good to see him finish there. Had us sweating for a minute. He was probably sweating there too, coming to a stop just before the end. But Jeremy Lauder got up there, and then we've had another stoppage. This time, Dominic Tapia has had an engine issue and is stopped about halfway through the course. Danny Aitken, I believe, is being turned back around to head back down. And then we've got Kurt Dieker, Raymond Guerrero, and a handful of others. We're making our way through the list. The pace has slowed down a little bit here in the afternoon stages here, Lonnie, but this is the nature of the beast with home-built, homebrew cars. And the Mountain will claim a couple every time. But while Dominic is getting loaded up on the rollback, we'll step away one more time. We'll be back after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by Ford Racing, America's race team since 1901. Gran Turismo, the real driving simulator, proud presenting sponsor of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And by Pikes Peak Region Attractions, more than just a mountain.
At the limit, performance tells the truth. From the drift track to off-road, to the open road, Kenda engineers its tires where failure is not an option. Vesda Performance, Cleaver All-Terrain. One engineering standard, professional grade. From the podium to the pavement. Kenda, find your retailer at kendatire.com.
This place will devour the unprepared, leaving hopes and dreams in crumbling heaps at its feet. But once a year, the adrenaline-starved few reappear, ready for their feast.
PlayStation.
Father's Day Sunday afternoon, June 21st in 2026, the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo under a red flag for Dominic Tapia's Evo. It has a lost drive, a little bit of blue smoke out the tailpipe. It is being flatbedded to a safer location at the moment. We are about 40 cars through our 72-car running today. Right now at the top of the board on the timing and scoring is Romain Dumas in that Ford Mustang Mach-E. With an 8:18. That time, I don't know if that's going to get beaten today, but there still are other interclass battles to follow along with. And Lonnie, that live timing link, livetiming.net/PPIHC.
You know, that time of an 8:18 is really quite impressive. I believe when he did the record back in 2018, the road was quite different. People seem to think that it has it's lost about 10 to 15 seconds here and there just due to changing road conditions. So it's kind of a fun thought experiment to think of what that could have been back in 2018 and how close he would have been to that record. We may never know, but to see times like this today, that time is pretty staggering. That's really, really quick.
The mountain has been fast today, but it's also been a little treacherous. There have been a couple of offs and things, which again, every year there seems to be a couple, but it's just so challenging to get it right one try, right? I talked earlier in the intro about there's no lap 2 or 50 or 500. It's one run. And again, we talked all day about this. For those that are rookies, they've never seen the mountain at speed in one go. It's always split up into sections in practice and qualifying. So it just adds so much complexity to this run. And for those that are waiting, a lot of the drivers that are left were qualified a little bit lower. There still are a couple of rookies left to go, including Kurt Dieker in the number 98 Unlimited car, as well as Tracy Gaudu in the number 141 Corvette Z06. So there are a couple of rookies left on the board, and they have a lot to look forward to. The jitters are still probably yet to hit.
And what we're seeing on our screen is a really good sign. It looks like Dominic Tapia, he's got his car loaded up. The team has got it loaded up, and he's probably going to be headed to Devil's Playground, if I had my guess, which I've been there before. And there's a cool opportunity there because there's lots of children up at Devil's Playground to want to see the car and get up close and personal to it. So it's a good opportunity to share with the fans how cool this event is, and they can get up and close to Dominic Tapia's car. Of course, you never want your car to break down on race day, but you gotta make lemonade out of the lemons, I guess.
Yeah, silver lining is that there's the most dedicated motorsport fans on the planet here, I think.
Absolutely.
So anyway, Kurt Dieker is going to go up next. I think they're going to give Aiken a little bit more time. So Dieker in that number 98. Now this car is a 1965 Ford Mustang Fastback. Although I see Dussault Designs on there, and I know Mike Dussault has had a lot of work done to this car. It has an all-carbon body, as far as I know. It weighs 2,900 pounds, so much lighter than it, I think, would have been back in 1960. 7-liter Chevrolet-based engine. So for those that are purists, this is probably not the car for them. But again, I love the mixing and matching and playing Legos with race cars that we do here.
Absolutely. Again, you may look at a car from the outside, but then take a look under the bonnet and it be something completely different. And that's what makes this race so cool. And that's what makes this race really a car show. And one of the reasons I was drawn to it in the first place is because you walk around and see these really, really unique builds, and then builds that have a lot of horsepower generally, and generally have a lot of aero too. So from a racer's perspective, you can really appreciate the car, and then from a car enthusiast perspective, you can appreciate putting in some engine into a chassis that completely wouldn't fit. So to me, it's just the coolest thing, and it truly is a car show here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Some more information on this car for those that are curious. It's called the Evil Twin Mustang. He said it's a monumental task, and it wouldn't have been possible without Dussault Designs. Mike Dussault, who I mentioned before. If you're not familiar with Mike Dussault, he built the car that Robin Shute drove here last year, that crazy 1967 Camaro. He's raced it in Super Lap Battle. He placed third in max effort class there. He's also had it at some grid life events. And he says, raising my driving skills to the level of the car that we built has been a huge accomplishment. So let's talk about that for a moment. When you build a car that is so crazy and so wild, how do you jump into that and then figure out how to drive it to the limit, right? I mean, it's one thing to jump in a car where the limits are low and you can sort of get there pretty easily. It's another thing to build a 700, 800 horsepower monster and run it in a hill climb environment where the limit is so high. So you've driven a number of different things. How do you approach the limit of a car that might be the fastest thing you've ever driven?
Absolutely. It's all seat time here, and that's why you see such a stacked list of drivers. You see IndyCar drivers, you see 24-hour of Le Mans drivers, and everything in between. You see Dakar winners, you see Baja winners, and it's because it all comes down to seat time. The more seat time you have, the more comfortable you are to be able to hop in anything, and particularly anything fast, and do a good job at it. But it's not an easy task for anybody. I mean, we had Rob Holland here. You know, anything can happen to anybody up here. The mountain decides. It really, really does. And I've experienced that firsthand myself, that the mountain decides. It decides the weather that we have. It decides, you know, your whole fate up here, and you have to respect it. Respecting the mountain, I would say, is the most important part about coming to race here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
So while we wait for Kurt Dieker to come back into the sight of some of our cameras on the mountain in his rookie year here, if you're curious about the car number 98, that is an homage to Ken Miles, who raced a whole bunch of Cobras, GT350 Mustangs, and Ford GT40s. So a lot of really unique cars there. Next car on the line that has off and away, I think, was that Raymond Guerrero that just left the line. And then David Hackle just drove by us here in the paddock, so he's on his way to get his own green flag. So Guerrero is next in the 2019 Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport, right there, actually.
You know, this is a perfect year to be a rookie because we've got pretty good weather conditions. We can run to the top, so the rookies are definitely really lucky this year that they can get a good, clean run under their belt like Kurt Dieker is doing right now, and he's doing a fantastic job at that. His car looks fantastic there going through the lower section.
Yeah, that is Deeker in that Mustang there. Again, it's hard for me to see with the backlight there for a moment, but that is the Mustang. Very low silhouette with all that custom bodywork on it. Charging up the mountain. And Kurt's first two sections, a 155 and a 233. That section 2 time is pretty solid. And so while Raymond Guerrero waits for the green, David Hackle is in a really cool 1983 Audi Quattro. We'll talk a lot more about that when he lines up in a moment. But Guerrero has been here before. He has run here about 9 times in the past, and he's off and away in that Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport. He's run a variety of different machines here the last handful of years, including a Dodge Viper and a Porsche Turbo S. But this particular car he has run since 2024.
I think any car that Dussault Designs does looks really good, because look at how great this Ford Mustang Fastback looks. It just looks like an awesome car. It looks like what you would take up a hill climb, and it's fun to see it navigate its way. I think he's just about to get to the middle section here and start cutting through the switchbacks as we see David Hackle lining up for his green flag.
12th here at Pikes Peak in a 1983 Audi Quattro. Age 54, out of Arvada, Colorado. His best time was 11:02. Well, actually, no, he ran a 7:53, but that was on a shortened course, so it's been a little while. But he's run this car since 2012, Audi's Quattro system. You almost can't talk about hill climbs and rallying without talking about Audi's Quattro system. It is legendary for what it did in the 1980s, and it's just so cool to see like what, you know, quote unquote a proper hill climb car used to look like.
For sure. I mean, you can't think of Pikes Peak without thinking of the Audi Quattro and my great uncle Bobby Unser and my hero Michel Mouton. Looks like, just having an eye here on Kurt Diker, it looks like he's getting through there all right. For a second there, it looked like he lost a little bit of speed, but certainly back at it for Kurt Diker. But Audi Quattro, it's quintessential to the Pikes Peak hill climb and just such an iconic car. And it's cool to see David Hackle take it up here and put it to the test today.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just neat to see cars that, you know, if you were to shoot this in black and white, or, you know, or just maybe apply a color filter over it, it would look like we're in the 1980s all over again. Really cool car. But for David Hackle, again, it's the hill climbs in Europe that he saw growing up. He was introduced to Audi and Porsche at a young age, and I guess if you're watching hill climbs in Europe at that time, that would sort of be the way to get into it. He got involved with motorsports, and then you know, he always wanted to do Pikes Peak, so just put it on the list, and here he is, and he's done it now 9 times as we see Kurt Diker in that Ford Mustang with a Chevrolet power plant under the hood, carving his way through. Really threw it into the hairpin there. He seems pretty confident those low-speed corners.
Yeah, that looked really awesome. And again, I just am stunned by the look of that car. It looks so great. And Kurt is doing a great job just finishing up the middle section. Again, he's at that portion of the road where you have to be a little bit mindful, because that is where Devil's Playground is. So we're looking at David Hackle here about to take the green flag. This one is going to be fun to watch off the line because it's rear-wheel drive, so maybe we'll see a little bit of tire spin.
All right, let's do it. Waiting for David Hackle, the Pikes Peak Open Audi, to throttle up.
And how could I say it's rear-wheel drive? Of course, the Quattro is all-wheel drive, so that means he's going to get a really good launch.
Doesn't mean it's not going to wheel spin, though, so you're right on with that.
Right. But typically, all-wheel drive cars get really good launches because they get that power down nice and evenly, and it certainly is important here at the hill climb to get the best launch possible. Your timing starts when you go under the gantry, so getting a good run up to that is pretty crucial here to start a successful run.
When asked what lesson the mountain has taught David Hackle, focus. And I think that just in that one word, it captures so much as we get a view of Raymond Guerrero working his way up in time attack 1. First section at a 157.135. I also did see Danny Aiken make his way back towards the start line, so we will see that Reynard Indy car back on the line here in just a moment's time as Guerrero navigates the bottom section.
Absolutely. We see Raymond Guerrero come in with a time in Sector 1 of a 157.135. So that is looking really quite good and competitive against his competitors in time attack.
So as far as what experience Guerrero has, he's got 450 days on track plus, he says, as David Hackle gets the green and begins the 12-mile trek to the top of America's Mountain. This car is just one you have to soak in, and when we see him a little bit further up the mountain, we should just let everyone listen to that car. And it is such a cool machine. But Raymond Guerrero, like I said, 450 plus days on track, has instructed with NASA, Lotus Club, Porsche Club, SCCA, BMW Club, list them all. Just an impressive resume for the driver in the GT2 RS Club Sport.
And here we see Danny Aiken lining up for his second green flag of the day, of course getting turned around when Dominic Tapia had a potential engine issue. But Danny Aiken had some time to go back to his pits, refuel, put his tire blankets back on his car to get ready to take the green flag for a second time.
Coming up over the crest here in just a moment, this should be Deeker that we're waiting for. And 307 in the third section, but here comes Kurt Deeker in unlimited, production-based.
Into Olympic and just about to cross the finish line for his first time ever. I guarantee you he's going to be hooked after this, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, finishing the run as a rookie in a car like that is a win in its own right. Waiting for the time to populate on the timing and scoring. And for Kurt Deeker, it's actually 7th in class, 10:57.768. So that is a nice sub-11-minute time for a rookie. That's a great place to start and to iterate on for the next year.
Absolutely, and I think that once you get that first run complete, you're hooked for life. At least most of us here are, and it's hard to come away from. And what a great car to do it in, Dussault Designs. So hopefully we see him back in years to come in cool stuff built by Dussault Designs.
Yeah, Mike Dussault likes to build cruise missiles with aero on top of them. I mean, they're unbelievably fast cars. And so is this one, Danny Aiken in the 2001 Reynard Indy car. And the sounds and sights of that machine, I think we just ought to enjoy that. But what a cool car. Again, it's also not trivial to just shut it off and start it up and do it all over again. There's so much engineering in these old cars that, you know, thinking in other open wheel cars like Formula One engines of the era, you'd have to actually preheat them and run hot oil through them to warm them up so that there was enough clearance as the metal expands for the cylinders move. That's how tight the tolerances are in cars like that. As we get another look at Guerrero navigating the hairpins.
Guerrero looking good through the switchbacks. He's just about to finish the middle section here, getting into a portion of the road that he hasn't yet run. Again, there's that section right where he's about to cross now where it tends to get a little bit dirty. Dominic Tapia had that issue with his engine right there, so you never know what dirt can be dragged onto the road at any point in time, but he's looking very strong, and it's a good one to watch for Raymond Guerrero.
Yeah, and those Porsches are such a great platform to build off of for Time Attack 1, or really any class, as you've had experience. Just great cars from factory. They do a lot with their power as well, but the GT2 RS, sort of one of the pinnacles of the 911 line. Neat to see Raymond out there throwing it down, and then David Hackle working through the bottom section. We'll update you with a section time when we get one in the Pikes Peak Open class. And then Scott Birdsall's upcoming with the Chuckles Garage Camaro. So excited to see that car here in just a moment.
I'm also excited to see that car again. Chuckles Garage is always great to see here, and Scott Birdsall, he's really staple to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And again, you just never know what he's going to bring. And if you look on the side of his car, it says Coal Trickle as a homage to his diesel that he's running, COAL. Kind of fun.
Love it. And David Hackle, Section 1, 154.677. Live timing available at livetiming.net/PPIHC. And for David Hackle, again, keeping an eye on what he's chasing, his personal best records, 11:02.742. I think he's on pace to do about that or better as Danny Aiken gets the green flag.
Danny Aiken, supported by Yokohama Tire. I know they built a great tire for this race. I've been lucky enough to run on Yokohama tires myself. Really good sticky rubber, just what you want for a hill climb race like this. As we see David Hackle crossing Glen Cove, that's also a really challenging section of the racetrack because you come at that right-hander just after Glen Cove with more speed than you ever have before, and there's a big bump right before you turn in for the corners. So you have to be on your toes and you kind of have to be ready for anything. I've seen some people run into some problems and that right-hander right after Glen Cove.
Yeah, such a fast section. Really everything up until the tree line is incredibly fast. And then there's still some fast sections beyond that too. But the hairpins, the corners get progressively tighter, I feel like, as you go up, with a couple exceptions here and there. But David Hackle navigating section number 2 on course, and 2:37.498. And that's going to put him at this pace a sub 11 minutes. So he is on pace to run his best time ever as it stands.
And that's so great to hear. This is his 12th year here, so he's gotten the bug just like many of us here. He wants to come back time and time again. We're watching the 888 car come to Raymond Guerrero coming to the finish line with a successful run as Derek Jordan waves the checkered flag, and we'll see where he lands.
Raymond Guerrero in the number 888 Time Attack 1 car completes the 12 miles of Pikes Peak, and it's a 10:37.480, 7th in TA1. Nice run for Guerrero. His best time, what did I say, 10:57 or 10:47?
It looks like his best time was in 2024 at a 10:57, so he just bettered his time by
quicker.
a good margin, so he's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, well done. As David Hackle is up navigating the hairpins now, we just saw Scott Birdsall, Chuckles Garage, and Cole Trickle lining up for the start. Run number 45 of the day, the number 128. It's a 2016 Chevrolet Camaro TA2, or at least that's how it began. I think as far as the power plant, there's really not much left that is resembling a TA2 car any longer.
Yeah, Scott Birdsall always puts on a great show, and it's going to be fun to see. I feel like I'm going to always refer to him as Cole from here on out. I guess the other day somebody asked if he was related to the great Dick Trickle. He had to tell them no, it's just a play on words. But hey, that would be cool to be related to Dick Trickle, an icon in motorsports.
My favorite part about this car is that, again, as a TA2 Camaro would have had a gasoline race engine in it before. The engine that is in it now is more similar to what the hauler that towed the car previously would have had in it. It's a smaller engine, it's only a 3-liter diesel, but I find that fascinating. And diesel power, again, it makes power in a very different way than a gasoline engine does. And that's sort of been Scott's whole thing the last couple of years, ever since he started running here at Pikes Peak. Bring something crazy and blow out black smoke and make it diesel. I mean, this is what it's all about, is trying something different and bring something unique and fun that gets everyone excited.
Yeah, just like Danny Aiken's philosophy of thinking outside of the box, certainly Scott is one to do that. And again, I'm excited to see this car make its run up, just like I'm excited to watch Danny Aiken, who just crossed the first sector at a 2-minute flat .795. So that's looking like a pretty decent time for him. Again, he is somebody that you want to follow on social media. He's posted some really interesting stuff from race week, so I would go give him a follow and check him out.
David Hackle is running a little bit slowly here in the upper section. Down on speed, it seems like, and you just wonder if there's something you can do in that car, or if it's an overheating issue or something that's not fixable in this moment, but not popping out from behind the rock outcroppings. Hackle is struggling.
I tell you what, Kyle, in this moment, he's probably pushing all the buttons he can, flipping switches, trying to get that thing going again, because as soon as it takes too long to get it back going, they're going to have to go red flag, and he's not going to be able to complete his run. So it's certainly, that's a moment of panic that you have when you're in the car. I've been there myself, and maybe he's trying to cycle the ignition, cycle the power, see what he can do, but it looks like we may encounter a hold here, depending on whether or not David Hackle can get his car back up and running.
Yeah, he's hiding behind that boulder. And he's rolling.
There he goes.
He's back rolling. David Hackle gets it refired, and we continue the trek to 14,115 feet. Herculean effort there to get that thing refired up again.
Wow, no kidding. Yeah, sometimes flipping the switches, pressing the buttons works, and it worked for him today. Now he's just doing everything he can to just drive that car right back up to the summit. So my fingers and toes are crossed for David Hackle, because such a great guy and cool effort, and I really want to see him get to the checkered here today.
Yeah, and hopefully for, I think, was it just Birdsall that was, he hadn't launched yet, right? So was anyone behind him yet?
I thought Danny Aiken might have been behind him.
Oh, you're right, Danny Aiken.
If I'm not mistaken, the order got a little bit messed up because of some red flags, but I think Danny Aiken's behind. So hopefully they don't have to turn Danny Aiken around. It looks like he crossed Sector 2 at a 237.744, so Danny Aiken is well on his way.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see. That Hackle's car was stopped for long enough that it wouldn't be a fault of race control to say, all right, let's stop it. But maybe they gave him a chance and they let him refire it, and we'll carry on. But we'll have to wait until Aiken crosses the Section 3 line to know for sure.
Kyle, it was certainly marginal.
Yeah.
I know that race control does everything they can to keep the race going, but I wouldn't blame them in the slightest if they had to turn Danny Aiken around, because safety is paramount here. And it also depends on the pace that Danny Aiken was going. If he was rapidly catching up to David Hackle, who was stopped, it all kind of depends on timing. But they have really cool systems in these cars called Rally Safe, where they give the officials and the drivers a lot of information on a dash that you install in your car before race week.
That's great insight. I'm actually curious about this because I'm learning about this now. What kind of information does it provide, and how useful is it? Is it something as a driver you pay attention to, or is it mostly for race control to help run the race a little smoother?
As a driver, you only pay attention to it if something was to happen. So you try to put it in your line of sight. You try to mount it in a place that you would see it flash, because I've had it happen where I've had a red flag. It flashed, and thank goodness it did, because there wasn't a corner worker in time to wave the flag, and I came around a corner and there was a car that just had a mechanical. So it's there for safety. It does a phenomenal job. Also, if you're in the position of David Hackle and your car stops on the road, you have an opportunity to say, hey, I'm stopped. It prompts you, it notices when your mile an hour has reached 0. It prompts you to say that you've stopped, and whether or not you're okay, and whether or not you're on or off the road. So it's really, really important to a race like this, having that Rally Safe system, because it's just an extra layer of safety that we have here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and it's good information. And I find that the more information as a driver that you have, the better off you are 10 times out of 10.
So I can tell you that Danny Aiken has no Section 3 time yet, which leads me to think that he's being turned back around again. This would be the third time now that he's had to go. So first time, maybe you're, not a big deal. Second time, now you're going, okay, you see him turning back around, coming back down the hill now. This, I would feel like, would start to hit the frustration a little bit. Maybe third time's the charm for Danny Aiken, but with a car like this, I wouldn't expect it, and maybe the team has got this prepped and they've done an amazing job, but I wouldn't expect it to just turn on and be able to go run after run after run after run. This feels like a thing that you have to prep and have ready for the next run later that day. So anyway, we'll take a break while Danny works his way down the hill. We'll come back right after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International parking and friendly makes travel easy. Go to flycos.com for more info. And by Mobile One, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
When someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Have an answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
What did Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby do in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers? He made history. Get championship-level performance in Skechers basketball.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high-performance hideout for cars that crave chaos. New brakes? Check. Roll cage? Check. A spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh, you bet. Every apex we nailed, every second we shaved, it's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride. Look like fun? It is. You in?
Hello and welcome to the Museum of American Speed in Lincoln, Nebraska. I think what really sets us apart is our museum tries to pay homage to the grassroots racer and hot rodder. And so we have all kinds of exhibits here that talk about that, but we also have one of the largest collections of pedal cars, art, sculpture, and a lot of other things that kind of tie into automotive culture. And I hope everyone out there watching this will come pay us a visit and just see what makes this museum so special.
Born from family values and a passion for performance, Cometic Gasket keeps your engine sealed so you can focus on the checkered flag. Cometic is the standard for racers who demand uncompromised reliability under the most exacting conditions. Professionals and performance enthusiasts trust Cometic to deliver race-winning performance. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
This is the moment. Oh yeah, it's golden. Bringing the closer, cause we taking over. On your feet, Pro 2s are coming at you. This is a big one. They brought in the big guns.
These are bad dudes behind the wheel, and I got a lot of respect for them.
Cause we do it big, huh? This when the show starts. This where the hope spots. What a risky move. This when we blow up. We taking over.
Back live, the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Under red flag now for David Hackle, who has had some mechanical troubles on the way to the summit. And Danny Aiken getting turned back around to head back to the start line for the third time. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser. Thanks for watching here live on the Racer Network. Lonnie, it's been an interesting day. It's been gorgeous. We've had a little bit of wins, a little bit of heartbreak, a little bit of everything today. But we're getting down to the last third of the runners. Of the drivers that are upcoming, certainly, Danny Aiken, Scott Birdsall, and the Uedas, Dan and Trevor Ueda are also coming up. That'll be a fun father-son moment. And then Rob Dahm, for those that are waiting for him, in his three-rotor RX-7. I heard that they have a brand new turbo on that car. Same model turbo, but a brand new fresh one for today. So lots to look forward to in the next couple of runs.
I love looking at Rob Dahm's car because you look at that turbo in it is massive. And, he is so well known for his rotary engines, and I'm excited to see him run. Again, just looking up and down the field, there's stories all throughout, and there's really cool things like the Uedas running together, Dan and Trevor, father-son duo, and they're going to be on course at the same exact time, which they've done for quite a number of years now. Actually, good friends of mine out of Boulder, Colorado, so excited to watch those two. Again, we had another father-son duo with Clint Vaschholz and Cody Vaschholz. So certainly Pikes Peak is a family affair.
It really is. And family, blood-related, and certainly family that is created as well. So really cool to see. Zach Sober's also coming up, Sean Bassett, Eli Olivas, Tracy Gadu, Akira Kamiyama, who I don't believe has been to the mountain in a long time. A 27-year hiatus for Akira Kamiyama, running a Nissan Skyline back in 1991 through 1999. And then it's been a little while since Kamiyama's been back. Now running Skyline GTR this year.
As we are waiting for our course to go back green again, I want to point you in the direction of the live timing link, which is livetiming.net/PPIHC. So that gives you all of the up-to-date information of sector times and final times and overall positions. So definitely head over there if you want to see an in-depth perspective on the timing and scoring.
Yeah, great. You can sort it by class too, which is super handy. And has all the different section times and the hometown for each of the drivers. And it's really great to see all the different representation in the field as Danny Aiken has rolled back down to the start line, but that is pointed opposite track direction, I believe. And we'll see what they do with this 2001 Reynard IndyCar.
So the officials do a great job of giving the information he needs to him and making sure he's supported in the best way he can. Just like that moment there, he told them he needs help and they helped. The officials here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb are next to none. Just some of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure of knowing, and we see so many of them returning year after year. There's another father-son duo here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb with the officials, Derek and Dave Jordan. To me, I don't think the hill climb would feel the same without them. So typically in testing, Dave Jordan is the green flag waver for the bottom section, and Derek is on top waving the green flag for the top section. So it's really pretty special, and again, another special moment for Father's Day here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Yeah, very, very cool. And again, happy Father's Day to all the fathers that are watching or that are here today. And yeah, they, you know, mom and dad formulate who you are as a person at a young age, right? It's very special for those that are here with their parents, with their sons and daughters to, you know, to celebrate a moment like this, a day like this. Wanted to point out, you know, it's not bad out. Just have a look at the sky. It has clouded over a little bit. And Lonnie, that's going to drop the track temperature a little bit and cool the track off and maybe make it a little bit grippier throughout the afternoon. But the weather is definitely shifting in the tail half of the day here.
Most certainly, as a driver waiting to go, I would be excited to see those clouds. They can't be big storm clouds, but a little bit of a cloud cover is quite nice for the road. Of course, when the road heats up a lot with direct sunlight, that's going to slow the road down. So having that nice little bit of cloud cover helps speed the road up, and it gives you a little bit more confidence as a driver in knowing that this is going to be a little bit, ever so slightly, more similar to what you've been running in practice.
So for Danny Aiken, this could be a blessing in disguise, right? Having to restart over and over, and every time he goes out, the track is a little cooler, a little bit more cloud cover. So maybe raising the potential of what he's able to put down with that car with a little bit of help from Mother Nature.
Absolutely. Things like that are not always the end of the world. Sometimes they actually bode for really great results. So Danny could be looking at this and excitedly, and I know he's just such a positive character, and I know that he's going to be excited to take this on for the third time. Of course, again, you want to be able to get it done in the first time, but if you can't, hey, I mean, we all love driving this mountain. It's not a bad thing to get more time up there.
Yeah, and for those, again, at home that are not familiar with this event, when you finish the run on the mountain, you stay there all day because there is no other option. You can't come back down. We're using it to race, and there are no other methods, I suppose, other than the cog train, up or down, right? I mean, that's it. Maybe there's some foot trails, but I don't think anyone's going to opt for that option.
Yeah, once you make it to the top on race day, you're up there for a long time. So some of these drivers have been up there for quite a number of hours. But one year I made the mistake of planning to be at the top, and I put playing cards in my car, planning that I would be on top. And unfortunately, that was the year I broke down. So a little bit of Murphy's Law going on there. So I will never prepare to be at the top again. I just hope to be there.
Well, if you're not superstitious, maybe just a little stitious after that one.
For sure, a little stitious.
Some people bring a good luck charm, I'm sure. I think I've heard of that before at this race, but still waiting in a red flag. But look at this road. Look at the views from around this course and how absolutely gorgeous it is. And even just driving up, the drive to the start line is, you know, it's pretty in its own way. You could argue it's almost as pretty as the run to the rest of the summit. So it is a truly a spectacular venue. And it's great that we get to use it on this day. Typically a toll road, and that's what it was designed and built to be back in the early 1900s.
And believe it or not, back in the day, Spencer Penrose, he developed this race and started this race because he wanted to bring awareness to the toll road that he created. And so he started the race to get people excited to come drive Pikes Peak. And it worked, and it worked really well. This race used to be held on the 4th of July every year, but they had to start holding it in June because there were too many people wanting to drive the toll road on July 4th back several years ago.
Well, Danny Aiken is going to get launched again for the 3rd time and up under the gantry. 3rd time's the charm, perhaps. And well, Danny Aiken begins his climb up the mountain. Jeff Zwart, we saw him run earlier, his 21st year running Pikes Peak. Let's have a look at Jeff Zwart and a bit more about the guy who's been here over 2 decades.
It's a big thing. It's 12 and a half miles. It's 156 turns. It all boils down to one day. It boils down to one moment. You don't have another lap to make things up. This is on it and all in the moment, and that's what makes it different.
So much experience and so much history here at the mountain. Welcome back to the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Danny Aiken finally got launched again for the 3rd time. So the track is back green. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser, waiting for the next group of cars to run. So Danny Aiken, and then we would expect to see Scott Birdsall up next in that TA2 derived Camaro with that diesel engine. Cole Trickle waiting to go.
Cole Trickle, I love it as always. That little spot about Jeff just brings a smile to my face. Jeff has been so important to so many drivers, including myself up here, helping them get up to speed, and he's done so much coaching, and he's given back to this mountain more than anybody I know, and we're just so lucky to have him, and what a beautiful livery he's running, that Mobile One livery. And we see Cole Trickle line up for the start.
Yeah, for those that missed that earlier, Scott Birdsall sort of running the Days of Thunder throwback livery with Cole Trickle COAL representing the diesel engine that he has packed under the hood of this TA2 Camaro, what used to be a Trans Am car. And Chuckle's Garage has always brought fun stuff, pickup trucks, cars, all sorts of crazy things. But lining up and getting ready to go here now that the track is clear. And it looked like, again, David Hackle did not get to the summit. That was what the red flag was for. I believe it's mechanical because of that 3rd section stoppage that we saw. So that will end the run for the Pikes Peak Open driver in the number 2 car. So next couple of cars, Scott Birdsall. We should see Ernesto Ramirez as well in a 2013 Mitsubishi Evo. And then Dana Ueda and Trevor Ueda right after that.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good run of drivers here that I'm looking forward to watching take on the mountain. Scott Birdsall, again, is going to be a fun one to watch. And then followed by all of the others. It's, again, just great driver, great story, one after the other after the other.
And there's definitely a handful of drivers as we get towards the tail end of the day that as you mentioned, some great stories upcoming. I briefly mentioned Zach Sober, Eli Olivas, all back again for another run. Akira Kamiyama. Rob Dahm is upcoming soon, but there is the Chuckles Garage Camaro. A little bit more aero affixed to the front of that car than there would have been, and to the rear, than in Trans Am trim. But very low and wide, and actually I believe this car is fairly lightweight. Scott's got it down to 2,800 pounds, and a 3-liter diesel under the hood of this car as we get a brief check-in on Danny Aiken, finally making it cleanly through Sector 2. And Section 1 for Aiken this time through was a 2:03.565.
Again, Danny Aiken is taking the very first IndyCar up the pavement on Pikes Peak, and it's great to watch. You can see he's really utilizing all the road there, getting nice and close to those apexes and cutting it up here in the bottom section. I'm sure he's having a blast. What fun does that car look? It just looks like a good time.
Yeah, it looks great. And again, this is not one of these cars that you want to toss right to the edge of the limit on your first go with it. I think there's so much history packed in this chassis that is not worth putting it in the weeds for, but just a historic first as Aiken carves around the corners here. This car probably comfortable at 190, 200 miles an hour on an oval, but right now just navigating the serpentine road that we've run 103 times before here in Colorado Springs. Aiken continues the climb through section 2.
Danny Aiken just crossed the Glen Cove mark, so he's already been there before, so he knows. That's the nice thing about maybe having to do it again, is you know now those sections of the road that you haven't run in a year or two. You kind of know what they're going to give you, and you know a little bit better when your break point is, and so on and so forth. So he should be feeling pretty comfortable here. The car looks like it's running good, so huge kudos to the team for keeping that car nice and fresh, despite the extensive running that Danny Aiken has gotten today.
Yeah, pretty impressive, as you point out, to have to reset the car not once but twice and then continue to get back in the car and just run it as it was. So very impressive drive for Aiken so far. 2:03.565 in section 1, 2:37.902 if that's the new time in section 2. And we'll be waiting on the next group of cars, getting to space them out a little bit more, make sure that we've got enough running room for everybody and leave some margin if there's anything we need to have a stoppage for. But this car looks very solid at the moment and was going pretty quickly amongst the trees there a minute ago.
Absolutely. Danny had an interesting moment up here in the W's during testing, but it looks like it didn't phase him one bit. He's looking quite strong here in the W's. Of course, got a little bit longer of a wheelbase than some of the cars we've seen today, so getting through those tight hairpin corners, you know, isn't necessarily the easiest thing. You don't see those type of corners on every racetrack. And here we go with Scott Birdsall off the line in the diesel.
Rolling coal trickle under the gantry and beginning the run. What a show Scott Birdsall always puts on. We get another view of Aiken working his way past the tree line into the upper section now in that 2001 Renard Indy car, making history, the first Indy car to be on pavement here all the way to the summit to 14,115 feet. In the 104th running of this race. Two very completely opposite cars back to back here on the mountain.
Right, and that's what I love, is you can see things that are so different up on this mountain at the same exact time, and things from 2001 like Danny Aiken's car, and things that are brand new, like some of the cars that ran earlier today in the production, who were fighting for the production class record. So you see everything up here. It's great.
There's a look at one of the treacherous corners here, just high-speed left-hander, waiting for Aiken to pop out. There he is, nicely tucked up against the inside rock face there, and navigating the upper section of the Pikes Peak course. 12.5 miles and 156 turns, and he's on the back end of it.
And Danny will feel like a weight lifted off his shoulder as he's coming to the completion of the middle section after looking like having a good run. Now he just needs to conquer the top, and his Yokohama tires look like they're doing a great job of holding him strong, and he just has to focus forward and make it to the end. But man, he's a fun one to watch.
Such cool scenes watching fans pack themselves on the side of the mountain at 13 or 14,000 feet. They've been there since 3 a.m. this morning. You cannot find me a more dedicated motorsport fan base than these people here. In the cold, in the rain, if it was windy, they would have been up there regardless. The next competitor that is on the line here is Ernie Ramirez in the 2013 Mitsubishi Evo. Now, Ernie is part of the Kumo Gaining Traction program, and Kumo is providing tires for some of the drivers that are sort of grassroots operations. And again, Kumo makes really great tires that are affordable and a great place to start for as far as competition tires. And Ernie is one of the drivers representing them. You see the logo on the hood there. And just waiting his turn to turn loose. This is only his second year ever running the hill climb. Last year on the shortened course, though. So first time putting it all together.
Yeah, so in a way for Ernie, this is almost a second rookie year because he hasn't put it together until race day, until today, by no fault of his own, just Mother Nature deciding. But I'm sure Ernie is very much looking forward to this, to complete his first ever full run at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
This Evo, again, with Ernie behind the wheel has competed in time attack at Pikes Peak International Raceway and at Circuit of the Americas, the Laguna Seca, and a whole host of others, including Willow Springs, and has done some rallycross as well. That'll be experience that will be extremely helpful at this kind of event.
Absolutely. It all comes back to, again, car control, and the more comfortable you are on different surfaces, the better you're going to be able to handle the surface of Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So he's set up for success here, and it looks like Scott Birdsall just came across the sector one time at a 2:2:78. So I believe this is the debut for Scott in this car.
Yes, I think you're right about that. So there he is. Look at that thing spitting out black smoke. Now, unlike a lot of the other cars here, that car, I believe, is supposed to do that. So it does look pretty spectacular. But Chuckles Garage, Scott Birdsall, Cole Trickle, whatever you want to call that driver, that car, that team, so far so good at that first section.
And he calls it Chuckles Garage, I think, because Scott is always one to be having the best time. He always wants to laugh about everything in life, and he just brings such a great presence to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb and such a great vibe, just a happy, awesome guy who likes to bring out cool cars.
Using all the racetrack there on the right and the left, carving back around and making his way up towards section 2.
Danny Aiken should be about to cross the finish line here any moment. And there he is, and I can tell down here that he's got a great group of fans, friends, and family all rooting him on, all excited to see him take the checkered flag at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb for Danny Aiken crosses the finish line.
Danny Aiken gets it done, all 12.4 miles, all 156 turns, and it's 11:36.231 for Danny Aiken. And finally, I can check him off the list. His best time previously, actually just didn't have anything on a full course yet. So that's going to be his benchmark to chase.
And that's awesome. That's such a relief lifted off his shoulders that, hey, now I have a time that I can come back year in and year out to chase. And we'll see what he brings next. He's also another guy who seems to bring cool stuff to the hill climb. And I know that we'll see cool stuff from Danny Aiken in the future.
I think Scott Birdsall just used the right edge of the road like a rumble strip. He just jumped that thing over the berm there, just using all the road to try to extend the racetrack just a little bit.
Scott certainly doesn't shy away from using every inch of the road, and really, if you want to have a successful time up here, in some ways that's what you got to do. So we saw a lot of drivers earlier in the day and the amount of attitude that they had in their car, and I think we're going to see that here out of Scott as well, because he's comfortable pushing that car to its limit.
Scott Birdsall up above the tree line now, and the scenery has changed, and adding some black clouds to the white ones up there, crossing through about 13,000 feet here in just a moment, up through the W's, tight switchbacks here. You see that car just, whatever's left in it, just pouring out the rear of the car. Black, white smoke, all the in-between. I haven't really seen a lot of diesels in my day here. I've only been here the last couple of years, so I'm not really sure how much of that is typical or how much is not. I expect the black to be there. The white makes me nervous, though.
Yeah, I know the white is a little bit nerve-wracking, but we saw him with Old Smoky here a couple years ago, and that was a great iconic car, and you saw a lot of black smoke out of that one too. So hopefully the white smoke isn't too much of an issue, but I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, Kyle.
His first two sections, 2 minutes, .278 and 2:39.036 for Scott Birdsall. As we wait for Ernie Ramirez to get the green light, or the flag, or whatever you want to call it. But wow, look at that tight hairpin turn. And just the amount of elevation you pick up. Those long wheelbase cars are almost tripoding through the corners as you sort of curve around. It's like if you have a table or a chair that doesn't want to sit right on the floor, it'll pick itself up through those tight turns.
Absolutely. Those hairpins are different than anything you would see in road racing. They're a lot tighter and they're really, really steep. So you see funny things like them up on 3 wheels, but it's kind of cool because really good pictures come out of it. And Pikes Peak is certainly a sight to be seen as Scott is finishing the middle section. Hopefully everything is going okay with his car. Onto the brakes he goes and into the top section. Again, this is the part of the racetrack that gets a little bit dirty with people coming in and out of Devil's Playground.
It looks methodic for Birdsall, which I think is a good place to be with a car that's new to the hill climb this year. Just be methodic about it, get it to the finish, you know, collect the data and figure out what you can improve on for next year. And looks like, is that one of our safety vehicles on track? I don't think there's anyone between Birdsall and Ramirez, so I think maybe that they're investigating debris or some kind of fluid. Again, we noted that there is some white smoke out the tailpipe of Birdsall's car, but just speculation at this point. Can't see much from here, but I think what we'll do is we'll take a break here for a moment. We'll be back with the next run right after this. Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by the City of Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA. Eibach, made in the USA and engineered to win. And by Visit COS. Discover Colorado Springs outdoor adventures and affordable family fun. Visit COS.com.
No hill climb experience is complete without a visit to the Penrose Heritage Museum to see the official race car and memorabilia collection of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Get up close and personal with hill climb history through this immersive experience, including both vintage vehicles and modern feats of motorsport engineering. Witness the stories and memorabilia that make the race to the clouds come to life. With free admission and free parking, there's no reason to miss out on one of Colorado Springs' best attractions. Visit our website to learn more.
This place will devour the unprepared, leaving hopes and dreams in crumbled heaps at its feet. But once a year, the adrenaline-starved few reappear, ready for their feast.
The 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is on a short hold here while they tend to some racetrack conditions at the moment. Scott Birdsall is on his way to the summit. Behind him, it appears that there are a couple of places that need to have their surfaces addressed before Ernie Ramirez can continue. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser. This is a challenge because if this is all fluid that you see in that dark line there, this could be a pretty lengthy cleanup process. But again, just from our perspective from these elevated cameras, it's hard to tell exactly what the conditions are.
Right, you never know exactly what the fluid is, but the safety team is looking and assessing, and I did see them putting down a white substance, which to those who don't know, that is oil dry, so my suspicion would be that it's oil, although it looks like he's confidently getting to the finish line still with a little bit of white smoke, which again, I'm not sure what that exactly means, but we do see a line of fluid go behind him. But fortunately, he's taking the checkered flag, and we'll see where that lands our friend Cole Trickle.
Scott Birdsall completes the run to the top of Pikes Peak in the number 128, and it is 9th in class. It is 11:24.508 for Scott Birdsall. And looking underneath the car for the brief moment, it seemed like whatever was coming out was from underneath the engine, which sort of lends us to believe that it could still be oil leaking from underneath that car. And almost not in a way that's like, it would have run out of oil if it was a big enough leak to leave a huge stream. But it seemed like it was leaking enough to sort of, the word particulate comes to mind. I don't think that that's an English word, but I'm looking for a word to aerosol itself or something. You know what I mean? Like it's spraying out the back as more of a of a gas than a liquid.
Yeah,
it
it didn't look like a tremendous amount, but again, the safety team is going to assess the situation, and they're going to use oil dry, which is that white substance, if they need to, because their number one priority is to make the road safe, and oil is very slick. You wouldn't want to have another driver come through the road and encounter oil. That could cause big issues and big spins and things like that. So the team will assess it, and again, Scott may be getting information in his car as to what's going on. Maybe he has a heating issue, we're not sure, but I think the fortunate thing is that he made it to the top, and that's always good to see. So glad he crossed the checker line and did a great time at that.
Yeah, and I guess the other silver lining is if they are determining that this fluid is oil or something that could slick up the track surface, it's good that they caught it before the next car went out. Obviously, the track is treacherous enough as a dry surface. You don't really want to add the complication of oil. So they'll add that oil dry, it'll soak up the oil, they'll blow it off the racetrack, and we'll be able to continue.
Absolutely, and once they put that oil dry down, drivers can feel pretty confident to drive over that oil dry. It's going to cause a little bit of dust and a little bit of smoke-looking attitude out of the car, but it's all, rest assured, it's all okay. That oil dry makes the road quite grippy, and it doesn't take away too much grip at all. So if I was a driver like Ernie lining up right now, I wouldn't be too concerned about it at all.
Yeah, that's good reassurance for the next drivers up the mountain. And sort of recapping so far today, much earlier in the morning, Romain Dumas went the fastest of anybody at 8:18.202. Robin Schut, Simone Fagioli, Diego De Gaspari, the rest of your top four. Dan Novembri rounding out your top five overall. Your leaders in each class: Dumas in unlimited production based, Schut in unlimited super unlimited, Dan Novembri in open wheel, Billy Johnson in Pikes Peak Open. In Time Attack 1, it's J.R. Hildebrand. And then in Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama Turbo, it's Laura Hayes. And by Pikes Peak Trophy GT4 by Yokohama non-turbo, that would be Clint Vaschholz. That is on top of the order there. And then in the exhibition class, the first trucks to go up the mountain today, not really cars, so to speak, that is Lauren Healy. That is topping the charts at a 12:03.795. It's been a quick day in the early parts, but the pace has drastically slowed down here. And we can feel, even here, the temperature, not even just on the racetrack, but the air temp is dropping as well.
You know, that's the interesting thing about being in the mountains. Mountains of this size oftentimes create their own weather patterns. So it does feel a little bit colder. So if I was a driver lining up again, I would feel pretty confident right now that the road is actually in really good condition. The only worry would be that the mountain creates its own weather pattern and we start to see rain. Again, that's just speculation, but the mountains do change really fast. I was lucky enough to grow up in the mountains and know that weather can roll in relatively quickly, especially with higher winds. But we're going to cross our fingers and toes that that doesn't happen, and we can get all of our competitors in before any sort of weather pattern occurs.
Yeah, when I looked yesterday, things looked pretty good, so I wasn't really expecting to see a whole lot, but neither does anybody else ever. I mean, I think it just rolls in, as you said, so quickly. But in a holding pattern here, we have had 45 cars attempt times. Of those 45, 40 of them have completed their runs. There are 72 on my run list, the last of which I believe is Kyle Wilder. So we're a little ways away from that as it stands, but still making progress, albeit a little bit slower than before. Scott Birdsall, the most recent Summit driver, but we believe that there was some fluid out of that car, and I don't know how much it tracked. The challenge is it's only a 3-liter engine, so it can't really hold all that much oil, and I would think that if it dumped all 3 liters, it wouldn't have made it to the top. So I'm trying to figure out how it leaked only in one section without running out, because the leaking seemed to happen much earlier in the course. So doing the math in my head, and I feel like that GIF of all the math symbols trying to figure out exactly how he made it to the top if he was actually leaking that much fluid. Maybe it wasn't even all him. It could be from a variety of different cars.
Yeah, Kyle, I'm not quite sure. There's portions of the racetrack where maybe the car overheated, and then maybe all of a sudden, due to a change in the conditions, it got back into a good temperature range. It's really hard to tell, especially since we didn't see that oil all the way up the racetrack from what we can see now. Again, it's all speculation, but the safety team is making sure that the road is in tip-top condition to run on again.
So as we wait for the track to get back green here again, the next car will be Ernie Ramirez in a Mitsubishi Evo. And I believe that he is representing Mexico here this year. That looks to be the case. That Evo weighs 3,400 pounds, so it's not a light car, but it is on E85, makes a little extra power because of that. And it should be fun to watch him get rolling here shortly. And again, for a driver that has been here only once before and didn't get to run the full mountain, not technically a rookie, but I think functionally a rookie. So still lots on his mind, I'm sure, before making this run up the mountain.
Yeah, again, last year he ran, but that was a shortened course last year due to weather that nobody could have prevented, of course. The winds were very strong. So this is going to be his first full shot at it, and I guarantee you he's pretty excited. I know all of the drivers here come to Pikes Peak because they love the raw challenge of taking a machine, yourself, and an open road and just going for it. So I'm sure he's chomping at the bit, ready to get going here.
Tell me about the off-season for Pikes Peak, if you could call it one. When you're prepping for a program, for you and your experience, when does that work start? Is it day after the previous year's race? Is it sort of the fall? Like when does a program start coming together, at least in your experience?
Right now. This moment exactly. I think as soon as these drivers finish today, it's like, okay, what are we going to do to get back here next year? Because again, I think all of these drivers, myself included, are so passionate about this race that it's like, okay, how do we do even better next year? What's next year going to look like? And it's the highlight of a lot of people's years. I know it's the highlight of mine, and it takes years in the making. And for somebody like Robin Shute, he has spent 3 years developing his Sendy car, and so it's constant. I mean, last year when Robin was running here in the Dassault Designs car, he was already prepping for his Sendy car. So it's nonstop for a lot of people out here. But again, that's what makes this so special. But it is crazy to think about how much time and preparation goes into one run that's around 10 minutes. It's a lot of work for a short amount of time, but we all love it. We've seen some great racing today. Romain Dumas is top of the charts at an 8:18. Robin Shute second overall at an 8:29, and Simone Fagioli at an 8:32. So that rounds out your top 3 overall competitors. Of course, we've got class breakdowns here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So there's plenty of space for people to be achieving wins in their own classes.
Well, while we're waiting for the track to resume, it sounds like Tyler Pappas caught up with Danny Aiken at the top of the mountain. Let's hear from Tyler now. Tyler, what you got, bud?
Been a lot of work for you. I've been following along since the get-go. How do you feel right now? How proud are you for you and your team to be here at the top of this mountain with this car, brother?
Man, I'm proud. You know, we worked for 3 years on this car, so it's been gnarly, dude. Like, even just Tuesday, you know, like that big boost spike, and we went off the road, and I had to just climb back in this sucker and keep going, you know. And we went to the track, we tested more. I mean, even on our first run up this morning, was like, dude, I'm giving you a Hail Mary. I'm going to send you down. You're going to adjust that clutch. You're going to go up again. Yeah. So I went up again and then turned us around again. And I was like, all right, Don Wickstrom. So
Let's make it a good one.
You got no excuses now, dude. So
are we heading for like an Indy 500 finish right now?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't win.
You won.
Pikes Peak hill climb. We didn't win the hill
your own
climb,
journey, brother.
But we, you know, this is a tribute to the Indy 500 boys, and getting an Indy car up here. Tribute to Russell Cameron, Mitch Davis, and the whole IndyCar community. And you know, you guys really backed me on this. JR you're the man. I love you to pieces, man, and I look up to you a lot. And I hope we can both have cars coming up here at some point and be racing each other up here. So, Yokohama Tire, Vibrant Performance, Bruno at Vibrant. Bruno, he found me and pulled me out from under the rock. So I'm very grateful for that. And
you're on top of the rock.
We're on top of
a big one,
a huge mountain right now with an Indy car. So cheers to that. I'm gonna drink this, and I'm actually gonna do a shoey out of the rest.
Oh,
so
if this ain't on the live stream, I don't know what to tell people.
If this ain't on the live stream, we better get it on the live stream. I've been wearing these suckers all week.
Just let the folks know at home what this is right here. What we're about to do.
About to do a shoey with milk. Yeah, this is taking a shoey to a whole nother level, man.
Another level, brother. I don't know if the internet's ready for this, but
all right.
We're watching.
And I believe that I probably should do it up on the Indy car.
Getting all the cards? Okay, there's one there, one there.
Oh, yeah.
One clear.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no, I'll just drop them.
Danny Aiken, everybody. First Indy car in a while at Pikes Peak.
First Indy car in a long time on Pikes Peak, baby.
Congrats, bro.
Well, I'm not much of a milkman myself, I'll be honest.
No, my stomach is kind of
know,
starting to turn, but how iconic.
In the context of IndyCar, I guess it makes sense. But taking a shoey with milk, that is a whole different level, and that was a hard watch. But hey, Danny Aiken, congratulations, buddy.
Iconic. Just what you would expect from a New Zealander. I love that. That was hysterical. For those of you who don't understand the milk reference and why the milk, it's because that is the celebratory drink that you have after winning the Indianapolis 500. So he brought some milk up, I guess, and celebrated that way. So I love it. It's such a great homage to the Indy 500.
Yeah, milk is not the top choice for a celebratory drink in my household. But hey, look, if I wanted Indy, I would be all stoked to pour it all over myself and whatnot. But that was awesome. So great work there by Tyler to capture that moment. Again, we're still under red flag. If you just joined us, we've got fluid on the course, and we need to make sure that it's nice and clean and tidy before we send the next group of cars out on to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser. The fans are waiting patiently up there, and sometimes it's hard up there without any cell service or any internet. They're just waiting for the next car. They don't know what's going on. So those of you watching the broadcast, at least you know that we're under red flag for fluid, and Lonnie is just, we patiently wait now.
Absolutely. They do have such a nice facility up there at the Summit House. For those of you who have never been to the Summit House before, I would absolutely recommend taking a trip up there. It's stunningly beautiful, and it's just an amazing facility. They've got a great little kind of museum section with all of the history of Pikes Peak, so it's a great place to walk around. Also, people still take the cog train. Excuse me. I'm used to talking about the corner. But they take that train all the way to the top, and there are fans and spectators up there at the top with them too. So it's kind of a cool environment once all of the drivers get to the top.
Yeah, very, very cool. And like we said, we're under red flag. If you're interested in looking at the running order, you can certainly join the live timing feed at livetiming.net/PPIHC. Scott Birdsall made it to the top of the mountain in dramatic smoky fashion, and Tyler Pappas was able to catch up with him. And let's hear from Scott Birdsall.
Cole Trickle, Scott Birdsall, one of my favorites here at Pikes Peak.
What's up, Tyler?
Brother, Trans Am TA2 Camaro / diesel. It's been a long time since we've seen you at the top of a full run successfully. You got to be feeling pretty good about that.
I feel pretty good about the run. What bums me out is I was on like this perfect flow state. I had it going. And then Devil's Playground, the lights came on. I looked over, it was at 248. I'm like, oh no.
Long way to go.
There's no way I'm getting up to the top. And then the next time I looked at it was at 258 and 268.
She said, and then
burn her down. And then the last time I looked at it was like 4 corners down. And I just said, burn it down. And I made it up. But as you can see in the engine bay.
Let's step back over here and take a look. That's
we're pretty crispy.
That's cooked, as the kids say these days, dude. That's looking pretty hot in there. But she sacrificed herself so she could make it up here today, and I'm proud of you for being here.
Hey, man, I'm stoked.
You're the
I
man.
got on top of the mountain.
Yeah.
It's a finish.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
know.
win for
I know.
me.
That's a win, dude.
I'm happy.
That's a win.
I'm happy. Let's
Good
go.
stuff, Scotty. Congrats, man.
Well, if anyone needed a little warmth up there, it's getting cooler as the moments pass by. They've got the under the hood of Scott Birdsall's Camaro, unfortunately. Well, sacrificed the engine, but made it to the top. Not really much other choice than to keep going most of the time, right?
Right. It's like if your car still runs, you might as well keep running it. I like his attitude when it comes to that. And he was like, nope, I am not going to quit. And I love that. And that's what this race is all about. You've spent so much time to get here that you got to make the most of it.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be back under red flag here at Pikes Peak. We'll be back in a moment.
I need more energy.
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Pikes Peak, America's mountain, road trip to 14,115 feet above ordinary, and by the Porsche Experience Center Atlanta and Los Angeles.
Forget the warm-up. DirecTV got hot. They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone.
Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
How old are you?
11.
Life is a race, and there was a time in my life when I had no idea where I was headed. I used to believe all the lies that I was told when I was younger, that I was worthless and I had no future. I was angry, depressed, and hopeless. Then I discovered the truth. My identity isn't who the world says I am. It's in who Jesus says I am. Chosen, forgiven, righteous. Life is a race. Where are you headed?
Punch it, Megan. Oh, wow, here we go.
For 70 years, the Pikes Peak Marathon has tested the toughest. 26.2 grueling miles to the summit of Pikes Peak and back down, through the ache, the altitude, and every mile that dares you to turn around. The Pikes Peak ascent isn't just a race, it's a relentless climb into the sky. One step, one breath, one heartbeat at a time. Pikes Peak is known to be the ultimate challenge endurance racing, drawing athletes from around the world. From first-timers to seasoned legends, all who reach the top become part of something bigger. Because when you conquer Pikes Peak, you earn your place in history.
When performance matters most, the pros trust Crown Performance. Constructed from Teflon, Kevlar, and stainless steel, Crown Performance brake lines exceed all industry standards, will hold up against the harshest conditions, and provide ultimate stopping power, whether it's for the street or the track. We offer customized sizes and colors to fit any application. Visit crownperformance.com to learn more. crownperformance.com. crownperformance.com.
This is the moment. Oh yeah, it's golden. Bringing the closer, cause we taking over. On your feet, Pro 2s are coming at you. This is a big one. They brought in the big guns.
These are bad dudes behind the wheel, and I got a lot of respect for them.
Cause we do it big, huh? This when the show starts. This where the hope spots. What a risky move. This when we blow up. We taking over.
My 14th year. I love shooting this race. This is, in my opinion, the most beautiful racetrack in the world. There's just nothing like it. The light in the morning from the sunrise, the purples, the pinks, the oranges, it's so beautiful. And also the variety of cars is something that I love. The fact that a lot of the cars are very relatable. I mean, we have a R32 GTR here. And the driver, Akira-san, he drove the 400R when it was a new vehicle. So it's cool that he's coming back and driving something now as a historic car. But this year, I got a crazy photo of him. I don't know if you saw, all four off.
Yes.
I feel like he probably got maybe 5 to 6 inches of air. And this is something that I didn't say in my post, but the photo, it lasted 3 frames. It wasn't just like, oh, like a little bunny hop. He actually did launch off of this bump. This is the braking zone, or going into the braking zone right before Cog Cut. But he hit the bump, and there's one frame where he's like ascending, and the frame that I posted is when he's in the air, and then the next frame he's starting to land, which is crazy because I'm explaining a vehicle bunny hopping on Pikes Peak.
I think it tells the story of the course and its challenges quite well. And you've had the opportunity to shoot some amazing events globally. And I'd have to imagine that each event has its own character. And you can tell the story through images of, the size of the scale of the event, the venue, the drivers and their stories. But what makes Pikes Peak so unique, I think, is those moments like that. The road isn't perfect. It's not a perfectly smooth racetrack. It has its own character, and it changes every year.
Yeah, and I try my best every year to tell the story a different way, right? Over the past 14 years of covering this race, I've told the story in photographs, and then in the last half of that, I would say probably the last 7 years of me covering this, I would tell my story through video. I would show the struggle, I would bring the viewer along with us as we're going up, waking up at 2 a.m. All of my team woke up at 11:20 p.m. yesterday to get onto the mountain. Luckily, I was on the starting line, so I could sleep in. I slept in all the way to 4 a.m., which was a luxury. But this year, we're going to do something different. This year, we're doing something I'm very, very excited about. We're doing a 2-part documentary on Pikes Peak. One of the big things we're doing is we're following Rob Holland. And unfortunately, as you saw, he had a pretty bad incident. But, the story goes on, the race goes on, and we're going to tell that story along with telling the story about how difficult it is for me and my team to photograph the race.
Right. I mean, the challenges aren't just for the drivers. It's for the entire supporting crew. And it's very easy. And we talked about the broadcast earlier in the day. It's very easy to say, why can't you see the cars for the entire run? This is the length of the Nordschleife, and as many more corners, actually, but a mile up in the sky, right? 2 miles up, 3 miles up by the time you get to the peak. There are so many challenges involved with the logistics of it. So take me through the challenges for your team to get to different locations, because you can't walk along the road too much because you're running on it. So how do you get around, or do you just pick a position and stay there?
So much of us being able to acquire the content and the photographs that you see, that we publish, and that we also give to Pikes Peak comes just from experience. We just know, based on the weather, based on sunrise, based on so many different factors, where we should be to get this type of content, right? So one of the things that I really look forward to every single year, I pray that it happens, is to get the cars with the shadow of the mountain. And that's from Olympic, the last corner on the racetrack. I hike there from the summit, hoping that the sun is just right to cast a perfect triangle shadow. And I just try to frame the cars there. Those moments only last maybe for 2-3 minutes, just a couple runs, and it's just something that we look forward to.
Well, Larry, looks like we finally have cars rolling again, which is good news. The track is back green. And Larry, thank you so much for joining us and helping fill the time here.
Thank you. That means I have to go and actually shoot.
Right.
So
you got a job
later.
to do.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Larry Chen, one of the best in the world, if I'm allowed to say that. But we're back green and off and away. We're finally back under with Ernie Ramirez and the Kumho tires on board, beginning his ascent to 14,115 feet. Larry Chen, always a pleasure, Lonnie. I'm sure that you've probably been photographed by him or his team, and it really just, every photo is a poster. And for every photo that is a poster, I'm sure there are many that are not. But the challenges of getting all that and capturing a real-time live motorsports event in such extreme places and conditions, it really is a treasure to have a guy like him and a team like his here.
Absolutely. Larry Chen is a staple here on Pikes Peak, and he's synonymous with it. Also a really great person to follow on social media. He does some really fun stuff, and of course, all of the content he puts out is beautiful, stunning, or it's funny. So I'll take both things, but we love Larry. He's the best. And we're watching Ernie Ramirez. It looks like he's coming through just about to get to engineers, if I'm not mistaken. But he is on a good run himself. I don't believe he has crossed our first sector yet, but he is soon to.
Yeah, should be there in just a minute or so, running in the Time Attack 1 class. So the car that he is chasing, cars plural that he's chasing, Scott Crouch, Catherine Mead, and Raymond Guerrero. If you want to follow along live timing and scoring, livetiming.net/PPIHC to follow along and sort. You can sort by class. You can see the overall running order. Fast bottom section looking good so far.
But man, what a great view we have with this coverage. We really see kind of where all the fans are, how much of the road he's using. You watch him go all the way from the right side of the road to the inside, all the way back to the outside. That's him taking the shortest radius as possible and the shortest line through that corner, and that's the key to speed here. And Ernie knows how to do that. So it's great to watch. Another slow hairpin corner. My guess is a first or second gear corner. It's all about kind of getting on the brakes nice and late and getting through the corner as easily as you can.
Here's a question for you. This is a toll road, 364 days a year. It's got a double yellow line all the way up. Was there any adjusting that you had to do mentally to use the whole track width? Again, because it's a road, it's got a double yellow line, and when you're driving on it, was there a period where you're like, okay, I'm allowed to use the whole thing, I don't have to stay in the lane? I mean, I imagine that this is something that race car drivers are used to on certain street courses, but I'd think that for somebody somewhere, it'd be like, oh, I can use the whole width.
Yes and no. I mean, I think driving a street car up casually Pikes Peak is like comparing apples to oranges. It's so different. When you put on your helmet and strap into the race car, it's a totally different mindset. That being said, I remember the first year I ran here in 2022, it was just cool to be able to cross the double line. I'm like, oh, I can do this. This is awesome. And it was just more fun than anything, but it didn't really take much adjusting for me just because I come from a road racing background where I'm always trying to find the driving line, but I love that question.
Ernie Ramirez, Section 1, 1:59.146. That's a pretty solid time. That should put him right at the tail of the Time Attack 1 group so far. So depending on what he does in Sections 2 and 3, will set him up for a pretty solid run, potentially a top 5 in class if he can just find a little bit more pace in the further sectors. And navigating through the sections, again, I don't exactly know where there was the oil dry put down, but again, the cleaning crew, track crew, does an immense job of making sure that everything's nice and tidy for Ernie and everyone after.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said before, I don't think it should be a worry in Ernie's mind of any of the oil dry or anything that they've put down on the track. I think he should be able to just focus forward and not really worry about that because the safety team has done such a good job getting the road prepared. And I believe that was Dan Ueda from the start line. Man, that was epic. Yeah. I love to see those big smoky burnouts.
There's your rear-wheel drive burnout that you were waiting for. Dan Ueda in the 2012 Ford Mustang Boss 302S.
Absolutely, and Trevor and Dan, father-son duo, they've got quite a few fans here at Pikes Peak because they are local to Colorado. They come from Boulder, so not too far away. I actually went to college with Trevor, so he's a good friend of mine, and I'm excited to see what he does today.
Watching Ernie Ramirez continue to make his way up the mountain. Best time, again, for Ernie Ramirez. Doesn't actually have a full course best time. So this will sort of be his initial time to set his benchmark for future seasons.
I think in many ways, Ernie is just looking to get a nice, clean, solid run to the top, especially after not having been able to do it the year prior. I think this is kind of a whole new ball game. He's finding sections of the racetrack that he's never found before because you don't get to run those sections of the racetrack in practice. And that's one of the many reasons that makes Pikes Peak so unique is the format of how you practice for this race.
Carving through the mountains, a little bit of track use there on the left, dropping the left front tire in the dirt, extending the racing surface just a little bit. Now back to the left, and the Evo. We talked about Subarus a little bit earlier, but the Evo versus Subaru battle in the late 90s and early 2000s, that is a tale as old as time as far as rally competition hill climb competition. They are all-wheel drive, turbocharged cars, very well suited for this kind of competition. And depending on who you ask, they are very strong opinions in the automotive world about which one is the better car.
Right, absolutely. And you find that people who like one will stick to it. I love this view here of the road because this shows you just how steep it is. In the middle section, you gain a tremendous amount of elevation, and you see it right here, just climbing through the mountain here. It's can be hard to put power down coming out of those tight hairpin corners because you have to put so much steering in it that it takes a moment to get the steering back out. So it provides its own challenge here in the middle section. But technically speaking, to me, it's the easiest section to drive. But in some ways, it's one of the harder sections to engineer for because it's a lot of full throttle moments followed by really, really fast deceleration.
Yeah, it's almost like you can sense that this car, all the load that's put on the engine, right? When you're cruising down the highway and you get back on the throttle and your car kicks down a gear, the car will accelerate, but do that up a very steep hill, and you can just feel the effort that the engine has to put in, and it's beginning to be a sort of a crawl now for Ramirez to try to get this Evo up the mountain. Definitely seems like it's a little slow, trying to get that turbo spooled up, and it's working as hard as it can, but this is a steep section of the course, as you pointed out.
Absolutely. The cars are panting, if you will, up the middle section, and the drivers fortunately kind of get a second to rest a little bit, but the brake zones of the middle section can be really tricky because you want to brake nice and late because you've got such a steep uphill that you wouldn't want to brake too early because that kills all of your momentum pretty immediately as we see Ernie making his way through the W's.
Past some media members on the left there, just working his way methodically up the hill. And this is probably not the time to experiment with something new or drop a gear that you hadn't done before. Just do what the car can do and don't ask too much of it. You're so close at this stage, Lonnie. So just don't toss it away just by trying to get a little too much.
Absolutely. I love this view of the start line because you look at that start gantry and then you look just above it at the top of Pikes Peak and you think some of these guys are getting up there in just over 8 minutes. It's kind of mind-boggling to have this view. It's really cool to me to think about that. I think we're going to see Trevor here. Trevor Aweda starting in just a moment as Dan is on his way. But Trevor, it looks like he gets a great launch off of the line. That Audi really working for him.
Yeah, 1984 Audi 4000 has run this car since 2022 in a couple of different categories. First in Time Attack 1 and then in Pikes Peak Open as it runs now. And Dan Aweda in the number 66. That's that 2012 Ford Mustang Boss 302S. That's the good old 5.0 Coyote under the hood of that thing.
This is another great view here. We can see how many spectators are packed into Glen Cove. It's a pretty tight parking lot there, but that is the start of the middle section.
And we'll take a moment. We're going to step to break. We'll be right back after this.
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by Pikes Peak Region Attractions. More than just a mountain. iBot, made in the USA and engineered to win. And by Visit COS. Discover Colorado Springs outdoor adventures and affordable family fun. Visit COS.com.
That was great. That's awesome.
If you don't want to leave your garage because you're not confident in your insurance, you need to call Grundy Insurance. We're car guys, taking care of car guys, and collector cars are our specialty. Imagine saving more than 50% on your insurance with no depreciation, no deductible.
Grundy Insurance, the gold standard for collector cars since 1947. Give us a call.
Get ready for a double hit of North America's closest racing.
Hold your breath, everybody. Jeremy Fletcher will go to the lead.
Mazda MX-5 Cup, presented by Michelin, at one of the fastest circuits on the schedule. The draft keeps the field together and the pressure on. At Canadian Tire Motorsports Park.
And the leader goes wide, misses his braking point. As they come to the line, it's Harmon that takes it.
The Mazda MX-5 Cup, presented by Michelin, July 11th to 12th. Live on Racer Network and Racer Plus.
And the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, working towards the later stages of the runners here. And it has been full of broken records and a little bit of drama today. Kyle Heyer joined by Lonnie Unser, working our way into the middle of the afternoon. And we are on now our 47th and 48th cars of about 72. Trevor and Dan Oweda on track right now. Ernesto Ramirez just finished. And Rob Dahm about ready to launch in just a moment. There's Trevor Oweda in that 1984 Audi 4000.
Excited to see Rob Dahm take the green flag. He has fans all across the world watching him take this green flag, and I know this is a passion project for him, and he's just really, really excited to be up here putting his rotary engines to the ultimate test.
The ultimate test indeed. Rob Dahm. Green flag.
And that was a good launch if I've seen one. Man, I love watching those launches. He's flying under the gantry there. That looks pretty fast to my eyes.
That was a really quick launch for Rob Dahm in the three-rotor RX-7. There's Trevor Oweda in the Audi 4000, chasing Dad up the hill.
So one of my favorite facts, and it's very attuned to Father's Day, is Dan and Trevor really crew chief for each other. So they're here to help each other be successful, and to me that's so cool. I know Trevor built this Audi after the Marshall fire in 2021, so they actually lost their home in that fire. So this is really sentimental to Trevor to be able to take this car up the mountain as quickly as he can, because I'm sure it reminds him of perseverance and getting through hard times, and now he gets to take it and do one of the coolest races in the entire world.
Best time was back in 2024, 10:48.402 for Trevor Oweda. For Dan, his best time was a 10:48.870 also in 2024. So those are the times to chase for Dan and Trevor Oweda. Now, looking at the section times so far for those two, sub 2-minute first sections, 156 and 158 respectively. I think they're sort of on pace to do what they did in 2024 at least.
Absolutely, and I think this is a good year for them to do it. The road conditions are looking pretty good. Again, we've got a little bit of cloud cover now, so that helps with the speed of the road, which they'll be very grateful to have a little bit more grip come back into the road.
Here comes Dan Oweda in the number 66 Ford Moss 302. Last corner here on the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. His best time again was that 10:48.870. And for the Pikes Peak Open entry of Dan Oweda, this year it will be at 11:07. So not quite his best, but a solid run in 2026.
That's a solid run. Really glad to see Dan cross the checker there, especially at Father's Day with his son following short behind. I'm sure there's always competition between the two of them. I know my dad and I are always competing against each other in any way we can, but that's what makes it fun. And again, the family aspect of Pikes Peak is one of the reasons I love this race so much.
This will be a celebration for these two. And what more special Father's Day than to run the Pikes Peak Hill Climb together in cars that are completely different. I think that's the other cool thing. It's not like they're running matchy-matchy. They've got their own personalities represented in these cars, and it's super fun to watch them race.
And the fact that they qualified right next to each
What
other.
Are the chances of that?
What are the chances? That it had to be for Father's Day. The mountain decided that it wanted those two to be running together.
This car very similar to David Hackle. Sort of looks like it belongs on the mountain. The Saudi all-wheel drive system just looks absolutely spectacular. I also love the body color too, that sort of olive green. It just looks, there's something classic about it that I really, really dig. So he's almost up to the top. Rob Dahm has tripped the first timing loop 1:55.679, on pace with his 2024 time. So a good start.
I think Rob Dahm is kind of getting into a groove, and we can see it here. I believe this is him, but man, what great footage we're getting from the helicopter view. Again, it's never easy to put on a live stream at 14,000 feet, but these views of the hill climb, I'm loving this. They're great. You really get a great idea of how much road is required to use when you want to drive this course fast.
You bring up the helicopter, you bring up the challenges of the broadcast. It's very easy, trust me, I've been there, to be on the other side of this and go, you know, I wish it was this or that. Helicopters at this altitude are not very efficient machines at 14,000 feet. The less dense the air is, the less efficient they are. So constant refueling trips. Drones are not really super reliable up here. And again, 14,000 feet, not a lot of air for the propellers to work through. On top of that, it's very expensive to have helicopters around. And then you got your trackside cameras, which you can't link together with cable like you would a traditional race, because there's the road that you would run the cable along is the road that we're racing on. So it's logistically challenging. Also, 12 miles of fiber, that's a lot of fiber to run. So the technical solutions to make this happen are very creative, and the entire Apex broadcast team is well suited to handle all the challenges. Even on race day when things go wrong, they're very quick to remedy to the best of their ability. Here comes the next driver. This is Zachary Sober in the 281 2013 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Sober began his Pikes Peak runs in 2024, his best time at 11:14.223 in his first year.
Absolutely. Zachary Sober getting off the line. He's coming from Texas here today, and really excited to see what Zachary Sober can do. Oh, and it looks like we've had a moment from Rob Dahm. Not sure. I heard some noise in the crowd, maybe a little bit sideways, maybe. Couldn't quite tell what happened. I missed it, but it looks like he's regained momentum and is going again, and quite quickly at that.
And for Rob Dahm, 240 in that second section. Look at this just a moment ago. Big slide, and he gathered it up. Quick hands inside that car. That was cool.
That was awesome to watch. I mean, you can tell just based off of that, he's got quick hands, and that tells me that he's really accustomed to the car and very comfortable in the car to be able to drive it to that limit.
We saw him at the start. He was not holding back, was he? So this is gonna be a fun run to watch. Trevor Rueda following Dad up the mountain on Father's Day. He's gonna get there, one corner to go for Trevor Rueda. Dad's time today, 11:07.050. Anxiously awaiting what son Trevor can do in the Audi 4000 across the stripe. And Trevor Rueda, 11:01, quicker than Dad by 6 seconds. There you go.
Man, that's, again, just so great to see the father-son duo, and they finish right next to each other, which based off of qualifying, I wouldn't expect anything less. But happy for those two to have two successful runs on Father's Day to the top of the mountain.
Rob Dahm, I'll tell you, this car looks good. Other than that little bobble he had, this car looks very solid this year. So far, so good. On the line is Sean Bassett. One of the, in my opinion, one of the coolest, swoopiest looking cars in the field. A 1972 Datsun 240Z. Sean, age 41, out of Mount Dora, Florida. And running a 7-liter Chevrolet-based engine. This car weighs 2,700 pounds. They've just swapped in an 8 HP transmission this week. They're replacing their DCT that they had previously. It gave them all sorts of trouble. So a brand new transmission in this car this week, and we'll see how he does.
Looking at the times here, Zachary Sober came across Sector 1 at a 153.9, which puts him decently well into the time attack category. So we'll see how he goes, but he looks like he's matching up really nicely to what some of the other drivers have been able to achieve.
Rob Dahm's car still looking strong. The RX-7 looking pretty planted now. They had that big moment, but braking in a straight line, using unwind the wheel, using all the road, carve in, and throttling up towards that upper section. you can just tell it's struggling. These rotaries really need RPM. They really like to run at high revolutions to really get the pace out of them and spin that turbo up. But good looking run for Rob Dahm, while Zach Sober continues working through the bottom sections.
I love to watch that hairpin corner there after the middle section. We just saw Rob Dahm go through it, and he hardly had to hit the brakes. It was just a light kind of tap of the brakes to get the weight of the car on the nose to get around the corner. But that just shows you the elevation that is here on Pikes Peak, and especially in the middle section.
Zachary Sober in his third year running this event. Began in 2024 with this car. Comes from a background of running SCCA national level solo autocross events. Lone Star Rallycross, Texas Rallycross, and more, as Sean Bassett gets the green flag in the Viper 240Z off and away. That car makes an awesome sound. Very light in the nose, and I've seen that car at Lime Rock get really airborne in a pretty dramatic way, which is it's fun to watch, and fun to watch Sean wheel this thing.
So Sean is quite confident with this car. So again, the more confident you are outside of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb with the car that you choose to drive, the better off you're going to be, because it just feels like you get into that car and it almost feels like it fits like a glove. So that's always a really, really nice thing. I know there's some folks out here and some drivers out here who get in their car, their tool, only once per year at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Zachary Sober flying in that WRX STI right now, looking very planted. Again, going back to the Subaru versus Evo conversation, the mid-2000s were perhaps the best moments of that battle between those two manufacturers. I don't know that there was really a ton between the makes, but certainly the fans of those cars made that battle live a lot longer on the racetrack. So really neat to see Zachary Sober piloting that car as Sean Bassett navigates the lower section. Huge aero on this car, big rear diffuser, channeling air, creating a lower pressure underneath the car, sort of sucking it down to the pavement, almost like a vacuum. It's a really neat piece of kit on that car that a lot of the higher aero cars have too.
And in the lower section, that's where that aero is going to shine, because as you mentioned earlier, when you get to the top section, you have less air molecules flowing over your aero. So that's why oftentimes you'll see cars up on Pikes Peak with a lot more aero than you would see any other place. And it's because they need to have that aero at the top to make it semi-normal. But that means that on the bottom, it really, really sticks to the road.
So the next car on the line is the number 316. This is Eli Olivas in the 2024 Superlight Aero. What you're seeing now is that Eli is a former Green Beret, a Special Forces soldier who has found purpose driving the Morning Star, spelled M-O-U-R-N-I-N-G, in memory of Special Operations soldiers who have passed away both on and off the battlefield. Before last year's race, Eli took the car around the country, 2 units, allowing soldiers and family members to write the names of their fallen warrior on the car, and names can be seen all over the vehicle. What a cool job that is. And today, fellow Green Berets will be at the start line, and one will be displaying the U.S. flag to the left, paying tribute to the 250th birthday of the country. And more on that in a moment as Rob Dahm brings the RX-7. It'll be the second time he's reached the summit of Pikes Peak in the RX-7. He gets there. His time from a couple of years ago was an 11:04. This year, we'll see what Rob Dahm can manage in that RX-7. I think it'll be quicker than that. And it is an 11:40.456, so slow down in the upper section there just a little bit.
Yeah, not quite as quick, and there could be many reasons that attribute to that. You saw him get really sideways. Maybe his car was not quite behaving like it was in 2024. It's really hard to tell. We know that he just swapped turbos, so maybe something was there as well. But regardless, a clean run to the top of Pikes Peak is a massive accomplishment, and it's always so cool to see Rob Dahm do it in a rotary engine.
Yeah, really, really cool. I think he'll want more, but a very strong run regardless. Gets to the top for the second time in his 3 years. Sean Bassett, 154.9 at the first section marker, and looking very solid, very composed, very comfortable, as you pointed out, behind the wheel of this car. Runs it routinely in Grid Life Track Battle Time Attack. Has run it here before, but that 8 HP transmission, that'll be a little bit of reliability I think he'll be glad to have, given that gearbox has had some challenges the last couple of years. A little tank slapper there.
Another thing to mention about Sean Bassett is he did a 3-part series documentary, and it's Pikes Peak on the Edge if you want to find and watch that. I can imagine that's a pretty cool documentary. I haven't gotten the chance to see it myself, but I certainly am wanting to watch after today.
Yeah, Attacking the Clock Racing is the team name, which is a really neat name for a car and driver like that. Eli Olivas continues to run, and just finishing up there, the flag of the Gold Star family honors the families who've lost a family member in combat, and the last member of Eli's team will be releasing him at the start, which they just did, and he's off and away on his run up to the summit of Pikes Peak.
And how cool that his entire inspiration to race the Pikes Peak hill climb is bigger than himself. It's to honor his fallen his fallen service members. So really, really special and an amazing story out of Eli.
Yeah, so Olivas is in the first section now as we watch Sean Bassett make his way through the middle section. Zach Sober closing in on the top of the mountain right now in the Subaru Impreza WRX. Just about 20 cars left to go. We're closing in on the tail end of the day after having a couple of slowdowns in the middle portion. Waiting for Zachary Sober, section 3, a 2:58. That's a pretty solid time. You were expecting to sort of land somewhere in the midst of that Time Attack 1 group. I think you're right on the money with that, Lonnie. I think he's going to be right in the midst of that field. Probably near Scott Crouch, who's also in a Subaru, so it should be interesting to see where it stacks up.
Yeah, Kyle, that's a really good time to see for this time of day. I think he's going to catapult himself up kind of towards, the middle-ish of the field, and I'm excited to see what he comes in at. As Zachary Sober gets to the last 2 corners, and you see he gets a little bit sideways. We love to see that. He's got some attitude in that car, Kyle.
Well, that was a little bit of a dramatic leaving of Olympic there, but across the stripe for Zach Sober, in the Time Attack 1, number 281 car in the Subaru, and waiting for the time to populate, and it will be a solid 5th place time in class, 10:28.728. That is a really fast run up to the top of Pikes Peak. Job well done. P5 in class for now.
Absolutely, and it looks like Sean Bassett is coming in. He came in sector 2 of a 232.7 as Eli Olivas comes in at a 157.1. So Eli looking strong up through sector 1.
Yeah, Sean Bassett really off to a good start. These are solid times in these first couple of sections. And one of the biggest challenges about taking a car like this, and we're going to see a few more like this later in the day, this car is old. It's a 1972 model year car. Now, a lot has been done to it, but there are just some things about modern vehicle geometry that are just better. So you have to spend a lot of time and effort sort of re-engineering all of the things that make old cars feel old. Number one is chassis stiffness, right? Modern cars are much stiffer, and you can feel it in old cars when you drive them around. When you hit bumps, they sort of flex. And that's not a desirable characteristic in a race car. So much has been done to this car to make it not do those things. And it looks really, really cool. Honestly, it looks quite modern with all the other aero parts on it.
It truly does. You can tell they've put in a lot of work to this car. And you're exactly right. It's really cool to see an older car like this run at this level. And again, what I love about Pikes Peak is that you can see older cars, newer cars. You can see anything up here, and you can see it take on one of the toughest challenges in motorsports.
What a breathtaking view that is on the 12.4 mile road to the summit of Pikes Peak.
Yeah, the thing I love about the upper section of Pikes Peak is it feels like you're driving on the surface of the moon. There's nothing else like it, whereas what we're seeing now in the trees and kind of in the flowy section of the road, it feels a lot more like a road course to many of us, or for rally drivers who are used to being around trees and things like that. It feels similar, but when you get to the top of Pikes Peak, there's just nothing like it.
Eli Olivas working through the bottom sections right now. Best time that Eli has run was a shortened course, so not really a benchmark for the full 12 miles on Pikes Peak, but the bottom section, quicker than Bassett, a little slow, sorry, 3 seconds slower than Bassett, but quicker than a couple other cars up the order. So Olivas with this super light aero, ton of downforce on this car. This is one of those vehicles where the body generates some downforce as well. So in those lower sections, they'll have that advantage stitched together. I just heard another car leave the line.
I think that would be Tracy Gadou in the Chevrolet Corvette, and she was here last year and had a great rookie run, and I'm really excited for her to get all the way to the top this year because she hasn't gotten to do that yet. So again, there's going to be portions of the racetrack that she hasn't run, and she's going to be experiencing for the first time today, but she's done a great job with that car. That car is her baby. She takes that car all over the country doing hill climb races, and Pikes Peak was a bucket list item for her, so it's great to see her up here.
Well, there's some really cool cars approaching the start-finish line. Akira Kamiyama is next, while Tracy Gadou makes her way up the mountain in the bottom section here. There's a look at Eli Olivas once again in that number 316. Special names on the car. And America's 250th birthday, always remembering that freedom is not free. And Eli's team honoring those fallen service members, climbing up towards the summit of Pikes Peak.
Something that I love that Eli Oliva said is that the mountain has taught him to never surrender, to never give up, and to not be intimidated by anything. And we can see him put those lessons into play today. And it's so true. You can't let the mountain get you down when you have hard days, and you always have to keep fighting. As we see, who is that? Sean Bassett get to the finish line and take the checkered flag. Kyle, where did he end up?
That was a really nice run there by Sean Bassett. P5 in unlimited production based, 10:35.224 for Sean Bassett. And that is, I believe, also his best time by a large margin. His best time previously was in the 13-minute range. So very strong run for Sean Bassett. And that gamble to swap transmissions has paid off, and as has the experience in that car.
Yeah, Sean has got to be so happy with that. This was his 5th time running it, so he can say that that's completed all the way from Florida.
So Eli Olivas will be the next driver scheduled to cross the finish line. Tracy Gadou in that 2008 Chevrolet Corvette Z06, the C6 generation of Corvette. And, you know, in the aftermarket, in the grassroots racing world, the C5 and C6 generation Corvettes are just getting accessible enough, and they are fantastic platforms to build on top of because they have so much performance right from the factory, designed as an affordable sports car from the get-go. And the Z06, just from the factory, turned that up a notch. So she's got Lingenfelter Performance Engineering behind her as well. That's a well-renowned shop specializing in Corvette and GM performance parts. So, well, you know, that's a great team to be linked up with for this particular challenge as Olivas carves his way through the mountains.
Absolutely. I think we've seen a great display of what the Chevrolet Corvettes can do up here, all the way from the ZR1s, the brand new ZR1s, all the way to the 2008 Z06 that Tracy Gadou is running. It's great to see. We see so many manufacturers up here, and we get to see where they shine, and to me that's really special.
Akira Kamiyama in a 1992 Nissan Skyline GTR. 70 years old. It has been 26 years since he has been here on this mountain competing. This is a comeback and a special one. The last time that he was here in 1999 was also a Nissan Skyline. Best time of an 11:43. That's the benchmark for Akira Kamiyama.
For Akira Kamiyama, he's used to running the Pikes Peak Hill Climb in the dirt. I don't believe it will have been until this year where he gets to run it in the pavement. So I'm really curious to see how he enjoys the pavement versus the dirt. I know the dirt days were so incredible, but the pavement has brought a new style to Pikes Peak, and the speeds have come up. So my guess is we're going to see Akira better his time, because now, of course, he gets to drive it on pavement.
Tracy Gadou working her way through the bottom sections of the mountain at the moment, expecting Eli Olivas at the summit any moment, really, as Gadou really charging that Z06 through the sweepers. That car washing out a little bit, using a bit more road. Corvettes are not the tiniest cars ever. They have quite the stance, and it is, you know, not the smallest car on the mountain. Look at her using all the road as Akira Kamiyama is off and green, underway for the first time in 26 years on America's mountain.
in honor of Akira Kamiyama taking the green flag, I want to mention that he won the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb overall 3 times in 1993, 1996, and 1998.
We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with the rest of these runs right after this.
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pikes Peak, America's mountain. Road trip to 14,115 feet above ordinary. And by the Porsche Experience Center Atlanta and Los Angeles.
You've got to try the softest sneaker ever. Hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins. Sneakers that are as soft and comfy as your favorite slippers. Just step in and go with no bending down or touching. Wrap your feet in hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Summit Racing brand parts are engineered for power, precision, and reliability. These are the parts you can rely on for the street, the strip, and everywhere in between. Summit Racing brand parts, built to perform, proven to win.
So this is where I fell.
Yeah. How do you feel?
I feel ready to go on.
The summit!
I'll always be right here with you.
It's the museum that brings home the gold, that raises the bar, that defies gravity. It's a gateway to the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, bringing history, innovation, and inspiration to life. Visit the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum in downtown Colorado Springs and experience the museum that moves you.
I believe the 48th car to complete a run here today. We have a couple cars on course at the moment as Tracy continues her ascent to 14,115 feet. Just unbelievable sights here. You'll see her pop out from behind the hillside. Just in that short stint, in the 30 seconds she goes out of view. Look at the elevation that she's climbing. It is just, it's so hard to capture it all in one moment, but just know that from the start to the finish, it is over a mile vertically from the bottom to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, and that's not nothing. A mile is quite a bit of elevation gain to be had, and Tracy is handling it beautifully. I know she had some engine issues earlier this week, which almost took her out of the race, but a lot of really kind team members and amazing people helped her get here today. Again, I love this view. You see just how steep it is, and the reason you can really tell is how little a lot of these drivers have to brake going into that corner.
Akira Kamiyama, I think we saw that car launch. I have not yet seen it come through the timing line, though, for section number 1. So keeping our eyes out for the yellow R32 GTR. As Tracy Gadu is through the 3rd section at the moment. And there it is, Akira Kamiyama, 3:22.206. So a little slow on that first section. Not sure if there was an issue or had to restart the car, but did trip the timing and scoring, which is good news.
Yeah, you really never do know when you see a time of that length, you know. There could be multiple different reasons, but Akira being up here is just so cool, and I'm so happy for him to be able to experience this race as it's fully paved. I'd love to chat to him after the fact and see which he liked better.
Best time for Akira Kamiyama, 11:43.000, and that was back a number of years ago, I believe. That would have been probably 1993. So I was -5 in 1993. So it's cool to see drivers returning to the mountain to take on the challenges from before I was even around to appreciate it. That's how much legacy, how much history is baked into this special event.
I think that's such a great point. The history here is so rich, and you can tell Akira Kamiyama coming back after that many years, he loves this place, I'm sure, just like all of us, and that's why he's back at age 70 representing Japan.
Super, super neat for Akira Kamiyama. Tracy Gadu, I would expect to see at the summit any moment now, having being in section number 4 in the Pikes Peak Open category in the Corvette Z06. Akira Kamiyama is also in the Pikes Peak Open category Gadou's second and third sections, 2:35 and a 3:10. That puts her right in the middle of the class, so she's going to be in the mix here once she finishes her run.
Again, Gadou she's just, my assumption is very, very pleased to be able to get a full run to the top. I think that was her goal coming into racing the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, is to achieve that, because it is a massive achievement to get to the top, and to do it with a crew that you love and respect so much is always so special, and I know her and her crew have such a good relationship.
We'll be waiting to see that car come to the summit, past the checkered flags at 14,115 feet. We said earlier that on your flight to and from here, they will turn off the seatbelt sign before you get to this elevation. I suppose if you're leaving Denver, you're already starting a little higher up. I'm talking flying out of Chicago. Here comes Tracy Gadou in the Corvette Z06, last two corners in the number 141. She will make it to the summit.
And she looks comfortable doing so. So about to take the checkered flag for Tracy Gadou.
Tracy Gadou finishes the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, storms through the checkered flag with that V8 roaring. And of the 12 runners so far in the Pikes Peak Open, she is now P6, smack in the middle, 10:54.016. And that is, again, her first. She's on a benchmark full course time, so that's a great place to start.
Yeah, to be under the 11-minute mark, your first full run-up is a huge accomplishment. So glad to see Tracy do that. And Kira Kamiyama looks like he's going a little bit slow, maybe a car issue. It's looking like more and more that may be the case, but he's nursing it. He's doing everything he can to keep that car going.
Kira Kamiyama does not want to quit. That 1992 Skyline GTR working its way tentatively up the mountain right now. It doesn't appear that anything is out of the ordinary, but again, this is such a challenge for any equipment. Again, the GTR as a motorsport legend, you talk about the cars that you have on the wall as a kid, and the Skyline GTR is absolutely one of those. A legendary vehicle in its own right, and then a legendary story to go with it here on the mountain.
Absolutely, and it's just perfect that he's representing Japan in such an iconic Japanese car. It's really, really cool to see him make his way up the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Yeah, the JDM legends that inspired a generation. This is one of those. Again, it does look like it's struggling a little bit, but continuing to move along the course. And the team is going to space David Meyer and Nick Plachenik out enough that they won't have to worry about catching anybody. And we are working our way towards the end of the list of runners here. There's still a couple of heavy hitters left to go here, Lonnie, but as we get later in the day, there's just about a dozen and change drivers left to go.
Absolutely, and this is yet another reason why the organization of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb impresses me so much, is because when they see a car that's moving a little bit slower maybe than expected, they account for that. And they're not going to send the next car until they're pretty confident that that car won't catch up to the car that's currently on course, because they never want you to see another car while you're driving up Pikes Peak, because it is a time trial. It's done by yourself, not with others. So again, just huge kudos to the team and the officials at Pikes Peak.
And David Meyer patiently waiting to be released. Kamiyama's second section, 4:37.189. And again, I would imagine that we would get a green for David Meyer in any moment, but just looks like he's sitting back and trying to relax, trying to keep those nerves down. For David Meyer, it's his 11th year, but has run this in motorcycles before. 14th year if you count motorcycles. Ran those all the way until 2014, and he's off and away, David Meyer.
Absolutely, and David Meyer is chasing his best time of a 10:38.795, and that was in 2018. So, and it was in a car as well, which is important to note. But he's quick. I think we're gonna see a good time out of David Meyer.
Yeah, Palatov D2TT. That as he's run the last handful of seasons, back all the way to 2017, and ran 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. But in 24 and 25 was in open wheel, and don't have times recorded for those years for David Meyer.
David Meyer has spent quite a bit of time racing in the Colorado Hill Climb Association. He is a Colorado native, actually a Colorado Springs native. So that Colorado Hill Climb Association is a pretty cool race series to follow. I know my good friend Jeff Zwart follows that series as well. So I've heard a lot about it, and it's a really fun place to race cars.
Patiently waiting for Akira Kamiyama to continue ascending to the summit of Pikes Peak at 70 years old, wanting to challenge himself. This is so cool to see, to bring back a legendary car to the mountain. It looks great as well. Something about yellow on a GTR just hits the spot for me. And it really, truly looks like a time attack car proper. But you make a great point about it being paved. This is an unknown for him. And going back to the 80s and 90s when there were still dirt sections of the course, this GTR would have been well suited to that as well.
Absolutely, and it looks completely different too in many ways now that it's paved, and the pavement has added certain elements like the top where it's a little bit more bumpy than you would normally expect. In the dirt days it was nice and smooth up there, so I've heard, and so it's very different. You have different visuals, different line of sight here in the pavement, so he's certainly taking on the challenge very well though.
Oh, there's a little bit of smoke out of that car, but
I spoke too soon.
The car's been struggling a little bit, it looks like, but it's still under power and closer still to the summit of Pikes Peak.
Yes, again, I think for a lot of these drivers, we got to make it to the summit at all costs. We're going to do whatever we can, just like our friend Scott Birdsall did. He's doing everything he can to nurse his way up to the top, and he's not giving up easy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, trying, but it is not quite gonna make it. I don't think it's coming to a stop, and heartbreak for Akira Kamiyama. That car is just ready to quit. He is not, but the car does not look like it's gonna get him all the way to the summit. He's still trying to roll, Lonnie, but it's tough math there.
And man, I appreciate that so much. He's done everything he could to get as far up as he could. And, again, the mountain decides, and some days are not always your days, and it's okay. What's great, though, is that he got the car pulled off into a safe spot. So hopefully, we might be able to stay green flag. Now, that's just speculation. I can't say for sure.
Yeah, and that's tough for Akira Kamiyama, but how about the effort to be here, to give it a go, and to get as far as he did? That is impressive in its own right. The number 41 is rolling up to the line now. This is Nick Plachenik, age 41, out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. 3,600-pound Chevrolet Camaro, but it's got all the bits and bobs on it. Look at the arrow on that car. Ready to roll. For Plachenik, this is, I believe, I don't have any history of him racing Pikes Peak. So I believe he's a rookie here.
This is Nick Plachenik's first year racing the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. He's started to break his way into the professional racing scene as he did a Michelin Pilot Challenge race earlier this year alongside the Rolex 24-hour. So he certainly is experienced, and I'm excited to see what he will do. I know he's had car troubles all throughout the month. He, I guess, had a drive shaft snap yesterday, and in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. they were getting the car back up and running. So I'm really excited to see them at the green flag today, and excited to watch Nick's run.
David Meyer continues to climb. Bottom sections here, 2 minutes, .236 in section number 1. In this very unique Palatov, is that what it was, the Palatov? It's a Palatov D2 TT, a make and model and brand I'm not as familiar with. Apologies for that, but it is really neat looking.
So I think the fact that David Meyer is still running despite Akira Kamiyama pulling over to the side is a very good sign that we may be able to stay green. I would guess that they would have already turned him around, but again, just speculation. But the more green we can stay, of course, always the better, so that way drivers aren't having to do multiple starts like we saw earlier today with Danny Aiken.
It's a great point. We saw David Meyer continuing, so until we see otherwise, we'll assume the track is still green. They haven't launched Plachenik just yet in the Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 1LE, as there is a safety vehicle on course now here, Lonnie.
I was afraid to see that, but the safety team has to do their due diligence and go and make sure that Akira Kamiyama is okay and taken care of. Again, Akira is probably very thankful for that rally safe system. It notified him to let the officials know whether or not he was safe, and my best guess is that he hit that safe button and that he was off the road. So again, we're so grateful for that rally safe system as drivers up on Pikes Peak, because again, it's just that extra layer of protection and that extra bit of information that keeps us comfortable racing here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
So Akira Kamiyama stuck trackside, about 65% of the way up the mountain. And David Meyer, again, we didn't see him turned around yet. Is it possible that they rolled the truck after Meyer went by? Is that a possibility that they're going to let Meyer go and then deal with it, or is it always a red flag? Oh, well, we'll deal with it after the break. We'll check back in just a moment.
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, the City of Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA, and Mobil 1, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide step footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins with no bending down or touching your shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-ins.
Colorado Springs is really special.
It's where we love to explore, so we take care of it.
We stay on the trails. We check the weather and come prepared.
We watch animals from far away.
And we pack out what we bring in.
Because when we all help, this place stays special. Let's take care of the Pikes Peak region together.
Welcome to All of the Above. Everyone's a winner in Colorado Springs. All right, do either of you consider yourselves a Colorado Springs expert?
Definitely not.
Goodness, no. No. Definitely not.
I would not.
Not yet.
Well, we'll see about that. First question, what kind of entertainment can you find in Colorado Springs? Is it A, arts, B, music, C, sports, or D, all of the above?
All of the above.
All of the above.
All of the above.
What do you think?
If your collector car insurance costs half as much, you probably would expect half the coverage, right? Not with Grundy Insurance. Our collector car insurance costs less than half as much as standard insurance, and you get a lot more. No depreciation, no deductible, and you're insured for 100% of the agreed value. The fact is, standard insurance companies don't understand collector cars, and that's our specialty.
Grundy Insurance, the gold standard for collector cars since 1947. Give us a call.
The idea of the show, we call it Firing Order, is just to get a bunch of people on and have them fight over listing things. And this actually comes from my magazine days. I was the big-eyed editor who wanted to take over the world. I was 25 years old. I famously once gave up my own pay to keep the print quality. Well, I think about filming it like a skate park. And I remember that clicking moment of like, this is either the best idea anyone's ever had or the dumbest idea anyone's had. Because no one had done that.
Creative Drive, tomorrow at 8 p.m. on Racer Network.
The 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is under red flag for Akira Kamiyama. Stopped about 65% of the way up the mountain. They're going to try to clear this course off and restart any of the runs that were already started. Looks like the 41 is still lined up. And I haven't seen David Meyer just yet, so maybe they'll bring David down, let the 41 go, and then sort of resort the running order here. But we're down to the last 15 or so drivers on this mountain, so we're getting pretty late in the day, 3 o'clock now, but the conditions are still plenty nice, and we're in a really good spot.
This is where everybody stays on their toes, just kind of ready to be flexible and adaptable. This team of Nick Plochenik may have to turn him around at any moment's notice, but they're doing what they can to get him started as soon as possible.
And while we're under break here, we're going to have a chat with Rob Tinson from Hella. I think we're under his tent here at the moment, so we'll bring him in. Rob, thanks for joining us here under red flag in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. How are you, and how's your day been?
Yeah, good, Kyle. Day's been great. You know, we brought about a lot of partners. The Rob Holland team has provided this, too, as well. This is all part of the fun. So we brought an 82-foot rig that we picked up last week, literally, so to get this canopy, get everything covered for the broadcast, but also we brought a bunch of partners, brought Hella, we brought Schrader, we brought Mila, we've got, Riley Auto Parts here, we got World Park here, we got Flat Six Coffee, so we tried to do it right.
I think you're doing it right. I think you're enjoying yourself by the looks of it. Got a lot of people and partners under the awnings here. It's been a great day. Obviously, there's been a little bit of dramas here and there, but we've seen some records broken. How many times have you been here at this event?
Yeah, this is the fifth.
Okay.
Yeah, for me.
Yeah. And so this is my fourth year, so you've been around a similar amount of time. My interpretation of this event is that it gets a lot of acclaim internationally, but it seems like every year it grows and grows and grows. What's your experience been like this year, just from a fan's perspective, interacting with your partners? What's been the running theme?
Yeah, Kyle, that's the best part is we brought a lot of people. It's their first time ever to even Colorado.
Okay.
And so, what Rob Holland and I try to say is just come once, and then you're gonna, okay, this is what it's all about. I think there's a mystique around, especially you talk to like European colleagues. What's that like? That actually exists. I thought it was just something I watched on YouTube.
Yeah.
To have this energy around here, there's no loss of stuff to look at and and things to do. It's like no other experience, especially here in the paddock with all the rookies. The emotions are high. Just to witness all of that is pretty awesome.
There's definitely a lot of energy and a lot of emotion involved in this challenge, and watching everyone's individual stories, getting to chat with them about swapping engines, changing cars the week of the event. This is one of the last true great motorsports events, and I think it's great that when you introduce people to it and they get it, it's like this is a Gran Turismo open lobby of cars, right?
Yeah. And Larry Chen mentioned it too to me earlier. He says, I love this because it's cars that look like cars. It's cars that just chatting with Rob and the RS3 that he's got that he'll take out in a little bit. That's a car that you can commercially buy for the right money. And so, I'm an aftermarket guy, and so for that's really cool. The aftermarket is alive and well here, from the trailers and the haulers, everything, even to the race cars. So, happy to have all these aftermarket brands with us. They're seeing that kind of opportunity like, oh, okay, I get it now. This makes sense.
And in the world of, there's some ways you could look at this as a grassroots event. Obviously, it's organized at a very high level, and there's a lot of great, international partners and teams here. But the organization that's required, but it's also, it sheds a little bit of light on the grassroots racing industry, the aftermarket industry, all the parts that people are putting on their cars, modifying their cars, and representing their personalities too. Yeah. When you have sort of free choice of what to bring, not everyone's bringing the same thing, and I think that's kind of the beautiful thing, isn't it?
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. And I think Jackie Lutz, my friend, brought up the right to repair. And, as long as people can still work on their cars, you're going to still be able to see that type of outfitting and that performance upgrades for sure.
We've got upcoming in a little while a 1967 Dodge Coronet following a Porsche 911 GT2. There's the O'Malley's and their O'Malley specials that are just completely tube-frame, built custom. It's like everything in between. It's like automotive Legos here this week. So I think that's really cool. But, tell me about where you think this event could go in the future as well, as it seems to grow, the broadcast every year getting better and better, and more eyeballs on the sport is certainly not going to be a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, it starts from the leadership, and Melissa Eickhoff and the team are awesome. And I go to the office every day this week pretty much, and I'm amazed at what a small team can do. This is, if we get the right people here, the right partners, the right suppliers, the right brands, the right dollars, and looking at it as, hey, it's a content engine for sure, but, there's 73, 74 people that would love to connect with brands. And so I think it takes money, and I think it takes brands, and I think opening up their eyeballs to say, oh my gosh, this is my digital marketing strategy, in one paddock. And so I always look at it and say, hey, the reality is it takes money, and there's people, I think, in companies that want this type of recognition and partnership. And so Pikes has done an awesome job. They lead in terms of hill climbs. And then, you know, everybody else, whether it's, you know, Mount Washington, which Rob Holland will be at, hopefully, you know, that's, for me, I think Pikes is certainly they're the bar. They're the ones bar internationally. But it certainly takes a lot of time and effort. It starts with leadership.
When I was a kid, my dad would talk to me on this Father's Day. It feels apropos to talk about. My dad would always talk to me about networking and how to move up in any industry that you work in. And it feels like the Pikes Peak Hill Climb is where you want to network. If you're into aftermarket automotive anything, you've got major OEMs here. You've got a lot of huge aftermarket brands that are here. If you want to get to know someone or show them what you're willing to do, the lengths you're willing to go, the blood, sweat, and tears you'll put into your build, this feels like the only place to go.
Yeah, Kyle, it is. And, you know, if I could take a second, I lost my dad about a month or so ago, and he was a 50-year career aftermarket guy. And so it is Father's Day, and happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Yes, it is networking. My dad did the best at it. I remember Loudon, New Hampshire in 1992 with the Bear family, and you know, he had 350 Monroe shock absorber customers there. Why? Because you bring them an experience that money cannot buy, and it's amazing how many years they come back, you know, year after year. And so, yeah, the networking opportunity is huge, but just connect people with people. You know, and Rob Holland does the best at it in terms of, you know, hey, I know a guy who knows a guy, and that's exactly what this paddock is. I've met so many great people, you know, everybody from your point, you know, motorsports, you know, head of Lamborghini and companies that build cars that aren't here yet, but they want to check this place out because they want to launch their special car here with, you know, big time driver. And so the proving grounds around here, I think, is one of the things that you have to witness in person. It's amazing. Networking absolutely is the key to this.
It really is a special event. And thanks for being here. Looks like the track is green, so we're underway. Nick Plechenik is off and away. Rob Tinson, thanks for joining me so much. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
and thanks
Kyle,
for letting me sit under your awning today.
Of course. Yeah, you do a great job. Thanks
I never
for
put on
having me.
sunscreen. I get yelled at a lot. So,
we had it out for tech, too, and those guys appreciated it as well.
All right. Thanks so much, Rob, and pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Kyle.
So Nick Plechenik is clean and green now in the Chevrolet Camaro as the R32 GTR is trackside and stopped. They're going to leave that there by the looks of it. And I did see, and we saw in the background, David Meyer return to the paddock. They will give him opportunity to reset and go again.
Okay, well, David Meyer at this point will get his car refueled. His team will make sure everything's all good to go, and he'll get a second shot at it. As we see Akira Kamiyama here, it seems as though he's maybe gotten to a safe place. Oftentimes what the officials will do is if the car stops in a safe place, the car will remain there until the end of the race. So there's a possibility that that's going on with Akira right now.
It helps that it's yellow, so it's not like it's going to sneak up on you at the very least, right? If it was a tan car, it'd be a little bit more of a problem, I would think. But unfortunate for Akira Kamiyama, of course. But Nick Plechenik on his way up the mountain in his first ever run up to the top of 14,115 feet. 6.7 liter engine under the hood of that thing. And in the 250th year of America, that's a lot of America packed under the hood of that Camaro.
Absolutely, and I think Nick was one of those people who was similar to me, who came up here as a fan and a spectator last year and fell in love with the atmosphere, the entire organization and the entire event, and decided that he wanted to race it for himself. So it's so cool to see that come full circle for him, and I'm excited to see what he can do today.
Yeah, we'll be waiting on that first section time. In about a minute or so, we'd expect to see that time come across the scoring. And as he continues his climb, not only it's not the first Camaro we've seen. We saw Jeremy Lauder make it to the top earlier. So again, different builds, different drivers, different partners and people, but the same chassis. And it kind of gives it an interesting benchmark of how you build your car. We talked about the diversity across different chassis and manufacturers, but what about cars of the same make and the same model? We saw that a little bit with the Pikes Peak Trophy, GT4 Trophy by Yokohama earlier, but Chevrolet Camaro, similar generation. It's all about how you build it. And it looks like security's giving a little talking to there.
Oh, we love that. The mascot to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, just spreading all the love here. Again, it's like a family up here. You can see everybody knows each other for many, many years. And I'd say that for any newcomers, all the old comers welcome the newcomers with open arms. So the more people we can get excited about this race, the better it is for everybody.
Open arms and open paws. It's going to be hot in that thing.
Open hooves.
Open hooves, yeah, I guess paws, hooves.
Yeah, it's got to be hot. It's a nice day up on Pikes Peak, and we don't always see that. You know, some years have really, really strong weather patterns come through, and today is not one of those days, which has bode well for a lot of our drivers, because today is a record-breaking kind of day.
I feel like we're close enough that I can say that we've been lucky to have this weather for the duration of the event, because this has taken a little longer than last year, because last year, remember, we were on a short course and had a few less competitors. So the fact that it's been this nice for this long is fantastic. And I don't know that it has, Lonnie, I should be careful. I was saying I don't know that there's enough time for it to turn on us, but I know better.
There is such thing as an announcer curse, so we're not even going to talk about it. We're not even going to talk about it. We're going to take it for what it is right now and watch Nick Plochenik make his way through the lower section of the course. He is looking strong, and again, he did have issues throughout the week with that car, and so fortunately, he looks like he's doing a great job here.
Yeah, it certainly looks at ease right now, carving his way through the bottom section of the mountain. And Aero on the front of that car, he's got those canards on the front, those dive planes that add some additional downforce. But again, mechanical grip, this car's got plenty of it. It's a big, heavy car. Sight lines in the Camaro. This is one of those topics when you drive these cars. I would imagine, because the shoulder of the car is so high, the side windows are pretty short, that just seeing around the corners, it could be a little tricky at times in those tight hairpins. But it didn't hold Jeremy Lauder back, and it's not holding Plochenik back either.
Absolutely not. This lower section is all about getting in a rhythm. The more of a rhythm you can get in the lower section, the better off you'll be. At this point in the day, maybe there's a little bit more rubber laid down, so that way you can go attack the course. As we see car 212 driving by us in the paddock loudly, but we love noise here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Yeah, the teams, it's always fun to hear the cheering pick up, and then a whole bunch of people running alongside the car. Mattis Huska on his way to the start line in the Audi TTS, representing Slovakia. Again, part of this global paddock with drivers from all over the world. Nick Plochenik, different colored wheels on that car, and here comes Huska up to the line. Great looking car, and Huska is no stranger to the mountain. Fifth year on the mountain, and this will be the 4th year running in the Pikes Peak Open class with this car. That ran his time attack 1 the first year, didn't finish that year. His best time, a 10:49.233. That's what he's shooting for today.
And his hero and idol up here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb is Ari Vatnon. So he picked a good hero and a good icon to try to follow in the footsteps. And again, he is no rookie here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. He's done this, I believe this is his 5th year, you said? I know you just mentioned that. But that brings a lot of wealth, and he brings a lot of wealth of experience and knowledge. And that plays really importantly in your runs up Pikes Peak, because you know a little bit more what to expect.
Looks like Plochenik is slowing down a little bit here, navigating these tight hairpins. And the challenge with these big V8 cars is just keeping them cool, right? I mean, I'm sure the cooling systems are a major focus, because when you're passing air through a radiator, that air is very important. And when you remove it at these higher altitudes, it gets harder and harder to keep the temperatures down, oil and water temp. But still at pace, just a little slow and tentative into the hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the motor gets very stressed here in the middle section of the hill climb, because it's very high-speed sections followed by big deceleration zones for Nick Plochenik. So he's navigating his way. You see him just crossed Akira Kamiyama there in the yellow car, so they were able to get that car in a safe location. And again, it is pretty visible because of that yellow color, as Matt Huska takes the green flag here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Huska off and away under the start gantry, throttling up. This should be a fun run here. Best time again in the 10-minute range, 10:49 back in 2024. So if we're expecting any time similar to that, this run should be fun to watch. Here is Plochenik continuing the climb well past the tree line up into the rocky bits of the Colorado Rockies. It'll pop out from behind that cliff face in just a moment, in one of the most spectacular sections, of course. Just unbelievable sights and scenes here we're getting to see almost a full day from sunrise. We won't quite see sunset because it's this time of year, but a long day here on the side of the mountain.
Absolutely, and 72 competitors, that's a lot of competitors, but we're grateful for that amount of competitors because that just shows me that the Pikes Peak Hill Climb is doing as well as it ever has, and we've seen so much competition here today, and we love that. That's such a great sign. A race like this, we want to have as much competition as possible.
Mattis Huska through the bottom section here, looking very tidy at the moment. And again, not changing a lot between year to year. This car looks largely similar, at least at face value, largely similar to last year. And sometimes if it's a reliable car that's getting the job done, there's not really a need to reinvent the wheel every year. I'm sure there's iterations and innovations and little tweaks to make that car better each season. But it's been pretty consistent for Huska the last couple of seasons. Obviously, he ran a shortened course last year, but it was only a 4-second differential from 23 to 24.
And he's looking to, oh, and we've got some fans here for the car number 24 in the paddock. It distracted me for a second, but Mattis Huska is looking to beat that time of 10:49.233. That is, my guess, his goal here. He's run in the Pikes Peak Open category for the last 3 years. So this will be his fourth in the Open category in 2022. He ran in the Time Attack category. But the cool thing about the Pikes Peak rules here is sometimes you can have a car that fits into multiple different categories, and you choose which one suits you best at certain times.
David Meyer lining back up for a second go at the mountain in the number 24. And it was a good ways up before he had to stop and was turned around because of the stopped car of Akira Kameyama.
So his father actually used to work on the highway and would help recover vehicles that have crashed, which is kind of cool because again that harkens back to the family aspect of Pikes Peak and how it's so, you see so many generations up here and it's so special. He grew up in Colorado Springs, so he grew up looking at this race and idolizing this race in many ways.
Yeah, super cool story there. And looks like Mattis Huska should be past the first timing loop any moment now and give us kind of a general idea of where the time should be. So at Huska's best time of a 10:49, that would mean a first section time of the low 150s would suit him well. But so far, no timing loop for Mattis Huska.
And we do see David Meyer have a few times appear in the live timing, but that was from his run before. Remember, he got turned around, so this is his second time taking the green flag.
And hopefully that is the last time they'll have to do it. Obviously, Aiken in the Renard IndyCar had to take 3 starts to get it done earlier. Just got bad luck in timing with his position in the running order. But Huska looking very, very composed at the moment. This car it never really has looked kind of wild or anything. It seems pretty glued to the road and pretty methodic as how Mattis tackles the mountain.
Yeah, it looks really planted and it looks like he knows exactly what he's doing, and he has some sponsors that he'd like to thank, which is Toyo Tires, Alcon Brakes, JRZ Suspension, Motul, Vibrant Performance, Granite World of Colorado, Just Send It Photos, and 9 Lives Racing. So that's who Matt Huska is racing alongside.
Huska's first section, 2:07.661. So not quite on the pace that he needs to break his PB, but Nick Plachenik in the Chevrolet Camaro up to the top in the Pikes Peak Open category. And for the first time in his career, maybe of many, Nick Plachenik finishes the 12-mile trek to the top of America's mountain.
Time to guess, Nick Plachenik is hooked. And away, car number 24 of David Meyer. He takes the green flag and away he goes, looking nice and strong. Again, he got turned around a moment ago for a red flag condition.
So for Nick Plachenik, final time 12:25.605, puts him P14, I believe. And we'll take a moment, we'll step away one more time. We'll be on break for just a second. We'll be right back.
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo, is brought to you by the Porsche Experience Center, Atlanta and Los Angeles. Yokohama Tire, make every drive a performance. And by Eibach, made in the USA and engineered to win.
This place will devour the unprepared, leaving hopes and dreams in crumbling heaps at its feet. But once a year, the adrenaline-starved few reappear, ready for their feast.
Eibach Pro Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Featuring 2.5-inch coilovers, rear reservoir shocks, and equipped with our championship-winning race springs. Built for the most rugged and demanding conditions, the Stage 3R is developed to provide the highest level of off-road performance, maximum travel, and proven durability.
This is where champions are made. Born from Formula Drift. Engineered for your daily drive. Where Kenda's Vezda UHP Max Plus proves it's not just track ready. It's street dominant. This is podium to pavement. Vezda UHP Max Plus, only from Kenda. Find yours today at kendatire.com.
The idea of the show, we call it Firing Order, is just to get a bunch of people on and have them fight over listing things. And this actually comes from my magazine days. I was the big-eyed editor who wanted to take over the world. I was 25 years old. I famously once gave up my own pay to keep the print quality. Well, I think about filming at like a skate park. And I remember that clicking moment of like, this is either the best idea anyone's ever had or the dumbest idea anyone's had. Because no one had done that.
Creative Drive, tomorrow at 8 p.m. on Racer Network.
It's not looking good, but it looks like he got back running. Who knows what could have happened? He did say that his most challenging section of the road is Evo Corner, which he's made it past, and now we just have to hope that car, Ladybug, gets him to the summit.
Yeah, that was a bit of a moment there, but maybe just didn't get the car in gear the way that he wanted and took a second to kind of get it reset. But we watched David Meyer now through the bottom section here.
I think that's a very good point. If you don't get the car in the right gear, it's going to bog heavily out of the corners because the corners are so steep and those hairpins are very slow. So if you wrongly select a gear, that can really hurt you.
Yeah, and for even with cars that have DCTs or sequentials, depending on how the logic is tuned, you can accidentally shift up twice, and that'll sort of do the same thing as J.T. Taylor in the 1967 Dodge Coronet takes the green, a 3,900-pound car with a Dodge Hellcat Red-Eye 6.2-liter under the hood. This is a monster of a machine, and a whole bunch of people that have put this car together. It's got a T56 Magnum 6-speed manual transmission, which is that's what you need for a Hellcat Red-Eye engine. That is a big motor, and keeping it in sort of the Dodge family there with that power plant. Super cool.
Yeah, again, just really cool to see a car of that generation race up here at Pikes Peak. Saying that we've got such a wide range of cars. The JT Taylor's car is a 1965. So it's just, man, how cool is it to watch that car take on the mountain?
Yeah, what a unique entry. And there's a whole bunch of people that have put this car together. And Schwartz Performance Chassis, Brandon Pollock, also a name I see on here a couple of times, putting this car together. I imagine, superimposing a modern 6.2-liter V8 engine from a contemporary car into one of these older chassis. There's got to be a lot of custom work, engine mounts, redoing the suspension. Like we said, like these older cars, from factory are not going to be perfect hill climb cars, nor time attack cars. A lot of custom work, a lot of custom geometry has got to be a part of this to make it drive anything resembling good, I would say, with a car that's 4,000 pounds and 60 years old.
Absolutely. There's something so special about driving cars of that generation. It just feels, you just feel very connected to the road in many ways, in my experience. And it really feels like a pure form of driving. It's you and this machine that was built quite a while ago, taking on the challenge that is Pikes Peak.
It's watching David Meyer climbing up into the upper sections of the Pikes Peak hill climb. This time, no stoppages ahead of him. Chasing Mattis Huska, who's up the road in the 2010 Audi TTS. Here comes Huska, Lonnie, through the last two corners in that 212 Audi. A slow moment a little while ago, but now across the finish line.
So glad to see him back up to speed and crossing the finish line. We'll have to look in just a moment to see what he crosses the finish line at, but man, what a great run there for David Meyer.
So Mattis Huska crosses the timing and scoring loop. And waiting for the time to populate here. Fairly solid section 3, I have to say. And for Huska, it's an 11:42.152. So about a minute off his personal best, but still completing the run to the top of America's Mountain. And 2026, put a check mark next to it for the number 212.
Absolutely. Good to see him cross the finish line with success.
And that will leave David Meyer to be the next driver to cross the finish line. There is David now, arcing through the rocky confines of the Colorado Rockies. Looks tidy.
Yeah, it does. I like the look of this car. I can't believe I got it confused just a moment ago, but he does look strong. It looks tidy, which I think is a good thing to point out. He looks comfortable in that car and is getting right up to the upper section. He's now crossed off 2/3 of the mountain and is in the final third.
Christian Gimbosch in the number 73, the Pikes Peak Open entry. This is another Audi TT. This one is a TTRS. A 2.5-liter engine, turbocharged car. And for Christian Gimbosch, no full-length runs. His only experience so far is 2025 on the wind-shortened course, which was a 452.333. So a little bit of unknowns here for Christian Gimbosch with this full-length run here in 2026.
Absolutely. He lives in Texas, but is representing Germany today in his Audi TTRS, and he will take the green flag in just several moments.
Getting looks at JT Taylor with the Coronet navigating the lower section. You can see that thing rolling in just a little bit. Such a different machine to so many that have gone before it. More than double the weight, almost triple the weight of some of the cars we've seen on the mountain so far, using all the road. But that weight can sometimes, I think, be an advantage in the sense of the driver seat of the pants feel. You can feel the weight transfer underneath you and sort of feel out where the grip is going to be. And it's a lot less touchy than a high aero, stiff car that can bounce around a lot and is a little bit twitchier in the steering.
Absolutely. That car would give much more feel than a car like one of the open wheel cars where you're on the edge, but sometimes you don't even know it and it can snap out from under you so fast. Whereas this is much more predictable and you know exactly where that limit of grip is.
Christian Gimbosch in the number 59, off and away, the Pikes Peak Hill Climb in 2026. 2,900-pound Audi TT RS into the lower section. We have it on board here as well, so we get to ride up the mountain with Christian. Another look, we haven't had one of these in a little bit today, so exciting to see this lower section as Gimbosch attacks it. Representing Germany here, resides in Magnolia, Texas.
One of my favorite things about the broadcast today is getting to see these onboards, because you get to see how the driver works the wheel and uses their inputs to better drive the car, and you also get a better understanding of the road and the different characteristics of the road. I call these the fast four lefts here. It's kind of a long long run-up into a tighter left-hand corner. And it's just a really nice rhythm through this section. And you see he's looking pretty confident. It looks to me like he's got an H pattern, which is always really cool to watch, because nowadays cars are moving more towards sequential gearboxes. And so to see the H pattern, to me, is really cool.
We're going to come back to that. I want to talk more about that H pattern gearboxes. David Meyer in the Palatov D2 TT is going to finish up his run in 2026. The Pikes Peak Open Class car will complete the run. Second time's the charm for David Meyer. And we'll see what the time comes in as we get another look at JT Taylor in the Dodge Coronet. And for, where did they land just now, David Meyer? He landed in P8 in class with an 11.01.887, just 0.8 behind Trevor Ueda. So a nice solid run late in the day for David Meyer in the number 24 machine. Back on board with Christian Gembosch. You're talking about the H-pattern gearbox. For those at home that are like, what is that? This is the old school. This is how your parents used to shift cars with gates in the transmission that basically look like an H if you're looking from high above. Typically, first gear up into the left, second gear down into the left, and then you got to go up through the gears in that H pattern. That's why they call it that. But nowadays, with the prevalence of relatively inexpensive dual clutch transmissions, sequentials, automatics, these are a dying breed of car. What I love about this is what you can't see, the footwork that's going on inside this car. The old-fashioned heel-toe downshift, all three pedals getting worked every time he goes down a gear.
That's a great point. The footwork that has to go into driving this car up Pikes Peak is extensive. So he is really busy in this car compared to some of the more modern day cars you see. He's having to work every single moment of this run up Pikes Peak.
The same story in this Coronet as he charges into the hairpins here. That's a T56 Magnum 6-speed. And with the Hellcat engine powering it, there's a lot of torque getting transferred through that gearbox. So same story here. This will be old-fashioned heel-toe downshift, big old steering wheel. Just really neat to see these classics just getting their bell rung around here. This is fun.
Absolutely, and just to get this in-car view is so special because you can see what goes into it, and again, just how busy he is with that H pattern and with making sure he's looking on his dash, making sure all of his controls and temperatures and everything is all set to go. There's so many things that go into making a successful run up the mountain, especially in an older car with an H pattern gearbox.
Next car on the line, John Annunziata, a rookie this year, co-founder of Stryker Motorsports, which we've seen a Stryker on the mountain already today. This is a 2025 Wolf Extreme, so another very lightweight prototype, only 1,400 pounds. So in comparison to the Coronet, that Coronet weighed on the order of 4,000, 4,900, something like that. It's a good bit lighter than that, that's for sure.
Yeah, again, just to see the juxtaposition of the two cars and how different they are. John Annunziata has a wildly different car than JT Taylor, and it's cool to see. He's got all that downforce, and his car is super lightweight. So that plays into a different kind of driving style than what JT Taylor would be approaching. John Annunziata really can't feel that edge as well as a driver like JT Taylor because of the downforce and the very sensitive nature of the Wolf.
I mentioned, is that Grimbosch? Did he have a little moment there just a second ago? But I mentioned Greg Creamer in the comment he had about comfort and confidence. He also has a comment about downforce. He calls it false grip, because it's grip that you gain by going faster, and you have to trust that it's going to be there. And it's so counterintuitive to charge into corners expecting a car to stick that wouldn't otherwise stick because of the aerodynamics at play. It's like if you took an airplane wing and flipped it upside down. The faster you go, the more it's going to press into the road. And because of that, it can do some sort of unnatural things at high speed, especially when you hit bumps and the car unseals from the ground. All the underbody aero, all that grip that you had that was driven by the aero is gone, and makes these cars a lot trickier to drive at or over the limit than something like the Coronet, which is just like driving a refrigerator up the mountain and trying to get it to turn.
Right, absolutely. I think finding that window of where your aero works is key to driving an aero car, because if you underdrive a car with a lot of aero, it's going to feel sketchy. Just like if you overdrive a car with a lot of aero, it's going to feel sketchy. But that's why you see a lot of really talented drivers like Romain Dumas, like Robin Schut. You see them with cars that have a tremendous amount of downforces because they're comfortable being on that edge, not being under it and not being over it.
So JT Taylor working in the upper section here, back around to the finish line in just a moment. Section 3 was completed at a 3:16.066. Last two corners for the Hellcat Red Eye powered 1967 Dodge Coronet. Here comes JT up to the summit of Pikes Peak, 14,115 feet, and across the stripe in the Pikes Peak Open category. Job complete. Wow, what a drive, what a car that is.
Gosh, that just puts a smile on your face, doesn't it? That was really cool. What a beautiful looking vehicle.
11:30.770 puts him 43rd overall, P10 in class, just ahead of Rob Dahm. So that was fun. Got a couple cars still on course. Christian Gimbosch, John Annunziata, and then it looked like the next car was Josh Tangy in the 2012 Audi TT RS. Another Audi about to hit the road. Same thing with Christian Gimbosch here in the TT RS.
Again, this view is just so special to get this in-car perspective, because you can see here in the middle, it's really like driving into the sky. And there is a reason they call it a race to the clouds, because oftentimes here in the middle section during testing, you'll experience being in the clouds. Actually, so it's a perfect name for this race, and you see he's just turning into the sky. But again, fortunately, in terms of the driving perspective, this is technically the easiest section of the road, so it's just a matter of getting as fast as you can to each hairpin.
Christian Gimbosch continues to climb. Look at that cliff face on the left, hugging the road to the left.
So that is Evo Corner, the very famous Evo Corner. You remember Yuri from earlier today. Yuri helped make that car famous. He was the co-driver when Jeremy Foley went off there. But it's very deceiving, because there's a corner just before it that looks extremely similar, but you have to brake a lot for one corner and not a lot for the other corner, and so that's where drivers can run into issues. He's crossing Devil's Playground right here. This is the moment where dirt sometimes gets dragged onto the road. You see a lot of spectators off to the right there, but he is making his way into the final section of the hill climb.
So Josh Tangy has been sent up the mountain out of Larkspur, Colorado, and the next car to the stripe is Philippe Marion. So this is a 2013 Porsche 911 GT2, and Philippe hails out of Paris, France, representing France here this year. Third year running Pikes Peak. Had previously run a 2007 Porsche 911 GT2, a 997, and then a 2017 Porsche 991 Cup car. That was 2024. It's been a couple of years. Good to have Philippe back in the paddock in that number 30.
Absolutely. Again, it's so great to see people returning year after year, and that 911 GT2 is a perfect tool to do it in. So definitely will be fun to watch Philippe make his way through the run as he takes the green flag, and away he goes. It looks nice and fast, just what we want to see coming into that first corner of the hill climb.
Back on board with Christian Gimbosch in the Audi TT RS. You see the road undulating, a little bit of a bobble there. Tucks it in right against that white line. Again, the lines are another interesting factor here. I haven't seen a race run in the wet yet here, Lonnie, but I imagine that those painted lines get pretty slippery as well. So that's another thing to keep your eye on, is the pavement will be a little stickier than those lines.
You got it exactly right. When it rains out here, you have to be really aware of those lines, because they will get slick incredibly fast. But fortunately, we've had such beautiful weather today. We haven't really had to worry about that yet. So, honestly, the yellow lines are still something you need to be mindful when you cross, especially if you have a car with a lot of torque. It could kind of spin the wheels a little bit more than you're used to, and it could cause issues. You really don't want to be running your tire right alongside that yellow line, or right on top of that yellow line rather, because you are losing grip doing so.
John Annunziata in the Super Unlimited Wolf Extreme. In the first section, I believe we've got a time for him, and it is actually two sections, 2:11 and a 2:41, so nice solid sections for Annunziata. I think we'll see Gimbosh here in a moment poking over the crest of the hill. If I haven't lost track, and I don't think I have. Here's Gimbosh now working that new pavement, the big bump there as you transition to the fresh asphalt.
So Gimbosh is coming into one of the most challenging corners on the hill climb, which is Cog Cut. And you can see it's pretty bumpy there, even with the new repave. We get big frost heaves here at Pikes Peak, and so it's almost impossible to keep a smooth road at the top because Mother Nature tells that road what it wants it to do.
You can see it in that shot, how bumpy the inside edge of the road is as Gimbosh enters the last two corners in the number 73 Audi TT RS for the Pikes Peak Open category, makes it to the top, 14,115 feet, and Gimbosh has done it. Checkered flags waving, and across the stripe, job complete for the German driver in the Audi. And the time for Gimbosh in that number 73 car will put him anxiously awaiting the time to update. P10 in class, 11:30.167, just ahead of JT Taylor.
Absolutely, and that's a weight lifted off of everybody's shoulders, crew, team, everybody who's been involved. To cross that checkered flag is a year, maybe plus of work, getting lifted off your shoulders, knowing that you successfully made it to the top, so it's something to be celebrated indeed.
John Annunziata now up into the higher sections on the mountain in that number 32 Wolf Extreme. Such a lightweight car, but again, in the upper section, when you're making these direction changes so quickly, that lighter weight, much less inertia to change direction, so that dartiness can be an advantage in some of these slower sections.
That Wolf is pretty proven up here at Pikes Peak to be a good car. It has a 5.2-liter Ford engine in that Wolf, and John Annunziata is doing a great job. We'll kind of look at the timing here. He crossed Sector 1 at a 2:11.3 and Sector 2 at a 2:41.9, so we'll have to see where that lands him, but he looks like he's going pretty quick, so I'm excited to see him get towards the end of his run.
I thought that they had launched Josh Tangy, but they had not. My apologies there. He is lined up now. The running order did have Philippe Marion ahead of Josh Tangy. But they just rolled them back into line here. So Josh Tangy waiting in the number 46 Unlimited class Audi TT RS. Lots of commotion here in the paddock as another car is rolling towards the start line. I'm anxiously waiting to see who it is. It's the number 65 car of Rodney O'Malley. So he is on his way to the start line.
I love to see that car of Rodney O'Malley pass. It's going to be a good one to watch here in just a moment. And he and Earl O'Malley are here together. I believe that's another father-son duo that I might have missed a moment ago, but the O'Malleys have been coming to Pikes Peak for quite some time, so it's great to see them here together.
Josh Tangy starts the run. We'll jump to break. We'll be right back with more coverage of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Toyo Tires, the City of Colorado Springs, Olympic City, USA, Ford Racing, America's race team since 1901, and by the Broadmoor, the most unique resort in the world.
Life is a race, and there was a time in my life when I had no idea where I was headed. I used to believe all the lies that I was told when I was younger, that I was worthless and I had no future. I was angry, depressed, and hopeless. Then I discovered the truth. My identity isn't who the world says I am. It's in who Jesus says I am. Chosen, forgiven, righteous. Life is a race. Where are you headed?
At least SafeLight can come to you for free.
They can come to me for free?
That's right. SafeLight can come to you for free, so you can get your windshield fixed anywhere you want at no additional cost. For free mobile service, go to safelight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Returning to coverage of the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Watching the number 30 of Philippe Marion continue to climb to the summit just a moment ago. We had John Annunziata finish the course, 11 minutes, 38.132 seconds, puts him 8th in Super Unlimited, and anxiously awaiting the O'Malley's to take the green here. That will be Rodney O'Malley in the 65 car to go first, then Brother Earl right after Rob Wilmoth just after. So we're on runner number 63 of approximately 72 here. So the last dozen or so drivers taking to the course for the 104th running of this world-famous race, Lonnie.
And John Annunziata crossed the finish line at 11:35, finishing provisionally 4th in the Super Unlimited class here at Pikes Peak.
So well done there. There is the 30 car carving through the mountains here. Once again, that is Philippe Marion. This is a 3.6 liter. The engine is stock in this, I believe. Turbocharged motor from factory, about 3,200 pound car. But this is his 3rd year running in Pikes Peak. I don't believe it's been the same car twice. This is a 2013 model year. He's running 07 and a 2017 in prior competitions.
We asked him earlier this week what advice he would give to somebody new to Pikes Peak, and he said, learn the course and then keep learning it. So I love that piece of advice from Philippe Marion because it's so true. You can never know enough about this road.
You can always learn more. There's a look at Josh Tangy in the number 46 Unlimited Class TTRS. 2.5 liter engine in this turbocharged power plant. And in his first year at Pikes Peak, that was last season in 2025, a time of 5:19.346 on the shortened course. Rodney O'Malley gets the green flag in the Pikes Peak special. Wow, look at the wing shake on that thing as it's up and away.
Oh, I love that. That was a great launch from Rodney O'Malley. The O'Malleys are also pretty synonymous here with the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. They are native to Colorado Springs, and they've been up here for many, many years. So to have the O'Malleys back here once again, Rodney is driving the 2018 O'Malley Special, and so it's really a family tradition for the O'Malleys.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the power plant there, a Nissan-sourced 3.5 liter running on E85. And certainly when paired with a chassis that weighs just 1,700 pounds, that is a lot of power here. There is a look at Rob Wilmoth in the 2018 Audi RS3. Now, we'd seen a number of Audi TT RSs, but the RS3, a four-door car, a little bit heavier, 3,600 pounds. Another 2.5 liter Audi power plant, though. And another E85 powered car, interestingly enough. And Rob Wilmoth, this is his rookie year, I believe. So first time up.
Very cool story for Rob Wilmoth. He is racing for ALS as well as Ryan Cheek, and he said he has about 500 names on his car in memorial to folks with ALS. So really, really special story that Rob Wilmoth is bringing here to the hill climb. And his goal, I talked to him right before his run, he said his goal is to make it to the top. And I think as a rookie, that is a great goal and a great accomplishment to do that.
We didn't have a long conversation about goal setting, but I think for the rookies, so many competitors will tell you as a rookie, just get there. Set your benchmark and then chase it. Don't try to be a hero on the first run because there's so much risk and there's so much to learn. that just getting a baseline, you're going to learn more by doing that than by going off or having a big mechanical issue. So for Rob Wilmoth and the other rookies in the field, including Josh Tange, there's a lot to learn just by finishing, getting a time on the board, and then spending the next 365 days planning on how to beat it.
Absolutely. I think that's so important for a rookie because, again, the mountain, as Jeff Swart taught me, that the mountain is a living organism and it changes moment to moment. And as a rookie, it's harder to predict those changes, whereas if you've come back year in and year out, you kind of sometimes start understanding those changes, but always you need to respect the mountain.
Philippe Marion in the number 30 Porsche for Pikes Peak Open is going to get to the finish at the summit. Checkered flag for Philippe in the number 30. Job well done for Marion, and that will be in Pikes Peak Open. Section times of 2:06, 2:47, 3:21, and the final section will put Marion 14th in class, 11:49, 5:13. Nice run there for the French driver.
Really quick, while we await the start of Rob Wilmoth, I want to bring attention to Rodney O'Malley. He ran the first sector in a 1:48. Wow. We haven't seen a time that quick in quite some time, so if he keeps up that pace, he's going to get himself well into the middle of the field. Last year, he was a part of the Fast 15, so he knows this place. He knows it well. I'm not sure what contributed to his qualifying time, maybe some issues during race week. I am not entirely sure the whole backstory there, but I do know Rodney O'Malley is quite experienced here at Pikes Peak.
So watching the Audi of Josh Tange continue the ascent here. Almost there. We're waiting for the launch for Rob Wilmoth, waiting for Rodney O'Malley to get a little bit further up the road. And you mentioned that first section time is mighty quick, a 1:48, 7:41. The second section is a longer course as Rob Wilmoth gets the green flag in the time attack 1 category. And I expect to see Rodney across the timing loop any moment for section number 2, give us a better idea of where he'll line up for open wheel. Yuri Kuznetsov is the first driver he's chasing. That time is a 10:07.995. So maybe looking at overall placement, we'll see what O'Malley can do on his run up the mountain.
Absolutely. We're getting to the final chunk of drivers here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And again, we still have great stories to cover and great things to come. And we're excited to see what Josh Tange can come across the finish line with.
Yeah, Josh Tange, once again, in his rookie year on the full course at least, and finished 21st last year. But it was just that shortened course, so getting the full experience. Has competed in the Optimal Ultima Streetcar Challenge. He's been in Grid Life Time Attack, some vintage racing, a little bit of Lemons here and there, and Ascend Global Time Attack. That it was at the Pikes Peak International Raceway just down the road for Josh Tange. And just waiting for him to come up over the crest and make that last run towards the checkers. We have seen him at section 3, so just waiting for that last section to finish him across the stripe in Pikes Peak Open.
And Josh Tange, while he ran last year, again, he didn't get to run all the way up to the top. So this is going to be the first race day he gets to have running all the way to the top. So I'm sure he's very much looking forward to that. So he is not a rookie, but this is going to be a weight lifted off his shoulders to complete this run here to the top.
Rodney O'Malley, Section 2, 2:28. That is the fastest Section 2 time that we've seen in a while. That would put him close to about 28th overall. So really on a good pace at the moment with that Nissan-powered O'Malley Special. And again, the advantage of building your own car from scratch for this is you can really design the perfect wheelbase and aero combination. Once again, with these hill climb cars, we see shorter wheelbases, high aero, so they can navigate these tight corners here. As the next car on the line is the number 19, brother Earl O'Malley, brother to Rodney, who is about 3/4 of the way up the mountain.
Now, Earl didn't start running as early at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb as his brother Rodney. Earl started in 2015 in the O'Malley Special as well. So these cars are very similar, and I'd imagine that'd be really cool to be able to compare and contrast as brothers, or maybe they don't at all. I don't know their relationship, but it would be cool to share data in that way.
Here's Josh Tangy in the Audi all the way to the summit. And for the first time in his Pikes Peak career, he will make it to 14,115 feet in Pikes Peak Open. Josh Tangy here in the cheers in the background. What a job as Rodney O'Malley continues to climb, waiting for Josh Tangy's full time to come up on the board, and it will be 11:55.677, sub 12-minute time in his first season of the full course anyway.
Absolutely. Great job by Josh Tangy. I am sure that he's ecstatic to be under that 12-minute mark as we're watching Earl O'Malley anxiously awaiting Dave Jordan giving him the green flag. I'm sure that will come very quickly. As Rob Wilmoth is currently on course. He just crossed Sector 1 at a 2:11.125.
So now that Section 1 is clear, it won't be too much longer before we see Earl O'Malley get the green. And then Ryan Cheek, Alex Kim, Chikara Kamiko, Ben Ryan, Gregoire Blachon, Cash Singh, and Kyle Wilder, and I think that is it. There might be another one sneaking up on the list there at the end, but we are down to the last 10 or so here in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. There's Rob Wilmoth on your screen from high above, navigating that RS3, carving through the hillsides here on the way up to that 14,000-foot summit.
I'd just like to point out that all donations for the team that Rob Wilmoth is running for go to Racing for ALS. So a great cause that Rob is racing for, and certainly a great thing to support if you're listening.
Earl O'Malley gets the green flag and is on the mountain now in the lower section as we see Rob Wilmoth once again climbing up past Section 2. In just a moment, for Wilmoth, a 2:11.1, as you pointed out, that first section. I'd expect probably closer to a 3-minute Section 2, but that RS3 looking quite composed and tidy in all the makings of a very strong rookie run.
Absolutely. And as we look to Rodney O'Malley, he just crossed Sector 3 at a 3:105. So he's looking very strong to jump himself really far up into the running order here today, just so long as he can kind of get past those really challenging sections in the bumps on top.
That is a very fast Section 3. So
very fast.
It's getting quicker as Rodney climbs up. Ryan Cheek is on the start line. We chatted with Ryan earlier about her dramatic week. He was planning on running a completely different car, had an engine problem, and was sort of gifted, at least for the week, a 2008 Ford FR500S. That is a purpose-built race car that has been effectively sitting for 15 plus years, and she's going to put it to use here in just a moment's time.
What a great story for Ryan Cheek, and her sponsors are American X-Kart and again Racing for ALS. So we'll see the two drivers who are racing for ALS, Robert Wilmoth and Ryan Cheek, kind of on the track at the same time.
And here comes Rodney O'Malley across the stripe at the end in the open wheel category, and anxiously awaiting what the time will be for O'Malley. And went way up the order. I got to scroll to find it.
Looks like O'Malley came into the finish line at a 10 minutes and 28 seconds, which puts him fifth in the open wheel class here today. So that was great to see. Again, I didn't get the full story as to why he started a little bit further down the running order today, but I'm sure there's a good story behind that. Again, the O'Malleys are quintessential to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. They're Colorado natives, and his brother Earl O'Malley is currently on course, just crossed Sector 1 at a 2:02.6.
And we're hearing it was broken suspension in qualifying was the challenge. But I wanted to point out, only 13 seconds off his best time ever back in 2024. So job well done there. Just 13 seconds off his personal record. All things considered, with the qualifying position, the late in the day running, pretty impressive stuff. We see Earl O'Malley continue the climb. Rob Wilmoth just north of this, a little bit further up towards the summit.
Right, and to bounce back from suspension issues in qualifying, you know, it's not easy to have an issue happen in qualifying and then almost forget about it and start your race day off fresh and not having been on the road for 2 days. So kudos to Rodney O'Malley.
So watching the 19 car carving up through the mountains there, that is Earl O'Malley, 202.6 in section number 1. There's Rob Wilmoth in that Audi RS3 once again. Very tidy, very composed, not driving beyond his means. And in a rookie season, this is exactly what I think he should be doing. Get a solid time on the board, chase it next year, learn what your car needs, monitor everything, get good data logging as well, that's critical. And come back next year with plans to go even quicker. But so far, a phenomenal drive.
Right, absolutely. I think for a lot of these rookies, it's just about checking the box and getting that checked off your bucket list. For so many drivers, this is a race where they've dreamt of doing since they were children. So to be able to complete it as a rookie is something really special.
Love watching these purpose-built cars carve their way through. Ryan Cheek gets the green flag in the Ford FR500S Mustang. Short-lived series that these raced in, but very nice looking race cars, in my opinion. Make just north of 300 horsepower. So at the summit, it's going to be struggling a little bit. It is not a light car either. But again, we've seen some Ford Mustang machinery do pretty well here today so far. And Ryan Cheek piloting a full-bodied car for the first time in her career here. She's driven some much smaller open-wheel machines in years past.
Absolutely, and she overcame quite a bit through testing, and again, this is a new car, relatively new car for her, and she had a lot of people helping her get to where she is today, and I am thrilled to be able to see Ryan take the green flag, and I know she's going to do amazing things here on her run.
So comparing the opening sectors for Rodney versus Earl O'Malley, a little bit slower, about 15 seconds slower for Earl on section 1 and section 2, but should be in the running here for open wheel. And watching the tree line begin to get a little thinner as the plants quite literally run out of air to grow. I mean, that was the most fascinating thing to me, is when the plants disappears, because it literally, they can't survive up there, which when you explain this event to someone at home, you know, maybe we should have talked about this earlier. It is insane to me that is the reason that there are no, like you can see it here. That's the cutoff for oxygen for plants to, at least the large trees, to effectively grow. And here we are racing to the top of it.
Right, it just goes to show that this is such a challenge for the engines, for the engineering, the engineering of the suspension. Every little piece of it provides a challenge to drivers, to crew members, to engineers, you name it, it's a challenge. And it's because we're so far up in the clouds, so to speak.
Literally and figuratively in some sense, but next car on the stripe is Alex Kim in the 1987 Audi S1 Pikes Peak Tribute. This is a tribute car, but man, is it cool. 2.2 liter turbocharged engine, 2,900 pound car, 4-wheel drive drivetrain, as you'd expect with a body like that. And has run this car a couple of times before, and I don't think has completed a full course. No, it was just 2025, and that was the year that we had the half-length course because of the high winds. So for Alex Kim, first time to the summit, hopefully in about 15 minutes.
And you know, fun fact about Alex Kim is he did participate in some drag racing back in 1986. So he's really experienced all forms of motorsports. And I find that is very helpful up here at Pikes Peak. The more seat time you have had behind you, the more comfortable you're going to be up here. Looks like Ryan Cheek crossed the first sector at a 206.384, so she is well on her way, and I think we should see Rob Wilmoth come to the checkered flag right about now. And he did it.
Wow.
He completed his rookie run, and that was fantastic to see. Again, racing for ALS, such a special thing that he's racing for more than just himself here today.
So Rob Wilmoth, 12:19.508 is the time. And then there is a look at Earl O'Malley again in the purple number 19 car. Looking dialed, very darty. And right here, this is where that short wheelbase really comes in handy to accelerate out of those hairpin turns.
Again, he's getting right to that top section there, Earl O'Malley, crossing Devil's Playground. Again, he hasn't run that part of the road in maybe a year more than a year since he's been here. So it's been a little bit of time that he's run that section at speed, but it looks like he navigated it quite well. So
you might wonder, what is an Audi S1 Pikes Peak Tribute car? What is it trying to be? And this is a tribute to the S1s that raced and won Pikes Peak in 1985 and 1987, driven by Michel Mouton and Walter Worrell. So sort of a silhouette car of those cars from the 1980s. And green flag for Alex Kim, and he'll chase Ryan Cheek and Earl O'Malley up the mountain in this beautiful Audi S1 tribute car. Here we go. And while this car is making its run, we'll be right back to cover the rest of it. And the climb up to 14,000 feet, we'll be right back after this short break.
Coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo is brought to you by, where sport meets community, Colorado Springs Sports Corporation, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. Experience the museum that moves you. And by Mobil 1, the official motor oil of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
At Bear Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. Swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold. Try them today. Get 15% off your first order at BearBottomClothing.com.
In a pinch? Need cash fast? Bridget's got your back. Get $25 to $250 instantly. No credit check, no interest, no late fees. Download Bridget for free today.
What does Skechers' new Aeroburst and Skechers Race Car have in common? Both cut through the wind with hypersonic speed and feature Goodyear rubber for incredible grip. However, one takes a whole team, and the other, you just step in and run. Go fast the easy way in new Skechers Aeroburst.
This place will devour the unprepared, leaving hopes and dreams in crumpled heaps at its feet. But once a year, the adrenaline-starved few reappear, ready for their feast.
More than 50 years, Kicker has been rocking the planet on anything that moves. Kicker, the legacy continues.
This is a moment. Oh yes, golden.
Bringing the clothes up, cause we taking over.
On your feet, Pro 2s are coming at you.
This is a big one. They brought in the big guns.
These are bad dudes behind the wheel, and I got a lot of respect for them.
Cause we do it big, huh? This when the show starts. This where the hope spots.
What a risky move.
This when we blow up. We taking over.
Returning to coverage of the 104th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. On screen now, Ryan Cheek in the Ford FR500S Mustang getting closer to the summit. Alex Kim in the Silhouette 1987 Audi S1 Pikes Peak Tribute car working through the bottom two sections. And all the while, Chikara Kamiko, a 63-year-old from Japan, returning to Pikes Peak in his 1991 Nissan Pulsar GTI-R from almost 40 years ago. So many cool stories, so many cool cars still yet to go. And there is Kamiko waiting for the green flag. And in 1991, this car ran 13 minutes and 22 seconds. We'll see what it can do in 2026.
And Ryan, I believe that's his benchmark because he ran last year in this time is a 13:11.58, and that was in the dirt. So I think he's going to find this really quite special to be able to drive all the way to the top on pavement and see where he lands. I'm sure he's looking for a personal best here today.
It's a great point on the dirt. Having the pavement has sped this course up significantly in recent years, and then even the new pavement smoothing some things out near the summit. Of course, the transition to it is a little rough, but once you're on it, a little extra stick from the asphalt never hurt anybody. As we look at the Audi continue to make its way up the course. Such a pretty car, and great soundtrack as well. The 5-cylinder Audi, a unique soundtrack in its own right. It's up there in much the same way of the Chevrolet LS engines or the 6-cylinder flat 6 Porsches that are so synonymous with motorsport. Here's another car that I'm sure people have been waiting for. This is a 1968 Plymouth Roadrunner driven by Ben Ryan. A 3,000-pound, 5.8-liter Dodge engine inside this car. 30-year run in Pikes Peak. First time running this particular car. Ran an Audi in 2013 and a Mini Cooper in 2023, so just stepping up the displacement every year.
Ben Ryan has a really cool story as his car is a legacy built to dedicate to his father who lost his life to cancer, who was also a car builder, and just a really special story. Again, just seeing that family tie throughout Pikes Peak is always amazing to see. He's run this race 3 times. This will be his 3rd time, his first time competing in Pikes Peak Open the last 2 years. He ran it in Time Attack 1.
Watching the Audi of Alex Kim continue to accelerate towards the summit. Ryan Cheek, I would expect to see there in just a moment. Section 3 was completed a little while ago, but what a sight. Find me a poster car prettier than that for 2026. That is absolutely gorgeous. And there is a number of amazing builds, amazing cars, but there is something about an Audi with that squared off nose, the scoop splitter, and the huge rear wing. It just looks absolutely spectacular and very much at home here on the mountain.
It's iconic to Pikes Peak. People like Michelle Mouton and my Uncle Bobby running cars very similar to this. So it's really cool to see that history kind of be paid tribute to today as Ryan Cheek makes her way into the finish, looking nice and strong in that last corner. We'll have to see where she ends up, but this is going to be her first official run to the top.
Wow, what a week for Ryan Cheek. Across the stripe, completes all the way to the summit for the first time in her career in that Ford FR500S Mustang, and just 3/10 off Ernie Ramirez with a 12:27.449. And what a week it has been. Just a couple of days ago, maybe not even thinking that she would get to run with the engine issues she had in her car. And that donated car for the week getting used, 1,800 miles on it, add 12, because it has made it to the top. Here is the number 16 car once again carving its way up the hill. Alex Kim, as we wait for Ben Ryan to get the launch to chase Chikara Kamiko up the 12-mile track.
And it's been a great day here at Pikes Peak. We've had a lot of really good stories throughout the entire field, and we've had some really fast runs, some records being broken, and a lot of really good stuff happening. Sure, have there been a few issues? Yes, there always is, but that's what makes this race so challenging, is that it's not easy in the slightest to conquer.
Alex Kim up in the Colorado Rockies now, getting closer and closer to the summit. Just a moment ago, tripping timing and scoring for Section 3 at a 3:33.823. And just a handful of cars left. Chikara Kamiko, by the way, 2:21 in the first section. And have yet to see the second section tripped here, but there is Kamiko in that Nissan Pulsar in the lower section. So cool to see this car stand the test of time 40 years later.
Absolutely. Really cool to see him make his way through the lower section here. Representing Japan, he is from Tokyo, Japan, all the way to the United States. So again, just very cool to see that international aspect of Pikes Peak.
Ben Ryan lighting up the rear tires and on the way up the mountain in the 1968 Plymouth Roadrunner. Chose the 68 number because of the year of the car. And begins the ascent. There again is Chikara Kamiko. Also participated as a team representative for a handful of years, 2003, 04, 09, 2012, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Been around a lot, has Chikara Kamiko. But there is Ben Ryan navigating those lower sections. I mean, this is, how picturesque is that? It's like something out of a movie.
Absolutely. It's a sight to see him winding his way up through the lower section. You can also see the attitude of the car. You see that he's using all of the road. He is not afraid to get that car a little bit sideways. And I think, if I was to guess, he's having a blast behind the wheel.
I would bet so. It's hard not to be smiling when you've got 6 liters of Dodge under your hood and you're accelerating up to the mountain. What a cool story. Again, big wheelbase car, 116-inch wheelbase on this thing. Again, has run before. We documented that earlier. But the only time I see having shown completed was 2023 with a 13:04.890. And I'm curious what the capabilities of this car are. I don't really know enough about it to take a guess at what the times will be, but that's what live sports are all about, is the unpredictability. As Chikara Kamiko continues navigating section number 3 at the moment.
Yeah, great to see him on his way up. He's got an extensive background of driving. He has competed in the dirt a lot, so that tells me he's very comfortable with the car on the edge, and that's going to pay him well throughout his run here today.
Cash Singh lining up on the start line. And of the drivers that have had challenges, we saw the feature on him earlier, Cash pulling a motor out of a junkyard Ford F-150, and it was full of sludge in the bottom. It had not been taken care of. They had to sort of take the best parts of the old motor that had issues, put it in the new motor, and he is here this week getting ready to roll in that number 78 Ford Mustang. Cash, experienced time attack driver in his now 15th year at Pikes Peak. Here comes Alex Kim, Lonnie, to the checkers, the top of Pikes Peak in a 1987 silhouette car of some of the greatest machines ever to tackle the mountain.
Wow, and how cool that is, just paying tribute to the past of Pikes Peak, but contributing to the future while doing so. So Alex Kim, a huge congratulations to him in his run.
And Alex Kim in that Audi, waiting for the lap time to, I keep saying lap time, the course time to populate, 12:26.968. So good benchmark time there to continue to iterate on this car. Again, hadn't run it all the way to the top before. It's the first time it's been up all the way to the summit of the mountain. As we check back in on Ben Ryan in the 1968 Plymouth Roadrunner.
Again, just a sight to be. Oh, he got so sideways there, but gathered it up really nicely. Again, you can just tell that he is driving that car on the limit, and it's a sight to be seen. Again, if I was a betting woman, I'd bet he's having just a blast in that car.
That's that classic front engine rear drive, keep your foot in it and drive out of it sort of scenario. But that's what these larger, heavier cars sort of allow you to do, because they wallow around a little bit. You know, even with more modern suspension, they're still heavy cars. You see them working the wheel on corner exits. Such a fun car to drive.
Certainly not afraid to get it sideways here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and doing a great job. You can see there he's using all of the road, really maximizing every inch of this place, which is what you have to do up here.
Getting another look at Chikara Kamiko in the 1991 Pulsar. This car looks really good, very composed, very tidy. Up now above the tree line and continuing to work their way back around into the summit of the mountain, as he's done years and years and years ago.
I just saw a little bit of smoke from Chikara Kamiko, but it seems as though everything's running okay. But again, this is the first time he's seeing Pikes Peak run on the pavement. He hasn't been able to do a full run yet on pavement, aside from testing. So really, really good to see him get to the top section, and hopefully that car hangs on just a little bit longer.
Watching Ben Ryan continue to climb. When asked what advice he'd give to a rookie, he says, the best advice I have for a rookie is just believe in yourself. You're here for a reason, so don't ever doubt yourself. Kash Singh gets the green flag and starts his run up the mountain in that repaired 2017 Ford Mustang with the heart of an F-150, now climbing up the mountain.
You know what's funny? When we were talking to him earlier today, he said the junkyard motor in many ways seems to be running better than he expected. And it's so funny because I hear that happening quite often, is that sometimes those junkyard motors are just the magic you need.
Well, I mean, if it wasn't in the junkyard because of the motor, I guess it stands as good a chance as any as being a pretty solid power plant. Although, given the story we heard about the sludge in the oil pan and underneath it, it hadn't really been taken very well care of. But I bet you it's being taken care of a lot better now that it's in the hands of Kash Singh and his team. Although it's going to get beat on for a little bit in the next 10 minutes or so, but that's what hill climbing is all about, is pushing equipment to its limits, and drivers for that matter as well.
Absolutely. Kash Singh is another one who's given back a lot to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, in that he always takes on mentoring rookies and helping them through navigating their first time through the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So he's another staple to have here in the paddock, and we're grateful to have Kash. Just a character, great person, and a talented driver behind the wheel as well.
Ben Ryan continues the ascent. We should see Chikara Kamiko here in just a moment at the summit. Looks like section 3 has been completed, so we're not too far away for Kamiko in the Nissan Pulsar. Ben Ryan has completed section 2, is in the middle of section 3 at the moment. In the Pikes Peak Open category, looking like he'll sort of be middle of the road. We'll see how that pans out here. Again, the bottom and the top of the mountain, it's so fascinating to me, the way that cars make speed. Some of these cars seem to do much better at the bottom and they lose the time at the top. And others, like we saw with the O'Malley's, those cars seem to get better as you climb because their advantage of that short wheelbase, the ability to turn on a dime, again, in the open wheel category, but same story, allows them to really find advantage over their competitors in those upper sections.
Absolutely. I find that here at Pikes Peak, there's always going to be one section of the road where your car excels more than other sections compared to your competitors. But that's what makes watching this race so fun, is you really don't know until you start to see the times start to come through.
So the next car on the line is Kyle Wilder, and that is the number 144, a 2019 Camaro SS1LE. And on my list, again, I don't know if anyone's gotten out of order. I haven't seen Gregoire Blachon yet. But that was the last one I had on my list here, Lonnie, so we'll get confirmation. But this Camaro SS1LE, LT1 6.2 liter engine under the hood and waiting patiently for his run up the mountain. Here's Chikara Kamiko, Lonnie, last few corners. What a drive.
What a drive. Completing his first ever full run on pavement. We're so excited for Chikara Kamiko to come across the checkered flag. Derek Jordan waving the checkered flag as he flies across that line, and we'll see where that time lands him.
Chikara Kamiko with a 13 minute 4 second time up the mountain. We check back in with Ben Ryan. And again, a little tail happy there. Just the slightest bit of slip angle in this big car. But it seems to be, well, look at it. He's tossing it around. He's throwing it into the corners. Confidence is key.
He is not afraid of that, and that's what I love to see. Those tires certainly have a lot of heat in them, and he's right at the limit. He is not afraid of getting that car sideways, and sometimes with a longer wheelbase, to kind of flick it into a corner may not be a bad thing.
So waiting for one of the last runners, Kyle Wilder, in the 144. The 2019 Camaro SS 1LE, waiting for the green flag as we check back in. There is Cash Singh continuing. He is in section number 2 right now, 205, 305 on that opening section.
Cash Singh making his way up. I know I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, but Cash Singh has had some interesting wildlife encounters up here at the hill climb. One year he saw 2 bighorn sheep headbutting, Nat Geo style, up at the top of the course. And he said it was very distracting, but he said it was also equally as cool. So Cash has gotten all sorts of experiences here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, but that's what makes him such a great mentor to rookies, is that he's gone through all of these things so he can help the rookies understand what to watch out for and what they can do to be even faster up here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
So while Cash works his way through the lower sections, Kyle Wilder took the green flag, the last car here to take the green. And in 2025, excuse me, long day, he ran the 5:08 on the shortened course. So again, not technically a rookie, but has never run the full length of the mountain. So for Kyle Wilder and Cash Singh, big moments here as they make their way up. Just waiting for Ben Ryan to get to the summit and a couple more cars, Lonnie, and we'll wrap up the 2026 running of the 104th running of this great, famous international motorsport event. It's been a pleasure, and there's still about 10-15 minutes to go as we watch these last couple of cars make their way up.
And as we watch these last couple of cars, I want to point you to livetiming.net/PPIHC, so that way you can see where kind of everybody's ended up and see those last few drivers click in their times.
You can sort by class. The last couple of cars here, Ben Ryan and Cash Singh are Pikes Peak Open. Kyle Wilder will be in Unlimited, production-based. As you see him navigate these bottom sections here. When asked what inspired him to race here, it's been a dream since he was a kid. He chose to commit to this race when he learned the personal impact that ALS had on the Pikes Peak family. He lost his best friend to ALS and has been an active advocate for racing for ALS for the last 6 years, which we've also heard from Ryan Cheek about. Racing for ALS combines the motorsport and ALS community in an effort to raise awareness, provide assistance, and fundraise for a cure. So a number of drivers with that story touching them personally here this week.
Absolutely. Again, it's just so special to see drivers racing for something bigger than themselves and really racing for a purpose here. It's just very admirable.
Cash Singh hucking that Mustang through the hairpins. Again, the confidence at low speed to just throw those big cars in. Here's Ben Ryan. Look at that, just tossing it through the corners, making a show out of it for the fans. To the top of the mountain, 14,115 feet for Ben Ryan in the Pikes Peak Open category. That car is a big one.
And Ben Ryan finishes in style. Man, what a show he put on. I loved watching his run up Pikes Peak.
Yeah, that'll be a fan favorite run, I'm sure. And for him, where did he end up landing on time? Went a good ways up the order by the looks of it.
Yeah, if it's taking a second to find, I think that's a good sign.
Oh, yeah, P16 in class, 12:05.728. That's a pretty rocking time for a car like that.
Right?
That's pretty solid. Well done. So just a couple of competitors left. Cash Singh, Kyle Wilder, Mustang and Camaro. In 250 years of American history, it feels sort of fitting to end with the Chevy versus Ford battle here just a little bit. We started with it a little earlier in the day, but a Mustang versus a Camaro, American muscle. for America 250. Not a bad way to close things out.
Right, I think it's the perfect way to close things out, and two perfect drivers to do it with. Cash Singh is making his way through the W's, kind of into that last tight hairpin, or second to last tight hairpin rather. This is where the middle section in testing ends. So he's 2/3 of the way done, has 1/3 left to go, and is probably having a good time behind the wheel, as Cash always does.
Working his way up now past, I believe, section 2. So actually, he's actually completed section 3 as well. So 3:22 in section 3. Kyle Wilder at a 2:02.5. Now Kyle is in the unlimited category, Cash Singh and Pikes Peak Open. So different classes here, but I still do think it is sort of fitting to have these two cars be the last two to run.
Absolutely, and they're pretty close in time with that. So Cash Singh crossed the first sector at a 2:05.3, whereas Kyle Wilder just clicked off his first sector at a 2:02.5. So we're seeing some good times out of those drivers. And looking back to Cash, he then got sector 2 at a 2:46 and sector 3 at a 3:22.
So that's the time to chase for Kyle Wilder. But again, for Kyle, like I mentioned, not technically a rookie, but this will be his first time making the entire climb up to the summit, given that last year we had that shortened course through Glen Cove, looking very solid at the moment, and comes from having experience in Virginia City Hill Climb, the On-Grid Super GT Cup, SEC Autocross, and a couple other places, and now beginning to build a name for himself here at Pikes Peak.
Kyle Wilder says, if you could describe Pikes Peak in 3 words, what would they be? And he says, unlike anything else. And I 110% agree with Kyle Wilder on that one. It is the truth. Once you get to that top section, there's nothing else like it. It feels like you're driving on the moon, and you have to deal with the bumps and the trials and the tribulations of every single section of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So he's so right in saying, unlike anything else.
A picturesque climb up to the top of America's Mountain. Look at these challenging corners. If you're at home, I promise you that you can't truly appreciate the wonder of this mountain until you come here in person and drive the road yourself, which you can do 364 days of the year. Today, it's race day. The last competitor making his way towards the summit, chasing Cash Singh. What a day it's been. We've had records broken, really tight class battles, a little bit of drama, some mechanical issues, as we always seem to have. It can't be perfect for everyone, Lonnie. It's been a long day, starting at just 7:30. It's now 4:30 local time. A couple of slowdowns throughout the day. But what a show some of these drivers have put on, building some amazing machines to tackle this great mountain.
What a great race day here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It's been such a joy to watch, and you know, you mentioned that you don't really get the full feeling of Pikes Peak until you've come here yourself, and that was the reason I fell in love in the first place, is I got to come as a spectator, and I just fell in love. And Cash Singh is making his way into the finish line in style, might I add, as Cash does, but we'll see where he lands.
But it's been a heck of a week for Cash Singh and team, and they are going to get to the top. Cash Singh completes the 2026 Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Well done. A lot of work went into getting this car running for today, and for time, 12th in class, 11:35, 2:87, which is his best time now by 3 seconds.
Oh, he's got to be so happy with that. Always love to see a personal best out of any of the drivers here, because ultimately, again, it's very much the competitors versus the mountain, not the other way around. So always very, very fortunate to see a personal best out of Cash Singh.
Kyle Wilder in the 144 is now the last competitor on the mountain. This would be, again, if he completes this, his first run to the summit in his second year of competition. And look at all the fans. Look at all the cars that are parked up there along this 12-mile stretch. The fans are the most dedicated I've ever seen in motorsport. This paddock, one of the tightest knit I've ever seen in racing. This is an amazing event, and I really encourage everyone to come out and visit this in person. And if you can't, join us again next year. This is an incredible day, an incredible race, and Kyle Wilder will bring up the last of the runners, 72nd in line today, waited to the end, and just a couple miles to go.
Absolutely, and what a beautiful shot we have here. He's coming into bottomless pit. Of course, you can see the cliff drop off there to the left. That's why it is called bottomless pit. And it's got a big bump right before the apex there. But oh my gosh, this camera view just goes to show how spectacular this race really is. And speaking of the fans have been here for generations and generations. And like you said, they're so dedicated. So it's something we all share together and we all love together. We're always so grateful to have all of the fans out here. I know it's a long day for them at really high altitudes, so they make it so special and they make it what it is.
This is like something out of a documentary. Watching this live in real time is unbelievable. And while Kyle Wilder finishes up, again, a huge thanks to the broadcast crew. This event is never easy. It is always an enormous challenge technologically, geographically. The team has put in long hours to make this happen. And the helicopter's been up quite a bit today too. So a big thanks to the pilots and the people on board that make this possible to see these breathtaking sights of America's mountain. In 150 years of Colorado history, I think this is the best it's ever looked on camera here. High definition live coverage from one of the greatest races in the world. What a treat.
I agree. This just goes to show that this truly is one of the greatest races in all of motorsports. How incredible it is that we get to race up to 14,000 feet of elevation and take on the most grueling challenge possible. And like you said, this looks like a documentary, and to think of all of the people that helped get every single one of these drivers here. It is certainly not an individual sport. Motorsports is a team sport through and through and through. It takes so many hours behind the scenes, so many people to make a run like this possible.
Kyle Wilder breaking into the upper sections now. Just a handful of corners to go, climbing towards the summit. There's that new pavement. You see some of the darker asphalt there. Big bump over the crest there. Cog cut, and only a couple corners left, Lonnie. This is a big moment for a driver that never got to see the summit last year because of that shortened course.
Absolutely. How special is this for Kyle Wilder to be able to have this very picturesque run? Although, he's just focused on getting through those last final corners, which are some of the most challenging corners of Pikes Peak. But as long as he can make it through this last little section, then he's home free, and he wraps up what an amazing race it has been.
Kyle Wilder is the last finisher today. Will bring that Camaro home to 14,115 feet. And this will bring the conclusion to the 2026 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. What a treat, what a show. Kyle Wilder in the unlimited production-based category is going to set a time for himself to chase next year of 11:22.410. Wow, Lonnie, what a day. This has been an absolute treat. Look at all the drivers at the summit, those that have been victorious in their ascent, all celebrating, and they'll come back down the mountain here shortly in the parade, and they're gonna, obviously have a shoulder to support their friends that didn't make it today, and next year they're gonna try to do it all over again and try to beat their times against their competitors, against themselves, and keep pushing that measuring stick of what's possible.
Absolutely, and the planning for next year begins here. I know it does for me and many of these drivers, so we're so excited to wrap up such an amazing Pikes Peak International Hill Climb 2026. What a race it's been.
And just look at the scenes and the sights from the top of the mountain. And today was a challenge. Big moments here. Tom Tang almost off. One of the highlights from today. A couple of offset incidents there for a handful of drivers. There was a big one earlier. All drivers are okay, or at least alert, which is great news. But again, the celebrations today, there's Robin Shute. What a drive that he had in his category, in the unlimited, super unlimited category. Romain Dumas picks up a 6th King of the Mountain title. Unbelievable drive again, and what a showing by Ford. Lonnie, unbelievable drive by Romain again.
Absolutely, and unbelievable drives all throughout the field. Every single competitor puts a lot on the line to race here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and there's so many challenges along the way, but overcoming the challenges, that's where it's special.
Danny Aiken took 3 tries to get him up the mountain, but he eventually did get there. The 98 of Kurt Dieker And unfortunately for Dominic Tapia, was not one of the drivers that can make it to the summit today. Trials and tribulations for the Evo. And then the Chuckles Garage car, Scott Birdsall taking the diesel TA2 Camaro. Left a little fluid down there. It took a bit to clean up, but put on a show regardless. Danny Aiken bringing an IndyCar to the top of the mountain for the first time on asphalt. You can see the stewards here celebrating. But spectacles, some of the coolest cars that you're going to see in motorsports.
Absolutely. And don't forget that shoey by Danny Aiken. That was pretty iconic, paying homage to the Indy 500 here at the Pikes Peak. Two of the oldest races in the entire United States.
Yeah, Rob Dahm again at the 3-rotor RX-7. Wow, that big moment. That was a gut punch there. Gathering it up. And another one here as well by Ben Ryan. Slipping and sliding around. It has been an absolute pleasure to be with everyone here today in this 104th running of this race. This is my 4th event, and every year the love for this grows. I learn a little bit more. Lonnie, it's been a pleasure to be alongside you. We didn't hear a ton from Tyler today with the challenges we had, but what a privilege. Congratulations to all the competitors that have completed the run to the top of the mountain. Thanks so much, and we'll see you next year. It's never a goodbye. It's a see you next time from the summit of Pikes Peak. 14,115 feet. We'll see you next time. Thanks so much.
Runners will do anything to cut through the wind. Why? When you can go fast the easy way in hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. High-performance running shoes designed to cut through the wind with unbelievable speed. Plus, they're lightweight and feature Goodyear rubber. Go fast in Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst.
Eibach Pro Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Featuring 2.5-inch coilovers, rear reservoir shocks, and equipped with our championship-winning race springs. Built for the most rugged and demanding conditions, the Stage 3R is developed to provide the highest level of off-road performance, maximum travel, and proven durability.
At the limit, performance tells the truth. From the drift track to off-road to the open road, Kenda engineers its tires where failure is not an option. Vesda Performance, Cleaver All-Terrain. One engineering standard, professional grade. From the podium to the pavement. Kenda, find your retailer at kendatire.com.
Life is a race, and there was a time in my life when I had no idea where I was headed. I used to believe all the lies that I was told when I was younger, that I was worthless and I had no future. I was angry, depressed, and hopeless. And like a lot of us, I tried to ignore it by chasing success, relationships. I even tried to drink it away, but nothing filled the emptiness. Then I discovered the truth. My identity isn't what I do or who the world says I am. It's in who Jesus says I am. Chosen, forgiven, righteous. I don't want to be defined by my accomplishments or even my failures. I want to be defined by how well I live my life for Jesus Christ. And I think a really good measure of that is how miserable am I making it for Satan? Life is a race. Where are you headed? Life is a race, and there was a time in my life when I had no idea where I was headed. I used to believe all the lies that I was told when I was young.
Thought they were cooling off on the sidelines? Well, they're just getting warmed up.
Surprise! DirecTV got hot.
Hey, you know, I played in high school.
Really?
Well, I went to high school. I didn't go to high school.
Anyway, it's never been easier to keep up with your favorite sports on live TV and streaming apps.
So hot.
Wait, there's no ice in yours.
Why would I ruin a perfectly good bath?
When someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Have an answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
In 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, we've kept that title every year since. And that's a formula we plan on repeating. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. And Ford, the most awarded brand for initial quality among trucks by J.D. Power. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough.
We're here for those who build America. Those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. Who will drive America forward for 250 years to come. If that's who you are, you should pay what we pay.
Now get employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Employee pricing. You pay what we pay. Only from your local Ford dealer.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. Or Glide Step wide fit, hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. With Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
You're right, but let's talk a little bit about round one, what we saw earlier. Since we did have that rain delay yesterday, we pushed everything out this morning. They had our drivers out there, and that gave them the pristine track. Nobody was on it. It was nice and clear, and our drivers, like Gray Ledbetter, she said that this was going to be the perfect track for her. She's no stranger to Crandon, just like we have with Jimmy Henderson and Johnny Holcher. They know how this track is going to come together. They know how it's going to develop, and I'm really excited to see this. Now, earlier today, we saw right now number 99 of Lucas Anderson take that second spot in round one. He capitalized on a slight mistake, and here at Crandon, that's exactly what you need to do. There's going to be some limited movement for passing. You're definitely going to have to figure out the strategy for Joker, but if you can capitalize on somebody's mistake, that's going to take you to the top.
All right, so setting the stage on some of these drivers here, we've got Lucas Anderson. He's going to be starting on the inside of row number one. Lucas Anderson, a rookie this season to the supercar division. He's been racing in Europe, though. A couple of victories under his belt in the Rally X European Series, running both the South and the North Series. What a great driver coming over here from Europe. Outside of row number one, we've got Tyler Leach, dirt track racer, making his debut here in Rally X. He was very, very strong earlier on today. Going to be a force there on the front row. Then moving on to row number two, we've got Simon Olofsson. He is a supercar lights driver, one of the most decorated supercar lights drivers in history. Moving up to the supercar division, he has been very, very fast here at the Big House. Outside of row number two, you off-road fans know her. If you're a fan of North American motorsports, you've heard the name Gray Ledbetter. Punching her ticket into the finals earlier on today. She's going to be in the Motec car. That's that black and yellow and white car. Then moving on to row number three, we've got Romet Sirna out of Estonia making his debut here in the United States. He's been a force in Europe all season long. Great to have him here at the Big House. And then outside of row number three, a guy that has won a lot of races here at Crandon, Johnny Holcher, doing double duty this weekend, both in Pro 2 and as well as Supercar. So 6 cars on the grid. This one's slated for 5 laps. We also have that Joker in the mix as well. This one is going to be absolutely electric. We're waiting for these cars to get fired up. Lights are going to go out, and you're going to see that launch control go to work as they are shot down the front stretch into the barn corner here at Crandon. Engines rev, lights out. The final is underway. Looks like Lucas Anderson with a slight edge over Tyler Leach.
And we're seeing Simon Olofsson make that pass over Tyler Leach going into second.
Yeah, it looks like Gray Ledbetter getting bumped around there as well. And look at that, Romet Sirna moving his way from the back row all the way up. He knows he's got to push hard, get around traffic early. You don't want to get hung out to dry here at Crandon. So going there into the gravel pit, it is Anderson up front, Olofsson in second, and Romet Cerna in third.
And what's really great about Romet Cerna, when we did have that rain delay yesterday, there's an iRacing sim racing with Crandon's track down below. So Romet was one of the drivers that did head down there and put some laps in.
All right, so Lucas Anderson takes that top spot through lap number 1. We're going to see who dives out, takes the Joker here early on. So far, none of our leaders have elected to take it. That is 4 or 5 cars through. Nobody's taken the Joker yet. Right now, though, Lucas Anderson with a commanding lead. Looks like Leach possibly there in the back. Did take the Joker. Oh, little spin there by Olofsson, and it looks like Cerna got into him after the spin. Looks like it's going to collect Cerna as well. We're going to see if they're able to continue on.
Now that's a tough break for Cerna and Olofsson as well. They've been having a hard time here for round 1 and 2. But now we've seen Gray Ledbetter head up in there. She's battling right now with Johnny Holcher.
Now look at that. Holcher getting around her in the gravel pit. Gray going to battle back, saying, no, watch yourself there, Johnny Holcher. As Gray Ledbetter up and over the big leap. We've got them side by side going into Calamity Corner.
Now if we're looking at 2 of the drivers right now from Supercar, these 2 drivers right here have some of the most time on Crandon. Both of them, they love this track. Johnny Holcher was talking about how he's really looking forward into it. He was upset about some of his times earlier and where he was for round 1. So coming back right now for round 2, he is with a drive and he knows how to do it.
Yeah, a little frustration from Johnny Holcher earlier when we caught up with him. Felt like he could do better, and he's really doing better here in the 1 ethanol car here in this final for Supercar. As we get a look there as Johnny Holcher working his way down the backstretch, trying to reel in Lucas Anderson, who is absolutely on a bender out here, flying into the gravel pit.
And when we're talking about Lucas Anderson, now he's already had Supercar success. In 2024, he competed in this class in Europe, and he did have that breakthrough race victory on dirt in Denmark. So I think he's really knowing how Crandon's coming together, and it's showcasing it.
Yeah, a little bobble there from Johnny Holcher, possibly a broken car maybe. Looked like he almost went into the barricade there. Maybe a tire going down, causing him to slip up a little bit. Or excuse me, that wasn't Johnny Holcher, that was Lucas Anderson, both of them in the 1 ethanol cars.
Now, what I really like about Johnny Holcher right here, he's been talking to us all weekend long, how difficult it's been going from Pro 2 to the Supercar. It's a 2-wheel drive vehicle into an all-wheel drive vehicle, and he says that it's a delicate balance of what he needs to do. So it's really nice to be able to watch him do that.
All right, so Lucas Anderson up front, backing it in there. Beautiful shot as he carves his way around the gravel pit corner. Going to be chased down by his teammate in the 1 ethanol car, Johnny Holcher. But right now, Lucas Anderson with a commanding lead. A couple of victories to his credit in Europe already this season. Trying to have another one stamped here at Crandon as he's looking beautiful coming through there. White flag is out. You're going to see him take that Joker this time by.
And when we're looking at it, though, right now, Johnny Holcher has the best lap time. He's got 49.640, where we've got Lucas Anderson with a flat 50. So if Johnny can be able to do that, and if Lucas makes a small little mistake, Johnny keeps that time, he's going to be able to capitalize on that mistake.
All right, now looking back in the distance there to third battle, Tyler Leach getting the best of Gray Ledbetter as of now. So we got about a half a lap remaining. It is Lucas Anderson continuing to lead. Johnny Holcher laying chase. I don't know if Johnny Holcher's going to have enough time. It's going to take a mistake by Anderson. So we head into the gravel pit.
And what I really like about Leach, if you've known him and if you know anything, he started racing in the dirt when he was 6 years old with midgets. So he knows how to take this track. If we're starting to see blue groove at all, he'll be able to take that and know what exactly it's going to happen.
All right, so into Calamity Corner. It is going to be checkers flying here. It is going to be Lucas Anderson with a victory here in Supercar to start things out in Rally X Americas here at Crandon. Great effort by him. Johnny Holcher going to hold on for the second place. Holcher going to be very excited with that after his finish there in round number 1. Tyler Leach, the rookie, coming in here this weekend with a podium finish in third. Gray Ledbetter just on the outside looking in the 4th spot. And we're going to have Olofsson and Cerna retiring early. Unfortunate results from them. Very thankful to have them making the trip over from Europe here to the big house, but that is going to be one happy Lucas Anderson there. Look at that. He is climbing on top of the roof. That young man is a great talent. He is excited to bring one home. You got to love that. Coming here all the way from Sweden. Great effort by that young gentleman. We're going to see him on the podium later. He's slamming his radio cable in the door going, I don't need to talk to the spotter anymore. Let's go celebrate.
Nice job for the 17-year-old as well. Jim, you've been watching him like you've been talking about in Europe and seeing what he's been doing, and it's really good to see him translate this over here into the States.
Well, we've wrapped up Supercar here. That means Hypercar is on deck. And one of our drivers that has been a dominating force so far this weekend, multi-time champion in Nitrocross, Robin Larson, was here, and we were able to catch up with him earlier on this weekend.
My name is Robin Larson. I'm racing the Hypercar in a JC team, and we are at Gran. I'm here in Gran. It's special. When you walk the track, it's always different when you hit it the first time. And coming from Europe, and everything is so wide and it's so flowy, and then you have all the jumps. So it was a nice flow, but always hard to know the dirt. Compared to the Pro 4-2 guys, they know how the dirt works, where to find the grip, the speed. So that's where I'm at right now, and try to find those extra tenths and get that magic feeling. But overall, the track is amazing. The facility is so nice. So I missed the Pro 4, so I need to check them out later. Yeah, so the competition is really high. Everything came at us really quickly, pretty late into the season. So. Really nice to see that we get a 10-car field. That's really impressive by the guys doing it. So, I mean, the Ericsson brothers always up there, Henderson up there directly. That's really impressive. So he knows these kind of tracks, and yeah, overall really good competition. It's gonna be a tough one out there, and for the sport is really good. So if we can have this as a minimum 10 cars and just keep on building, and it's gonna be really good. To win, you need to be smart. Even if you need to send it, you need to stay in every heat. If you get a puncture here and there and you break the car, you need to finish every heat, and you need to be, of course, in front you can be in the semi as good as it gets. So if you are in the back, it will make it a lot harder, but of course it's possible in Rally X and here in America. But you need to stay smart all weekend, and don't do any silly mistakes, and then you need to push when you need to push. I think that's why I've been successful the last couple of years, that I stayed on my, I would say, 95% during the whole week, and then when it's time, you push. So you need to stay smart, but you need to have that speed and that push when it's needed.
Well, that was Robin Larson taking a victory earlier on today in the first final. We're going to have the second final here momentarily. Robin Larson will be in that one. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with in that event. But speaking of hypercars, we've also had Brad DeBerti out here. Had some issues earlier on this weekend. He's not able to make the finals, but we were actually able to catch up with Brad DeBerti and do a ride-along lap with him. Brad DeBerti, great personality. Most of you know him from the world of motorsports and automotive, crazy car builds. Guy's got a rich history behind the wheel in racing as well. Great to have him out here. Unfortunately that he wasn't able to make it here to the second set of finals, but definitely looking forward to having him later on this weekend. But speaking of hypercars, I mean, I've been behind the wheel of one of these, and I really can't explain to you how crazy the performance is on these things with the regenerative braking, the 1100 horsepower in the torque hit. It's absolutely crazy. You will see these drivers absolutely shot out of a cannon here momentarily as we're getting our drivers gridded up, ready to go. And taking you through that lineup, we've got Robin Larson, multi-time champion, inside row number 1, Tommy Hallman, Kevin Erickson, Jimmy Henderson, Oliver Erickson, and Michaela Aylin Kodolinski in this one. 5 laps. We've got a joker in the mix as well. I'm going to ask Chris Leone to join me in the booth. He is the expert on rallycross here in North America. Tiffany Stone's going to jump down and handle podiums here in just a little bit. So, Chris Leone, welcome to the show. I know you've been following rallycross since its inception here in the United States. Here we are with Rally X Americas. What do you think is going to happen here?
Oh, man, I don't know what's going to happen here. Both Robin Larson and Tommy Hallman have been incredibly strong this entire weekend. Tommy had some issues in the last semifinal, but Robin's been strong all weekend, so we'll have to see if he can go 2 for 2.
Yeah, there we've got Kevin Erickson, one of the fastest drivers in the world. He's had some struggles here and there in that Kicker audio car. I think we're going to see Kevin Erickson emerge through. Jimmy Henderson, he has been absolutely electric, no pun intended, with these FC1 hypercars, but he has definitely shown his stuff. We've codenamed him Mr. America. He is signed up to do the entire series here in the Rally X America series. He's going to be traveling up to Canada to Trois Rivières, also going to the finals in Portugal, our world finals. We're going to see what he can do. Lights out. We're going to see who's going to get this whole shot. Looks like we've got Larson and Hallman as well as Jimmy Henderson 3 wide.
Henderson
almost
making
a spin there.
Henderson going wide, trying to go around the outside, but it's Kevin Erickson who looks like who takes the lead.
Yeah, Jimmy Henderson elbows out from the second row up into the second spot. Kevin Erickson, the Kicker audio car, living loud into the gravel pit.
Into the gravel pit. Kevin Erickson, Jimmy Henderson, Robin Larson, Oliver Erickson, Tommy Hallman, and Michaela Aylin Kodolinski in the back, sending over the Polaris flyweight jump and into Calamity Corner.
All right, so Kevin Erickson looking in his rear view. He's got a spotter in his ear. Jimmy Henderson on the hunt. We're going to see on the end of this first lap if anybody elects to take the joker.
Larson spins in front of Oliver Erickson.
Spin there for Larson, a tough one there. Oliver Erickson looked like he's through the joker as well, all the way on the top. So resetting this order, we've got Kevin Erickson, Jimmy Henderson, Larson there, and it looks like we've got Erickson and Aylin Kodolinski in the mix as well.
The interesting thing between Erickson and Henderson is this is going to be the driver who knows the car best, as he was the guy who developed the FC1, versus the driver in this field who knows the track best. So what do you think, Jim, car or track?
I think it's a merger of cultures here. We're going to see which culture comes out on top. Is it off-road? Is it rally? We've still got a few laps to determine that, but Kevin Erickson, he's a tough one to pass. He can make that car really wide there as Jimmy Henderson continues to hunt. I think you're going to see Jimmy Henderson. Yep, he does. He slips up, takes the joker. He's going to try and get that time back. Is Tommy Hallman now going to inherit the second spot?
Henderson into the wall coming out of the joker. That's going to open the door for Michaela Aylin Kodolinski.
Yeah, door flew wide open as he goes into the wall there, right at the outside of the joker. Aylin Kodolinski now in a podium spot, sneaking right in there. Right now, though, it is Jimmy Henderson trying to battle back. Wiper blades going on the windscreen. This is a wild ride for Jimmy Henderson.
And we have got Tommy Hallman charging hard, trying to catch Kevin Erickson. Tommy, one of the best drivers in the world on the sim, on iRacing. So, again, what do you think, Jim? You know, he's making up a lot of time real quick.
Yeah, he is. Tommy Hallman, a man on a mission right now, hunting down Kevin Erickson. It looks like Hallman now knows he's making a move there. He's going to go up the joker. He's going to try and get that back. He's going to have a push lap now to try and reel in Kevin Erickson. Kevin Erickson's spotter going to be in his ear saying, push, push, push. You've got to clear the gap. It's generally about 1.5 to 2 seconds longer to take the joker.
And you see how important that clean joker is. It made all the difference between Tommy Hallman and Jimmy Henderson. That's how Tommy Hallman's in second right now.
Yeah, Tommy Hallman making some great strategic moves. Jimmy Henderson down on the bottom, talking to Jimmy Henderson earlier on in the weekend. He said, this is different than a Pro 4. He says, with the hypercars, it's a different line every single lap. He says it's changing lap to lap. He says Pro 4s, you got to just send it in there and it sticks. He goes, hypercars, you got to be real selective with line choice.
Looks like Kevin Eriksson's going to have to take the joker here. Yes, he is. Can Kevin Eriksson maintain that lead, come out front?
It looks like he may have the field cleared. Almost clips the wall there, getting a little slippery coming out of that joker. Tommy Hallman now back into things. You got Jimmy Henderson in the mix as well. We're going up and around. We're going to go down the backstretch. Kevin Eriksson trying to keep it clean and hold off Hallman.
Just in front of Tommy Hallman there. Looks like a good about 5-6 car length gap. Michaela Kodolinski having some issues pulling off behind the field. But we've got Kevin Eriksson sliding wide. Tommy Hallman to the inside.
Yeah, look at that. Side by side, we're going to go up and over that Polaris legendary leap. It looks like Kevin Eriksson going to be hold off Hallman. As Hallman got something in this last corner. Doesn't look like there's going to be anything there. Oh, it looks like
it's going to be a drag race. Tommy Hallman.
Wow, Tommy Hallman at the checker bumps Kevin Eriksson out of the way. Takes it. We're going to have to see what the race stewards say about that one. But Tommy Hallman getting real wide there, motocross style, and bumping Kevin Eriksson out of the way, which isn't going to sit well. You see the hands go up behind the windshield of Kevin Eriksson's Kicker audio car. Not happy about that one. Tough one there for Kevin Eriksson. That one's not going to sit well as we head to Eldora next weekend, Chris.
We may have to see what the stewards say, Jim, but 0.097 seconds, according to the tracker. Take a look at the replay here. Hallman to the inside, trying to set up, trying to keep it tight. They bounce. I don't know, Jim. I don't think that was... I think that's a racing deal there. That's pretty side to side to me. But I'm not in the officiating booth, and I would not envy anybody who is right now.
No, we're going to see how that one wraps up. So we're going to come back. We're going to dissect things when we return to Gran and Rally X Americas as we just wrapped up our hypercar final when we return here to the Big House.
We started in Brooklyn in '78 and quickly learned we weren't building exhaust. We were building excitement. Ask any motorhead. There's just nothing like the raw, dynamic howl of a high-performance engine at Redline. The crackling growl of a throttle lift. The stadium volume thrill of a hard launch. We gave drivers what they wanted. That same roar of victory on their way to work that they heard at the races. Almost 5 decades later, nothing's changed.
Meet firefighter Andrew Washington. When lives depend on physical strength and mental sharpness, firefighters rely on Vinia, the red grape circulation superfood for better blood flow.
I've been taking Vinia for 6 months. It helps with blood flow. I can tell a huge boost.
Vinia significantly increases the dilation of arteries and delivers oxygen and essential nutrients to your brain and heart.
I've seen a huge difference. You have that energy all throughout the day, and we all love that.
Power your blood flow with Vinia capsules, coffees, and teas. Learn how to get your first month free.
At Bear Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. Swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold. Try them today. Get 15% off your first order at barebottomclothing.com.
How to choose a wrongful injury firm? How about the firm with among the most big verdicts and settlements in America? How about the firm with the most doctor lawyers in the nation? Choose ability and experience. Choose compassion and results. Choose Klein Inspector.
In this challenging market, you need to be innovative to navigate buying or selling a home.
That's why who you work with matters.
HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program has been a game changer for our team.
One of our clients, a young couple, found an amazing home that was only available for a short period of time.
They were able to present a fast, non-contingent offer
before even having to think about selling their existing home and win the home of their dreams.
Well, welcome back here to Gran in the Big House. We're here with Rally X Americas on the Racer Network. Just got done with our hypercar final. Tommy Hallman taking top honors away with Kevin Erickson right at the stripe. We're going to get to those winter podium interviews here momentarily. But if we do that, we've got some awards to give out from earlier on this weekend. And before we jump to that, one of the big winners earlier on today was a driver that has a big pedigree in rallycross racing and the Rally X Series, Mitchell DeYoung, and we were able to catch up with him.
I'm Mitchell DeYoung. I'm 28 years old from Temecula, California, and we're here in Gran in the Big House. First ever Rally X America event. It's super cool to be out here. It was 14 years ago that I was actually here racing a pro buggy, and wow, it's didn't expect to be racing these cars at this track, but here we are. I love this sport. Been doing this for a handful of years as well, so to kind of combine the two worlds is pretty cool. So yeah, double duty this weekend for me, racing the FC1 car, filling in for Tanner Faust. These cars are like 1,100 horsepower, electric, instant torque, absolute machines. They have quite a lot of travel and stuff, so we can hit all the jumps almost as fast as we want. Also driving the FC2 car, a turbocharged engine. It's about half the power is what the FC1 is, so around the 500-600 range. Also super fast, a lot more technical to think about. You need to think about turbo lag and all of that stuff. We have anti-lag, so lots of cool pops and bangs when you're off the throttle going into a corner. So that's pretty neat. But yeah, completely different worlds. Still rallycross. Still trying to go as fast as you can though. Yeah, typically we'd have both on-road and off-road, but like you said, it's all off-road here, so a little bit different than normal. Coming from an off-road background, I actually quite like that. It's nice, it's some big jumps as well, and yeah, it's good fun. You need to kind of throw the clean and tidy driving out the window and just full send everywhere. Try to find grip on the cushion and not take a tire off the bead with all the ruts and stuff. So it's a fun one. Driving the FC1 here is really good. It's pretty nice to have all that power. It's absolutely ridiculous. We pretty much leave it in our highest gear and are just managing it with the throttle the whole time, just because we have so much power and torque, more than we can really put to the ground. So it takes a bit of finesse with that, but it's nice to have that power. If you need to get in a slide real quick, you just smash the throttle.
Mitchell DeYoung with a lot of race wins under his belt. We're going to catch up with him on the podium here in just a little bit. Mitchell DeYoung also going to be taking home the Dennis Reinbold One of One award. Dennis Reinbold been instrumental in rallycross in North America, been a team owner. A lot of drivers have come through his organization, was a big backer in the Rally X America series. We unfortunately lost Dennis about a week ago, but we are giving out a One of One award because Dennis Reinbold and their IndyCar team, the very first ever start the team took, they took a victory. So Rally X Americas from here, on out, any driver in their very first ever start in the Rally X America series that win, they're going to take home a One of One award. So today we will be handing out 2 One of One awards, one in Supercar, one in Hypercar, and that means that it may be years before we have another One of One award given out. But today it's going to be special, and we're going to catch up with Mitchell DeYoung and all of our podium finishers when we return here to Gran and Rally X Americas and our awards.
Here we find an example of Homo no longer erectus. What's this? He has found Mars Men, the natural testosterone support designed for men who wish to rejoin the hunt. His 5 o'clock shadow now arrives at 4:30. Cows volunteer to be his steaks. Forget man boobs. His chest is for declaring his dominance. Mars Men, because you were meant to be a force of nature.
With SafeLight, you can get that fixed now and pay later.
Fix now, pay later?
SafeLight offers flexible payment options and anywhere mobile service, so you can get it fixed here, or here, and pay later. Go to safelight.com today.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
I wear these things anywhere. I don't care how fancy it is. I'm probably going to be wearing this shirt. this is embarrassing how many ponchos I have in my closet right now. 60, maybe? That's probably a lot.
In a tight spot? Need cash fast? Bridget's got your back. Get $25 to $250 instantly. No credit check, no interest, no late fees. Download Bridget for free today.
This isn't just a motorcycle. It's an engineering miracle. A time machine.
It's a good friend. It's all your friends.
It's your inner child. And it's all the stars in the sky.
It's a highway to your final form.
And as America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive protects whatever it means to you.
Wait, are you talking to me? Sorry, I can't hear anything with this thing on. This isn't just
No, I started.
Oh, that's you, sorry.
Where do you find the best in international and national sports car racing? Only on the new Racer Plus app. Stream Racer Network live without a cable package. Anytime, anywhere, on any device. Featuring exclusive live racing and next-day replays. Racer Plus delivers the ultimate racing fan experience. Racer Plus. Watch it, feel it, live it. Sign up now.
And welcome back to Crandon and the Rally X America Series. Right now, we're going to toss it down to some of our victors on the weekend. Here's Tiffany Stone standing by with Round 1 Supercar Division podium finishers, Mitchell DeYoung, Lucas Anderson, and Banks Hovey.
Thank you so much, Jim. Yeah, let's talk to our third place finisher right over here, Banks Hovey. Now, Banks, I know that going into that last lap, into that last corner for Round 1, things got shaken up just a little bit. From your perspective, how did you see it?
Oh man, I'm just coming in here all blind. We're just flying by the seats of our pants, and the plan is there is no plan. But he left the door open. He tried to brake check me, and as a seasoned veteran, I thought he would need to close the door, so I just figured I'd sneak on in there. But these Europeans, they wanted to come out of the big house, and I guess they got to play with the big dogs, but they weren't too happy with that kind of contact.
Well, I know you got to thank a bunch of people for getting you here for Round 1.
Oh man, yeah, I can't thank the Ericssons so much for bringing a series. It's just monumental to have Rallycross out here at Crandon. We've been here in the Pro Light and the side-by-side with Gray, and that's one thing. To get to race against my girlfriend out here in front of all you guys, that's the icing on the cake. But yeah, I can't thank Hype Smile enough, Dixon, Channel 199, Real Street Tactical they sent me a pair of nods and let me just go ride around and have a good old time.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job to you, Banksy. Hop up on 3. And taking that second place spot over here, we've got Lucas Anderson. Lucas, you're a young gun to this game. We've been seeing you a lot over in Europe, coming over here for the inaugural Round 1 of Rally X Americas. From your perspective, you were able to capitalize on a little mistake. What'd you see?
Yeah, I've had an amazing weekend. Yeah, I really love the track. So in the final, I had quite a bad start. I think I got out on P4, but tried to fight my way back up, did the best as I could, and ended up P2. Yeah.
Well, you've done it here. It's always good to see you out here. For Crandon being your first time, it's got to be a great feat to be on the box. A lot of people who are on the box out here are champions within themselves, just like you. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank Rally X overall. They've done an amazing job, and my sponsors and my whole team. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. So thanks to every one of them.
Nice job, Lucas Anderson. Hop up on 2. And taking that top spot here for Round 1 in Supercar, we got Mitchell DeYoung. Now, Mitchell, you're no stranger to Crandon at all. You've done it before, a pro buggy. You won some championships. Coming over here, taking that top spot. Walk me through what it feels like to be here, top again at Crandon.
It's amazing. I was here 14 years ago racing a pro buggy when I was 14 years old. And yeah, it's so nice to be here. I love this place. I mean, the track's amazing. The people are amazing. It's just such a nice laid-back atmosphere, and it's so cool that we can have Rallycross here. So big thank you to the series for letting us come here, Crandon as well. It's cool to kind of combine these both worlds, and it's been an awesome experience.
Well, you've also won one more thing right down here, the Dennis Reinbold 1 of 1 award. Now, you can only get this on your very first race out, and you've done it here. Walk me through what it feels like to get that.
Oh, it's such an honor. I mean, Dennis was such a great guy. I mean, I think everyone can speak here for how nice of a person was, and how much he gave back to the sport, and not just rallycross, but all kinds of different racing. So yeah, this is a huge honor. Really appreciate this, and yeah, this is a great thing. And you know, I have to give a big shout out to all my partners as well. Firstly, I need to thank Eric Gordon for giving me the call to fill in for him. He couldn't make it this weekend, so kind of found out that I'm going to be doing double duty this weekend between both classes. And yeah, jumped right in. Big thank you to the Back 40 crew. I mean, we went through quite a bit of parts this weekend, and they fixed it up every single time. Simon, Joseph, and Jim, Nick, my dad as well. Like, it's yeah, it's been a big team effort.
Wonderful. We'll take your spot up on number 1. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers right now. Round 1, Supercar. Back up to you, Jim.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great group of drivers there. Mitchell DeYoung taking top honors. Like I said, he's been around for a very long time in the rallycross world. Lucas Anderson, he has been flying over there in Europe with a couple of victories. Great to see him on the podium. Also, we'll get to him here in a little bit because he did take a victory there in round number 2. And then obviously Banks Hovey. Everybody knows him from Channel 199 and all the shenanigans out there at Pastrana Land with Travis Pastrana and things like that. Great to see him behind the wheel of a Rally X supercar, and definitely a great personality, and he has a whole lot of fun. It looks like we're getting a few more drivers getting ready to go there on the podium. We're going to have up next our hypercar round number 1 contingent, which was Mitchell DeYoung, Jimmy Henderson, and Robin Larson, who also took home that Dennis Reinbold 1 of 1 award. So right now I'm going to hand it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, Jim. Let's talk over again. Once to you, Hypercar taking that 3rd spot, Mitchell DeYoung. Now, you already mentioned that you were doing double duty over here. How difficult is it to go from one car to the next, and knowing that you got that call so last minute?
It was an intense weekend for sure. A lot of the sessions were back to back, so it was immediately pulling up with the other car, hopping out, jumping in, suiting up, and the whole process of the car, how to launch it and everything is completely different. So it's been a bit of a mental challenge, but hey, you know, being on the podium and my debut in this is amazing. So I have to give a big shout out as well to Tanner Faust. Filling in for him this race as well. Such an honor to represent him and be able to, you know, take his car to the podium. That's awesome. Obviously, Optima Batteries, Clarius Global, all of the Olsberg's MSE crew. I mean, like, the whole operation is amazing. My dad, happy Father's Day to him. He was my main mechanic this whole weekend. Cody, everyone else, Nick, amazing. Like, shout out to my mom at home for watching. And yeah, it's been a really nice weekend.
Well, big congratulations to you for a double podium here. Round 1, Crandon. Mitchell DeYoung, you can hop up on number 3. And heading over here to our 2nd place finisher, Jimmy Henderson. Really nice to talk to you. Every time you did something, no matter what you did, the crowd was just like this. Jimmy, you said that this was kind of your home track, and you had a lot to learn coming from Pro 4 over to the hypercar. It's a little bit different. Walk me through your weekend.
Yeah, it was a great weekend. We came out really fast. I was actually surprised because the caliper, the field, and the talent that's in the field. So I was surprised that we were able to be fast qualifier. But as the weekend went, the first time we went out and we actually raced and competed with each other, I realized how good they are. Consistent, awesome experience to run the hypercar. Great car, but as the weekend went, we were able to get our bearings about us and pulled off a 2nd. So awesome start to our FC1 career. So we'll see where it goes from here.
Well, I know there's a bunch of people supporting you and hoping that you were going to get on that box because they were cheering. So who would you like to thank for Crandon round 1?
Yeah, I really want to thank everybody. You know, Rally X is an awesome series, so thank them. Thank the Flannerys, everybody at Crandon, the fans of Crandon. These are the best fans in the world. And I got to thank my team. I got to thank my wife, Brett, that supports me and everything. And United Rentals, WD-40, and Amsoil for helping me pull this off.
Well, I just want to be the first to congratulate you, and welcome to Rally X America's Jimmy Henderson. You can take your spot on 2. And taking that top spot, Robin Larson. Now, Robin, coming over here. You've seen this track before when we had the demonstration late fall last year. Now, really talk to me about how Crandon feels to come back, race out here, and take that top spot.
Yeah, it feels in the back for sure. The big jump was crazy, but the atmosphere here and the track and the dirt was so cool. For us Europeans, coming here is so special. So you could see Jimmy was hitting the speed really quickly, really impressive in a new car. But yeah, I thought we were working on it through the weekend, and get a P1 was a really nice start of the season.
Well, we also want to congratulate you on the Dennis Reinbold 1 of 1 as well. I know this award is very, very special for you. You've driven for him before, and having this, I'm already getting goosebumps, so I can't imagine how you're feeling. Walk me through what it's like to get this right now, round 1.
Yeah, it means a lot, and this one's going to the shop for the guys in Indy, so it was really special to win the race 1. So he's been doing a lot for me. I wouldn't be here without him, so racing in America is all thanks to him.
Well, anybody else that you want to thank for this Hypercar Round 1 top podium?
For sure the team, and also Andreas Eriksson and all the guys who's working their butts off to make this happen, and Crandon for put a hell of a show.
Nice job, Robin Larson. Hop up on number 1. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Hypercar Round 1 at Gran.
When someone asks, how was your weekend? Have an answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Vinny has been my secret weapon to not just cross the finish line, but go as hard as I can to come in first race after race.
Take it from Nick Johnson, champion race car driver from Team Vinia. At 58, he's beaten racers half his age to win world championships for the past 3 years. Vinia is the breakthrough red grape circulation superfood, clinically shown to increase dilation of arteries, improving blood flow. Improved blood flow increases your physical energy and mental alertness.
Your body is like a race car. Your heart, the engine. Poor blood flow is like having a clogged fuel line. You can't rev the engine.
Nick relies on Vinia's newest breakthrough, the first 2-in-1 hydration solution to give you better blood flow, ensuring that premium electrolytes are delivered deep to your cells where they're needed most.
Vinia is the solution I needed to get the blood flow at the same time the hydration to go out and win.
Visit Vinia.com to get your first month free on all starter packs. Plus, lock in 33% saving on all future orders.
One law firm, Klein & Spector, has won some of the biggest verdicts in American history. So if a defective product, motor vehicle accident, or medical malpractice caused a catastrophic injury, contact Klein & Spector.
At Bare Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. With swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. Whether you're headed to a workout, a night out, or just a good time. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold, our clothes are adventure ready and made to be worn on repeat. Try them today and get 15% off your first order at barebottomclothing.com.
And like we were talking about, we would see Johnny Holcher, but he's getting ready for that cup race. So these are your top 2 finishers in Supercar, plus Johnny Holcher taking that second spot. Back up to you, Jim.
All right, thanks a lot, Tiffany. Big shout out to all of our winners and all of our podium finishers. We are going to have to cut to the Cup race. The Cup must go on here at Crandon, so we're going to miss that last Hypercar final and those victors. But thank you guys on behalf of Rally X Americas, Tiffany Stone. I am Jim Beaver. I'm handing it off to Shane and Brent. They're going to call the Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup.
right, thank you so much, Jim. So cool to have Rally X Americas here in the house for the Forest County Potawatomi Brush Run Speed Festival. But with that, there is only one item left on the docket for this weekend, Brent. The Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup Pro 2s versus Pro 4s. This has given us some iconic moments over the years, none bigger than what we saw last year. We know just how exciting these challenge races between the Pro 2s and Pro 4s can be.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the big dogs of the sport. Pro 2, Pro 4, big horsepower, big straightaways. This is a big house, and this is where you want to win, especially on the Cup day. We just got to give kudos to all the drivers, Shane, that have made it back to the pits in their off time all afternoon, prepping these trucks, getting them ready to rock and roll. We got a good Pro 2 field as well up front.
Yeah, let's run down the competitors here for the Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup as they take their sight lap. First up, among the Pro 2s, he hails from Garden Grove, California. Already with the win this season right here at Crandon in yesterday's action. They call him Ricky G. It's Ricky Gutierrez.
Right behind Ricky G, from Abrams, Wisconsin, in the number 44 Yokohama Tires ride, Johnny Holcher.
Starting third among the Pro 2s, they call this kid the Cuban Missile. He is from Kathleen, Georgia. Always one to watch, always puts on a show, especially here at Crandon International Raceway. Give it up for Jacob Rosales.
Next up, starting in the fourth position, from Appleton, Wisconsin, running a limited schedule this year, but he did make the Cup this afternoon, Zach Sikowski.
Next up among the Pro 2s, another driver running a partial schedule, but another driver with a win in Pro 2 already this weekend. No stranger to victory lane here at Crandon International Raceway. From Little Swamico, Wisconsin, Corey Winner.
And his first time out in a Pro 2 truck this weekend, from Banning, California, in the Chevrolet, the number 58, Mikey Lawrence.
Next up, another driver from the Western States, from Simi Valley, California, Mayan Spaccarelli. He will be in the number 12.
And this man right here, you know he's done his job this year in Pro 2. From Lincoln, North Carolina, in the number 51, Rowdy Ryan Beat.
And you want to talk about a story. Engine trouble back on qualifying day. Makes it back out with a borrowed Pro 2, courtesy of the Mamer Motorsports team. He is your hometown hero. He is the defending Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup champion in the number 1, Keegan Kincaid.
Well, Shane, that is the Pro 2-wheel drive trucks. Now let's meet the Pro 4 trucks. They call him the Silent Assassin. He has a couple wins on the season so far. He is just a rocket ship in that number 88 from Dawsonville, Georgia, Mickey Thomas.
Next up, a man that needs no introduction. He is a 10-time Pro 4 champ. He is the 5-time defending Pro 4 champ. Finished third in last year's Community Cup race. The number 33, CJ Greaves.
And from Conyers, Georgia, in the United Rentals ride, the number 44. This man has been very, very fast all season long. Let's see if he can get it done today. Jimmy Henderson.
Driving the number 22, always a favorite, always one to watch here at Crandon. He is a 7-time Pro 4 champion, multi-time winner of this Cup race. From Swamico, Wisconsin, Johnny Greaves.
Well, we all know this blazing orange truck that's next on our list. The number 11, the wild man, Adrian Cheney.
Starting alongside Cheney in the Pro 4s from Holtville, California. Another driver always shows a lot of speed here at the Big House. In the number 35, it's Cole Mamer.
And rounding out your 17 truck field between the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s, from Elk River, Minnesota, welcome back, Andrew Carlson.
Well, let's set this race up, Brent. We know how it works. Pro 2s, underpowered, only two-wheel drive. They're going to get a head start. How much is that head start?
We don't know.
You and I don't know because it is kept under wraps. It is an absolute secret how long that head start is going to be. Last year, they ran the numbers and they calculated it perfectly because the Pro 4s caught the fastest Pro 2s in the gravel pit on the last lap. I expect them to nail it again this year. So
yeah, that's what it comes down to, though, Shane. All that number counting, and we'll give it to you as the race progresses, but watch as the Pro 4s will have a lot of work to do to get through these Pro 2s. But the track's in prime condition. They didn't lay down a lot of moisture, so the Pro 2s should have a good track where they can follow that cushion until the Pro 4s start coming through that field.
Let's talk about what else is at stake. We know that Cup races at Crandon, that is how you build your legacy as a racer. 3 drivers in the field have won a Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup. Keegan Kincaid, a 3-time winner. CJ Greaves, also a 3-time winner. Johnny Greaves, a 6-time winner of the Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup. Those 3 have combined to win 9 of the last 11 of these Cup races here at the Brush Run races. Those 6 for Johnny Greaves make him the all-time leader in wins. If Keegan Kincaid can win another one, that will be 4 for his career, tying him for second with the great Rob McCachran. A couple other drivers with multiple wins. Jeff Kincaid, Carl Renzetter, Jack Flannery, Kurt Leduc, each and every one legends in their own right. 2 wins apiece. And that's a lot of lip service to the guys that are the favorites to win this race, right? Well, how about a couple winners in the past who have been maybe unlikely winners? 2005. Josh Baldwin, he had single-digit career short course wins. One of them was the Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup. Just a few years later, in 2008, in a mud race, Kent Brasho came out on top of the field in this Cup race.
Oh, I remember back in the day, Kent Brasho just in that White Lightning Chevrolet. He got the job done, just like Josh Baldwin. That's just huge, right, for your career. If you can't win a lot of races, you want to win the big one here at the end of the weekend at the Big House. So great to see Keegan Kincaid back out there once again. These Pro 2s are going to have a great track, like I said. It's going to get fast.
Another fun note, as it is Father's Day that we're celebrating here at Crandon International Raceway, 3 father-son duos have been winners of this race. Obviously, Johnny and CJ Greaves, each with several wins to their names. Jeff and Keegan Kincaid, and then, of course, Crandon legends, Jamie Flannery and his father, the Hall of Famer, Jack Flannery, also winners of this race.
Yeah, Shane, it's been just a great race year after year. And like I said, it's going to be a host of Pro 2s that are going to take off well before the Pro 4s. We do not know that time gap, so pay attention as they're checking them off one final time. As you see Ricky Gutierrez on the inside by that wall. That preferred line is where you want to be going into Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. And ladies and gentlemen, Faye is in the tower one final time this weekend. Let's wait for it, Crandon. Here we go. The board slides across. The Pro 2s are taking the green flag. Get on your feet.
There is thunder in the valley. Pro 2 storming down into Forest County Potawatomi turn 1. They are 3 wide.
Looks like Ricky Gutierrez is going to slide in front and take that whole shot. Man, Rosales
way wide coming out of turn 1. Had to gather it back up. He'll slide in third behind Winner. We'll watch these Pro 2s get out and just try to run as far away as they can before those Pro 4s get cut loose. Holcher up into 4th. Zakowski comes out in the top 5.
Well, the Pro 4s are unleashed. They're coming through Forest County Potawatomi, turn number 1. Who's it going to be? It's CJ Graves.
CJ leads the charge for the 4-wheel drive trucks. Johnny going way wide, clips a tractor tire.
Well, he got lucky right there, Shane. He could have went upside down as we go back up front with the Pro 4s. Sounds like we had a 35-second gap there for the Pro 4, so they got a lot of work to do.
Absolutely. We will watch the lap times and see what kind of pace those Pro 4s are running compared to the Pro 2s. See the Pro 2s back in the Argonne Loop running a full track layout here at the Big House.
Greaves,
the Silent Assassins down as the Pro 4s making their way past the finish line.
Henderson looks to be parked right now. He got contact, over-rotated. Oh, big contact with the wild man, Johnny Greaves.
Oh, and Greaves has a flat right front after that contact. We'll look back up front with the Pro 2s. Ricky G already with a Pro 2 class win here at Grandin this weekend, laying it down as they come through turn 1.
Yeah, Ricky Gutierrez is right where he wants to be. He's got to focus out front, Shane. You don't want to look back now. You know the Pro 4s are out there just digging deep. And when CJ Greaves is in the lead of the Pro 4s, you know he'll find the back of the Pro 2s very shortly.
A little bit further back, Rowdy Beat stuck in some traffic, not the start he wanted to this race. That cushion's starting to come in, though. Pro 2s are going to get a little bit faster for the first couple laps as this track starts to dry out.
Well, then we'll see the Pro 4s. Actually, as this track starts to figure itself out, they'll blow right through the cushion. So then they take it away from the Pro 2s. CJ Greaves especially, he's a motocross racer. He knows how these tracks develop.
Yeah, that's kind of the game within the game between the Pro 4s and the Pro 2s. There are CJ Greaves and the Silent Assassin, Mickey Thomas, just now in Calamity Corner.
9 laps to go, that time by.
They can just about see the Pro 2s off in the distance as they head for the chicane, and it's those two in a bunch of real estate back to Cole Mamer, third among the Pro 4s.
CJ Greaves doing what he needs to do, but we're going to go back out front with the Pro 2s. Ricky Gutierrez holding off Corey Winter, but Shane's pointing to the camera. They're starting to close that gap a little bit if you're Winter. Right tight to that retaining wall, not a lot of gap there.
Man, Winter just on the razor's edge there, trying to run down Ricky G. Now, this is part of the game within the game as well. You don't want to fight your Pro 2 competitors too much. You got to kind of give each other space to work so you can keep that interval as big as possible back to the Pro 4s. We'll see how hard they battle one another.
Yeah, you can't really take away from one another. If you're Ricky G, you're just hoping to hold that gap as long as you can. Corey Winter in that race glass Ford just trying to dig across, going right through the middle of that turn. He's finding something, though. He keeps working that. Oh, Ricky G setting it up on the bicycle, putting it back down with Joey Chipwood style.
Nice save there by Ricky G. He'll hold the point as they go back into the Argonne corner once again. Gutierrez leaving a little bit of an opening there for Winter.
And already, look at CJ Greaves coming by what will be our finish line. He is starting to hunt down the Pro 2s. Keegan Kincaid has a mirror full of CJ Greaves as they're coming out of Cowboy Corner. Boy, Ricky G, he showed up to play this weekend.
Yeah, Winter's still trying to reel him in. You see Rosales a distant third as they come into Forest County Potawatomi turn 1.
Flat out, pedal to the metal. Just listen to him sing through Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1. Just smashing that right front down in the barn turn, Shane.
And Winter was almost on Gutierrez's bedside as they came into turn 1. You see Ricky G pulling back away just a little bit. Uh-oh, the Pro 4s have caught the Pro 2s.
Oh, Kincaid having some big problems.
Yeah, Greaves and Thomas both able to get by Kincaid. Starting to intermingle with one another.
You've got to think that some of these Pro 2 drivers are talking to the Pro 4s before this race, like, we need to help each other out. You don't want to let Mickey Thomas and CJ Greaves get by this easily. He goes right by Lawrence like he's standing still.
Yeah, that just tells you the speed and the traction difference from a Pro 2 to a Pro 4. Thomas still running that same pace as Greaves. Let's look at the lap times. Man, those Pro 4s are about 5 seconds, gets about 4.
In a pinch? Need cash fast? Bridget's got your back. Get $25 to $250 instantly. No credit check, no interest, no late fees. Download Bridget for free today.
When performance matters, trust the parts built to deliver it. Summit Racing brand parts are engineered for power, precision, and reliability. From engines to transmissions, cylinder heads to camshafts, restoration parts to paint, LS swap kits to exhaust, these are the parts you can rely on. For the street, the strip, and everywhere in between. Summit Racing brand parts, all backed by our handshake guarantee and amazing customer service. Built to perform, proven to win.
Poncho, made for it.
I'm not feeling this today.
Hey, champ, you need a new game plan. And fast.
Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. What are you doing in my bathroom?
More like your new locker room.
You turn 40, your testosterone level drops, strength, energy, and drive all go south.
Did it happen to you?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Nugenix Total T2. That's your new game plan.
You're stronger, more energized, and unstoppable.
From the #1 selling and #1 doctor-recommended testosterone brand comes Nugenix Total T2. A unique new formula that combines the ultimate free and total testosterone booster with a powerful nitric oxide booster that works in just 3 hours. Feel like a new man, leaner, stronger, with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting MUSCLE to 215-215.
Who are you talking to?
You wouldn't believe me.
Oh, by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text MUSCLE to 215-215. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Neurozone Brain Supplement, absolutely free.
Do you feel overwhelmed by the constantly changing real estate market? You're definitely not alone. So many of our clients feel the same. That's why who you work with matters. I work with HomeLight to get the best deals for my clients. Whether you're looking to sell for the right price or hunting for that dream home, let's make your real estate experience smooth and rewarding. Start your journey at homelight.com today.
In our lead Pro 2s,
Ricky G just has to find another gear right now. Just continue to go out front. And hopefully his buddies behind him can hold up Mickey Thomas, but Thomas is walking right through the field.
Yeah, Mickey just didn't waste any time getting by Rowdy Ryan beat. Just like that, there were two Gutierrez winner, and now Mickey Thomas in the Pro 4, third place overall as they head for the backstretch.
Yeah, I hate to say it though, it seems like the Pro 2s are sitting ducks right now. Mickey Thomas, he can go anywhere with that Pro 4. Watch him dig out of this turn. You'll see the difference between a Pro 2 and a Pro 4. He'll probably get by both of them before Forest County Potawatomi turn number 1.
Trying to get a 2-for-1 deal, and he will. Here he is, Crandon. Mickey Thomas now out front in the Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup.
Man, what a year Thomas is having. You wouldn't expect to be out front this early in the Cup race. 5 laps to go that last time, 5. And you'll watch as Mickey Thomas, if he don't make any kind of mistake, he can just drive steady, right? He don't have to do anything stupid right now as the Pro 2s are struggling to stay with him.
And already a lot of attrition in this race. Looking up and down the standings, and I think Thomas is the only Pro 4 still on the racetrack. So it's him and a whole bunch of Pro 2s just trying in vain to keep up with him.
Unbelievable. It's been a long, long time since we've seen only one Pro 4 late in this race. With that Husqvarna 4 just dialed in this weekend.
Yeah, this is a statement weekend from Thomas. Took a win in one of the Pro 4 points races. And nothing in sight. Sunday evening cruise here at the Big House for the Silent Assassin.
And I mean, if you're Mickey Thomas, though, how hard do you really push it? You know you have a big gap. Oh, he missed the shift right there coming out of Cowboy Corner.
I wonder if I see a little bit of steam or smoke coming out of the back of his truck as well. From that camera angle, a little bit hard to tell. I might have seen just one of his mud flaps hanging down under the truck from that oncoming camera angle.
Yeah, I don't see anything, Shane. I think he's A-okay. He's just got to keep the tires underneath him. This track is getting really tore up. What do you see, Shane?
There is just a little bit of steam coming out of Thomas's truck. A little overflow tube. Once he gets past our camera here, you might be able to see it again.
Yeah, that's just coming through the field of those Pro 2s. You got a lot of roost. He tried to get by him as soon as possible. He's opened up about a whole straightaway lead.
on Ricky Gutierrez, our first Pro 2. The good news is for Thomas, he can manage this a little bit. He doesn't have to push the pace quite as much anymore. Got that big interval built up. No doubt at this point he's watching all the gauges in that truck.
3 laps ago, that last time by, you see the excess fuel coming on the back of Mickey Thomas. That's normal. That truck is just running prime right now. Keep an eye on the back side of that truck to make sure there's no steam coming out. That's what he's lifting off the gas, that exhaust coming out.
Thomas back onto the Walker Evans starting line straight away.
Hey, I see that steam.
Okay.
It's pouring out more and more.
It wasn't my eyes playing tricks on me. Thank you for confirming it, Brent.
Absolutely. I can see it right by the rear end of the truck, right by the fuel cell.
So Thomas presumably running a little bit hot, but he is the Pro 4's last chance and the current race leader.
Yeah, he's pouring out the fluid out the back of that truck. Just hope that he has enough to make it to the end. He's coming to 2 laps ago this time by Crandon.
Meanwhile, as if the Pro 2s needed any more bad news, a very, very light rain starting to fall here at the big house.
Yeah, that'll definitely play dividends on the Pro 2s. They're going to struggle just to keep it straight. Now Rowdy Ryan Beat is starting to put the pressure on Ricky G.
Trying to hunt him down. It took him a long time to get by Corey Winter, but he was able to get the job done. Gutierrez pushing a little bit wide. We talk about how far that cushion gets pushed out by all those Pro 4s.
Yeah, you got to remember there's big money for the first Pro 2 as well, so they are trying to play nice, but at the same time keep moving forward in the right direction. Ricky G just seems like he's losing a lot of grip late.
Yeah, I think this racetrack is really starting to go away. There's another look at Thomas. He is still pushing the pace.
Man,
last time around was a 122.7, so not the absolute leading edge of how fast you could drive a Pro 4 here at Crandon, but still very, very quick laps.
He's already opened up almost a 9-second lead over these two guys right here. Ricky G and Rowdy Ryan beat that Bill Stein Shock Chevrolet. He's putting the pressure back on once again.
So this will be the battle to watch. Who will be the first Pro 2 to the line? Thomas is going to be taking the white flag here in just a couple more corners. But Rowdy Beat staring down the back bumper right now of Ricky G as they head for the gravel pit.
Yeah, they know they're not going to catch Mickey Thomas unless he has a problem here late in this race. Knock on wood for Thomas. He's just been that fast. He said, hey, when my truck finishes a race, I expect to be up front. This thing's a rocket ship, and he's showing it this afternoon.
Well, our leaders in the Pro 2s coming to the white flag. A little shove there by Rowdy Beat. Now Ryan Beat, at least for a second, will have the Pro 2 lead.
Yeah, he just muscled his way through here late in the race. You got to search for grip in these Pro 2s. Non-stop right now especially. You'll see that big hole down on the bottom as they exit.
Yeah, Beat and Gutierrez both just very slightly set the left front wheel down there in that divot that you were talking about.
Well, this is the final lap, the final time for Mickey Thomas.
Rain's starting to come down just a little bit harder as Thomas one last tour around the circuit here. Past the crowd, the silent assassin.
That steam's still pouring out the bottom.
Yeah, Thomas can just about coast across the line from here as the rain becomes heavier and heavier.
The silent assassin looks to be getting the job done one more time through the gravel pit. He is just going to tiptoe his way through, make sure he doesn't miss a gear this late in the race. As he's going to get the job done, Shane. Look at this.
One last time into Calamity Corner. Checkered flag is going to fly. Your 2026 Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup champion, Mickey Thomas.
This is the first of the Pro 2s that we're going to see Ryan Beat leading the field. Let's see if he can hold it together. What do you see, Shane?
Ricky G just broke, landing off the Polaris jump. He might not be able to make it to the line.
Oh.
Rowdy Beat's going to finish second. Corey Winter will finish third overall.
I'm telling you, these jumps have been brutal on these trucks this weekend. They're just flying that far, and he's going to salvage whatever he can.
If there's anything you can say about the effort from Gutierrez, is he absolutely did lay it all on the line trying to get out and run away.
On Racer Network's Creative Drive, meet the creative minds driving car culture. From filmmakers to fabricators, collectors to commentators, obsession becomes art. Creative Drive, tomorrow, only on Racer Network.
How to choose a wrongful injury firm? How about the firm with among the most big verdicts and settlements in America? How about the firm with the most doctor lawyers in the nation? Choose ability and experience. Choose compassion and results. Choose Klein & Spector.
I'm Morgan Smith, and I'm the founder and CEO of Minnow. Minnow is a family lifestyle brand that focuses on travel and resort wear. I started Minnow because I couldn't find what I was looking for as a parent. I wanted clean, classic, simple swimwear for my son. Press picked it up, bloggers picked it up. There was a moment. That was the fire, right? Like, let's go. Our mission is to inspire family experiences. I'm always gonna say, let's book the trip, let's go.
Most men my age have the testosterone profile of a lavender-scented candle. But not me. What's my secret? Marsmen, natural testosterone support. So you can feel less meh and more like me. Marsmen. It's what makes the man.
Rod End Supply is involved with a variety of motorsports as well as industrial applications with many different types of products. Since 1989, Rod End Supply has provided superior products priced competitively. Whether you're racing at the circle track or drag strip, rock climbing, or going off-road, Rod End Supply has an assortment of rod ends, radius rods, and specialty products to keep your equipment moving. Rod End Supply's experienced staff is ready and willing to help you with your needs. Their promise is to continue to provide a superior product with superior service so you can stay in front of the field no matter what it is. To learn more, go to rodendsupply.com.
Coming in July on Racer Network, Formula Drift, Smoke and Style, Grid Life, Festival Fuel Time Attack and Touring Wars, GAA, Feel the Thrill of the Auction Block, Mazda MX-5 Cup, Identical Machines battle in America's closest racing, Stacy David's Gears, hands-on builds and garage-tested grit, Sam's Garage, from the toolbox to the test drive. July is loaded on Racer Network and Racer Plus.
They really do work when they do, and you look at CJ Greaves, last year's points champion, not where he wants to be, but he'll fight and live another day.
Yeah, no doubt. He'll come back swinging when we come back here to the big house and the World Cup Sunday. But Mickey Thomas, the man of the hour here at the Forest County Potawatomi Brush Run Speed Festival. A little bit of rain continues to drench the fans who have stuck around. Let's go back and take a look at what we saw in the Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup. First on the Pro 2 start, Rosales looked to almost have the whole shot, and then Gutierrez able to slide in front. CJ Greaves, the first to turn one among the Pro 4s.
Yeah, CJ Greaves looked to have the speed. Like I said, Johnny coming through there, clipping that tractor tire. And this is where CJ was just trying to drive away with the Pro 4s. Henderson getting into some trouble. He broke his truck. Like we said earlier, we only had one Pro 4, and it was this guy right here, the silent assassin.
Yeah, Keegan Kincaid, you saw him exit that race early there is the incident that took CJ out of the race. Tough break for Keegan, tough weekend for Keegan. Very cool that Cole Mamer put him in a backup truck that they had to let him run this cup race.
Yeah, then we were worried about Mickey Thomas. We seen that steam starting to pour out as Ricky G was still maintaining that lead. And then when we were calling the race, I said, this is where you decide what a Pro 2 and Pro 4 is. And he just walked by both of the Pro 2s on this straightaway and never looked back.
Yeah, then a little bit later on, things got hot and heavy coming to the white flag between Rowdy Beat and Ricky Gutierrez. But nobody had anything as rain fell in the late laps for the silent assassin. And then right down to the wire, Ricky G, left front suspension folded up on him. Ryan Beat, first Pro 2, second overall across the line. Corey Winter, a podium finish here in the cup race. And Gutierrez fell just short. Taking his place.
At Bear Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. Swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold. Try them today. Get 15% off your first order at BearBottomClothing.com.
When someone asks, how was your weekend? Have an answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
This one product has 6 benefits.
Cowboy Colostrum is my ride or die. There are so many benefits I've noticed, including gut health,
muscle recovery,
digestion, and makes you feel less bloated around meals.
There's no artificial flavors or fillers, just real ingredients.
In a tight spot? Need cash fast? Bridget's got your back. Get $25 to $250 instantly. No credit check, no interest, no late fees. Download Bridget for free today.
Every 8 minutes, a claim of sexual assault is filed against rideshare drivers.
But rideshare companies prohibit both drivers and riders from carrying firearms to protect themselves.
Imagine this banana was a less lethal device capable of incapacitating an attacker in a fraction of a second and allowing you to escape.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to find out how you can always be prepared to defend.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to trade you. As I take this mic, I'm going to hand you the trophy to officially award to our winner, Mickey Thomas.
Take a picture of Mickey.
And we're going to grab a word with our winner here. As we continue on with our celebrations, Mickey Thomas, come on down here. You, sir, have been on an absolute roll. The wins you've been collecting and now this. Where does this Cup race win rank among your career's most meaningful accomplishments?
Just so grateful right now. Thankful for this place, Crandon, my team, Forest County Potawatomi for putting on, an event like this and letting us race for big money. This means so much to us. Come out here, my team, we went through so much this weekend, this year. It's a new truck. We got the gremlins figured out. Everything's going our way right now, and I'm looking forward to some more battles. I was kind of bummed to see CJ go out early in that one. I think we were going to have a really, really fun race. So kind of bummed there, and, I wish it was closer at the end for the fans, but, you know what, still just super stoked for my team, my family. Gotta say happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, my dad, my wife, just everybody that supports me. It's a huge team effort, and I'm just super, super grateful right now.
You've earned every bit of this. We'll let you get back to celebrating. This is Mickey Thomas, your winner of the Forest County Potawatomi Community Cup champion, and taking home $25,000 along with it. And our highest finishing Pro 2 driver, Ryan Beat. Ryan, the rain started to come down, but you were on a roll throughout this one. Just take us through those closing laps and what you were faced with.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was raining and the roost and all these guys battling in front of me. I just wanted to keep picking away at it and get there and put on a good show, This event is such a big event for all of us, and I can't thank Forest County Potawatomi Drive for coming out and helping us, man. They put this event on. They give us these giant paychecks more than anybody else. So shout out to them. Go visit them. Support them like they support us. So, I'm just thankful to be up here. My team works their butts off. Bill Stein's always putting in the effort to get in behind us. Toyo Tires, Chevrolet, Edge Wheels, Rockstar Energy Drink, keeping my crew and me, going in the wee hours in the morning, getting ready for these races. So we're just excited. We're here. We kind of bounced back after yesterday and proved we're a threat to be reckoned with. So we're ready to go.
Congratulations, Ryan Beat, our second place finisher today for the Community Cup. And Corey Winner finishing third. This crowd's loud for you, Corey. I want to know, from your perspective, what was the fight like out there?
Man, I just wanted to get through turn one clean, and, we were going in there neck and neck, and when I popped out in second, when I got past Jake.
I'm Morgan Smith, and I'm the founder and CEO of Minnow. Minnow is a family lifestyle brand that focuses on travel and resort wear. I started Minnow because I couldn't find what I was looking for as a parent. I wanted clean, classic, simple swimwear for my son. Press picked it up, bloggers picked it up. There was a moment. That was the fire, right? Like, let's go. Our mission is to inspire family experiences. I'm always gonna say, let's book the trip, let's go.
Buying and selling a home can be really hard these days. That's why who you work with matters. I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. They were both very busy and didn't have time to sell the traditional way. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled. See how you can buy before you sell at homelight.com today.
Are you still using your hands when you put on your shoes? Step into the future like I did with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. I just slip in and they're on. The secret is slip-ins have an invisible built-in shoe horn so your foot slides into place without bending down or touching my shoes. Then the heel pillow technology helps keep my foot comfy and secure. So they're easy and comfy, and they come in all types of styles, with and without laces. Plus, they're machine washable. So quit being one of those hands people when you put on your shoes and try Skechers slip-ins.
The idea of the show, we call it Firing Order, is just to get a bunch of people on and have them fight over listing things. And this actually comes from my magazine days. I was the big-eyed editor who wanted to take over the world. I was 25 years old. I famously once gave up my own pay to keep the print quality. Well, I think about filming at like a skate park. And I remember that clicking moment of like, this is either the best idea anyone's ever had or the dumbest idea anyone's had. Because no one had done that.
Creative Drive, tomorrow at 8 p.m. on Racer Network.
When someone asks, how was your weekend? Have an answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Built with Summit means your truck is getting transformed for work or play. Built with Summit means no waiting on parts and less job site downtime. It also means you're getting the best prices too. Summit Racing Equipment. SummitRacing.com.
At Bare Bottom, our everyday staples shine when the sun comes out. With swim trunks, shorts, and shirts built for comfort and style. Whether you're headed to a workout, a night out, or just a good time. With thousands of 5-star reviews and over 1 million sold, our clothes are adventure ready and made to be worn on repeat. Try them today and get 15% off your first order at barebottomclothing.com.
Vinny has been my secret weapon to come in first race after race.
Take it from Nick Johnson, world champion race car driver from Team Vinia. Vinia is clinically shown to increase dilation of arteries, improving blood flow. Nick relies on Vinia's newest breakthrough, the first 2-in-1 hydration solution to give you better blood flow, ensuring that premium electrolytes are delivered deep to your cells where they're needed most.
Vinia is the solution I needed to get non-stop physical strength and mental alertness to go out and win.
Get your first month free on all starter packs.
We've devoted our professional lives to righting wrongs.
Where a company or a person has harmed another.
For decades, our firm's had the most doctor lawyers in the country.
And for decades, we've won some of the largest verdicts in American history.
We've gotten corporations and governments to reform.
So our community and our nation is safer.
Making people's lives better is a high honor and a great calling.
In a pinch? Need cash fast? Bridget's got your back. Get $25 to $250 instantly. No credit check, no interest, no late fees. Download Bridget for free today.
With all due respect to the latest advances in technology, mankind's most effective tools haven't changed a bit. Effort in our own two hands. MKC knives are built that way for people who live that way.
Another veteran versus a rising young talent. Well done, gets into the pocket. Flames are shooting at the back. Big angle, he turns it up, man. These guys are going for it. That final inside clip. Working in the smoke, well done. Round of applause.
What an amazing backdrop, crowd, vibes, all of it. We have ticked all the boxes, and the drivers are about to do that. Ticking the zones, the boxes, the clips, all of it. Welcome to round 4 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship battle at the Springs. Look at that. This is Mother Nature at its finest. Quit showing off. Wow. I'll tell you what, we've had nothing but an amazing event here, and it's about to get even better because we whittled it down from 32 to 16, and we're about to introduce you to the top 16 drivers ready to go toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel. Make some noise, Connecticut. Come on, let them know. Create the FOMO, TGIFD. Thank goodness it's Formula Drift. As we enter our 23rd season, this is the New England area, and this is a new stop on our 2026 championship. We got wizards, we got pilots, we got rippers, we got grippers. But first and foremost, if you could please stand and remove your hats or your drift wizard, as again, please stand and remove your hats for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for kicking things off. Let's show you how we got here to the top 16. Qualifying Thursday night, Pro Spec yesterday, and then 32 earlier today. Taking a look, I'm Jared Deenda, Jacob Gettin's here next to me. Lorette Nickel, our field reporter, as Adam LZ put